Traveling through the fantasy world, Lin Xian became the young master of the Lin family, a holy clan in Zhengzhou. Just when he thought he would live an ordinary life, the system was activated. Ding, the clan fortune system has been activated successfully. You can also sign in at the beginning to obtain the Supreme God Scripture. Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor's Scripture, 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor's Secret. From then on, the era of the Lin family officially began. What? Yin Emperor Template? Wu Zhu Template? Or someone from my Lin family? Lin Xian looked at the two young men, one rubbing fire lotus with his hands and the other poking people with his fingers every day, and he immediately became happy. Wonderful. Very wonderful. From then on, Yin Di became his younger brother, and Wu Zhu became his thug. Under Lin Xian's leadership, they fought against the immortals in the heavens and the newbies from all sides. Whether the world is in chaos or not, my Lin family has the final say. Let's see how Lin Xian leads the Lin family, starting from Zhengzhou, and conquering the heavens and all worlds step by step, starting from the same clan. Step by step, they became the Quasi-Emperor clan, the Emperor clan, the Immortal clan, and the Ultimate Emperor clan, until the dictatorship lasts forever. Quotes from the Lin family. Lin Yan, I am the Emperor of Yan, and all the fires in the world obey my orders. Lin Dong, I'm too lazy to reason with you, you don't deserve to hear it. Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger, Lin Haoran, I see that all of you fellow Taoists have a connection with my human emperor banner, so please enter the banner quickly. Lin Tianhai, I don't want to practice so fast, but my son won't allow it. Lin Family Patriarch, who understands the feeling of being ready to lay low, but suddenly being lifted up by your own juniors. Chapter 1, Family Luck System. Generous rewards. Dear readers, please come in. The author really wants to improve. And remember to hand in your brains. They will be managed in a unified way. Zhengzhou St. Lin Family 16 years. 16 years. Do you know how I've been spending the past 16 years? In a luxurious hall in the huge and imposing Lin family land, a young man in a white robe, who was extremely handsome and had an extraordinary temperament, was shouting excitedly, but apart from him, there was no one else in the hall. The young man's name is Lin Xian. He is the young master of the famous Holy Lin family in the Tianlong Empire of Zhengzhou. He has an extremely noble status. It can be said that one is born at the peak. The moment he was born, it was the destination that countless cultivators in the central region would never be able to reach in their lifetime, and he has a biggest secret that only he knows, which is, he is actually a time traveler. Unlike those time travelers in his previous life's novels who traveled through time and directly took over the bodies of the original monks, he was born after a serious pregnancy of 10 years. After knowing that this was a fantasy world, Lin Xian, who had no worries in his previous life, was a little excited. He imagined that he could be like those protagonists, invincible and dominate the world, but after 16 years, he discovered that he did not have the same fate as those protagonists. There is no golden finger, no grandfather, and no system, just an ordinary young master of the same clan. This Lingo is really good at pretending. Everyone, what should we do if we want to beat him up? Although he was born into a powerful family like the Holy Lin family, and is the young master, his own talent is also among the top few in Zhengzhou, but as a veteran novel reader in his previous life, he knew that if you can't stand at the top, one day you won't even know how to die, because, one day, those powerful beings who were beyond his comprehension might just fight a battle, and the aftermath of the battle might destroy him and his Lin family, and he didn't want to die again, so he has been working hard to practice and find his own hack over the years. Although his cultivation strength surpassed the younger generation of the Lin family, his cheating had never been discovered. Just as he was about to accept his fate and stop fantasizing about his destiny as the protagonist, a sudden voice rang out in his mind. Ding, a blue star consciousness preparing to give up has been detected. The clan luck system is being activated and bound. The moment he heard this voice, Lin Xian, who was originally prepared to give up, his pupils instantly dilated and then he became extremely excited. So, the scene just now happened. Ding, the clan fortune system is successfully bound. Haha, from now on I'm also a cheater. After laughing loudly, Lin Xian immediately asked expectantly, Tunzi, what are your abilities? Ding, the functions of this system are as follows. Host, please check it yourself. Immediately, an illusory light screen that only Lin Xian could see appeared in front of him. Clan luck system. Host, Lin Xian. Bond family, the Lin family, the same clan of Zhengzhou. System functions. Clan fortune sign-in, clan fortune lottery, clan fortune mall, clan fortune eye, clan fortune check-in. The host can check in once a day, once a month, and once a year. The rewards increase in value. Check-in times can be accumulated, and the check-in rewards are random, but are generally determined by the family's fortune. Clan Luck Lottery, the host can use a certain number of clan luck points to participate in the lottery. Specific rules expand. Clan luck points can be obtained through daily clan generation, system rewards, clan member cultivation breakthroughs, clan advancement, and other channels. The higher the clan rank, the more clan luck points are generated daily. The higher the clan member's cultivation, the more clan luck points are gained through breakthroughs. Clan Fortune Mall, the mall contains all the treasures that have appeared in the heavens in myriad worlds. As long as the clan fortune points are sufficient, the host can exchange for any treasure they want. Eye of Clan Fortune. The host can use the Eye of Clan Fortune to view information such as the age, cultivation, physique, qualifications, opportunities, and loyalty to the clan members. So that's how it is. You want me to develop my family? After reading the introduction of the system, Lin Xian instantly understood his future path and how to proceed. In short, the better the family develops, the richer the rewards he will get and the faster his strength will increase. Ding, the host who signs in for the first time will receive a novice gift pack. Would you like to sign in? Just as Lin Xian was thinking about how to better develop his family in the future, the system prompt sound suddenly rang again, instantly bringing his thoughts back. No, Tonzi. Shouldn't the newbie gift pack be given directly? Why are you wasting one of my sign-in slots? You're not deliberately trying to deduct my check-ins, are you? Lin Xian did not respond to the system's question immediately, but said with a look of suspicion, depend on, this damn system is definitely cheating him, Grandma Lee's. Seeing no response from the system, Lin Xian gave up and said, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for the first time and receiving a newbie gift pack. Open the newbie gift pack. Lin Xian continued without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a physical fitness improvement card, super. Physique Enhancement Card, Super can enhance any special physique to its strongest form. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial Level Technique 9 Heaven's Thunder Emperor Art. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chaos Treasure, the Hongmeng Divine Tree. Hongmeng Divine Tree, Chaos Supreme Treasure. Within the range of the Hongmeng Divine Tree's Dao Rhyme, cultivation speed is increased, comprehension is temporarily enhanced, and it can subtly improve the cultivator's aptitude in comprehension. The coverage and improvement range are determined by the environment of the Hongmeng Divine Tree. For example, on the Lin family Saint-level Ultimate Dragon Vein, the coverage range of the Hongmeng Divine Tree is 1 mile in radius, and the cultivation speed is increased by 3 times, and the comprehension is temporarily increased by 3 times. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 clan luck points, hiss. Seeing these rewards, Lin Xian took a deep breath, this reward too rich. Not to mention anything else, just the Hongmeng Divine Tree, as long as it is used well, is enough for his Lin family to develop into a terrifying force that shakes the heavens. Although he didn't know what level the Chaos Treasure was, it was not difficult to guess from the incredible effect of the Hongmeng Divine Tree that this was definitely the most top-level treasure in the world. After all, from a side perspective, as long as you do not leave the range of the Hongmeng Divine Tree, your cultivation speed and comprehension will be permanently improved. How against the will of heaven, not to mention that the better the environment, the more terrifying the improvement will be. Ha! Calm down, improve yourself first. Lin Xian suppressed his inner excitement and shock and muttered to himself, then he looked at the physical enhancement card, Super, in his system backpack and said expectantly, use the physical enhancement card. Chapter 2 Chaos Sword Body. As the young master of the Holy Lin family, Lin Xian has the strongest cultivation among the younger generation of the Lin family. Naturally, he has good talent and was born with a special physique, the Tianyuan Sword Body. The Tianyuan Sword Body is a top-level royal body. It can achieve twice the result with half the effort in sword practice. Under the training of the Lin family, as long as he does not die in the future, it is certain that he will become a holy emperor. Physical constitution, mortal body, spiritual body, treasure body, king body, emperor body, holy body, divine body, immortal body, non-Ming continent cultivation realm body refining, Dao foundation, Yuan Dan, sea of gods, cave heaven, dharma image, king, venerable, sage, great sage, holy king, holy emperor, quasi-emperor, great emperor, heavenly emperor. Each realm is divided into 9 levels. As Lin Xian finished speaking, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, the physical fitness enhancement card, Super, is being used. Suddenly, a mysterious ball of light instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian knew that this was the function of the system, so he did not resist at all. As time went by, a wave of exhilarating pleasure rushed straight to Lin Xian's head, making him cry out that he couldn't stand it. Time passed by bit, and Lin Xian's transformation was ongoing. With the transformation and improvement of his physique, not only did Lin Xian's aptitude and understanding continue to soar, but even his cultivation also began to soar. The 5th level of the Cave Heaven Realm, the 6th level of the Cave Heaven Realm, the 7th level of the Cave Heaven Realm. Soon, Lin Xian's cultivation broke through to the 1st level of the Dharma Realm, and the speed of breakthrough did not slow down at all. The 1st level of Dharma Realm, the 2nd level of the Dharma Realm, the 3rd level of the Dharma Realm. In the process of improving his cultivation, Lin Xian did not forget the importance of his foundation, so he used most of his energy to temper his foundation so that he could improve his foundation again. After all, a solid foundation and profound background are the basis for fighting across levels, and he is naturally unwilling to only dominate among the same level. If a cultivator fails to lay a solid foundation in the early stages, it will be extremely difficult to make up for it in the later stages. It is even possible that he cannot make up for it at all, and his cultivation will stop progressing from then on. Lin Xian moved quickly. He used the enormous energy in his body to continuously cleanse his meridians, body, and even his soul. He continued to refine his spiritual power over and over again, making it more solid and powerful, and the quality of his spiritual power continued to improve in the process. As the young master of the Holy Clan, Lin Xian originally had a relatively strong foundation, but this time his foundation began to grow again. As he continued to transform the energy in his body into a strong foundation, his cultivation continued to improve steadily. Finally, it slowly stopped until it reached the 6th level of the Dharma Realm, and then it completely stabilized at the 6th level of the Dharma Realm. The whole process lasted for an hour. Lin Xian finally completed his transformation. As his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, an aura far beyond the Dharma Realm burst out instantly, overturning everything around him to the ground. If these things were not of high grade, they would have been crushed to pieces. Lin Xian stood up, clenched his fists, and felt the changes in his body. He couldn't help but say in surprise, I feel like if I could suppress my original cultivation level again, I could kill my former self in one move. At this moment, Lin Xian's meridians, body, and soul have improved by at least dozens of times compared to before. Now, he is estimated to be able to defeat a cultivator of the 6th level of the Dharma Realm with just his physical body, and it is pure physical strength without the use of any spiritual power. If he used spiritual power to bless him, he estimated that he could be invincible in the Dharma Realm with his physical body, at least in Zhengzhou and Nanming continent. Open the personal panel. Lin Xian couldn't wait to check his current situation. Ding, the host's personal panel has been opened. Please check it yourself. Soon, an illusory light screen appeared in front of Lin Xian again, showing all of Lin Xian's situation. Name, Lin Xian. Gender, male, age, 16. Identity, young master of the Lin family, the same clan of Zhengzhou. Cultivation, Dharma Realm 6th level. Physique, Chaos Sword Body, Supreme Physique. Qualification, Supreme. Note, qualification and comprehension are divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, top grade, genius, evildoer, taboo, and supreme. Lin Xian's original qualification level, top grade, comprehension, supreme, practice method, chaos sword technique, chaos level. The levels of martial arts and techniques in Nanming continent are Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, Wang, Zun, Shang, and D. Each level is divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade and top grade. System evaluation, a rubbish rookie with incredible talent. Lin Xian was very satisfied with what he saw. Not only did he obtain the supreme physique of the chaos sword body, but he also had his own chaos sword technique. This was the 2nd chaos level item he obtained besides the Hongmeng Divine Tree. I think this technique must be good, and the chaos sword body can possess this level of skills. It is worthy of being called the supreme physique. So how strong is this supreme physique? It should be no worse than the immortal body, right? In his understanding, the immortal body is the highest level. Although he doesn't know where this information comes from, after all, the entire Nanning continent has never heard of the appearance of a physique above the emperor body. But since all major forces think so, it is obviously not false. But when he saw the last system evaluation, Lin Xian's face turned dark on the spot. It's fine if you say I'm a rookie, but what do you mean by scumbag? Is this a scumbag? Where's the scumbag? Even with my previous strength, I was able to suppress the younger generation of the Lin family. Not to mention that now, I not only possess the Chaos Sword body, but also have broken through to the 6th level of the Dharma realm. With this strength, I can easily kill all the Dharma realm cultivators in seconds, and I can even kill the King realm cultivators at will. How is this weak? Did your Tianzhou become an emperor at the age of 16? Or did he become an immortal at the age of 16? Tonzi, you must give me a reasonable explanation. Tell me, what is wrong with me? Lin Xian was dissatisfied. Ding, this system conducts a comprehensive analysis based on the situation of all the younger generations in the universe, and then makes an evaluation. It will never go wrong. Ding, as for the reason, host, you must know that besides talent, the most important thing for cultivation is resources. Host, do you think that a genius from the Immortal Clan with a Saint body, nurtured by the Immortal Clan's top resources, would not be able to break through to the Saint realm after cultivating to the age of 16? You should know that you, a genius from the Immortal Clan with a king body, and a family that was only a Saint clan, had already reached the Cave Heaven realm. This system can even clearly tell the host that there are indeed 16-year-old emperors, and they are terrifying geniuses who can defeat mortals and immortals. What? Hearing this, Lin Xian was instantly shocked. The 16-year-old emperor defies the mortal world and attacks the immortals. Lin Xian looked surprised, then his face suddenly became serious. After a long moment, he said self-deprecatingly, how ridiculous that I have lived 2 lives and still made such a stupid mistake. At this time the arrogance that Lin Xian had developed due to obtaining the system, the transformation of his talent, and the surge in strength disappeared in an instant. He couldn't be blindly arrogant. Although he had the system and this talent, he and his Lin family hadn't grown up yet. There were many people and forces that could destroy them. If they weren't careful, they might die and their entire clan would be wiped out. Although those geniuses and the forces behind them are indeed terrifyingly powerful, but he was confident that as long as he and his Lin family were given enough time, they will eventually surpass them all. Lin Xian has never been inferior to anyone in his life. His Lin family is by no means weaker than any force. Chapter 3, Clan Fortune Mall, Clan Fortune Lottery. Gambler's defense breaks. After that, Lin Xian stopped dwelling on it and began to continue studying the system. After all, focusing on the present is what matters most. System, check family information. Ding, the family panel has been opened for the host. Bound family, Zhengzhou Lin family, family rank, Saint clan, next rank, quasi-imperial clan. Promotion conditions. Expand, power status, first class power in Nanning continent. All forces in the Nanning continent are divided into the following categories according to their strength: inferior forces, third-rate forces, with monks at the venerable realm, second-rate forces, with saints, first-rate forces, with masters above the Saint Emperor, super forces, with masters above the Great Emperor, and overlord forces, with masters above the Heavenly Emperor. Clan leader, Lin Tianhai, number of tribe members. 563,450, family luck, 200,000, clan luck points, 101000, current clan luck points generated, 1000/day, system evaluation, the powerful of the southern continent, the weakling of the myriad worlds. After reading the basic situation of the Lin family, Lin Xian murmured, alas, the revolution has not yet succeeded, my Lin family still needs to work hard. The goal is to become a quasi-emperor clan and a top-tier force in the Nanning continent. As the name suggests, the quasi-emperor clan is a family that has a quasi-emperor. This kind of force is the top among the first-class forces. Even super forces, also known as emperor-level forces, will usually give some face and will not offend them easily. Although they are both first-rate forces, the gap between the Saint clan and the quasi-emperor clan is enormous. After all, not to mention the quasi-emperor clan who can kill all Saint emperors in seconds under normal circumstances, the number of their Saint emperors, Saint kings, and other powerful people alone is far beyond the reach of the Saint clan. Then Lin checked the conditions for his family to be promoted to the quasi-emperor clan. Saint clan quasi-emperor clan, promotion conditions, 1. Have 3 quasi-emperor realm cultivators, not completed, current number, 0, 2. Have 10 Saint emperor monks, not completed, current number, 3, 3. Have 50 Saint King monks, not completed, current number, 15, 4. Family luck reaches 500,000, not completed, current family luck, 200,000. Looking at these conditions, Lin Xian couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Alas, the road ahead is long and arduous, but, system, doesn't a family only need 1 quasi-emperor to be considered a quasi-emperor? Why do you need 3? And there are so many other conditions. Lin Xian looked suspicious. This damn system, won't it trick him again? Facing Lin Xian's suspicion, the system quickly gave an explanation. Ding, this is the universally recognized standard for assessing power, and it will never be wrong. If the host doesn't believe it, you can investigate it yourself and confirm its authenticity when you step outside the Nanning continent. Seeing that the system was so confident, Lin Xian had no choice but to give up and no longer doubt it. After all, it's not good for the system to harm itself. Then Lin Xian looked at the 101,000 clan luck points, his eyes moved slightly, and he said, with over 100,000 yuan in cash, shouldn't you go to the mall and spend some money? Let's go. With such a huge sum of money, we can easily get any imperial weapon or immortal scripture. Lin Xian opened the Clan Fortune Mall interface as he spoke, but before he could finish his fantasy, the first item he saw completely shattered his unrealistic fantasy. Tianhai Holy Spear, top-grade Holy King weapon, price, 150,000 clan luck points. What? How much? How much did you say? 150,000. Are you sure you're not missing a decimal point? Lin Xian was shocked. If even a top-grade Saint King weapon was so expensive, how much more so would an emperor weapon be? Not to mention an immortal scripture. After browsing the items in the mall for a few more times, he decisively closed the clan mall interface, just because, the imperial secret of the Sky Blue Dragon, an emperor level skill, price, 500,000 clan luck points. Destruction Divine Fist, Immortal King level martial arts, price, 100 million clan luck points, Ancient Holy Body, top level immortal body, price, 999,999,9999 clan luck points. The disclaimer is that some physiques, such as the Ancient Saint Body and the Spacetime Divine Body, although named with the word holy or divine, are not saint level physiques, but rather immortal level physiques or other levels of physique. The author will also clearly indicate the specific level. This is the setting of this book, and I hope you will not substitute other physiques. Thank you. The Emperor's Cauldron, price, 100 billion clan luck points, Pango's Blood Essence, price, 100 billion clan luck points, fuck. What the hell is this? Looking at those strings of numbers that are longer than his life, Lin Shan said that he felt tired. The feeling of having it right in front of you but just not being able to get it is so painful. Of course, there are still many things in the mall that Lin Shan can afford, such as some cultivation resources, secret techniques, weapons, etc. that are suitable for his current Dharma realm. Except for those relatively rare ones, Lin Shan certainly has no shortage of other ordinary cultivation resources. After all, the Lin family is a top-level holy clan with a powerful holy emperor, so they naturally have a lot of these low-level resources. Moreover, ordinary treasures nowadays would not bring much improvement to Lin Shan, so naturally there was not much demand for them. Therefore, he did not look at or buy many treasures this time. Then Lin Xian opened the Clan Fortune lottery interface again, and suddenly a prize pool like the one in the game in his previous life appeared in front of him. It also shows 10,000 clan luck points are required for a clan luck lottery, 100,000 clan luck points for a 10 consecutive clan luck draw. Then he discovered that the rewards in the Clan Fortune lottery pool would be refreshed regularly, and once a month the prizes are divided into top prizes, advanced prizes, and ordinary prizes. They are represented by gold, purple, and green respectively. Among them, the number of gold prizes is the least and the probability of winning is the lowest. Then the number of purple prizes is much more than the gold prizes, and the probability is also higher. And the number of green prizes is the largest and the probability of winning is the highest. Lin Xian discovered that there were only 3 top-level golden prizes in this prize pool. Namely the Imperial Grade Weapon, Tianyuan Ding, a Spirit Washing Pool, and the lower grade True Immortal Level Technique, Haoyue Immortal Scripture. As for the purple high-level prizes, the number has reached 30, and the grades of the items range from Saint level to Quasi-Emperor level. As for the ordinary green prizes, there are many of them, hundreds of them, ranging from first-level treasures suitable for the body refining realm to 8th-level treasures suitable for the venerable realm. Looking at the prizes in the 3 squares emitting brilliant golden light, Lin Xian was extremely greedy. He wished he could just do a 10-pull combo and pack them all away, but when he thought about his luck in the lottery in his previous life, as black as a non-African, guaranteed to be the worst, Lin Xian suddenly became hesitant. For a long time, fuck, let's bet. Anyway, there are luck points every day. What if I am the lucky one? There is no such thing as a child crying every day, and there is no such thing as a lottery that always loses. Lin Xian, possessed by the gambler, immediately said, "System, perform a 10-draw combo." Ding, 100,000 clan luck points are consumed, and the 10 consecutive clan luck lottery is in progress. Hearing this, Lin Xian suddenly became nervous, and did not forget to pray, "Give me a gold one, give me a gold one, at least give me a Saint King level reward, otherwise I'll be at a huge loss." 100,000 clan fortune points can be used to purchase Saint King level items in the Clan Fortune Mall. If all the items this time are low-level treasures, he will suffer a huge loss. At this moment, a green light suddenly appeared, and a thumb-sized pill appeared on the panel. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a first-grade lower-grade body tempering pill. Lin Xian, damn it. Fuck your body tempering pills. Damn, that system is a piece of shit. That body tempering pill only costs 1 clan luck point, and you have the nerve to release it? Are you even human? Give me back 10,000 clan luck points. Lin Xian used 10,000 clan luck points to exchange for a body tempering pill worth 1 clan luck point. He immediately broke down and cursed the system for being a black-hearted merchant. His heart is bleeding. It's no wonder that Lin Xian acted like this. This is something that would make even the capitalists cry. Chapter 4, Spring for Gamblers. Lin Tianhai, TSK. Lin Xian lost so much money on this first reward, as expected. Being a gambler will never end well. However, the system didn't care whether Lin Xian broke through the defense or not, and the 10 consecutive draws continued. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a 4th-level low-grade elixir, a 9 transformation aphrodisiac pill. Grass. Dog system, you are the one who needs aphrodisiac. Your whole family needs aphrodisiacs. My young master is so fierce. After losing all his money twice in a row, Lin Xian was completely furious. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 sacred herbs. As the saying goes, things never happen more than 3 times. After losing all his money twice in a row, Lin Xian's good character finally broke out a little when he got the 3rd prize. The value of these 10 holy medicines has completely exceeded the clan luck points consumed in these 3 times, so Lin Xian can be said to have finally made a small profit. Finally it's not all dark all the way. Lin Xian looked at the 10 holy medicines and breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't get nothing. I don't know if it was because Lin Xian's luck had exploded, but the next 3 consecutive prizes were all at least saint level, which made Lin Xian earn a fortune. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of top-grade holy breaking pills, 10 pieces. Top-grade Saint Breaking Pill, a Saint-level pill that can increase the success rate of a Venerable Realm cultivator breaking through to the Saint Realm by 70%. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-grade Quasi-Emperor level formation, the 9 Profound Emperor formation. The 9 Profound Emperor formation, a top-grade Quasi-Emperor level formation, it not only has extremely strong defensive capabilities, but also has excellent offensive capabilities and the ability to gather spiritual energy. Its defense is unbreakable by anyone other than an Emperor as long as the energy is sufficient, and it can withstand the attack of a cultivator of the 1st level of the Emperor for up to 1 hour. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special sword power, Divine Avoidance. Divine Avoidance, a special sword skill with the characteristic of continuous improvement. The current grade is lower grade of the Saint level. The classification of supernatural powers is the same as that of martial arts. Huang, Shen, Di, Tian, Wang, Zun, Shang, Di, haha, as expected, there's no way I could be a non-African. Isn't this standing up? The continuous outburst of good character made Lin Xian so excited that he couldn't contain himself. That corner of his mouth is even harder to suppress than an AK. System, please keep working harder. It would be great if I could give you a golden prize. Just when Lin Xian thought his luck could continue to explode, the next 3 consecutive green prizes instantly extinguished his fantasy. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 third-level mid-grade spirit veins. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a first-grade top-grade magical weapon, the clear sky hammer. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a 6th-level top-grade robe, Tianyusha. Seeing this, Lin Xian no longer had the excitement he had just now, and he no longer had any illusions about the last prize that had not yet been revealed. Whatever. At least I didn't lose money on this 10-draw streak. I even made a lot of money, Lin Xian murmured. Nonsense, how can I lose money? The value of a 9 profound emperor formation alone is more than the value of the 100,000 clan luck points spent on 10 consecutive draws, not to mention the holy medicine, the holy pill, the sword magic, and several other useless things, especially the sword skill, which has the characteristic of continuous improvement. Just based on this point, its value is immeasurable. It can be said that among these rewards, what Lin Xian values most is this sword skill. The others are of no use to him now, and he can't use them. After all, his realm is there. However, he can practice the sword skill, which is enough to become a powerful trump card for him and can significantly improve his strength. And just when Lin Xian wasn't paying much attention to the lottery interface, suddenly a dazzling golden light burst out. Flashing Lin Xian's eyes, golden legend. Before Lin Xian could react, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a spirit washing pool. The soul cleansing pool automatically produces holy spirit fluid, which cleanses the meridians and marrow, removes impurities from the body, repairs hidden injuries, and improves the aptitude of cultivators, but only for cultivators below the Saint realm. Note, this is ineffective for cultivators above the King realm. Ding, this 10-draw streak ends here. All prizes have been automatically stored in the system backpack. Please check or use them at your own discretion. Oh shit, spring for gamblers, but having said that I was about to give up, and then you came with a golden legend? Are you kidding me? And it's a very useful soul cleansing pool? That is a treasure that can improve one's qualifications. Which force wouldn't be jealous? He dared to say that if this thing appeared in the outside world, it would definitely cause forces across the continent to scramble for it, and even the almighty heavily emperor forces would have to fight for it with rivers of blood. Of course, he would definitely not let it appear in the outside world. After all, his Lin family has a lot of clansmen waiting to be used. Ha, with this spirit cleansing pool and all the other resources, the overall strength of our Lin family will surely skyrocket. Lin Xian looked at the introduction of the soul washing pool and laughed. After looking through the system backpack again, which contained treasures that were enough to transform his Lin family, Lin Xian left the hall and headed towards a certain direction of the Lin family. The era of my Lin family has begun. Tianqing Temple is where the Lin family holds meetings and where the head of the Lin family handles family affairs. At this time, in the hall, a man who looked to be in his 30s, with an imposing demeanor and an aura of a superior, was lowering his head to deal with the tedious clan affairs in his hands. The man is the patriarch of the Lin family and Lin Xian's father, Lin Tianhai, a powerful person in the early stage of the great saint realm. At this moment, a young figure also hurriedly came to the outside of the hall. The person who came was none other than Lin Xian. Seeing the newcomer, the Zhongxian guard at the entrance of the main hall immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, young master." Seeing this, Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Well, I came to see my father for something. You guys continue to be on duty." After saying that, he ignored them and strode into the hall. Meet father. In the main hall, Lin Xian bowed respectfully to Lin Tianhai above him. "Ha, it's Shinner. What's wrong? What do you want from me?" When Lin Tianhai saw Lin Xian coming, he put down what he was doing and asked with a smile on his face. In fact, Lin Tianhai still hoped that Lin Xian would come to him if he had any problems, because his son was not only very talented, but also very calm since childhood, and practiced very hard. He basically didn't have to worry about anything, which made him feel that he had no sense of accomplishment as a father. He also wanted to be like an ordinary father and son, and be able to fully display his father's greatness in front of his son. Lin Xian didn't know his father's little thoughts, so he said directly, "Father, it's like this. I got a few treasures." "Oh? What treasure?" "You know, your father wouldn't look down on ordinary treasures." Lin Tianhai smiled, looking as steady as an old dog. He still didn't believe what good things this kid could come up with. I guess at most there are just a few 7th or 8th level gadgets. Just deal with this guy casually for a while. Chapter 5, shocked Lin Tianhai. Forbidden Land Tianyanhai. Lin Xian naturally didn't know what Lin Tianhai was thinking, nor did he care. Instead, he began to tell the story according to the excuses he had prepared in advance. After all, if he didn't find a reason, it would be difficult to explain the origins of those treasures. "Father, a month ago," as Lin Xian continued his narration, Lin Tianhai, who had originally looked calm and composed, began to look more and more excited. This is how the whole thing happened. It was not until a long time later, as Lin Xian finished speaking, that Lin Tianhai's expression changed from calmness and composure at the beginning to shock and disbelief. Lin Tianhai looked at Lin Xian in shock and said, "Shenner, you're saying that a month ago, you accidentally entered a place of inheritance of an almighty being, and then that almighty being took a fancy to you and bestowed upon you the inheritance. However, this inheritance can only be gradually unlocked as your cultivation level continues to improve, allowing you to obtain the treasures within. And this time, your cultivation level has broken through, unlocking some of the inheritance, so you've obtained several treasures. Well, that's probably what you understand, father." Lin Xian nodded guiltily. This was the best excuse he could think of, even though it sounded a bit fantastical, but there are all kinds of strange things in the world of cultivation. It is not uncommon for people to inherit the legacy of powerful people with such extraordinary luck. Although Lin Tianhai has never seen it, he has heard a lot about it. Therefore, he only has a slight suspicion and does not investigate it further. Turning to Lin Xian, he asked, "Nan Xianer, your current cultivation," because the system obscured Lin Xian's realm. Lin Tianhai could not see Lin Xian's true realm and could only ask Lin Xian. When Lin Tianhai discovered that he could not detect Lin Xian's realm, he was actually very shocked. After all, it stands to reason that with his cultivation level at the Great Saint realm, he should be able to see through a junior at the Cave Heaven realm at a glance. However, his spiritual sense could not detect anything from his son, as if he was lost in chaos. This kind of situation would only occur when he faced powerful people whose realm was far beyond his. How could this brat be like this? Lin Xian on the opposite side, in response to his father's question, removed the system's cover and revealed his true realm. Suddenly, what? 6th level of Dharma realm. Xianer, have you broken through to the Dharma realm? And you've even reached the 6th level. Lin Tianhai was completely shocked out a month ago. He clearly remembered that his son's cultivation was still at the 4th level of the Cave Heaven realm. But just a month later, he had broken through to the Dharma realm? And he was even at the 6th level of the Dharma realm. How could this not shock him? Even in the countless years in the Nanming continent, he had never heard of any genius with such a fast cultivation speed. It takes more than one major realm to reach a higher level in a month. Is this really something a normal person can do? At this point, Lin Tianhai also began to believe that his son had truly inherited the supreme power. Otherwise, how could his cultivation level increase so much? As father has seen, I have indeed reached the 6th level of the Dharma realm. Lin Xian also directly admitted this. Hearing this, Lin Tianhai was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter and said, "Haha, you are worthy of being my son, Lin Tianhai. With Xianer here, my Lin family will prosper." Looking at his father's proud expression, Lin Xian did not disturb him. He just smiled slightly and said nothing. A long time after Lin Tianhai stopped, he immediately urged Xianer, "Hurry up, take out those treasures you mentioned and let me see what they are." "Father, is he here?" Lin Xian looked around. The meaning was self-evident. Seeing this, Lin Tianhai's expression became serious. He guessed that what Lin Xian would take out next must be extraordinary and extremely precious, otherwise he would not be so cautious. "Come, follow me." Lin Tianhai realized the seriousness of the matter, and took Lin Xian away from the Tianqing temple and came to the Lin family's forbidden area, Tianyanhai. Tianyanhai is the forbidden area of the Lin family. It is also the place where the Lin family's Saint Emperor ancestor and the elders in the Saint King realm practice in seclusion. Usually, only the clan leader Lin Tianhai can enter freely, and other clan members are not allowed to even get close. It is the greatest foundation of the Lin family. Soon Lin Tianhai and Lin Xian arrived at the entrance of Tianyun Sea. The moment they arrived, an old man in linen clothes appeared in front of them. This man was the guardian of the entrance to Tianyun Sea and also a Saint King level elder of the Lin family. Junior Lin Tianhai greets clan elder Lin Mo. Junior Lin Xian pays homage to the clan elders. The moment they saw the old man, Lin Xian and his son immediately bowed respectfully. "Ha, no need to be so polite." The elder named Lin Mo smiled and waved his hand, then continued, "Xiao Hai, do you want to enter the Tianyun Sea?" "Yes, I have something important to discuss with you." "I'm sorry to bother you, elder." Lin Tianhai spoke immediately. "Ha, in that case, let's go in." The elder of the Lin Mo clan raised his hand and waved, and a passage suddenly appeared, and then he gestured to the two of them. "Thank you, elders." Lin Tianhai thanked him and took Lin Xian into the passage. Sky See Lin Tianhai and the other person suddenly appeared on a plane. "Is this the sacred place of my Lin family?" Tianyanhai, looking at the surroundings, which were no different from the outside world, except that the spiritual energy was several times denser than that of the outside world. Lin Xian murmured, this was his first time entering this sacred place that all members of the Lin family longed for, and he couldn't help but look around curiously. "Ha, Xianer, you'll have plenty of time to learn more about Tianyanhai in the future. Now let's go find our ancestors first." Lin Tianhai saw Lin Xian's expression and spoke with a smile. Looking at Lin Xian's curious expression, Lin Tianhai couldn't help but recall the first time he entered this place. At that time, he was also like Lin Xian, full of curiosity about the holy land of his Lin family, and couldn't help wanting to explore and understand it. But now they have more important things to do, so they naturally have to put them aside first. Anyway, there will be plenty of time for Lin Xian to understand in the future. After hearing Lin Tianhai's words, Lin Xian suppressed his curiosity, nodded, and said, "Hee, it's natural to be curious the first time." Then, "Father, let's go." "Let's go, the ancestors are in the center of Tianyun Sea." After saying that, Lin Tianhai took Lin Xian and flew towards the center of Tianyun Sea. A strong person in the Great Sage realm is not only extremely fast himself, but can also travel through the void, so he can naturally travel very fast. But since he was at home, there was naturally no need to travel through the void, so Lin Tianhai just traveled at his own speed, but he arrived at the center of Tianyun Sea in less than a minute. "Hey, isn't this Xiao Hai? Are you, the clan leader, so free? You actually have time to come and visit us old guys?" Chapter 6. The Emperor level skill shocked everyone. As soon as Lin Tianhai and Lin Xian arrived at the center of Tianyun Sea, a slightly hoarse voice suddenly came into their ears, then a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, with his hands behind his back, looking at them with a smile on his face. Unlike the indifferent figure, Lin Tianhai and the others were really scared. Lin Tianhai let out a light breath, then said helplessly to the figure, "Third ancestor, why do you still love to appear and disappear like a ghost?" However, the figure didn't care about Lin Tianhai's words at all, but complained like an old naughty boy. "What's wrong? I'm an old man over 10,000 years old. Can't I even entertain my own descendants now? Or is it that now that you become the clan leader and have grown so powerful that even I, an old man, can't tease you anymore? Alas, I'm getting old. Even my own younger generation is starting to look down on me. It seems I'd better go back to my coffin and wait for death." Seeing that the third ancestor Shadow Emperor was possessed and that his condition was getting worse and worse, Lin Tianhai immediately apologized. Okay, why not? You, the third ancestor, can tease anyone you want, from the entire Lin family to everyone in the family. Especially my younger brother, Lin Tianyu, who keeps talking about you, third ancestor, every day, hoping to receive your guidance." "Oh, really? There's actually such a sensible junior. Where is he now?" "I, the ancestor, have always loved teaching the younger generation. If I have the chance, I will definitely let him feel the loving care from the ancestor." The third ancestor, who was originally in the midst of his explosive acting, suddenly stopped and asked. At the same time, in Zhengzhou, at the headquarters of a saint-level faction called Bahaman, Lin Tianyu, who had just finished a battle and was commanding the Lin family to confiscate resources from the sect that had provoked the Lin family, suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row. Achu. Achu. Achu, hey, what's going on? Could it be that Big Brother is thinking of rewarding me with some treasure? After all, I completed this mission so well, a great saint weapon shouldn't be too much, hee hee. Lin Tianyu fantasized with a smile on his face. Little did they know, replying to the third ancestor, the second one went to deal with an ignorant sect and has not returned yet. Lin Tianhai said truthfully. Hearing this, the third ancestor put away his mischievous expression and sneered, humph, there are always blind people, how is it? But which companies are doing this? Replying to the third ancestor, according to our investigation, this incident has nothing to do with those families. It's just that they are simply blind. Not the best. While Lin Tianhai was talking to the third ancestor, Lin Xian had already begun using the Eye of Clan Destiny to investigate the third ancestor's information. Name, Lin Changfeng. Identity, third ancestor of the Lin family. Cultivation, 5th level of the Holy Emperor realm. Physique, Blue Wind King body. Qualification, top grade. Comprehension, top grade. Age, 13,000 years old. Normal lifespan for Saint Emperor, 20,000 years. Quasi-Emperor, 50,000 years. Great Emperor, 100,000 years. Celestial Emperor, 200,000 years. Please do not substitute other settings for this book, thank you. Family loyalty, 100. Opportunity, you will soon receive a gift from your family's descendants. Just as Lin Xian finished reading the third ancestor's message, the third ancestor's voice suddenly reached his ears. Is this your son Xiaohai? Yes, third ancestor, I came in this time precisely because of Xianer. Lin Tianhai nodded and spoke. At the same time, Lin Xian came back to his senses and immediately bowed respectfully. Junior Lin Xian, I pay my respects to the third ancestor. Haha, not bad, not bad. You are much stronger than Xiaohai back then. You have reached the 6th level of the Dharma realm at such a young age. It seems that my Lin family has a bright future. Ever since he revealed his cultivation in the Heavenly Saint Temple, Lin Xian no longer hid it, so the third ancestor of the Lin family could see it. Although Lin Changfeng was shocked that Lin Xian had such a high level of cultivation at such a young age, he knew that everyone had their own opportunities and secrets, so he did not ask too many questions and just laughed. With such a genius, as long as he is well trained, his Lin family may have a great emperor in the future and become an imperial clan, dominating Zhangzhou. Third ancestor, I'm still far behind, Lin Xian said modestly, not arrogant or impatient. Very good. By the way, Xiaohai, you just said that you came here because of Xianer, but is there any problem with Xianer's cultivation that you can't solve? The third ancestor smiled and commented on Lin Xian, then turned to look at Lin Tianhai and spoke. Third ancestor, it's not that Xianer has a problem with his cultivation, the thing is, soon Lin Tianhai repeated the whole incident. Are you telling the truth? Although the third ancestor was speaking to Lin Tianhai, his eyes had already fallen on Lin Xian. When Lin Xian saw that both of them were looking at him, he no longer hesitated and took out the things he had put in his storage ring one by one. The first thing Lin Xian took out was the imperial level martial arts technique 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor art, and when the third ancestor and Lin Tianhai saw this martial arts technique, they immediately picked it up to check. When they saw that the level of the technique was as high as the emperor level, they couldn't help but exclaimed emperor level technique. After they shouted out the 4 words emperor level kung fu, terrifying auras suddenly surged from all over Tianyun Sea, and then instantly rushed towards where Lin Tianhai and others were. After a while, they arrived here one after another. Meet the third ancestor. Third ancestor, is this really an imperial level technique? Yes, third ancestor, if this is an imperial level technique, my Lin family will be rich. After everyone bowed, they asked. These people were none other than the various Saint King level elders of the Lin family who were cultivating in Yantianhai. At this moment, they were looking at the third ancestor eagerly, wanting to verify whether it was true. After all, that was an emperor level technique, and his Lin family didn't even have one. The highest technique his family had was only a Saint Emperor level technique, and they didn't even have a quasi-emperor level technique. This was also the reason why their Lin family had stood in Zhongzhou for hundreds of thousands of years but still had never produced a strong man above the quasi-emperor level. It's all because of the lack of martial arts, otherwise how could his Lin family still be a holy clan? Take the Lin family's strongest ancestor for example. His cultivation has reached the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, and his combat power is also extremely powerful. He even once fought with a quasi-emperor for a whole day and night before being defeated in the end, and he was even able to escape unscathed. If such a ruthless person had some martial arts skills, he would have broken through to the quasi-emperor realm long ago. How could he be stuck in the Saint Emperor realm? Over the years, his Lin family has never given up looking for a martial arts method suitable for the great ancestor, but unfortunately they have not found it.as for self-created skills. Is that something that ordinary people can do? Not to mention an emperor level technique. The third ancestor was not surprised by the crowd's questions. He simply suppressed his excitement and nodded, saying, it is indeed an imperial level technique, and it's the most suitable thunder attributed technique for the boss to practice. It's called 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor Art, and it can be cultivated to the peak of the great emperor realm. Let me see, third brother. This time, before everyone could be shocked, 2 figures, one male and one female, emitting a terrifying aura, appeared above them. They were none other than the Lin family's eldest ancestor, Lin Changxiao, and the second ancestor, Lin Changshuet, who had never appeared before. Seeing this, everyone didn't care about being excited, but immediately bowed respectfully and said, greetings to the great ancestor and the second ancestor. Boss, second sister, you're here. Chapter 7 Various treasures shocked everyone. The third ancestor was not surprised at all when he saw the person coming, and just said lightly.as for the person in the entire Lin family who most desires to obtain the imperial level martial arts, it must be the great ancestor Lin Changxiao. Not to mention the emperor level martial arts, Lin Changxiao even dreams of obtaining a quasi-emperor level martial arts, because only in this way can he break through to a higher realm and lead the Lin family to a higher level. Originally, the eldest ancestor Lin Changxiao and the second ancestor Lin Changshuai were both in seclusion in their respective caves. Although they also noticed the arrival of Lin Tianhai and the others, they did not show up. Anyway, as long as it was not a big deal, the third brother was enough to handle it. But now, upon hearing that there was an emperor-level martial arts technique, and a thunder-attributed martial arts technique that was most suitable for him, the great ancestor Lin Changxiao could no longer sit still, and immediately appeared above everyone with the second ancestor Lin Changshuet. The scene just now happened. The great ancestor Lin Changxiao nodded to everyone, then raised his hand and waved it. A powerful spiritual force suddenly appeared, instantly helping everyone up. Then he spoke again, but is it a true imperial-level technique? Bring it out to me and see it. The third ancestor didn't say anything and directly handed the skills in his hand to the first ancestor. As soon as he got the martial arts technique, the great ancestor Lin Qianxiao immediately checked it. The great ancestor Lin Qianxiao quickly browsed through the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor art. Although he had never practiced it, he could still see the profundity and power of this technique. He even felt that this technique might be far superior to ordinary emperor level techniques. This technique is absolutely perfect for him. Haha, with this technique, it's only a matter of time before I can break through to the quasi-emperor level. My Lin family will soon be able to reach a higher level. After reading it, the great ancestor Lin Qianxiao laughed. He has waited for this day for too long, and now it is finally fulfilled. Congratulations, big brother. I wish you a speedy breakthrough to the quasi-emperor realm and lead our Lin family to greater heights. Congratulations, great ancestor. I wish you a swift breakthrough to quasi-emperor. The people around also congratulated him. The great ancestor Lin Qianxiao just smiled and nodded, then turned to look at Lin Xian beside him and said with a smile, Xianer, this technique is yours. Tell me what reward you want. As long as I can do it, I will agree to it. Yes, Xianer, just tell us what you want. The ancestors will agree to anything you ask for, huh? The second ancestor Lin Chengxue, who had remained silent from beginning to end, also spoke with a smile. Even the many elders nearby joined in the fun and said, Xianer, you have made such great contributions to my Lin family. Even if you want a saint girl from another saint clan, I will snatch her away from you. Xianer, tell me if there have been any younger generations who have bullied you before. I'm going to beat up all the old men in their family right now to vent your anger. It just so happens that I have a low-grade holy fire temporarily stored in the Huiyuan sect. Would Xianer like it? If so, I, the clan elder, will go get it for you today. No elders, can you please be serious? Those who don't know would think that my Lin family is some kind of demonic force. Lin Xian was secretly complaining in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. Lin Xian also knew that the ancestors and clan elders were doing this for his own good, and he was very happy to have such a group of elders. This is also the biggest difference between his Lin family and other forces. Other forces are either scheming against each other or only care about themselves, while at least most of his Lin family members live in harmony. Although there is competition, it is all healthy competition, and there will be no intrigue or harm to family members. My dear ancestors and elders, this junior does not need any reward. As a member of the Lin family, and more importantly, the young master, I should contribute to the family, and I didn't say that this is the only treasure I have, the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor art. He. Lin Xian said with a smile. What? There's more? Everyone was shocked. Even the three ancestors of the Lin family couldn't help but look at Lin Xian in surprise, as if they wanted to see through him. Xianer, is there anything else? Take it out and let us see. After being shocked, Lin Tianhai spoke. Lin Xian nodded and began to take out the items one by one: 10 holy medicines, a bottle of top-grade holy pill, the magical sword skill divine avoidance, quasi-emperor level formation, 9 profound emperor formation. The first few items were nothing special, although they were equally precious and the Lin family had them. But when they saw the quasi-emperor level formation, everyone was shocked again. This is a quasi-emperor level formation. And it's a top-grade quasi-emperor level formation, enough to temporarily withstand a terrifying powerhouse of the first level of the great emperor. Even an ordinary quasi-emperor level formation master may not be able to refine this kind of formation. With this formation, as long as my Lin family doesn't provoke those imperial forces and the overlord forces with powerful heavenly emperors, my Lin family can rest assured. That's right. But before they could finish being shocked, Lin Xian gave them another shock. A huge pool, large enough to hold 1,000 people at once, suddenly appeared not far away. Before anyone could ask, Lin Xian began to introduce it. This pool is called the Soul Cleansing Pool. It automatically produces a liquid called Holy Spirit Liquid. Cultivators who soak in it can cleanse their meridians and marrow, remove impurities from their bodies, repair hidden injuries, and improve their aptitude. However, this only applies to cultivators below the Saint realm and is ineffective against cultivators with king bodies or above. As Lin Xian finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. After more than 10 breaths had passed, everyone gasped and said a hiss. What? Is this true? Not only can it cleanse the meridians and marrow and repair hidden injuries, but most importantly, it can actually improve your aptitude. Is there such a treasure in the world? If what Xianer said is true, then why should our Lin family not prosper in the future? Why should we worry about not having geniuses? Even the usually steady Lin family ancestor Lin Qianxiao couldn't help but widen his eyes and asked Lin Xian anxiously, Xianer, this pool, the spirit cleansing pool, does it really have such incredible effects? Replying to the great ancestor, it is absolutely true. Lin Xian affirmed without any hesitation. After receiving Lin Xian's affirmative answer, everyone no longer had any doubts and laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. God bless our Lin family, God bless our Lin family. Although this soul cleansing pool is useless to them, it plays an extremely important role in the development of his Lin family. In their eyes, the value of this soul cleansing pool is even more precious than all the treasures that Lin Xian took out before. With this soul cleansing pool, his Lin family will never have to worry about not having geniuses in the future. The importance of genius to every force is self-evident, as it is the key to the continuation and inheritance of a force. If you want to ensure the continuous inheritance of power and even its continued growth and development, you cannot do without the emergence of a steady stream of geniuses. Only a genius can lead a force to continue to grow and develop. Moreover, with the soul washing pool, not only will his Lin family continue to produce geniuses in the future, but even the bottom line of the family will be raised a lot. The clan members who were originally unable to break through due to their innate talents will also break through one after another, thereby greatly improving the overall strength of the Lin family. Just take those members of the Lin family who were originally trapped in the venerable realm. After immersion, there will definitely be many members who break through to the Saint realm, thus greatly improving the Lin family. After all, everyone below the Saint is an ant. The value of a Saint realm cultivator cannot be compared to that of 100 venerable realm cultivators. Chapter 8 Family Arrangements. After their excitement subsided, a group of elders began to praise Lin Xian crazily. An elder in a Taoist robe looked at Lin Xian and began to praise him. Ha, my Lin family must have been blessed with great fortune to have a child as lucky as Xianer. Xianer not only has incredible luck and obtained a heaven-defying inheritance, but he has also reached the astonishing Dharma realm at such a young age. His future achievements are limitless. My Lin family will surely become an imperial clan or even an immortal clan under Xianer's leadership, ha ha. Upon hearing this, the other tribesmen also responded, that's right, my Lin family is really rich. Ha ha. What do you little guys know? My Lin family's ancestral graves are not just emitting smoke, they are practically exploding, ha. The third patriarch Lin Changfeng, who was not at all arrogant, corrected him with a big laugh. Little did he know that before he could finish laughing, he was slapped on the back of the head by the great ancestor Lin Changxiao, who had appeared beside him at some point. Bang. Asshole. What are you talking about? After the eldest ancestor Lin Changxiao finished filming, he immediately stared at the third ancestor Lin Changfeng with dangerous eyes and scolded him. I'm sorry, boss. I was wrong. Lin Changfeng touched the back of his head, not daring to look directly at Lin Changxiao, and said weakly, Lin Changxiao, comet Lin Changfeng, greater than or equal to less than or equal to. Seeing the scene, everyone couldn't hold it back any longer, but because the ancestors were here, they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. They could only hold it back desperately and pretend to be calm on the surface, but their trembling bodies betrayed them. But except for Lin Xian, everyone else knew that the third ancestor was only like this in front of the great ancestor, and the second ancestor. In front of others, he was a ruthless person who was fearless and would fight to the death if he was not convinced. Of course, Lin Changxiao only simply scolded him, not really angry. After scolding him, he coughed lightly and said, alright, Xianer has brought an opportunity for our Lin family to rise this time. Our first priority now is to discuss how to make good use of these treasures to quickly enhance the strength of our Lin family. Of course, the reward for Xianer must also be implemented as soon as possible. My Lin family rules state that members must be rewarded for their merits and punished for their mistakes. Xianer's contribution this time is so great that the reward must be great and heavy. My Lin family must not let down the hearts of any member who has made such a contribution to the family. Upon hearing this, everyone responded seriously, yes, great ancestor. We will definitely not let our people down. Seeing that everyone was about to start discussing, Lin Xian immediately spoke again, My dear ancestors and elders, Xianer actually has something to give to the family. Lin Xian was helpless. Why were the ancestors and elders so anxious? He hadn't even said he had taken everything. After hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone who was about to start discussing looked at him again with shocked expressions. It was Lin Xian's father, Lin Tianhai, who asked quietly, Xianer, do you think there is more? There's one more thing. Lin Xian nodded. After saying this, without waiting for everyone to speak, he took out a sapling wrapped in magic power. A sapling? What kind of sapling is this? I've lived for 5,000 years and have seen countless rare treasures, yet I can't even recognize it. Old man Yun, have you ever seen him? Never seen it. Everyone started talking about it for a while, but after a while they found that no one recognized it. Even the longest-lived ancestor, Lin Changxiao, shook his head helplessly, saying that he had never seen it before. So, everyone asked Lin Xianer, what is this? What does it do? Lin Xian immediately explained to everyone that this tree is called the Hongmeng Divine Tree. It's a chaos supreme treasure. As long as it's planted on a spiritual vein or dragon vein, it will emit a mysterious Tao rhyme within a certain range. Cultivators who cultivate within this range will not only increase their cultivation speed, but also temporarily improve their understanding. Most importantly, it can subtly improve their innate talents. As long as you don't leave the range of the Tao rhyme of the Hongmeng Divine Tree, this effect will last forever. The range of Tao rhyme will also change according to the environment, that is, the level of the spiritual vein or dragon vein. The higher the level, the larger the coverage. Levels 1 to 8 are called spiritual veins, and those above the saint level are called dragon veins. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. This time, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't recover for a long time. They stood there in a daze as if they were under a spell. 1 minute later everyone started talking again. Hongmeng Divine Tree. To think there's such a heaven-defying spiritual plant in this world. Spiritual plant? Is the word spiritual plant suitable to describe such a divine object? This is simply an immortal root. By the way, what grade is this chaos treasure? Why have I never heard of it before? Who knows? After all, the highest rank in the entire Nanning continent is probably immortal rank. And I guess even if this Hongmeng Divine Tree were placed in any world, it would be the most supreme treasure, right? Why are you overthinking so much? Now that we have this magical object, our Lin family has a lasting foundation. What we should think about now is how to better utilize this tree and how to prevent the news from leaking out. If this news gets out, our Lin family will be on the verge of extinction. The second patriarch Lin Changxue looked at the people who were talking, frowned slightly, and spoke. As the only female among the three ancestors, the second ancestor Lin Changxue not only has a cultivation level as high as the 7th level of the Holy Emperor realm, but also has a very high prestige in the Lin family. Upon hearing her words, everyone instantly quieted down and stood where they were obediently. Second sister, what do you think should be done? At this time, the third ancestor on the side also asked tentatively. Second patriarch Lin Changxue glanced at third patriarch, then looked at great patriarch Lin Changxiao. Seeing him nod, he looked at everyone and said, first of all, Xianer is the owner of these treasures, and he is willing to donate them to the family. His contribution to the development of the family is immeasurable. So, regarding Xianer's reward, my opinion is that all family resources are open to Xianer. Xianer can use them at any time without charge, and Xianer will be given priority in using any resources. Xianer's contributions must be truthfully recorded in the family tree and family history, so that countless future generations will remember them. And Xianer can use these treasures at any time. Then arrange the use of these treasures. My suggestion is that the spirit washing pond allow family members below the Saint realm to exchange for a certain number of contribution points. The specific amount can be discussed between you. As for the Hongmeng Divine Tree, it is the greatest secret of my Lin family from now on. Anyone who knows about it must swear an oath not to disclose any information. As for the placement of the Hongmeng Divine Tree, I think Tianyun Sea is the best place. This is the forbidden area of my Lin family, and it is guarded by various formations and we are personally guarding it. It is the safest place. As for practicing under the sacred tree, for the sake of fairness, except for Shinner, everyone must use contribution points to exchange for practice time, including our 3 ancestors. If you want to practice, you must have contribution points. If you don't have contribution points, you can contribute to the family and obtain contribution points. As for the number of places, I think we can set up a test. Only those who pass the test are qualified to know the existence of the sacred tree and exchange it for cultivation time. What do you think of this arrangement? The second ancestor Lin Changshua only talked about the most important arrangements for the spirit cleansing pool and the Hongmeng divine tree. As for the other treasures, he left it to the clan leader Lin Tianhai to decide. I think the second ancestor's plan is the best, but we still need to discuss some details. Indeed. Take that test for example. What kind of test should we set? What aspects should we test? We need to discuss this clearly. After listening to the arrangements made by the second ancestor Lin Changshua, everyone nodded and then expressed their own opinions. Then they all looked at the great ancestor Lin Changshao. Such a major event that determines the fate of the family must be decided by the opinion of the family's pillar of support. Seeing everyone looking at him, great ancestor Lin Changshao slowly spoke. I have no objection to Changshua's arrangement, but when it comes to preventing information leaks, I feel that the Dao Oath alone is not enough. After all, there are countless secret techniques in the world. Also, we need to select clan members who are eligible to exchange for time to cultivate with the sacred tree. I have only one requirement: they must be 100% loyal to the clan. Otherwise, no matter how talented or advanced their cultivation is, they will never be eligible. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, but soon another elder in the tribe made a mistake, but both of these are difficult to solve. First, our Lin family doesn't have any secret techniques that are 100% unbreakable. Second, how can we be sure that this member of the family is 100% loyal to the family? Everyone was immediately at a loss as to what to do. Just when everyone was in trouble, a slightly childish voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Well, actually, I have a way. Chapter 9, Secret Technique. Family Scourge. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked towards the source of the sound, which was Lin Xian standing nearby. Lin Tianhai immediately asked anxiously, Shinner, you said you have a solution. What is it? Is it difficult to implement? As Lin Tianhai asked the question, everyone around him stared at Lin Xian with curiosity. They also wanted to know what kind of surprises this talented child of the Lin family could bring them. Regarding this, Lin Xian did not keep anyone in suspense and said directly, this method actually comes from 2 secret techniques I obtained from that inheritance. There is a secret technique called forbidden spirits. Those who practice this technique are not only unable to reveal anything they know, but even other cultivators with ill intentions cannot learn what they know, no matter what technique they use. This is enough to ensure that the secrets of my Lin family will never be leaked. As for the other secret technique, it can confirm whether a member of the clan is 100% loyal to the family. However, this secret technique is only available to me, so I won't explain it in detail. But I can guarantee with my life that it will not go wrong. In fact, what Lin Xian said was half true and half false. The secret technique, Forbidden Spirit, was real and was temporarily given on credit by the system and exchanged to Lin Xian. For this, Lin Xian once again owed a large amount of clan luck points. As for the other secret technique, of course he doesn't have it, but he has the Eye of Clan Destiny, which allows him to check the information of his clan members at any time. This is much more useful than the secret technique and will not make mistakes. However, according to the system, no matter how powerful the cultivator or other secret techniques are, they cannot crack or bypass this secret technique to obtain information. Lin Xian still clearly remembered the system's solemn words. Ding, the products of this system must be top-notch. Ding, host, don't try to question this system. This system is serious about its operations. Ding, host, don't compare those coquettish bitches with this system. Ding, if the effect of this secret technique is false, host, you don't need to tell me, this system itself will be too ashamed to stay in the system family. However, although the system gave such a guarantee, it did not let him down at all, directly making him owe a huge debt of 2 million, and he had no way to get rid of it, otherwise he would not be able to get any protection at all. Unfortunately, the system gives a long time, as long as 1 year. Is he afraid that he won't be able to pay off the debt after such a long time? Then Lin Xian took out the secret technique called Spirit Forbidden and said, elders, please look, this is the secret technique of the Forbidden Spirit. Suddenly, a jade slip appeared in Lin Xian's hand, with the secretary engraved on it. Soon everyone began to explore the contents of the jade slips one by one, and found that the contents recorded in them were indeed as Lin Xian said, and even more detailed. Moreover, everyone discovered that the difficulty of practicing this secret technique was very low. Almost everyone could practice it, and it could be completed within a day. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. At least as long as the tribesmen were suitable and qualified, they could let them know these secrets without worrying. It can enable more tribesmen to improve quickly. Ahaha, good, good. As expected of my Lin family's Qilin son, he has even solved these difficult problems for us. This way, we can let go and let my Lin family quickly improve its strength without being afraid to act. Ha ha. That's right, that's right. Just wait, those powerful forces. My Lin family will soon crush you all, hee hee hee. After everyone calmed down, great ancestor Lin Changshao looked at Lin Xian seriously and said, Shinner, you have made such a great contribution to the family. You should be greatly rewarded. It's a pity that the family is not strong enough to give you much help, but don't worry. Before you grow up, we old guys will take care of everything. Even if we all die, we will definitely keep you safe and help you grow. Shinner, on behalf of all the members of the Lin family, I want to thank you for your significant contribution to the family. After saying that, he was about to perform the best etiquette of his Lin family towards Lin Xian, and the others also nodded and saluted Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Xian was shocked for a moment, but it was too late for him to stop it, so he could only dodge away quickly. Oh my god, ancestor, you guys want me to die on the spot? Lin Xian was very panicked. How could he dare to accept this? Except for his father Lin Tianhai and a few of his grandfather's generation, the others were all his ancestors, especially the 3 ancestors. They are the ancestors among ancestors. Although he deserves this gift considering his contribution to the family, he cannot accept it with peace of mind. After dodging, Lin Xian also said to the ancestors and elders, "My dear ancestors and elders, you are shortening the lifespan of this younger generation. The Lin family is the home of the younger generation. Contributing to the family is the responsibility and obligation of the younger generation. What's more, my family has wholeheartedly supported me for 16 years. How can I not return the family to its former glory? If one day my family is in trouble, I will point my sword to the sky and slay the enemy. With the blood of our enemies, we will force the glory of our Lin family." Hearing this, everyone seemed to be stunned in their place. For a long time the great ancestor Lin Xiangxiao laughed and said, "Aha, what a great saying. The blood of the enemy will forge the glory of our Lin family. It makes even my blood boil. With you, Xianer, my Lin family will surely rise even without the opportunities you have." Others also agreed with this. That's right, the greatest opportunity for my Lin family is definitely not those seemingly precious treasures mentioned before. Xianer is the greatest opportunity for my Lin family. That's right, as long as Xianer is here, it doesn't matter if we don't have those treasures. Ha ha. Yes, yes, yes. The next day in the eyes of the outside world, the Lin family remains extremely peaceful, but this is only on the surface. In secret, unknown to the outside world, the Lin family has already begun to operate at full speed. Batches of unsuspecting tribesmen began to be arranged for Lin Xian to investigate, and those who met the requirements would be taken to the Tianyun Sea. Of course, the real situation will definitely not be told to them. They will only be told that the family has obtained an opportunity, but they don't know what it is specifically. However, these clansmen don't care. They are all completely loyal to the family and will not betray the family. The more opportunities the family gets, the better. They just need to practice hard and make better contributions to the family. After Lin Xian's investigation, he found that most of the Lin family members were loyal to the family, and only a small number of them were pure troubles to the family. Among these people, there are those who sell out the family's interests, those who sell out the family for their own selfish interests, and even those who betray the family and become traitors to the hostile forces. The top leaders of the Lin family were naturally furious about these family troubles. They had thought that there would be troubles in the family, but they did not expect that there would be hundreds of people like them. But in fact, the Lin family is already considered good. There are only a few hundred of them out of a base of hundreds of thousands of clansmen. This is much better than other forces. There was even a bizarre force that appeared in Zhengzhou. Among this force, only a pitiful 30% of its members were truly loyal to it, and the other 70% were all spies from other forces. When the news came out, it shocked a lot of forces, making countless forces alert and starting to thoroughly investigate their own forces. In response to these scourges to the family, the great ancestor Lin Xiangxiao directly ordered that all of these people's cultivation be abolished, and that they be imprisoned in the family prison. The family will hold a public trial 1 month later to serve as a warning to the clan members. Chapter 10, The Great Ancestor Breaks Through to the Quasi-Emperor. The Lin family's strength surges. 1 month later, sky sea boom. The usually extremely peaceful sea of clouds was now filled with a deafening roar. At this time, a group of Lin family members were gathered in the central area. Some of them were excited, some were nervous, and some were worried, but without exception, they were all concentrating on looking at the domineering figure in the distance who ignored the thunder and lightning, and that figure was none other than the great ancestor Lin Xiangxiao. What he was going through at this moment was the quasi-emperor thunder tribulation that countless cultivators in Zhengzhou both longed for and feared. The desire is that everyone hopes to break through to a higher level, enjoy a longer life, and be admired by countless people. The fear was because the quasi-emperor thunder tribulation was too terrifying. If one was not strong enough, or did not have sufficient trump cards or background, it would be extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to survive. But Lin Xiangxiao doesn't need to care about these at all, not to mention that he is extremely powerful. He is also a specialist in playing with thunder. His resistance to thunder tribulations is much stronger than that of ordinary people, and he can easily survive it even without relying on external forces, not to mention that the Lin family also prepared various treasures for him to survive the tribulation, and Lin Xian even gave him a defensive imperial weapon. It can be said that even if Lin Xiangxiao lies down, he can easily survive this quasi-emperor thunder tribulation. As for where the imperial defense armament came from, of course, Lin Xian obtained it by signing in this month. However, Lin Xiangxiao, who was undergoing the tribulation at this time, had no intention of using those treasures at all. He wanted to rely on himself to survive the quasi-emperor thunder tribulation. He was very clear about his own strength, so when the thunder tribulation began to descend, he chose to face it head-on. He was not moved at all by the previous 6 thunder tribulations, and just endured it with his body, using the thunder tribulation to temper his body. There are 9 quasi-emperor thunder tribulations in total. Third ancestor, has the great ancestor always been this powerful? Seeing that Lin Xiangxiao had passed the first 6 thunder tribulations so calmly, a member of the venerable realm clan who happened to be practicing under the Hongmeng divine tree today and had never seen the world opened his mouth wide and said to the third ancestor Lin Xiangfeng in front of him in shock. Lin Xiangfeng, who was not surprised by this, simply waved his hand and said casually, "Don't be surprised. Your great ancestor has always been like this. You'll get used to it after seeing it more often." Yes, third ancestor. Hearing this, the tribesman also spoke respectfully, but at this moment, Lin Xiangfeng's heart was not as calm as he appeared, thinking back to every time he had gone through tribulation. Although nothing serious happened, he was always in a mess. However, the boss Lin Xiangxiao's clothes were just slightly dirty, and Lin Xiangfeng was furious. Those who play with thunder are really disgusting. The attack is terrifying and the strength is powerful, but the tribulation also comes with immunity. Abnormal, boom. During the 7th thunder tribulation, Lin Xiangxiao finally moved. He was seen holding a spear and rushing directly towards the thunder tribulation. In just over 10 breaths, he had pierced through the 7th thunder tribulation, leaving only a stream of energy to continue tempering his body. Then, as expected, the 8th and 9th thunder tribulations were all broken by Lin Xiangxiao, who forcefully survived this quasi-emperor thunder tribulation. Seeing this, the Lin family members from afar came to Lin Xiangxiao to congratulate him. "Congratulations, boss, for surviving the thunder tribulation and becoming the first quasi-emperor of our Lin family. Congratulations to the great ancestor for surviving the thunder tribulation and achieving the quasi-emperor realm. Ha ha, my Lin family finally has a quasi-emperor. Ah, ancestor, I am just the beginning. You should practice well and you will have the opportunity to break through to the quasi-emperor realm in the future. Lin Qianxiao looked at the excited crowd and felt equally happy that he did not disappoint the expectations of the Lin family's martyrs, and finally the Lin family had its own quasi-emperor. Of course, he knew that all this was thanks to Lin Xian. If it weren't for Lin Xian's emperor-level skills, it would be a question whether he could break through in his lifetime. By the way, where's Xianer? I was able to break through thanks to him, so I have to thank him very much. Lin Qianxiao looked around and found that Lin Xian was nowhere to be seen, so he couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhai, Lin Xian's father, immediately responded, reporting to the great ancestor, Xianer has gone into seclusion to practice. Well, then don't disturb Xianer. Let him retreat in peace. After saying this, Lin Qianxiao continued to ask, Xiao Hai, during the month I was in seclusion, cultivating my skills and breaking through my realm, did any problems arise in my Lin family? Reporting to the great ancestor, my Lin family has not encountered any problems this month. However, thanks to Xianer's treasures, the strength of my Lin family has increased a lot compared to a month ago. Lin Tianhai said, a smile appearing uncontrollably on the corner of his mouth. Tell me about it. Lin Qianxiao immediately looked forward to it. Even the other tribesmen around were looking at Lin Tianhai with anticipation. Although most of them are senior members of the Lin family, it is naturally the patriarch Lin Tianhai who knows the overall situation of the family best. Regarding this, Lin Tianhai did not keep anyone in suspense and slowly said, in the past month, the overall strength of my Lin family has skyrocketed. Under the baptism of the spirit washing pool, the talents and qualifications of my Lin family members who were previously below the Saint Realm have been improved to a certain extent. Not only have a group of very good geniuses emerged, but even many family members who had exhausted their talents have made breakthroughs. Among them, there are more than 100 people who have broken through to the Saint Realm. This is just the beginning. I believe that in the future, there will be more clansmen who were originally unable to break through who will break through to the Saint Realm, thereby greatly improving the strength of the upper echelons of my Lin family. As for the clan members who had previously reached the Saint Realm, they all achieved significant breakthroughs, at least breaking through a small realm. Among them, 10 clan members in the Saint Realm broke through to the Great Saint Realm, and 5 clan members in the Great Saint Realm broke through to the Saint King Realm. As for the breakthroughs to the Saint Emperor Realm, only the Great Clan Elder Lin Daocheng and the Second Clan Elder Lin Dao broke through. Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards the first and second elders with anticipation in their eyes. The Saint Emperor Realm. Although there is now a quasi-emperor, the great ancestor, in charge, the Saint Emperor Realm is still the absolute top combat power of his Lin family. With each additional Saint Emperor Realm, the strength of his Lin family will be greatly improved. Even if there are more saints and Saint Kings, they are not as deterrent as the Saint Emperor. Facing the gazes of the crowd, the elder and second elder, who were dressed in Taoist robes and looked like old men, also smiled and said, we both just broke through a few days ago, and we wanted to give everyone a surprise, huh? Well, although Xiaocheng and Xiaoda's talents are a little lacking, it's good that they have broken through. We won't be the only ones holding up the Saint Emperor Realm in our family. The third ancestor Lin Changfeng smiled and patted the two on the shoulders and said, and Xiao San, Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, you guys too, hurry up and train hard, or else Xiao Hai and the others will catch up to you soon. Yes, third ancestor, we will strive to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. The elders of the 3 tribes and others who were caught in the crossfire could only agree with shame on their faces. Then everyone focused their attention on Lin Tianhai, and Lin Tianhai continued to introduce his family situation. My Lin family now has 563,200 members, including 1 quasi-emperor, 4 Saint Emperors, 18 Saint Kings, 60 Great Saints, 200 Saints, and 5,000 venerables. Note, the hundreds of people detained in the family prison are no longer considered members of the Lin family. Chapter 11 Family Trial. This is the general situation of my Lin family right now. Generally speaking, compared to a month ago, the overall strength of my Lin family has skyrocketed by more than 10 times. Lin Tianhai's voice slowly fell. After listening to Lin Tianhai's story, everyone around him showed joy on their faces, feeling happy and proud of the strength of their family. They believed that as long as they maintained this speed of development, it wouldn't take many years for their Lin family to completely catch up with those old-fashioned quasi-emperor clans and become a true quasi-emperor clan. Haha, now my Lin family has made the initial strides into the quasi-emperor level. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it will be no problem for us to become a quasi-emperor force comparable to the old-fashioned Tianzuan Mountain Emily family. An elder of the clan laughed. Bah, you have no ambition. With all these treasures given by Xianer, your vision is so short-sighted? Our Lin family's goal is to become an imperial clan. That's right, no ambition. Upon hearing this, the other elders all objected and complained. At this time, Lin Tianhai beside him couldn't help but speak, you elders are too young, the pattern is too small. You have to know that even if one becomes a celestial emperor, the quasi-emperor clan or the emperor clan is ultimately confined to Zhengzhou and the Nanning continent. But what about the legendary immortals and their clan? They can thrive in the vast sea of stars, in the myriad realms of the heavens, live forever, and make their power immortal. So, why can't we become immortals, this immortal clan? Can't my Lin family become immortals? Who in the world doesn't want to be the only one in the world? The only one who reigns supreme? In this regard, my Lin family cannot be weaker than other forces. Lin Tianhai's passionate voice resounded throughout the place, lingering in everyone's ears, shocking people's hearts and making their blood boil. Lin Tianhai, who had just come to his senses, felt a little annoyed and thought to himself, why can't I stop talking? What if the ancestor thinks that I'm not a stable enough clan leader and removes me? However, Lin Tianhai did not think he was wrong, because he had a hunch that his son Lin Xian would definitely lead the Lin family to the top. While Lin Shanghai was feeling frustrated, Lin Changxiao and the other two, the ancestors of the Lin family, praised him with great satisfaction. Well, you are worthy of being the head of the Lin family. You have a great vision. Well, it seems that letting you, Xiao Hai, be the clan leader was indeed a wise move. The clan leader of my Lin family naturally needs to have such foresight. Xiao Hai, the second ancestor was right about you. Even the other elders started teasing the elder who had just spoken. No wonder Xiao Hai is the clan leader. Look at what you're talking about? Tianzuan Mountain, Li family? Dirty jokes. Ha ha ha. Ah, what else does that old guy know besides muscles? Humph. You're no better than me. You're just as petty, narrow-minded. Okay, what else is there? If not, go back and practice. I'll consolidate my realm and then hold the family trial meeting in 3 days. The more the great ancestor Lin Changxiao spoke, the colder his expression became. Hearing this, everyone looked serious and shook their heads. Just as everyone was about to leave, Lin Tianhai suddenly remembered something else and immediately said, Grandmaster, do we need to spread the news of your breakthrough? And should we hold a celebration ceremony and invite all the major factions? There's no need to reveal the news of my breakthrough for now, let alone the grand ceremony. Right now, our Lin family should develop in secret. Unless absolutely necessary, we should try to hide our strength. However, when we need to show our strength, we must not hesitate. We can't let other forces think that our Lin family is easy to bully. In short, if no one offends me, I won't offend anyone. As the ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Changxiao naturally knows what is most beneficial to the Lin family. Now that he has the two major foundations of the Hongmeng divine tree and the Shilling pool, what his Lin family lacks is time. Naturally, they cannot be too high profile and attract the attention of various forces before all forces react. The best way is to try your best to accumulate strength. As long as they are strong enough, even if they have any ideas about the Lin family in the future, the Lin family will not be afraid at all. Okay, great ancestor. I understand. Lin Tianhai bowed in response, then left with everyone else. 3 days later, bang. Only one sound was heard. The long and ancient bell sound echoed throughout the Lin family's land, instantly breaking the original tranquility of the Lin family. In the Lin family's territory, no matter where or who they were, the moment they heard the bell, the Lin family members put down what they were doing and rushed to the largest square near the middle area of the Lin family's territory. Brother, what on earth has happened that the clan has to ring the clan bell and summon all clan members? A member of the tribe who had just come out of seclusion and didn't know what was going on asked a member of the tribe beside him as he hurried to the square. I'm sorry, brother. I don't know about this either, but let's go quickly. We'll know when the time comes. I heard it seems to be related to those members of the clan that the family captured a month ago. There's no point in guessing here. Let's get going quickly, or we'll be late and get scolded by the deacon again. Yes, run faster. The Lin family members moved quickly and soon all gathered in the square. This time, in front of the many Lin family members in the square, there were hundreds of people whose cultivation had been destroyed and who were in a miserable state. They were kneeling on the ground with lifeless eyes, which attracted a lot of discussion from the Lin family members who had rushed over. Just as everyone was discussing, the clan leader Lin Tianhai appeared at the scene with a group of core elders and senior leaders. Meet the clan leader. Seeing the appearance of Lin Tianhai and others, the Lin family members present saluted respectfully. Get up. Lin Tianhai nodded, and his slightly majestic voice spread throughout the scene. Thank you, Patriarch. Everyone then stood up and waited quietly for Lin Tianhai to speak. Sure enough, the next second, Lin Tianhai's voice came again. Today, I have summoned all the members of the Lin family to hold a family trial meeting in front of everyone. As for the person being judged, I believe everyone has seen it. It is the scourge of this family before us. As for why they are being tried, I'll explain them one by one shortly. This trial is arguably the largest in the history of our Lin family. Even the ancestors will be present in person. Upon hearing this, the crowd below instantly exploded. Hiss. What on earth have these people done? The situation is so serious that even the ancestors have personally intervened. Who says it's not? The ancestors are the pillars of our Lin family. They usually practice in seclusion. If it weren't for a family event, there would be no way they would be disturbed. While everyone was discussing, Lin Tianhai spoke again. This family trial meeting has officially begun. Chapter 12 The Angry Crowd. As Lin Tianhai finished speaking, ripples suddenly appeared in the void in front of everyone, followed by holy light that spread throughout the void. Under the shocked gazes of many members of the Lin family, 3 figures surrounded by holy light and emitting terrifying oppression slowly stepped out from the void, and finally stood with their hands behind their backs above the void. Then, their deep eyes slowly looked at everyone, without any emotion visible, and these 3 people are the 3 most senior ancestors of the Lin family: Great Ancestor, Lin Changxiao; Second Ancestor, Lin Changxue; the Third Ancestor, Lin Changfeng. Greetings, Ancestor. As the clan leader, Lin Tianhai was the first to bow and salute. Following the actions of the clan leader Lin Tianhai, the members of the Lin family, who were originally in shock, also reacted and became instantly excited, but on the surface they all still bowed respectfully. Greetings, Ancestor. The respectful and loud voices of the crowd echoed throughout the Lin family's territory. Those faces that flushed with excitement and those bodies that trembled involuntarily with excitement all demonstrated the respect that the entire Lin family had for these 3 ancestors who had silently protected the Lin family for tens of thousands of years and blocked countless disasters for the Lin family. In the hearts of the Lin family, the status and reputation of the 3 ancestors are supreme, and no one can surpass them, not even the patriarch Lin Tianhai. The deeds of the 3 ancestors and the contributions they made to the family are what the Lin family members must learn about. From the beginning of clan studies, there were many times when the family encountered crises, and it was always the 3 ancestors who finally turned the tide, fought bloody battles with powerful enemies, and defeated the enemies, allowing their Lin family to continue to this day. There was a time when his Lin family was almost wiped out. At that time, the lifespan of his Lin family's ancestor who was in the Saint Emperor realm had expired, and the family had no Saint Emperor realm powerhouse to take charge. Seeing this, the hostile forces of the Lin family gathered 3 Saint Emperor realm powerhouses to besiege the Lin family. The family was instantly in danger of extinction, and countless members of the family were killed or injured. Fortunately, the great ancestor Lin Changxiao finally broke through in time, and survived the thunder tribulation under the noses of the 3 hostile holy emperors, and survived safely. Later, he fought against 3 of them alone in a bloody battle in the sky. In the end, he defeated the enemy with a shocking record of killing 1 person and seriously injuring 2, but he himself was also seriously injured and his life was in danger. It was only after the Lin family spent most of its resources that they exchanged for a quasi-emperor level healing pill from an imperial level force in Zhengzhou, and had the great ancestor Lin Changxiao take it, which saved his life. But even so, the great ancestor Lin Changxiao took 3 years to recuperate completely. The same goes for the second ancestor and the third ancestor. Every time the family faces a crisis, they follow the first ancestor and stand at the forefront of the family, fighting bloody battles against powerful enemies. It is precisely because of these three ancestors that the Lin family has its current status in peace. So how could the three ancestors who had contributed so much to the family not be respected by the Lin family? Many members of the clan even regard the three ancestors as their idols and role models, hoping that one day they can support the future of the clan like the ancestors did. Get up. Lin Xiangxiao looked at the Lin family members below and nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, ancestor. You are all very good. I believe that with your joint efforts, my Lin family will become better and better in the future. Lin Xiangxiao continued to speak slowly before everyone could be happy. Lin Xiangxiao immediately said, but, in the process of everyone working together, there are always a few bad apples who betray the family and their fellow tribesmen. This ancestor also knew that this situation was inevitable, but I never thought that my Lin family would have so many family disasters. This is also the reason for holding this trial meeting, which is to judge these family troublemakers in front of the entire clan, and those evildoers, as you can see, are the people in front of you. If the evil is not eliminated, the Lin family will be in turmoil. After saying that, Lin Xiangxiao signaled to Lin Tianhai with his eyes that he would take over the next step. He, Lin Changxue and Lin Xiangfeng each condensed a golden lotus platform in the void, sat cross-legged, and looked down quietly behind them. The elders of the Lin family, who had appeared in the void at some point in time, stood quietly behind the three of them, also looking down with serious expressions. At this time, the tribesmen below began to discuss. How is this possible? How could my brother betray our family? He's always been so kind to me and the other members of the clan. Isn't that Deacon Lin Zhongqing? I never thought that he, who usually looks upright, would be the bane of the family. It's true that you can only judge a person by his appearance. Hiss, the dignified elder of the Dan Palace turned out to be a traitor to the family. He can even be considered a middle-level member of the family. Fortunately, he is the highest ranking among these people, otherwise my Lin family would have suffered a huge loss. Humph, these people really deserve to die. They are so heartless and ruthless. They should be killed right away. That's right, bah! A bunch of bastards who bring shame to my Lin family. Lin Tianhai, who received the signal, slowly spoke to everyone, just as the ancestor said, these people whose cultivation has been abolished in front of you are the scourge of my Lin family. Some of them might be your brothers and sisters, or they might be members of your clan with whom you have a very good relationship. They usually act very close to you, so you might say, no matter how good they are, they would never betray the family, but I, the clan leader, can tell you clearly that none of these people are innocent. Then Lin Tianhai looked at the great elder beside him and said, Great elder, please read. The great elder nodded, then took out a booklet that recorded all the crimes of these people and began to read out the names one by one. Lin Chang, captain of the family caravan guard, profited by selling family information to hostile forces. This resulted in the robbery of several of the family's escorted resources, resulting in the deaths of 80 members of the family and a loss of over 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Lin Jiajin colluded with other forces to kill 5 members of his clan. Lin Shi, you passed on information about your tribe members' whereabouts to the enemy, resulting in the ambush and murder of 15 members of your tribe, and the end of the cultivation path for 6 members. Lin Mark, illegally selling family resources and making a profit of over 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Lin Zishu, under the guidance of hostile forces, secretly practiced magic. In the past 5 years, he has killed 130 members of his clan and 20,000 affiliated forces in order to cultivate this magic. Names and shocking deeds kept coming out of the great elder's mouth, shocking the unaware people, but what followed was endless anger. How dare these people do this? How could they do this? Those are their relatives, brothers, clansmen, and friends. These people are simply not worthy of being human beings. Humph. These people are simply ruthless and devoid of humanity. I really wish I could tear them into pieces to comfort the souls of those tribesmen in heaven. That's too easy for them. We should use their souls to light lamps and torture them for 100 years. It's you. It was you, Lin Chang, worse than a pig or a dog, who killed my father. Return my father's life to me. Xiao Shang, calm down, calm down. The clan leader will not let him go easily. Let's just wait and see. Uncle, please let me go. I want to kill him and avenge my father. I want to kill him. Chapter 13, Alert the clan members. New family system. The great elder's voice continued for a long time, and the anger of the Lin family members did not diminish in the slightest, and even intensified. Truly, everything these people do is so outrageous and disgusting. The relatives and friends of the victims were completely out of control. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the middle of a meeting and the tribesmen standing by to stop them, they would have rushed forward and torn these family troublemakers into pieces. They can accept that their fathers, brothers, and friends are killed by the enemy. Then they will only have endless hatred for the enemy, and will only work hard to practice and avenge their loved ones in the future. I won't be as angry as I am now. The feeling of being betrayed and killed by the people you love the most, the tribesmen you spend every day with, is so painful. Who can understand this feeling if they haven't experienced it themselves? Along with the heart-wrenching pain, there is also endless anger, when they thought about these bastards who had killed their loved ones, yet were getting along with them as usual and deceiving them. The anger that they had could not help but surge from the bottom of their hearts. The anger was like a flood, instantly drowning their reason. Not only the clansmen below, but even the clan elders and the 3 ancestors Lin Xiangxiao above the void no longer had their previous serious expressions. Instead, they all had frowns and faces full of anger. They had only known about this group of troublemakers before, but because they were eager to practice at the time, and they were relieved that the clan leader Lin Tianhai would handle it personally, they did not understand in depth what these people had done. They originally thought the situation would not be so serious, but now it seems to be the exact opposite. These people betrayed their families, acted as spies for hostile forces, sold out family information, profited from family intelligence, privately sold family resources, etc. Most importantly, they even directly or indirectly killed people of the same clan, and practiced magic. Other things could not threaten the foundation of the family, but practicing magic skills could plunge his Lin family into an irretrievable situation. You should know that the overall structure of Zhengzhou can be divided into 3 parts: the righteous forces of the human race, the demon race, and the evil forces, presenting a 3-legged tripod situation because the magic techniques are Bloodthirsty and brutal, and can easily affect the mind, the magic practitioners will often massacre cities and wipe out clans. Therefore, whether it is the righteous forces of the human race or the demon race, they have zero tolerance for anything magic. Once anyone is found practicing magic techniques, no matter who it is, they will be killed without mercy, and even the forces behind them may be implicated. Therefore, if the news that someone in the Lin family was practicing magic skills was spread and made a big fuss by hostile forces with ulterior motives, the Lin family would be in danger. Those imperial forces don't care whether you are framed by other forces. They only believe what they see, even if the force is innocent. Anyway, in their eyes, the Holy Clan is just an ant. It can be destroyed without affecting the overall situation of Zhengzhou. The great elder's reading continued, and as time went on, his voice couldn't help but take on a hint of anger. Even though he had seen it many times, when he saw the information again, the anger in his heart still surged involuntarily. The entire reading lasted for half an hour before it ended. At this point, all the clan members knew about all the evil deeds that these families had done. It can be said that according to the clan rules, any single thing these people did is enough for the family to kill them directly. If the top leaders of the Lin family had not held this trial meeting to alert the clan members, these people would have been killed on the spot when they were discovered. How could they have survived until now? Lin Tianhai, who was standing next to the great elder, looked at everyone and spoke again. These are the deeds of these beasts. I can say that even killing them 10,000 times wouldn't be excessive. When this clan leader first saw this book recording all their evil deeds, I even wanted to kill them outright. However, the ancestor wants to hold this trial meeting, and this clan leader also knows what the ancestor means, because some of you have never experienced the family's difficult times and have long forgotten the family's honor. You only care about your own interests and pleasures, and have even forgotten the essence of being a member of the Lin family. This time, we've only dealt with the beasts that have severely endangered the family and are no longer worthy of being members of the Lin family. However, there are many among you who are usually arrogant and domineering, greedy for pleasure, and have made no contribution to the family. The family has not dealt with you this time because you are members of the Lin family, but this is your last chance. Oomph. If these people continue to behave this way starting today, the family will show no mercy. We'll kill them if necessary, and cripple their cultivation if necessary. You'll be on your own. Lin Tianhai's cold voice spread throughout the entire square, like a series of cold arrows, piercing deeply into everyone's hearts, making the entire square quiet in an instant. Those who were usually arrogant and pleasure-seeking suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, and their backs were soaked with cold sweat. They were terrified. They knew that the clan was determined to clean up the entire clan this time. If they continued as before, no one would be able to protect them. Lin Tianhai glanced around sharply, noticing the different expressions on the faces of his clan members. He didn't say anything else, but instead announced the family's decision. I would like to take this opportunity to announce a decision of our family. Starting from this month, our family will implement an annual and monthly assessment system. There are monthly and annual assessments. The assessment content includes cultivation indicators, task indicators, and other indicators. Each person's assessment indicators are different. If you complete 80% of the assessment indicators, you will be considered qualified. If you fail the assessment once, the family benefits and resources will be halved. If you fail twice, all benefits and resources will be cancelled, and the elders will directly hold you accountable and punish you. If you fail 3 times, your cultivation will be abolished and you will be expelled from the Lin family and will no longer be a member of the Lin family. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. They hadn't expected the family to directly introduce a new system, and the assessment was so strict. It seems I can't relax anymore. Of course, this is just the idea of those lazy tribesmen. For those tribesmen who usually practice hard, complete tasks and contribute to the family, this assessment is the same to them as whether they have it or not. The content of the assessment has already been discussed by this clan leader and the elders, and each assessment review will be fully responsible by the law enforcement hall. Palace Master Lin Tianma, I'll be working hard for you from now on. After Lin Tianhai finished his announcement, he spoke to the Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall on the side. Lin Tianma, the Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall, immediately responded with a bow. Yes, Patriarch. The Law Enforcement Hall will definitely not let the family down. We will conduct a fair, just, open, and rigorous review. Lin Tianhai nodded with satisfaction. This clan leader believes that Palace Master Lin Tianma will not let the clan down. Chapter 14 Beheading in Public. The above is the family's new decision and arrangement. I hope that everyone in the family will complete the assessment on time. This will affect your future treatment and cultivation resources. Moreover, the family is also considering your own interests. You have to know what the main purpose of a cultivator's cultivation is? Isn't it to gain greater strength so as not to be bullied by others? Isn't it to have a longer lifespan, etc.? If you don't work hard, no matter how talented you are, it's useless. Your cultivation won't improve on its own. Everything depends on ourselves. And do you think you're willing to be trampled underfoot forever, reduced to a mere foil, and to live for only a few short decades or centuries? This is all the clan leader has to say. For those who are usually lazy and slack, or even arrogant and domineering, think about it. In short, when you are punished, or even deposed and expelled from the family, don't blame the family for being merciless. As Lin Tianhai spoke, his eyes slowly swept over the crowd. His sharp and majestic eyes seemed to carry endless pressure, which frightened those tribesmen who usually behaved as described above. How could they dare to look Lin Tianhai in the eye? Before his gaze could reach them, they hurriedly lowered their heads, fearing that they would be stared at by Lin Tianhai. However, those tribesmen who had always been diligent and hardworking showed no fear. They faced the majestic gaze calmly without any fluctuation in their expressions. It was as if he was proving to Lin Tianhai his clear conscience and unwavering determination. There were also some tribesmen who were originally confused and chaotic, but at this moment they seemed to be suddenly awakened by Lin Tianhai's words, and a burning fighting spirit was ignited in their hearts full of gratitude. They stared at Lin Tianhai with fervent and earnest eyes, as if they wanted to express their respect and gratitude to him in this way. At this moment, the atmosphere of the entire scene became extremely strange. Some people were panicking, some were calm, some were grateful, all kinds of emotions intertwined together, making the atmosphere on the scene suddenly become a little weird. The whole scene continued like this for dozens of breaths, until Lin Tianhai's voice rang out again, breaking the situation. That was just a small incident. Now let's get back to the point. The family's punishment for these evildoers will be announced. Lin Tianhai's eyes became extremely cold, and his cold voice spread throughout the square. After hearing Lin Tianhai's words, everyone instantly put aside the monthly and annual assessments and turned their attention to the hundreds of family troublemakers kneeling on the ground. Endless anger once again surged in everyone's hearts. These people betrayed the family, murdered their own people, and caused irreparable damage to the family. Their crimes are heinous and unforgivable. The family has decided that all these people will be expelled from the clan and will no longer be members of the Lin family. They will also be beheaded in public today, and after death they will not be allowed to be buried in the Lin family's ancestral tomb or the Lin family ancestral temple. Today, we will erect a monument to the sins of our family. All of these people will be recorded on the monument. In the future, those who commit serious sins will also be engraved on the monument to serve as a constant warning to the clan members. Lin Tianhai's voice, as icy as ice, was like an extremely sharp sword, piercing straight at the family scum who were kneeling on the ground. The sound was like coming from the netherworld, so cold that it made these people's bodies tremble violently involuntarily, as if they were in a 1,000-year-old glacier. With every inch of their skin corroded by the cold, the family's decision was undoubtedly the cruelest punishment for them. Even if they were in the underworld, they would not be able to find a moment of peace, because this decision means that even if they are dead, they will become the object of hatred and scorn of the Lin family for generations to come, and will forever bear the eternal infamy. Their names will be like a plague, deeply disgusted and abhorred by people, and their actions will become negative examples for future generations to learn from, and they will be subjected to endless accusations and criticisms. It is conceivable that in the long years to come, whenever the Lin family mentions them, they will grit their teeth, glare at them, and curse and abuse them with the most vicious language. This kind of mental torture is far more torturous than physical pain and makes it impossible to escape. No, Chief, I was wrong. I am a beast. I deserve to die. Please don't carve me on the monument, Chief. Chief, give me another chance. I don't want to die. Chief, I am willing to atone for my sins. I only ask that the clan not carve me on the monument of sin. The hundreds of people kneeling on the ground began to beg for mercy. They were completely scared. I also regret it. I regret why I went astray. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world, and the Lin family will never show mercy. Otherwise, how can the family give an explanation to those clansmen who were killed by them? How can they give an explanation to their relatives and friends? What awaits them is only death, as well as condemnation and scorn from generations to come. Where is the law enforcement team? Lin Tianhai ignored those people's pleas and growled. Law enforcement team 008 pays homage to the patriarch. Chief, please give the order. A team of law enforcement officers wearing black armor suddenly appeared in front of Lin Tianhai and shouted. Lin Tianhai said in a low voice with a serious expression, execution. As you command, patriarch. The law enforcement team in black armor shouted loudly, then drew their swords, turned around and walked towards the hundreds of people kneeling on the ground, like the gods of death, constantly approaching those people. Seeing this, the people kneeling on the ground all looked as pale as death. They knew that they were bound to die today, so they did not resist at all, but just waited for the arrival of death with lifeless eyes. Besides, it was useless for them to resist. Not to mention that their cultivation had been abolished. They could not resist at all when facing the law enforcement team whose cultivation was at least at the king realm. Even if their cultivation had not been abolished, they would definitely not be able to survive, because as long as the ancestors above the void blow a breath, they will be deader than dead. Snap. 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 The members of the law enforcement team raised their swords and swung them, and heads began to roll down. In less than a minute, they had killed all the hundreds of troublemakers in the family. Faced with this bloody scene, everyone did not feel uncomfortable at all, nor did they avoid it at all. Instead, they felt very relieved. This is a world of cultivation. If one cannot stand even this kind of killing, then he is not worthy of being a qualified cultivator and cannot possibly do so. Killing is too common in this world, and this is the rule of this world. No matter who you are, if you are in such a world, you can only learn to accept it, otherwise you will be the only one to die. Good. Good kill. Father, the person who harmed you has finally paid the price. It's a pity that I only found out who the murderer was today, and I wasn't able to avenge you personally. Woo, brother, you can finally rest in peace. Chapter 15. The 9th level of Dharma realm. Seeing with their own eyes that these evildoers who had committed numerous evils and brought huge losses to the family finally received the punishment they deserved and were executed on the spot, hundreds of thousands of members of the Lin family were all overjoyed and their excitement was beyond words. Thunderous applause and cheers rang out at the scene, especially those tribesmen who had suffered greatly and lost their loved ones. The hatred that had been accumulated in their hearts for many years was finally released, and tears burst out like a flood. They cried with joy and could hardly contain themselves, and this trial meeting has come to an end. However, the top leaders of the Lin family did not immediately announce the disbandment, but allowed everyone to vent freely. They knew that facing this kind of thing, the tribe needed to vent, and they had to vent. They had been holding it in for too long. Through this incident, the top management of the Lin family also realized the shortcomings in previous family management in some small places and among the lower-level clansmen. Family management is not in place and some systems are not perfect. It cannot be said that anyone or any senior executive is to blame for this, but the senior executives of the Lin family do need to reflect on the situation, make improvements, and come up with a definite solution. The monthly and annual assessment system is the first solution provided by the top management of the Lin family. In the future, more specific plans, regulations and systems will be introduced to improve the family management system as much as possible to prevent such situations from happening again and endangering the family. Everyone vented their anger for a long time, and the Lin family leaders did not get anxious. Instead, they waited until the voices of everyone venting gradually died down before Lin Tianhai slowly spoke. This trial meeting ends here. All clansmen may disband on their own. With the announcement by clan leader Lin Tianhai, this trial meeting was officially and successfully concluded. Then, under the respectful gazes of the crowd, the figures of Lin Qianxiao and other ancestors and elders slowly disappeared into the void and returned to the Tianyun Sea to practice in seclusion. Many members of the Lin family also shouted, "Farewell, elders." After the ancestors left, many clansmen left the scene one after another and returned to their original places. The next day in the central area of Tianyunhai, there is a huge training tower standing here compared to a month ago, and even members of the Lin family can be seen coming in and out occasionally. This tower was specially built by the Lin family to facilitate the clan members to practice under the influence of the Hongmeng Divine Tree. After all, the training tower is divided into training rooms and is equipped with formations. This can prevent the tribesmen from making too much noise when practicing or breaking through, thereby affecting the practice of other tribesmen. After all, the area of 1 mile is still too small. If a member of the tribe breaks through, it will easily affect and disturb the cultivation of other members of the tribe. Being disturbed during cultivation is a big taboo for every cultivator. At the very least, their cultivation will be interrupted and all previous efforts will be wasted. At the worst, they may suffer backlash and all efforts during this period will be wasted, or even their foundation will be damaged. But if we have this training tower and a matching formation to separate each member of the tribe who is practicing, we can avoid affecting others and the tribe members can practice with peace of mind. This is the reason why the Lin family built this training tower. They even gave it a name, the Creation Tower. If you look from the outside at this time, you will find that there is only a Creation Tower here, and there is no trace of the Hongmeng Divine Tree at all. This is because the Hongmeng Divine Tree has now completely merged into the void, and ordinary people cannot perceive it at all. This is also one of the abilities of the Hongmeng Divine Tree. It allows it to completely blend into the void, and even a quasi-emperor like the great ancestor Lin Qianxiao cannot detect it at all. This can also be said to be a self-protection ability of the Hongmeng Divine Tree. After all, the Hongmeng Divine Tree itself does not have a very strong attack ability. If it does not integrate skills such as the void, wouldn't it be very dangerous? After all, there are simply too many powerful people in the heavens and all realms who want to obtain it. It can even be said that no powerful cultivator can resist its temptation. Some people here may say, does the Hongmeng Divine Tree have intelligence? Obviously, that's for sure. How could a treasure of the Hongmeng Divine Tree be without intelligence? After all, the Imperial weapon alone possesses some intelligence, not to mention the Hongmeng Divine Tree, which is infinitely higher in rank than the Imperial weapon. It's just that due to the system, the intelligence of the Lin family's Hongmeng Divine Tree is completely subservient to Lin Xian. At this time, in a retreat room in the Creation Tower, a young man dressed in white with an extraordinary temperament was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. The spiritual energy that constantly surged around him showed that the young man was at a critical moment in his cultivation. The young man in white is Lin Xian, who was practicing in seclusion. After a long time, Lin Xian, who had originally closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. And his aura suddenly increased. I have also reached the 9th level of the Dharma realm. A voice mixed with joy slowly came out from Lin Xian's mouth. Then Lin Xian slowly stood up, and the first thing he did was to check his condition. Name, Lin Xian. Age, 16. Identity, young master of the Lin family, the same clan of Zhengzhou. Cultivation, 9th level of Dharma realm. Physique, chaos sword body. Qualification, supreme. Comprehension, supreme. Cultivation techniques and supernatural powers. Chaos sword technique, beginner. Sword Dao supernatural power, divine avoidance, beginner, great flame diamond body, mastery, 9-layered soul forging technique, 4th level. Note, under normal circumstances, the proficiency levels of skills, martial arts, and supernatural powers are divided into entry level, mastery, minor success, major success, and perfection. Special levels will be specified at that time. I hope all handsome men and beautiful women will be aware of this. System evaluation, a little bit of improvement. Looking at his own information, Lin Xian was quite satisfied. As for the last line of the system's evaluation, Lin Xian had seen it so many times that he was already accustomed to it. He was too lazy to argue with the Tongzi and simply chose to ignore it. However, although his panel was already very luxurious, Lin Xian also knew that it still had flaws, that is in the aspect of body and soul training. Although his body and soul are also very strong, his body training techniques and soul training techniques are somewhat inferior to his spiritual power techniques and supernatural powers. The more he practices in the future, the bigger the gap will be with his spiritual power training. After all, a better technique will definitely bring greater improvement to a cultivator than a worse technique. Otherwise, why would everyone want to possess a peerless technique? But there is no way. The Great Flame Vajra body and the 9-layered soul tempering art are already the best body and soul training techniques of the Lin family, and Lin Xian has not yet obtained a better technique from the system. Now he can only practice them first. These two skills are actually quite good. If they are cultivated to perfection, they can even be on par with the strong ones in the Holy Emperor realm. However, compared with the peerless skills such as the Chaos Sword Art and the sword-related magical power of divine avoidance that can be continuously improved, they are indeed incomparable. Their mystical wonders were so profound that even someone with Lin Xian's aptitude, coupled with the blessing of the Hongmeng Divine Tree, had only just managed to cultivate them to the entry level within the past month. If it were any other cultivator, they would probably still be completely bewildered. Chapter 16. Lin Xian comes out of retreat. Conflict. Then Lin Xian checked the family situation again. I saw an illusory light screen reappear, and on it was the Lin family's information. Bond faction, Zhengzhou Lin family, family rank, Sing clan, next rank, quasi-imperial clan, promotion conditions. Expand, clan leader, Lin Tianhai, the strongest person in the family, Lin Qianxiao, quasi-emperor, first level, number of tribe members, 563,200, family luck, 300,000, clan luck points, 560,000, currently, 1,000 clan luck points are generated daily, current clan fortune check-in times, 15, system evaluation, 1 foot into the top Sing clan of the quasi-emperor clan. Again, a reminder, the system's assessment of family rank is based on the standards of the myriad worlds, not the standards of the Southern Sea continent. Brothers and sisters who are jumping around, please don't worry. Thank you. Greater than or equal to less than or equal to, the great ancestor has indeed broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. My Lin family finally has our own quasi-emperor. After reading it, Lin Xian was instantly delighted. The first quasi-emperor of his Lin family finally appeared in this era. With the presence of the quasi-emperor great ancestor, the safety of the Lin family will be further guaranteed. The Lin family's former mortal enemies will no longer be a threat from the moment the great ancestor breaks through to the quasi-emperor level. He guessed that the reason why the family did not immediately deal with those forces that were usually the most active was probably because they did not want to attract the attention of those imperial clans or imperial sects, thereby increasing the risk of being targeted by these powerful forces. After all, the current Lin family is not strong enough to compete with these top forces, so naturally they don't want to be paid too much attention by them at this time. Quiet development is the best choice for the Lin family now. As for those forces, their roots are all in Zhengzhou, and they don't know the situation of the Lin family, so it is impossible for them to run away in advance. There is no rush to deal with them. The Kai family, the Bai family, let you live a little longer. Cherish the few remaining hours you have. Thinking of this, Lin Xian couldn't help but sneer. Then Lin Xian looked at the accumulated 15 clan fortune check-ins. These 15 clan fortune check-ins were accumulated because he was busy with cultivation during this period and had not used them. Those used during this month also brought a lot of resources to Lin Xian. He kept those that were useful to him, and left those that were useless to him to his family. The only defensive imperial weapon was given by him to the great ancestor Lin Changshao. This imperial weapon was also the best thing Lin Xian got by signing in. However, he did not regret giving it to the great ancestor Lin Changshao at all, because now that the imperial weapon was in the hands of the great ancestor, it could play a greater role and be more beneficial to the Lin family. Besides, he could get something even better than the imperial weapon in the future, so it was better to just give it to him. However, although it was Lin Xian who offered to give it to him, Lin Changshao, as the ancestor of the family, would not take things from his juniors for nothing. He promised at that time that after Lin Xian was promoted to the quasi-emperor, he would refine a set of quasi-emperor level methods for Lin Xian as a trump card, and also told Lin Xian that he could come to him at any time if he had any problems or any needs. Tonzi, sign in for the clan's fortune. All sign-in times have been used up. Lin Xian didn't hesitate at all. Ding, yes, host. Clan sign-in is in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-grade holy pill, Jingfeng Huadu pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 26th grade mid-grade spiritual plants. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an 8th grade, top-grade spiritual or, a vein of crimson flame black gold. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the Great Sage level technique, the Blue Water and Sky Bible. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 lower-grade holy dragon veins. What a pity, nothing good came out. Looking at the rewards he received for 15 check-ins, Lin Xian sighed. Although a lot of things were obtained from these 15 clan check-ins, they were all relatively ordinary things. The best one was only a treasure of the holy level. For Lin Xian and the Lin family today, it could not play a big role. However, Lin Xian only felt a little regretful for a moment and soon put it behind him. But it's all free anyway, so why do you need a bicycle? After picking out a few things that were useful for his own cultivation, he put the rest into another space ring, preparing to find an opportunity to hand them over to his family. After all, those resources are useless to him, but they are useful to the family. There are hundreds of thousands of members in the Lin family, and the resources they need are very huge and of various types. There will always be members of the family who need these resources. Later, Lin Xian went to check the prize pool of the clan fortune lottery. Because a month has passed, the prize pool of the clan fortune lottery has been refreshed, but he has not had time to check it. Now it is a good time to go and take a look. Let me see what good things this prize pool has. Lin Xian then opened the clan fortune lottery interface. After a dozen breaths, not bad, Lin Xian murmured. Lin Xian discovered that the prize pool this time still consisted of 3 top-level gold prizes, 30 high-level purple prizes, and a large number of ordinary green prizes. From this, he estimated that the division of the prize pool was fixed, and only the prizes would change. The 3 top golden prizes are the Great Emperor's First Heaven Puppet, the Heavenly Emperor's Decree, and the Great Dao Sword Embryo. It can be said that Lin Xian was itching to get them all, and he wanted to fire a few 10-shot rounds right away to get them all, but reason told him that this was basically impossible. Although he had been extremely lucky in the last 10 consecutive draws and obtained a treasure like the Soul Washing Pool, Lin Xian felt that it was only a temporary bad luck after all, and it was impossible for it to be like this every time. Moreover, he felt that his luck was not good today. He had signed in 15 times just now and didn't get anything good. If the lottery draw was still the same, he would lose a lot. After all, he had worked so hard to save up these few clan luck points. It is even because the family is now in a short period of explosive growth. Many members of the family who were unable to make any progress in their cultivation and encountered bottlenecks in the past have collectively broken through. In just 1 month, they have accumulated hundreds of thousands of family luck points. Otherwise, they would not have been able to accumulate so many, but after things stabilized, there were fewer members of the tribe who broke through in a short period of time, and the number of tribe fortune points generated in a short period of time would definitely not be so many. Moreover, he also needs to keep some family luck points as a trump card, so that if something unexpected happens to the family, he can buy some powerful means from the mall to protect the family. So after thinking it over again and again, Lin Xian still did not use the clan luck points to draw the lottery, but suppressed his itchy heart and closed the system interface. Forget it, let's get out first. After saying that, Lin Xian walked towards the outside world. At the same time, tens of millions of miles away from the Lin family's territory, 3 groups of people were standing facing each other in the air, staring at each other closely. Judging from the positions of the 3 groups, they are obviously from 3 different forces. Each of the 3 forces has dozens of people, and the leader of each team is a strong man in the 9th level of the Venerable Realm. The weakest one has the strength of the King Realm. Obviously, they are all the elite of their respective forces. Captain, what should we do? We're not afraid of either of them, but both families have grudges against us. They might unite to defeat us first, and then this newly appeared secret realm will have nothing to do with us. Yes, Captain, this secret realm doesn't look simple. It's probably a saint-level secret realm. We must get a piece of it. Now we can only contact the family. I agree. Let's contact the family, Captain. Only with the family's involvement can we possibly get a piece of the pie. Otherwise, looking at the way they're flirting with each other, it's clear they don't have good intentions. In one of the teams, everyone was talking to a man in the front of the team. The man also had a serious expression at this time, with a frown on his face. He could only say helplessly, alas, we can only contact our family. After all, we are not strong enough. After saying that, he took out a jade slip and crushed it. Chapter 17, Secret Realm. Three powers in a triad, as the jade slip shattered, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in the void, followed by a powerful aura bursting out. The other two teams, who had been calm at first, were instantly forced to kneel in the air. Even the two leading monks at the 9th level of the venerable realm, the pressure was so great that they couldn't breathe. A chilling feeling as if they were on the edge of an abyss surged into their hearts, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. A shadowy figure was so terrifying, which showed the strength of the person who came. For everyone present, the king realm strength and venerable realm strength that they used to be proud of were simply pitifully weak in front of such a terrifying force, and were not even on the same level. They had no doubt that this phantom could destroy their bodies and souls. With just a flick of a finger, when the two groups of people were pinned down in the air, the group that crushed the jade slips also saluted respectfully and said, "Greetings to the clan leader." What's going on? Have you encountered something you can't solve? The domineering shadow nodded and asked, and his eyes like the abyss slowly looked towards the two teams. The meaning is self-evident, someone from the Kai or by family, but it was this calm look that made the people from the two teams feel as if they had walked through hell. They were instantly terrified and broke out in cold sweats. It's over, this time I'm dead. As for that phantom, it was none other than Lin Tianhai. This phantom was actually a wisp of his spiritual consciousness sealed in a jade slip. It was powerful enough to unleash the power of a saint at a critical moment. Afterwards, his real body would be the first to know everything. It was the trump card he gave to this team. Just when the people of the two teams thought they were about to die, two cold voices were heard, which instantly made their bodies lighten and regain control of their bodies. Finally escaped. As the dignified head of the Lin family, he bullies a group of juniors, and isn't he afraid of being laughed at by the world? Humph. Lin Tianhai, are you bullying me, the Bai family, because they have no one here? As the two cold voices fell, two phantoms that also exuded a terrifying aura instantly appeared in the air, forming a triangle with Lin Tianhai's phantom. Looking at him with extremely cold eyes, Lin Tianhai was naturally very familiar with the newcomers, as they were the patriarchs of the Kai and Bai families, the head of the Kai family, Kai Ji, the head of the Bai family, Bai Chi. It turned out that the moment the leaders of the Kai and Bai team saw Lin Tianhai's phantom, they knew that what was going to happen next was not something they could handle. For the sake of their own lives, they did not hesitate to play their trump cards. This is how the scene before our eyes happened. I didn't do anything. They knelt down and saluted me on their own initiative. Noobs, idiots, please don't tarnish the reputation of this clan leader for no reason. Otherwise, be careful or I'll cut you. Lin Tianhai didn't take their words to heart at all, and just spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the two family heads immediately wanted to retort in unison, but for a moment they didn't know what to retort. Wrong? Why do they feel humiliated by Lin Tianhai? But what exactly is wrong? In the end, the two of them could only respond to Lin Tianhai's last words with a sullen look on their faces, snorting coldly. Humph. Lin Tianhai, do you really think we are afraid of you? If we really fight, it's not certain who will win. Others are afraid of your status as the head of the Lin family, but we are not afraid. After saying that, the aura of the two began to rise greatly, as if they were ready to fight Lin Tianhai for 300 rounds if they had a disagreement. The two men no longer cared about their respective family members at this time. They were only thinking about not losing face and did not pay any attention to the two teams struggling behind them. The poor people from the two major families, who had just been suffocated by Lin Tianhai's momentum, had just finally breathed a sigh of relief. As a result, he had just stood up for less than 30 seconds before he was suppressed by the momentum of his family leader and fell to the ground, unable to move. Because of the pressure from two opposing forces, the people from the two families had a harder time holding on than before. They could even hear the creaking of their bones. At this point they really want to say, Clan leader, look at us. Unfortunately, they couldn't even open their mouths at this time, so how could they speak? The people of the Lin family were not affected at all because they had the protection of their own head. At this moment, they were looking at the two groups that had confronted them before with a playful look on their faces, looking at them lying in the air like dead dogs. They felt an indescribable pleasure in their hearts. Facing the two people who were getting ahead of themselves, Lin Tianhai seemed to recall something, suddenly laughed out loud, and then sarcastically said, Hey, you noob, you idiot. It's only been 100 years, and you've already forgotten who those two were. That time our clan leader beat them like pigs, and in the end, your ancestor had to intervene. Shut up. Lin Tianhai, stop slandering me. Kai Ji and Bai Chi obviously remembered something in an instant, but in order to maintain their dignity in front of a group of juniors, they simply refused to admit it. Whether it is or not, you know it yourself. Seeing the shameless look of the two men, Lin Tianhai did not argue with them, but the truth is obvious to any discerning person. All the members of the Lin family were shocked by this. They did not expect that the patriarchs of the two top holy clans would have such a dark history. Really, Thai pants are hot. I, the clan leader, will not waste my time with you. Let me be frank. My Lin family must occupy a share of this secret realm. Lin Tianhai stopped arguing with them and went straight to the point. There was no need for anyone from the Lin family to report. Lin Tianhai had already understood the situation here soon after he appeared, especially the huge secret realm entrance in front, which is constantly absorbing and discharging the energy of heaven and earth and is slowly forming, is extremely eye-catching. The reason why Lin Tianhai only said that the Lin family should take a share instead of monopolizing it was not because the Lin family was not strong enough, but because this place was the junction of the Lin, Kai, and Bai tribes. This secret realm could be said to be jointly owned by the three parties, or it could be said to belong to no one party. Therefore, in this situation, if the Lin family wants to monopolize the business, the Kai family and the Bai family will definitely not agree, and a war will inevitably break out between the two sides. Although the Lin family now has the strength to defeat the two clans, however, this would expose the Lin family's strength in advance, thereby attracting the attention of all parties and increasing the risk of exposing the Lin family's possession of treasures. After all, the major forces can more or less guess the strength of each other, and even if they exceed each other's strength, it will not be too much. But if your strength suddenly increases, how can others not suspect that you have obtained a treasure? Hearing Lin Tianhai's words that went straight to the point, the two patriarchs of the Kai and Bai family snorted coldly, but also restrained their aura. They know that there is no point in fighting now. At the same time, the heavy pressure on the people from the two major families behind them disappeared instantly, making them feel like they were reborn, and their expressions became visibly happy. Chief, you finally remembered us. Woo woo woo. Chapter 18, Three-Party Decision. Lin family discusses. Lin Tianhai, what makes you think we should share this secret realm with your Lin family? Our two families can join forces to drive your Lin family out and take this secret realm for ourselves. Wouldn't that way we could share even more benefits? Bai Qi, the head of the Bai family, looked at Lin Tianhai and sneered. Kai Ji, standing by, also had a playful look on his face, brother by his right. Wouldn't it be better for our two families to divide it up than for you and the three Lin families to share it? So, Patriarch Lin, please be sensible and retreat on your own, otherwise we will have to invite you to leave. After saying this, the two of them stared at Lin Tianhai and others with fierce eyes, as if everything was under their control. Even the people from the two major families behind them were eager to try, as if they were about to rush up and fight with the Lin family in the next second. At this time, the Lin family members behind Lin Tianhai saw this situation and their faces instantly became solemn. This isn't a good situation, the enemy's number was twice theirs. Normally, they had no chance of winning, but they were not afraid or retreating. Instead, they held weapons and took a fighting stance. As long as the Patriarch gives the order, they will drop everything and rush forward without hesitation to fight a bloody battle with the enemy, until death. The atmosphere on the scene instantly dropped to freezing point. Time passed minute by minute, but Lin Tianhai still didn't say a word. When Bai Qi and Kai Ji were about to speak again, Lin Tianhai slowly said, "If you want more forces to intervene, it would be fine for this clan leader to withdraw." Upon hearing this, the head of the Kai family immediately said in a cold voice, "Are you threatening us?" Lin Tianhai just smiled playfully. "Same here." Bai Qi and Kai Ji's faces turned pale instantly. They knew that Lin Tianhai could definitely do it. If more forces were allowed to intervene, the benefits they would gain would definitely be greatly reduced. This secret realm is the meat at their doorstep. How could they let others get involved? The more power they have, the less meat they get to eat. However, this secret realm is located at the junction of three tribes. Even if the two tribes seal it off, as long as Lin Tianhai wants, those forces can still borrow the Lin family's passage and come in. They can't stop them at all. For a while, the two of them were entangled. They wanted to suppress the Lin family, but they also didn't want other forces to intervene and compete with them for the meat. Unfortunately, their plan was doomed to fail. No matter whether the Lin family relied on their own strength or attracted a few forces to discuss them, they were sure to take over this secret realm. The scene fell into silence for a moment. After dozens of breaths, Kai Ji and Bai Qi exchanged glances, and finally said coldly to Lin Tianhai, "The three parties will jointly develop the area, and the harvest will depend on their own abilities. However, your Lin family must not leak any information about the secret area, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. As long as you don't play tricks, my Lin family always keeps its promises." Lin Tianhai said disdainfully. Snort. Kai Ji and Bai Qi snorted coldly and said nothing more. Then the three of them tacitly ignored each other and began to study the secret realm on their own. Then the phantoms of Lin Tianhai and the other two began to use various methods to try to explore the general situation of this secret realm, some of the conditions within the secret realm, and the restrictions on entering the secret realm, etc. As time went by, the shadows of the three people became more and more illusory, as if they would disappear in front of everyone in the next second. After several minutes, the shadows of the three people had become so illusory that they were almost invisible to the naked eye and could disappear at any time. Obviously, the energy of their phantom has been almost exhausted and has reached its limit. Suddenly, the three of them stopped what they were doing almost at the same time, and then each of them gave some instructions to their family members, and then the shadows of the three of them quietly disappeared. The Lin family only heard the clan leader say, "The general situation of the secret realm has been explored. You are to stay here and not allow anyone to approach. The clan's additional personnel will arrive soon." Then Lin Tianhai's shadow disappeared. The situation of the Kai and Bai families was similar. The three parties started staring at each other again. At the same time, the Lin family. A top-level holy secret realm? My Lin family cannot let this go, but first let's gather the elders to discuss who to send. The moment Lin Tianhai's shadow disappeared, Lin Tianhai's real body and the Lin family knew everything that had happened. Lin Tianhai learned from the information that the secret realm was a top-level holy secret realm with extremely rich resources. Its estimated value was enough to be comparable to one-third of the total assets of top-level holy families such as the Bai family and the Kai family, and none of the three families possessed a secret realm of this level. The highest level secret realm they had was only the Lin family's superior holy level secret realm, the Tianqing secret realm. Although the superior holy secret realm and the top holy secret realm are only one level apart, the quantity and quality of resources they contain are very different. The fact that the top level saint level secret realm can produce a relatively large amount of resources suitable for saint emperor realm cultivation is enough to crush the upper level saint level secret realm, not to mention the large amount of resources of other levels. In the past, secret realms of this level were all controlled by quasi-emperor level forces, or even stronger forces, and were never in the hands of Saint Emperor level forces like the Lin family and the Bai family. And now that such a secret realm has appeared at their doorstep, the three families naturally want to take it all for themselves, but they also know that this is obviously impossible. Of course, it is mainly impossible for the Bai and Kai families, and it is just a matter of whether the Lin family wants to or not. This also explains why the Bai and Kai families wanted to expel the Lin family from the beginning. After all, the less power one family has, the more each family can get. Following Lin Tianhai's call, all the core elders of the Lin family soon gathered together. Lin Tianhai did not keep anyone in suspense and quickly told everyone everything. Many elders were also very happy. After all, who would complain about having too many resources? Brother, let me lead the team this time. Suddenly, a mighty man stood up and recommended himself to Lin Tianhai, and the man was Lin Tianhai's younger brother, Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianhai did not refuse and said, "Tianyu, you will lead the team this time. Remember, secret realms and resources are not the most important. The talents of my Lin family are the most important. Your safety is paramount. Brother, don't worry. I will definitely bring them all back safely." Lin Tianyu patted his chest and assured. Then it is decided. This trip to the secret realm will be led by Lin Tianyu, accompanied by the 14th and 15th elders. We will also gather 300 clansmen to go together. Lin Tianhai made the decision immediately. Yes, Chief, I promise to complete the task. The three of them said in unison. Chapter 19 Lu Mengxin. Heading to the border. Then go down and gather your tribesmen. As for who to choose, you can decide for yourselves. Yes, big brother/clan leader. Lin Tianyu and the other two bowed to Lin Tianhai, then left the hall and went to select their clansmen. While Lin Tianhai was discussing the arrangements regarding the secret realm, Lin Xian, who had just emerged from retreat, was the first to arrive at Fengqing Palace to pay his respects to his mother, Lu Mingxin. My child, Lin Xian, greets his mother. Lin Xian came into the hall and looked at the beautiful woman who was sitting and chatting with the maid, and bowed respectfully. Xianer is out of confinement? Come to your mother and talk to her. I haven't seen my son for a month. The beautiful woman who was originally chatting with the maid turned her head immediately when she heard the voice. After seeing Lin Xian, she happily stood up and walked to Lin Xian, pulled him over, let Lin Xian sit next to her, and began to ask about his well-being. Lin Xian also responded with a smile, without any impatience. This is what a mother's role is like. Even if she nags, she still cares about you and loves you. At the same time, Lin Xian was also using the system's capabilities to check on his mother Lu Mingxin's cultivation progress. After all, these are his biological parents, so he naturally has to care about them. He doesn't want to be left alone with the avenue one day. He wants his parents, relatives, and clansmen to achieve immortality with him. Before he got the system, he didn't dare to think about these things, but now that he has the system, everything is possible. Name, Lu Mingxin, identity, Lin family mistress, host's mother, age, 256, cultivation, Sage Realm 9th Heaven, constitution, dream body qualification, top grade comprehension, top grade, loyalty to the family, 100, note, the highest. Loyalty to the family is 100, opportunity, the host is Lu Mingxin's greatest opportunity. 9th level of Saint Realm? I remember that mother was only at the 6th level of Saint Realm a month ago. Seeing this, Lin Xian was also happy for his mother. The higher the realm, the more difficult it is to improve one's cultivation. It is already very good that his mother can advance from the 7th level of the Saint Realm to the 9th level in 1 month. And this is all thanks to her usual accumulation of strength and the contribution of the Hongmeng Divine Tree. Otherwise, let alone advancing to 2 small realms in this month, it would be difficult to advance to 1 small realm for ordinary cultivators. The time it takes to advance to a small realm above the Saint Realm is at least several decades. 1 month is simply unrealistic. Except for those who cheat carat omega carat, the reason why Lu Mingxin and other members of the Lin family can cultivate so quickly is not only because the Hongmeng Divine Tree increases the speed of cultivation, but also because it improves their comprehension, allowing them to quickly gain enlightenment, which is why they can break through so quickly. After all, the later you get in your cultivation, the more important it is to gain insights. If your understanding of the Tao is not strong enough, no matter how fast you cultivate your spiritual power, you will still not be able to break through to the next level. Lin Xian had only broken through to the 9th level of the Dharma realm because he had spent most of this month practicing the Chaos Sword technique and cultivating the magical power of divine avoidance. I have to improve Dad and Mom's aptitude in the future. Their treasure bodies are still a little lacking. At least they need to have an imperial body, Lin Xian said secretly. But so poor. Until now, he couldn't even afford the cheapest imperial body. The cheapest royal body in the clan luck mall costs 1 million clan luck points. How much does he only have? There's no point in rushing this kind of thing. Just take your time. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. Just as Lin Xian and his mother Lu Mingxin were chatting happily, a maid ran in hurriedly. Greetings to the mistress and young master. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others looked at the maid who bowed and saluted, only to see Lu Mingxin speak lightly. Well, get up. What happened? In response to Lu Mingxin's question, the maid responded immediately. Madam, the clan leader has sent this servant to inform the young master that the clan has discovered a holy secret realm and wants the young master to follow the second master there to gain some experience. As the darling of the Lin family, Lin Xian's whereabouts were naturally kept under constant scrutiny by the family for his safety. The moment Lin Xian walked out of the creation tower, the news of his coming out and his movements had already reached Lin Tianhai's ears. Therefore, in order to let his son gain more experience, Lin Tianhai decisively instructed the maid to notify Lin Xian. A strong person is never made by practicing in seclusion alone. Instead, he went through all kinds of hardships and fights, and finally achieved the position of a strong man step by step. The holy secret realm. Interesting. After hearing the maid's report, Lin Xian became interested. It just so happened that since he broke through to the Dharma realm, he had not fought with other enemies except for sparring with his family elders. This was a good opportunity to test his recent cultivation results. When sparring with the elders of the family, they often suppress their realm in order not to hurt Lin Xian. As a junior, Lin Xian naturally did not dare to use his full strength and lose face for the elders. Therefore, both sides usually stopped at a certain point and ultimately could not enjoy themselves to the fullest. There are a large number of monsters in the secret realm, and Lin Xian can completely let go and fight a fierce battle to test the results of his cultivation during this period. When Lu Mingxin heard that it was a holy secret realm, she also showed joy. His Lin family now has another way to obtain resources. Resources? The more the better. Lu Mingxin was originally a casual cultivator, but later, by fate, she met Lin Tianhai. She had no worries at first, but from the moment she married into the Lin family, she completely regarded herself as a member of the Lin family, and devoted herself to assisting Lin Tianhai in managing and developing the Lin family. As long as it is beneficial to the Lin family, she is happy. Over the years, the Lin family has been very good to her. Not only did they give her enough respect, they also provided her with all kinds of cultivation resources. This made her initial worries completely disappear, and she completely integrated into the Lin family. After Lin Xian made a name for herself in the Lin family and became the leader of the younger generation, the clan members became even more respectful to her. Xianer, I share the same view as your father. I support you in gaining more experience and training. Lu Mingxin turned to look at Lin Xian and said with a smile, although Lu Mingxin loves her children, she will never spoil them, as that will only harm her children. Don't worry, mother. I was planning to go to the secret realm and fight with the monsters there to test the results of my recent training. Lin Xian grinned, then he added, Mom, I'll go find my second uncle first. Don't let him and the others wait anxiously. When I come back, I'll have a good chat with you. Lu Mingxin didn't try to persuade him to stay, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, go ahead. Then he did not forget to remind, however, dangers are everywhere in the secret realm. Xianer, you must take care to protect yourself and stay close to your second uncle as much as possible. If you encounter danger that cannot be resolved, crush the spiritual jade slip given to you, and the ancestor will rush to you as soon as possible. A warm feeling passed through Lin Xian's heart, then he said seriously, don't worry, mother, I cherish my life the most, hee hee. After saying goodbye to Lu Mengxin, she left Fengqing Palace under the guidance of the maid, Family Plaza at this time. Lin Tianyu had just gathered 300 tribesmen. Second uncle, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Lin Xian flew over, stopped in front of Lin Tianyu, and said apologetically. Ha, Xianer is here. Second uncle, this has just ended. Lin Tianyu looked at his good nephew with great satisfaction and waved his hand with a smile. Greetings, young master. Seeing Lin Xian coming, all the clansmen hurriedly saluted respectfully. Well, you're welcome, my fellow tribesmen. Lin Xian turned around, looked at everyone and waved. Now that everyone is here, then, set off. Everyone was present, and Lin Tianyu gave the order immediately without hesitation. After saying that, Lin Tianyu raised his hand and waved towards the void. Suddenly, a space channel suddenly appeared above the void. Enter. Lin Tianyu growled immediately. He and the 14th and 15th elders took the lead and plunged into the space channel. Then Lin Xian and others also flew up and came to the space channel, and then plunged in without any hesitation. Not until the last member of the tribe disappeared into the void did the huge space passage slowly close, but it disappeared completely in just a few breaths. Peace returned to the void. I hope everything goes well. Outside the Tianqing temple, Lin Tianhai stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the location of the previous space passage and muttering. In the space channel at this time, everyone in the Lin family was moving quickly, because the location of the secret realm was on the border of the Lin family's sphere of influence, and it was tens of millions of miles away from the Lin family's territory. Even with Lin Tianhai's cultivation level of the first level of the Great Saint Realm, it would take some time to arrive with everyone. The space in Zhengzhou is stable. Only strong people above the Saint Realm can break through the void. They can ignore the impact of spatial turbulence in the void, quickly cross the space, and reach the destination quickly. This is also the main reason why the speed of the Saint Realm monks far exceeds that of the Venerable Realm monks. After all, one is still flying normally relying on spiritual power, while the other has already started to travel through space. How can they be compared? For example, if you let a martial artist and a cultivator fight each other, wouldn't it be obvious who will win? At this time, Lin Xian was looking at the space turbulence and space storms that kept passing by them, his eyes deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly a hand rested on his shoulder, and then a youthful voice came from beside him. Brother Xian, what are you thinking about? Lin Xian's reaction was flat. He just glanced at the boy who was now arm in arm with him and replied calmly, I didn't think about anything. The young man just chuckled at this and said, hee hee, I thought Brother Xian, which fairy you were thinking about? Get lost. Lin Xian cursed with a smile then, as if he had discovered something, he teased the young man. Speaking of which, Haoren, your cultivation has improved very quickly this month. You've already reached the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm. It seems you've been working very hard this month. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes, name, Lin Haoren, gender, male age, 16, identity, Lin family prodigy, Lin Tianyu's son, cultivation, 9th level of Cave Heaven realm, constitution, dark body qualification, top grade comprehension, top grade, loyalty to the family, 100, opportunity, waiting to be triggered, system comment, same as the host. Newbie +1. Lin Xian, Lin Haoren, who was unaware of the situation. Following Brother Xian is the right path. After cursing the system's ancestors 1,000 times in his mind, Lin Xian angrily closed the system interface. Grass. After reading some other people's introductions, I was actually looked down upon by this damn system. Just wait, you dog system. Sooner or later I will let you know how powerful I am. Hearing Lin Xian's ridicule, Lin Haoren looked proud. That's right. Brother Xian, you should know that this month, I spent all the contribution points I saved on the fortune tower. If I didn't have this level of improvement, I would cry to death. His composure lasted only 3 seconds before he said bitterly, your good brother, am extremely poor right now. So, I can only participate in this secret realm exploration to earn resources and contribution points. Speaking of this, Lin Haoren suddenly thought, isn't the person next to him the invisible rich man? Others don't know how rich Lin Xian is, and that you don't need any contribution points to enter the Tower of Creation. But as good brothers who grew up wearing the same pants, how could he not know? He immediately flattered Lin Xian. Hey. Brother Xian hearing this, Lin Xian's body trembled and goosebumps instantly fell all over the ground. She quickly slapped the hand on his shoulder away and said with disgust, get lost. Either speak properly or shut up. Hee hee, that's it, Brother Xian, please help your good brother. Your good brother can't even make ends meet. Lin Haoren returned to normal. Just 10,000. 5,000. 5,000 is fine. If that doesn't work, 1,000 will do. Lin Haoren was afraid that Lin Xian would refuse, so he spoke repeatedly before Lin Xian finished speaking. Lin Xian was very upset about this. He immediately slapped him on the head, then took out his family token and transferred 100,000 family contribution points to Lin Haoren's account, then said, okay, I transferred 100,000 to you. Thank you, Brother Xian, you are so generous. Don't worry, Brother Xian, I will definitely pay you back on time. Lin Haoren originally only wanted to borrow 10,000 yuan, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to directly give him 100,000 yuan and immediately gave him a lot of flattery. Okay, that's fine. Your brother doesn't need these contribution points. Who told you that you are my brother? If I don't take care of you, who should I take care of? Lin Xian had a lot of contribution points, especially the treasures he had handed over to the family before. The family directly gave him 100 million contribution points, which he could not spend all. He didn't care about these contribution points at all. Lin Haoren was so touched, his eyes are full of admiration for the big brother, the rich man. If the two of them were not brothers from the same blood family, he would have to call him godfather twice. Dear readers, is this also the case when you borrow money from your brothers? Looking for the same rich brother as Lin Xian, Brother Xian, I've made up my mind. From now on, you are my big brother. Whatever you say is what counts. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. Even if you ask me to slap my husband right now, I won't hesitate. Lin Haoren, full of vigor and vitality, completely forgot that Lin Tianyu was still there. Bang! Suddenly, Lin Haoren suffered a critical hit on the head, then Lin Tianyu's angry voice came from behind him, rebellious son. Say it again. Lin Haoren covered his head and thought to himself that he was careless. He quickly tried to argue. Dad, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean to disrespect you at all. I just what? Just because I haven't been spanked lately, my skin is itchy again? Lin Tianyu didn't listen to his excuses at all, and took out his supreme belt made of the skin of a sacred beast. I don't know why, since Lin Haoren used this weapon to smoke it once when he was a child, he has completely fallen in love with this parenting artifact. Every time he wants to beat his son, he will definitely use it. It feels great, the effect is twice as good. Seeing the nightmarish belt appear, Lin Haoren immediately shouted, Dad! 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 He tried to awaken the fatherly love in his father's heart. Too bad it's useless. A love from a father, both turbulent and heavy. Dad, I was wrong. Chapter 21. When enemies meet, they will definitely fight each other. Watching this surging education of love, the Lin family members, who were already accustomed to this, were not surprised at all, nor did they have any intention of stopping it. Instead, he was enjoying the melon and making a joke or two from time to time. Tisk, it started again. Why doesn't this Haoren learn his lesson? Who said it wasn't? Look, I got beaten by the second master again. But don't tell me, every time I see the second master beating up that brat Haoren, I feel like my hands are itching. I really want to go home and beat up that rebellious son too. Me too. No, when I get back from this mission, I have to give my rebellious son a beating. +1. +1. How about we hold a Educate a Rebellious Son competition when we get back? Everyone will contribute a treasure, and whoever wins in the end will get all the treasures. How do you say that? That's a good idea. I'm in. Me too. Add me in. +1, rebellious sons, so? We are also part of your play, stupid brother. Why didn't you remember that your second uncle was there? Looking at Lin Haoren, who was wailing heartbreakingly, Lin Xian had a playful look in his eyes, and thought to himself with a bit of gloating, At this moment, Lin Haoren screamed and couldn't help but look at his good brother Lin Xian for help. His eyes seemed to say, Brother Xian, save me. In response, Lin Xian spread his hands to express that he was powerless. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I have no choice. Besides, you've been beaten so many times, this one won't hurt you. Lin Xian conveyed information with eyes that only the two brothers could understand. Lin Haoren was stunned when he was rejected without hesitation by his good brother. It was not until the extreme comfort brought by the supreme belt hit him again that he immediately came back to his senses. He glared at Lin Xian, as if to say, You're such a disloyal dog. Don't even think about paying me back those 100,000 contribution points. Lin Xian didn't care and continued to eat the melon with relish. Tsk, it looked so cool. 10 minutes later at this time, the Lin family was not far from their destination, and the education of love had ended not long ago. Why are you staring at me? It was your uncle who beat you up, not me. Lin Xian, who felt a little numb from being stared at by Lin Haoren, finally couldn't help but speak. You are disloyal. You don't love me anymore. Where's the brother we promised each other? Lin Haoren launched 3 consecutive attacks. That resentful expression was like that of a bullied young wife. Hearing this, Lin Xian quickly stopped him. Stop. Stop. Don't talk nonsense, we are just brothers, there is no love. If he didn't interrupt him, Lin Xian was afraid that his lifelong reputation would be ruined. I am a pure boy, and I only love fairies and saints. Lin Haoren, stare. After a while, Lin Xian couldn't stand it anymore and said slowly, I was thinking of giving my brother 1 or 2 holy artifacts to play with when I came out of retreat this time. It seems that someone doesn't want them. So forget it, brother Xian. Brother. Good brother. Yes, why wouldn't I want to? I'm just joking with you, don't take it personally. Are you tired of standing? Let me give you a massage. Hearing this, Lin Haoren's eyes lit up instantly and he quickly ran to Lin Xian to flatter him. Just stay quiet. Lin Xian casually took out 2 holy artifacts, threw them to Lin Haoren, and scolded with a smile. Okay. Thank you, brother Xian. After saying that, he stood beside him with a serious face, but his eyes kept looking at the 2 holy weapons that Lin Xian gave him. A top-grade saint-level shield and a top-grade saint-level flying boat, eyes shining. They are all good things. At this moment, Lin Tianyu, who was at the front of the team, suddenly shouted, We're here, follow me out of the passage. Just like when he first arrived at the Lin family, he raised his hand and waved it, and an exit suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone could even see the outside world from that exit. Then everyone jumped out of the passage and returned to the outside world, stepping into the outside world again and breathing the familiar air. I no longer felt the oppressive feeling I had in the space channel. After all, the outside world is the most suitable space for them to survive. Seeing the large group of people suddenly appear, the Lin family team that had stayed here ran happily to Lin Tianyu and others. Greetings, Second Master. Second Master, you are finally here. The leader, a member of the Lin family who was at the 9th level of the Venerable Realm, spoke first. Well, you did a good job this time. You discovered another important secret for the family. To reward you, the family has decided to give each of you 100,000 family contribution points. You can practice for free in the Fortune Tower for 3 days, and learn a sage-level technique, martial arts, and magical power in the Sutra Library for free. All your gains in this secret realm will be yours, and you don't need to hand them over to the family. Lin Tianyu was the first to announce the final reward that the Lin family had previously agreed upon for this team of Lin family members. The Lin family never hesitates to reward members who have made contributions to the family's development. This is also one of the reasons why the Lin family always think of the family first when there is something good, because the family will never treat them unfairly. Upon hearing this, the Lin family members excitedly said, Thank you for the family's reward. This reward is really generous. Not to mention the gains from the secret realm, the value of the family reward alone is more than 500,000 contribution points. You have to know that even the Lin family member who was at the 9th level of the Venerable Realm among them, his net worth will never exceed 500,000, so you can imagine the value of this reward. You deserve this. In my Lin family, meritorious service will be rewarded, and faults will be punished. I just hope you will never forget your original aspirations and continue to contribute to the family. Lin Tianyu's upright and powerful voice sounded again. We will live up to the family's high expectations and continue to contribute to the family's development. Everyone responded in unison. While the atmosphere at the Lin family was high due to the arrival of Lin Tianyu and others, the Kai and Bai families on the other side could only stay away from the Lin family and tremble in fear because their family support had not arrived yet. Fortunately, support from both families arrived soon after, which made them feel relieved, and they stared at the people of the Lin family with a proud look on their faces. I completely forgot who was trembling just now. Lin Tianyu, I didn't expect you to lead the team. Aren't you afraid we might never come back? As soon as the Bai family's support arrived, their leader Bai Yin immediately began to ridicule Lin Tianyu, the Kai family, who arrived late, and their leader Kai Niao were also unwilling to lag behind, and said in a cold voice, "Brother Bai is right. After all, dangers are everywhere in the secret realm. If you die, no one will know, and no one can save you." Especially the word dead was emphasized very strongly. With the arrival of support from the two families, the atmosphere on the scene immediately became tense. Even the Lin family members were ready for a fight. After all, it was not the first or second time that the Lin family, Kai family, and Bai family had fought beforehand, and everyone was used to it. There's no return? Are you sure you're not talking about you? It seems like even the two of you combined couldn't beat me in the past, huh? Chapter 22, continue to fight each other. Enter the secret realm, Lin Tianyu sneered, his expression revealing his contempt and disdain for the two of them. Although the two of them were at a similar level to him, whenever they met him alone in the past, they always ran away very fast. Only when the two of them were present at the same time or with the strong men from their respective families, Lin Tianyu could not do anything to them, so they dared to bark in front of him. However, even if these two people join forces, they can only compete with Lin Tianyu at most, and strictly speaking, they are even slightly inferior. In summary, Lin Tianyu can suppress them, but cannot achieve greater results. But if they were alone, Lin Tianyu could beat the shit out of them, and even kill them on the spot if the opportunity was right. Kai Niao and Bai Yin, who were standing opposite, heard Lin Tianyu's words and thought of some unbearable scenes in the past. Their faces suddenly turned extremely pale, but these were all facts, and they had no way of refuting them. They could only feign calmness and snorted coldly. Lin Tianyu was no longer the same as he was before. Stop using past events to flatter you. We are not necessarily weaker than you now. Brother Kai is right. We'll know who's stronger after a fight. Immediately, the two men burst out with terrifying murderous intent, as if they were ready to fight Lin Tianyu immediately to prove themselves. They haven't fought with Lin Tianyu for decades, and their current strength is far superior to what it was back then. They are confident that they are no weaker than Lin Tianyu now. As the two men burst into murderous intent, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense. Everyone is waiting for Lin Tianyu's decision. This will determine whether a war will break out between the two sides, and in such a tense situation, suddenly two slightly childish laughs were heard. Ah, Brother Xian, do you think these two are idiots? You don't really think they become stronger during this period of time, do you? Ha, at least my second uncle won't lose to these two bastards. It was the two unscrupulous Lin Xian brothers. The two sudden laughs startled the people from the Kai and Bai families, and they all looked at the two in disbelief. How dare they? These are two Saint Realm masters, how dare he laugh in front of them and everyone else? Is he really not afraid of death, or do they think that because of the Lin family's genius, they dare not kill them? That's too naive. How dare you? Lin Xian, Lin Haoran, I, the second elder of the Bai family, am not someone you can laugh at. You don't know what's good for you. Who are you to dare to dictate to me, the second master of the Kai family? Two young figures immediately stood out from the two teams, glaring at Lin Xian and the others and shouting it was the young masters of the two families who followed. Kai Kuan, the fifth level of the Cave Heaven Realm, possesses the Tian Kuan King body. Bai Li, the fifth level of the Cave Heaven Realm, possesses a violent fighting body, King body. So what? You're not allowed to talk about the dishes? Still can't afford to play, are you anxious? If you can't beat my dad, then you can't beat my dad. Are you still afraid to admit it? Besides, my brother Xian is the young master of the Lin family and the future head of the Lin family. His status is enough to match you guys even if you come back and forth 800 times. Seeing the annoying look of the two people, Lin Haoran started to attack them directly. You're so brave. Are you going to argue with me? When it comes to arguing with people, I have never lost. Lin Haoran was responsible for output, while Lin Xian was responsible for cheering him on, and he never put his thumbs down for a moment. Kai Kuan and Bai Li were immediately speechless and didn't know how to refute. After all, Kai Niao and Bai Yin were unable to beat Lin Tianyu before. This is a fact. How can they refute it? Lin Xian's status was indeed no lower than that of Kai Niao and Bai Yin, both of whom were saints. This was also true, because weren't they both the same? How could he refute this? The two men didn't know what to say in response, and could only look at Lin Haoran with a grim face, wishing they could tear his mouth to pieces. Ant! You're courting death! Kai Niao shouted angrily, then I will teach these two ignorant ants a lesson. At this time, Lin Tianyu finally spoke, and he started to defend his shortcomings in a domineering manner. Kai Niao, how dare you? If you dare to touch a hair of my son and nephew, I will be the first to kill you. After he finished speaking, a powerful aura burst out from his body and soared into the sky. That was an aura even stronger than that of Kai Niao and Bai Yin. Feeling Lin Tianyu's aura that was even more powerful than theirs, Bai Yin and the other man's faces suddenly became extremely ugly. Damn it, why? Why are you still better than us? But they absolutely cannot retreat at this time, otherwise how will they save face if the news gets out? Humph. I'm not afraid of you. It's still unknown who will kill whom. The two of them also faced Lin Tianyu with full momentum. Just as the two were about to join forces to fight Lin Tianyu, suddenly two other powerful saints from their respective families hurriedly grabbed them. Second elder, calm down. Now is not the time to engage in a major war with the Lin family. We should first enter the secret realm and complete the mission assigned by the clan leader. Yes, the overall situation should be the most important. The two powerful saints of the Bai family pulled Bai Yin aside and tried to persuade him. After a long while, Bai Yin finally calmed down and snorted, humph. Then let Lin Tianyu go for now. Then he stopped talking. The situation of the Kai family on the other side was similar. When Lin Tianyu saw the two people falling silent, he smiled playfully, retracted his aura, and did not provoke them again. After all, the secret realm is more important now. It's not too late to deal with some things and some people later. The atmosphere at the scene immediately returned to calm. Although there were undercurrents, the tension was gone. Then the three parties tacitly stopped arguing with each other, stopped staring at each other, and turned to look at the entrance to the secret realm. At this time, the entrance to the secret realm is no longer expanding, but it has not yet completely stabilized, so it is impossible to enter the secret realm. You can only wait until the entrance is completely stabilized. Otherwise, if you force your way in, the entrance to the secret realm will collapse, and you will never be able to get out. After all, secret places often have entrances that are also exits. By then, unless someone refines the core of the secret realm and completely controls the entire secret realm. No one present could guarantee that they would be able to find the core of the secret realm after entering. If they couldn't find it and the exit collapsed, they would be completely trapped in the secret realm. Therefore, the three parties were not in a hurry. After all, judging from the situation at the entrance, it would probably not take long for the situation to be completely stabilized. What's wrong with them waiting? As expected, after another half an hour, the entrance to the secret realm finally stabilized completely. You can enter the secret realm now. By family members, follow this elder into the secret realm. Kai family, let's go. The two major families had already become impatient. The moment they saw the entrance to the secret realm stabilize, Bai Yin and Kai Niao immediately rushed over with their men. After a while, they entered the entrance to the secret realm and disappeared on the spot, but Lin Tianyu was not in a hurry. Instead, he reminded everyone in the Lin family again. After we enter the secret realm, we will be randomly dispersed. You must reunite with me as soon as possible, and then explore together. Only in this way can we avoid major damage and better guard against the Kai and Bai families. They will definitely not explore the secret realm quietly. They will definitely cause trouble for my Lin family. So before they reunite with me, if you encounter a situation where you cannot defeat them, try to avoid direct confrontation with them and stay out of the way for the time being. Of course, if you can defeat them, there's no need to hold back. Just kill them. The family will take care of everything. Yes, second master. Everyone responded. Lin Tianyu nodded, then looked at Lin Xian and Lin Haoran. One of them is his son and the other is his nephew. It can be said that what he is most worried about this time is the safety of these two people, but for the sake of their growth, he couldn't stop them from going through this, so he could only specifically warn them, especially you two, don't be too stubborn. If you can't win, run away. Don't be reluctant to use the self-defense measures I give you. In short, put your lives first. Don't worry, Dad. I value my life the most, hee. Don't worry, Uncle, I have a lot of hidden cards. The two of them made repeated assurances. Well, as long as you understand, let's enter the secret realm. After saying that, Lin Tianyu flew to the entrance of the secret realm first and stepped in, then Lin Xian and the others also entered the secret realm one after another. Chapter 23 Entering the secret realm for the first time. No, I'm really unlucky, Lin Xian expressed helplessness. As soon as he stepped into the secret realm, he didn't even have time to carefully observe the surrounding environment. With just a quick glance, he found himself in a vast plain. However, just as he wanted to learn more about this place, a black shadow pounced on him as fast as lightning. Roar, looking closely, he saw a huge black wolf with hair standing up like steel needles, rushing towards him with its fangs and claws bared. The black wolf exuded a heart-pounding aura, and its pair of demonic eyes flashed with bloodthirsty ferocity, revealing deep hostility towards Lin Xian, as if it wanted to tear him into pieces. Immediately Lin Xian, with this kind of luck today, if he were to go to the system to draw the lottery, he would lose everything. This is a Sky Star Wolf of the third level of the King Realm. The Sky Star Wolf is famous for its amazing speed and powerful attack power, especially its innate magical power Star Roar, which can release extremely powerful star power attacks. In addition, it also possesses the rare bloodline of a holy beast, and may evolve into a holy beast of the Holy Realm in the future. Even if it fails to advance to become a holy beast, once it reaches adulthood, its strength will be enough to rival that of a strong man in the realm of the Venerable. Unfortunately, the Sky Star Wolf in front of Lin Xian is obviously not yet an adult, but only at the third level of the King Realm. Although its realm is higher than Lin Xian, it will be in big trouble if it offends Lin Xian, and the price is its life. Although his luck was not very good and he was targeted by a big monster as soon as he came in, which made Lin Xian helpless, he just complained and his reaction was not slow at all. After dodging the attack of the Sky Star Wolf, he immediately summoned his magic weapon, the Tianxian sword, an 8th grade supreme weapon. With his current strength, he cannot unleash half of the power of a holy weapon, but if it is a supreme weapon, Lin Xian can unleash most of its power. This is also the reason why Lin Xian does not use the holy sword even though he has no shortage of it. You beast. Die. Lin Xian let out a low shout and then a sword flashed over. Breaking Dawn. This is one of the sword moves that Lin Xian learned from the Chaos Sword technique this month. Facing the Sky Star Wolf, who was only at the third level of the King Realm, he did not use all his strength in this sword strike, not even half, but only used 1/3 of his strength. I saw the sword light flashing with extremely dazzling light, as if it could break through the endless chaos and illuminate the endless universe. The sword light was extremely fast, pointing directly at the Sky Star Wolf, but at this moment, the Sky Star Wolf found that the speed that it was usually proud of seemed so pale and powerless in front of this sword light. The extreme sense of crisis was constantly looming in its heart at this moment. It realized that it could not dodge this move, so it stopped dodging and opened its bloody mouth, ready to give it a try. I saw a large amount of star power began to accumulate in its bloody mouth, and it quickly gathered. It was accumulated after a while. Then it closed its bloody mouth and suddenly opened it. Suddenly, a terrifying beam of star power spurted out from its mouth and shot towards the sharp sword light that Lin Xian was slashing at, trying to blast it away. It is the Sky Star Wolf's innate magical power, the roar of the stars. In the blink of an eye, the two attacks collided with each other, and the terrifying aftermath immediately spread out, instantly shattering everything within a 10-mile radius of the grassland, leaving only a bare expanse of land. After a brief stalemate between the two attacks, Lin Xian's sword light was ultimately superior, instantly breaking the balance and directly splitting the Tianqing Wolf's attack in the middle, and then continued to chop straight towards the Tianqing Wolf. The sword flashed, puff, the body of the Tianqing Wolf was instantly torn apart, blood gushed out, and there was no sign of life left. After killing the Sky Star Wolf, Lin Xian's expression did not change at all, as if he had just done something insignificant. He casually collected the Skystar Wolf's body and left the place, continuing to explore the secret realm. It seems that I am very far away from everyone. Lin Xian sighed. Half an hour had passed by now, and he left the grassland and entered a forest. At this time, he was holding the Lin family's special positioning device. Looking at it, he saw that it did not show the location of any member of the Lin family. He could only sigh helplessly. His second uncle, it's not that I didn't listen to you and immediately joined you, I just couldn't find anyone. Helpless, this magical tool can locate the positions of all members of the Lin family within a radius of 1 million miles. Each member of the Lin family will be issued one so that they can quickly find members of the same family and reunite with them. But Lin Xian had been walking for half an hour, but he didn't even see the shadow of a tribe member. Of course, this also indirectly reflects the hugeness of the secret realm. After all, until now, Lin Xian has not met any members of the Lin family, let alone anyone from the Kai or Bai families. He did encounter quite a few monsters along the way. Some were weak first or second level monsters, and some were strong 8th level monster kings, but they were all killed by Lin Xian's sword. The large number of monsters allowed Lin Xian to try out all the new moves he had learned, and he also had a more complete understanding of his own strength. A large number of battles have enriched his realm a lot, which can be regarded as an unexpected surprise. Of course, there are naturally no shortage of spiritual objects and resources harvested along the way. It can even be said that the resources are extremely abundant, worthy of being a top-level holy secret realm. It's just that Lin Xian doesn't care about ordinary resources at all, but the family needs them. Therefore, he basically acted as a ruthless resource harvester along the way, collecting all the useful resources and preparing to hand them over to the family when he returned. As the young master of the Lin family, he has always enjoyed the family's best resources and the best training. Now he naturally has to make a contribution to the family to the best of his ability. Unlike Lin Xian, at this moment, somewhere in the secret realm, inside a mysterious cave, a young figure was happily throwing resources into the space ring, muttering to himself, Emma. There are so many good things. This sword is pretty good, I'll take it. This bow is pretty good too, I'll take it too. This brick looks like it would be really fun to hit someone with, I'll take it too. And these skills, the alchemy inheritance, and the holy medicine, I'll take them all. There's no way to pick them all up. There's no way to pick them all up. If someone from the Lin family were here at this moment, they would have discovered that this figure was none other than Lin Haoran. Apparently, he had found a legacy cave and was collecting treasures. Chapter 24 Son of Destiny. Unlike Lin Xian, who was attacked by monsters upon entering and continued to be attacked by monsters afterwards, Lin Haoran had a smooth and unimpeded journey in the first half hour since entering the secret realm, and his luck was overflowing. Half an hour ago, as soon as Lin Haoran entered the secret realm, he was transferred to an abandoned spiritual medicine garden that had not been taken care of for a long time. Is this a spiritual medicine garden? After observing the surrounding situation, Lin Haoran stared at the huge spiritual medicine garden in front of him that was shrouded by a formation. Although it was covered by a formation, it was already crumbling because it had been there for too long and no one had repaired it. However, Lin Haoran broke the formation in just a moment and rushed in. After entering, Lin Haoran discovered that although the spiritual medicine garden had not been taken care of for a long time, it still contained a large number of spiritual medicines, even quite a few holy medicines. It's just that no one takes care of it, so it looks messy. Lin Haoran's eyes lit up instantly and his mouth watered. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out a bunch of space rings, transformed himself into a spiritual medicine harvester, and began to dig spiritual medicines frantically, not to mention the mature spiritual medicines. He didn't even let go of the young spiritual medicine seedlings. The main focus is to pluck feathers from passing geese and dig 3 feet into the ground. In Lin Haoran's words, anyway, this secret realm is not exclusive to his Lin family. If he doesn't take these resources away, will he leave them to the Kai and Bai families? Wouldn't it be nice to dig it up and bring it back to the Lin family to continue planting? Although Lin Haoran dug very quickly, there were too many spiritual herbs. It took him 10 minutes to pack up all the spiritual herbs and take them away. It contained 3 or 4 space rings. However, he had made sufficient preparations before coming here, and was not worried about not having a space ring to store resources, because he prepared a total of 1,000 space rings. It's simply crazy. Which cultivator would carry so many space rings when going out? After Lin Haoran finished taking over the abandoned spiritual medicine garden, he began to explore towards the center of the secret realm. As for why the center was chosen, it was of course because the best things in the secret realm are usually in the central area of the secret realm, and it is also the main battleground among the 3 parties. Therefore, the people of the 3 tribes will definitely work together tacitly to explore the central area of the secret realm, and finally have the final battle in the central area of the secret realm to compete for the best and top level resources in the secret realm. Therefore, only there would he have a greater chance of meeting members of the Lin family and joining them. After Lin Haoran left the abandoned spiritual medicine garden and explored hundreds of miles towards the center of the secret realm, he encountered 2 saint-level monsters in a canyon that were both injured and dying. Not far from them there was a holy spiritual plant, the 9 shining red fruit tree. This time, there were 9 plump and bright-colored joyo Shu fruits hanging on the fruit tree, which were obviously ripe. When Lin Haoran saw this, he knew that these 2 Saint Realm monsters must have fought each other in order to compete for the 9 shining vermilion fruits. However, the 2 monsters were of similar strength, and in the end, both ended up suffering losses. Thinking of this, Lin Haoran smiled. Isn't this a good deal, sir? He immediately took out a holy sword and a holy armor. After putting the holy armor on his body, he carefully approached the 2 injured monsters with the holy sword, ready to give them the final blow. Lin Haoran, you are a great demon in the Saint Realm, so it is reasonable for you to be cautious, right? Although they are already dying, who knows if they still have the ability to launch a final counterattack before death. Life is the most important, after all. The counterattack of a saint-level demon before his death is not something that an unprepared cave heaven-level cultivator can withstand. Seeing this human ant suddenly appear, holding a sword and slowly approaching them, the 2 monsters roared at Lin Haoran, trying to scare him away. Roar, roar. Stop yelling. I know you're at the end of your strength. Don't waste your energy. Just stretch your necks and let me use this holy sword to send you off one last time. To save you from further suffering. Buddha, our Lin family has mercy. Lin Haoran saw that the 2 monsters did not attack him immediately but tried to scare him away. He knew that they had reached their limit and had no power to fight back at all. He grinned immediately. The great demons in the Saint Realm are extremely intelligent, so they can naturally understand what Lin Haoran said. They can even speak human language and transform into human form, but they generally disdain to do so. Monsters in the Sate realm are often arrogant, especially the monsters in these secret realms. They have basically never seen humans, so this is even less likely to happen. Therefore, after hearing Lin Howren's words, although they were very angry, this human being, who used to be like an ant in their eyes, actually dared to speak to them like this, but he just roared angrily and didn't say a word. But Lin Howren ignored their roars and continued to approach them with his sword in hand. When he came in front of one of the big cow monsters, he said, "Hee. Die." Lin Howren immediately mobilized all his spiritual power, and the holy sword chopped directly towards the neck of the bull monster, instantly sending the bull monster to its death. Roar. Then he came to another tiger monster, using the same steps and techniques. His movements were clean and neat. Tiger demon, Tai Nai, here I come, just come to my space ring, hee. Lin Howren directly put the corpses of the two monsters into the space ring, and then ran to the 9-star red fruit tree. He first packed the 9 ripe Joyao fruits into special boxes, and then threw them into the space ring. Only in this way could he lock the medicinal power of the Zhu fruit to the greatest extent and extend its storage time. After doing all this, he dug up the entire Joyao fruit tree with its roots and soil, and packed it up and took it away. Although the Lin family is wealthy and powerful, the main principle of the Lin family is thriftiness. As long as something is useful, you must never let it go. In the words of the Lin family's founder, if it weren't for this, how could I have built such a large Lin family? This sentence and this virtue are written into the Lin family's ancestral precepts. Members of the Lin family have to learn its content and ideas from the moment they enter the clan school. Therefore, every time the Lin family raided their property and exterminated their clan, after they had defeated their enemies, those cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the situation hated the Lin family to the core, because after they arrived at the scene, they discovered the scene is cleaner than their pockets. Not to mention finding a bargain, they even suspected that this place might have been a place devoid of spirits in the past. But reason told them that this was the base of a powerful force in the past. After harvesting the fruit tree, Lin Howren continued on his journey of exploration, but whether it was good luck or something else, half an hour after he entered the secret realm, he once again discovered a cave protected by a formation on an island in the lake. Through observation, he discovered that it was a defensive formation with a strength of only lower saint level. He definitely cannot break the formation with his own strength. So, after hesitating for a while, he finally took out a protective trump card his father gave him with a painful heart. It was a token containing Lin Tianyu's full strength attack. I hope your cave won't disappoint me, otherwise I'll be at a huge loss. After whispering something, Lin Howren immediately crushed the token, and Lin Tianyu's attack sealed inside suddenly appeared and attacked the formation. Rumble. After a shaking, the sound of the formation being broken was heard. Snap. Lin Howren looked happy, and after the formation completely disappeared, he immediately rushed in after entering, feeling the spiritual energy inside the cave, which was several times denser. Then outside, Lin Howren quickly began to explore the cave. The space inside the cave is huge. In addition to some facilities in the middle for the daily life of the former cave owner, there are also several stone chambers with closed stone doors around it. After Lin Howren looked around and didn't find any treasure in the middle, he began to check the surrounding stone chambers. When he opened the first stone chamber and entered, he was stunned. Rows of jade boxes, strings of space rings, and jade slips were placed on shelves, and there were also a pile of magical instruments around them, some intact and some damaged. He immediately started to check them one by one excitedly. So there was the scene before, where treasures were thrown into the space ring. Chapter 25, Possession. If Lin Xian knew about what happened to Lin Howren after he entered the secret realm, he would definitely call him the son of luck. Look at him again. He was attacked by a monster with a higher realm than his as soon as he came in. If it were an ordinary member of the tribe, wouldn't he be killed right from the start? Later on, he was besieged by monsters all the way, and the resources he harvested were not as valuable as the spiritual herbs collected from Lin Howren's spiritual medicine garden. Who can he complain to? Lin Xian, do all the children of destiny smell so good? Do they taste so good? Tongzi, the host is superficial. With this system, what is the son of luck? Can you pull out Pangu's blood essence? Can you pull out the red hair of the red-haired monster? Tongzi, but as long as you work hard enough, you can have all of these. So, work hard, young man. Lin Xian, I feel like you were just empty talk. In the cave, Lin Howren first searched among the magical weapons around him. As long as the magical weapons had not completely lost their spirituality, he threw them all into the space ring. Those that are intact can be used directly. As for those that have lost their spirituality but not completely, they need to be reforged by the Lin family's weapon refiners. In the end, Lin Howren collected a total of 108 magical weapons, some intact and some incomplete, all of which were above level 7. The best one was a great saint level hammer. As for those below the 7th level, due to their low level, their spirituality had long been worn away by the erosion of time and turned into a pile of useless mortal tools. Then he began to check the boxes on the shelves one by one and found that these boxes were used to hold precious elixirs and holy medicines. However, since the time was too long and the preservation time of spiritual medicine could not be compared with that of magic weapons, most of the boxes only had a pile of medicine residue left. As soon as Lin Howren opened the box, they scattered with the wind. However, there are also a small number of spiritual medicines and holy medicines that are well preserved. Although their medicinal properties have been lost, they still have some value. Lin Howren didn't care about that. As long as it still had medicinal properties, he threw it all into the space ring. As for how much value it could bring, he let the family's alchemist worry about it. He was only responsible for bringing it back. Then came the jade slips and space rings. Lin Howren checked them all one by one and discovered quite a few martial arts techniques, magical inheritances, and other resources. His smile never faltered. It's sent. After I return to the family and hand over these resources and inheritance, I will receive a large amount of contribution points. I am going to soak in the creation tower and the spirit washing pool forever. After Lin Howren collected all the resources, he thought happily. Then he began to walk towards the remaining caves and continued to check. At the same time, on a mountain peak that was unknown how far away from Lin Howren, Lin Tianyu was standing with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Next to him were the 14th elder and the 15th elder, two masters of the Sate realm. Behind them were hundreds of members of the Lin family, standing respectfully, waiting for Lin Tianyu's orders. Obviously, at this time, almost all the people of the Lin family have gathered together, leaving only Lin Xian, Lin Howren, and a dozen or so clansmen who have not yet reunited with them. Is there still no news about those two guys, Ranner and Shinner? The next moment, Lin Tianyu frowned slightly and asked slowly. In response, the 14th elder and the 15th elder looked at each other and then shook their heads. There's no news about the young master and that kid Haoran, but second master, don't worry. Young master and Haoran are no longer children. They know how to protect themselves. Besides, they have the trump cards given by the family, so I think nothing will happen. Lin Tianyu did not respond. After a long moment, he slowly spoke. There's no need to wait any longer. Everyone, disperse and stay within 100,000 miles of me. Gradually explore the center of the secret realm. If you encounter danger, seek help immediately. The two elders and I will rush there immediately. The range of 100,000 miles is the maximum range that Lin Tianyu's spiritual sense can cover, and it is also the range that he can reach in the shortest time and rescue his people. Yes. Second master. The many clansmen behind him responded respectfully upon hearing his words, then they dispersed in all directions with great anticipation and began their own journey of exploration. Lin Tianyu and the other two were also slowly advancing in front of the void, using their vast spiritual sense to constantly explore the situation ahead. As long as monsters above the Saint Realm appear, they will act decisively and kill them all to prevent the Lin family from suffering heavy casualties. As for the monsters below the Saint Realm, Lin Tianyu and his team did not deal with them, no matter how large their numbers were. What the Lin family needs is a strong man who can stand on his own. If they want to cultivate such a member, they need to let them fight and hone themselves constantly, and grow in blood and tears. Only the clan members trained in this way will not become people with empty cultivation but flashy but not practical, and can shoulder the important responsibilities of the family. Lin Xian and Lin Haoran were unaware of Lin Tianyu and the other situation. At this time, one of them is fighting his way through obstacles, slaying demons and monsters, collecting resources, and honing himself. The other was still happily exploring the cave, collecting everything valuable from it. There's only one stone chamber left. Lin Haoran looked at the last stone chamber with its closed stone door, his eyes filled with anticipation. Just now, he had explored all 4 stone chambers in front. 2 of them were empty and contained nothing useful. The remaining 2 did have some resources, but not many. Lin Haoran was a little disappointed about this, but when he thought about the last cave and that the harvest this time was already big enough, that disappointment disappeared instantly. Then he came to the last stone chamber and prepared to open the stone door to go in and explore. A rumble. The heavy stone door was slowly opened, and Lin Haoran walked in instantly. After entering, "Fuck. You scared me." Lin Haoran suddenly shouted. He looked at the human-shaped skeleton in front of him, which had frightened him just now, and immediately became alert. As for why a pile of bones could scare Lin Haoran, that was because the moment he came in, the skeleton lying on the ground suddenly stood up and stared straight at Lin Haoran, who had broken in. Lin Haoran felt a chill down his spine instantly. Just as Lin Haoran was looking at the strange bones in front of him warily, the bones finally moved. He saw them fall down again. Immediately, a wisp of white smoke slowly floated above them, and then the shadow of a man slowly appeared. "My friend, don't panic. I am just a wisp of obsession of the dead." Suddenly, a vicissitudes of life voice spread in the air. Lin Haoran, who heard it, immediately took a step back and decisively took out his protective trump card to guard against the phantom of the man that had appeared in the air. "Who are you? Do you want to take over my body? If so, I advise you to give up. My father is in the secret realm right now. If you dare to act rashly, he will not let you go. My ancestor will not let you go either." Lin Haoran instantly thought of the rumored possession of another's body, and immediately issued a warning, trying to prevent the other party from acting rashly. Chapter 26, 10,000 Souls Banner? No, it's called the Human Emperor Banner. The shadowy figure was stunned for a moment after hearing this. He knew that the young man in front of him had misunderstood him, and then he smiled and said, "My friend, I'm not capable of such a despicable act. Besides, in my current state, even if I wanted to take over someone else's body, I'd be powerless. So, my friend, don't worry about what I might do to you." The man looked sincere. Seeing the other party's frank look, Lin Haoran knew that he had misunderstood and immediately laughed it off. "Ha ha. I'm sorry, senior. I was just nervous for a moment. Please don't mind. I wonder why you have appeared here this time, senior." However, he did not completely trust the man and remained vigilant at all times. As long as something went wrong, he would immediately use his trump card to protect himself. Hearing Lin Haoran's question, the man, knowing that he didn't have much time, went straight to the point. "I was a core elder of the Holy Heavenly Palace, a quasi-emperor level force in Zhongzhou a million years ago. Later, when my sect was in trouble, I led a group of people to break out at the risk of my life. Only then did I successfully hide in this secret realm, but we were all seriously injured and ultimately died with hatred in our hearts. At first, I was extremely unwilling to give in, and I was obsessed with revenge. Thus, an obsession was born and left on this skeleton. I thought that when the time was right, I would take over the body of someone and, when I had enough cultivation, I would go and seek revenge." Having said this, the man's shadow couldn't help but burst out with murderous intent. When Lin Haoran heard this, his hair stood on end, and he cursed in his heart that old Deng had no good intentions. "The old man is very bad." Lin Haoran became alert again, staring at the other party closely, and put his hand on his protective trump card. Seeing Lin Haoran's defensive look, the man revealed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "It's good to have a good heart." Then he continued, "But as time went by, I gradually figured it out. I'm a relic of the old era, so why should I continue to harm the young people of the new era? Besides, what's the point of revenge? My family, friends, and people I knew are all gone. What's the point of living alone in this world?" As the man spoke, he couldn't help but reveal a sense of loneliness. "Senior Gaoi. I send you off, senior." Lin Haoran suddenly said 2 sentences. Lin Haoran, "Yeah, I understand. So you should leave quickly." The man who was originally being sentimental was stunned for a moment by Lin Haoran's sudden 2 sentences. After more than 10 breaths, he came back to his senses and shook his head. "Yes, it's just some old things. It's better not to mention it." The man paused, then stared at Lin Haoran seriously. "My friend, let me be frank. I have treasures and inheritances here, and I can give them all to you." Hearing this, Lin Haoran was delighted. This was exactly what he had been waiting for, otherwise, he would have launched a holy attack on the face of the shadowy man of unknown origin. "Senior, please tell me what your conditions are." Lin Haoran knew that there was no free lunch in the world. Since the Phantom said so, he would definitely not let him get these treasures easily. Ah, don't worry, my friend. I won't make things difficult for you. I only have one condition, which is that I hope you can rebuild the Holy Heaven Palace in the future and continue the legacy of my Holy Heaven Palace. In return, I will give you most of the sex heritage that the Master entrusted to me during his lifetime. Moreover, you can also pass on the inheritance of my Holy Heaven Palace to your family to strengthen your family, but it is limited to your family only. After all, inheritance is something you understand, my friend. The Phantom said a lot in one breath, not only his conditions, but also the benefits that Lin Haoren could get. What do you think? Think about it, little friend. The man's shadow gestured to Lin Haoren. Lin Haoren pretended to be confused for a moment, then nodded and said, Senior, I agree. The shadow didn't seem to expect that Lin Haoren would agree so easily, and was slightly surprised, but on second thought, his Xingtian Palace was once a quasi-emperor level force. Who wouldn't want the inheritance of his Xingtian Palace? Looking at this young man in the stone chamber before, he seemed to have never seen the world, and he didn't seem to come from a wealthy family. I guess his family doesn't have much background, and I don't know if they even have Saint King level skills. I guess his family is just a small saint family. However, in order to save Lin Haoren's face, he did not ask too many questions. Seeing that the man remained silent for a long time, Lin Haoren thought he regretted it and immediately said to Senior, please pass on the inheritance to me quickly. I won't let you down. Hey. My dear friend, please make a vow to the heavenly Tao. The man realized that he had lost his composure and coughed lightly. Oh, I understand. Senior, what is your name? Xianming Holy Emperor. Lin Haoren laughed, then said righteously, heaven is above. I, Bai Li, swear here that as long as I obtain the heritage of the Heavenly Saint Palace promised by Senior Xianming Saint Emperor, I will help him rebuild the Heavenly Saint Palace in the future. If I fail to fulfill my promise, I, Bai Li, will be bombarded by the 10,000 tribulations and die. I will never enter the cycle of reincarnation. Ah, my friend is really straightforward. I don't have time either. Take note, my friend. There's a control stone on the lower right corner of the wall to your left. Open it and you'll enter the passage. At the end of the passage lies the heritage and inheritance I promised you. Take it for yourself. Take care, my friend. The shadow of the Xianming Saint Emperor slowly dissipated, but his expression revealed a sense of relief. Farewell, Senior. Lin Haoren cupped his hands. This time he meant it. After the Phantom disappeared, the bones, without the support of the Xianming Saint Emperor's obsession, instantly turned into powder and scattered on the ground. Ready to be blown away by the wind, Lin Haoren erected a monument for the Xianming Saint Emperor on the spot, bowed again, and then tried to open the passage according to the instructions of the Xianming Saint Emperor. After groping for a while, a passage appeared in front of Lin Haoren. So this wall is made of a material that suppresses spiritual consciousness. No wonder my spiritual consciousness can't detect any flaws. After feeling it for a while, Lin Haoren also showed an expression of understanding, then he walked along the passage and soon reached the end. Hiss. Isn't this too rich? The moment he saw the mountains of spirit stones and piles of other resources protected by a special formation, even Lin Haoren, a genius of the Lin family and a knowledgeable man, could not help but gasp in shock. Lin Haoren immediately took out a bunch of space rings, plunged directly into these treasures and resources, and collected them up with a clang.as for that special formation. It is only used to protect these resources so that they will not be destroyed over time, and it cannot defend against monks. Ah, this is the real deal. The previous ones weren't even 1,000th of what's here. Lin Haoren was obsessed with money. He collected the money and smiled like a fool. He saw that the empty space ring he had prepared in advance was visibly shrinking. Ha! What is this? Suddenly, at some point, Lin Haoren let out a light exclamation. At this moment, he was looking at a strange box in his hand. He saw that the box was covered with seals, as if something ominous was suppressed inside, but Lin Haoren was skilled and bold. He didn't think too much about it. He was just endlessly curious about the situation inside the box, so he tried to open it immediately. However, with his cultivation level of the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm, he couldn't open it. He had no choice but to once again pull out the trump card his father had given him. Forget it. At worst I can ask Lao Deng to give me some when I see him. Although he felt sad, Lin Haoren gritted his teeth in order to explore the secret of the box. Go for it. Snap, boom. Then two sounds of different decibels were heard one after another. It's finally open. Looking at the box with the seal gone, Lin Haoren breathed a sigh of relief. Let me see what secrets you have. 1 minute later, could it be that I am the legendary son of destiny? The 10,000 souls banner? No, that's called the Human Emperor banner. He. Chapter 27, The Ancient Strongman's Advice. The tribe is in crisis. Lin Haoren looked at the small banner in his hand, his eyes burning and his expression excited. Just now, after he opened the jade box, he found that there were only 3 things in it: a letter, a mysterious animal skin, and this small banner. After checking, Lin Haoren discovered that this small banner was originally called the 10,000 Souls banner, a mysterious object of unknown level. And that mysterious animal skin recorded the introduction of the 10,000 Souls banner, the method of refining the 10,000 Souls banner, and a matching mysterious skill of unknown grade, the 10,000 Souls Sutra. According to the description on the animal skin, the banner of 10,000 souls was refined by an almighty being. It can collect the residual souls of any living creature after death, allowing it to continuously advance. The more souls it collects, the higher its own grade and the stronger its power. It can also refine these collected residual souls into soul slaves. Soul slaves can be summoned during battle to fight against the enemy. After being killed, these soul slaves will automatically return to the 10,000 Souls banner and can resume fighting after a period of rest. The setting of the 10,000 Souls banner here is the result of the author's modification. This is more in line with the book. Fellow Taoists, please don't criticize me. Thank you. Otherwise, the Human Emperor banner will warn you. And the accompanying skills are also amazing. Every time you take in a soul slave, you will get a certain amount of cultivation feedback. This whole set of skills can be said to be a complete cheat for cultivation. Of course, the prerequisite is that the owner of the 10,000 souls banner kills enough lives, so that his cultivation level can be improved quickly. However, killing innocent people indiscriminately will result in this person often becoming a demonic cultivator, and being hated and hunted by countless cultivators and races. However, this 10,000 soul sutra is different from other magic techniques. After practicing it, the host will not produce demonic energy, so it is difficult for people to find abnormalities under normal circumstances, and it will not affect a person's mind like other magic techniques. It can be said that for those who practice it, it depends on whether they can resist the temptation of rapid improvement in cultivation and whether they can control their desires. If they can control themselves, they will look no different from ordinary cultivators. After all, there is no demonic energy, so there will be no wanton killing. Who would know that you are practicing the magic technique? Killing enemies and monsters is normal, isn't it? As a cultivator, who doesn't carry the lives of countless enemies on their shoulders, as long as you don't randomly massacre people and destroy their entire clan, no one will care about you. Treasures are neither good nor bad, it depends on who uses them. If I can use this magical thing well, even becoming an emperor is not my limit. Besides, after practicing, there's basically no difference from before. Just don't easily expose the 10,000 souls banner to outsiders when you're weak. After reading their introduction, Lin Haoran did not discard them directly because they were magical objects. Instead, he was very happy. This is my opportunity, Lin Haoran. As long as I am strong enough, no one and no force will dare to bully my Lin family. Only then can my Lin family continue to grow and develop, and this opportunity is my confidence, leading the Lin family to rise. Who else but me? However, I am kind-hearted by nature, and the name of the Myriad Souls banner sounds like something demonic, which doesn't suit my status. I'd rather call it the Human Emperor banner, which suits me better, hee. Then Lin Haoran looked at the letter, opened it, and saw the following words: Alas, latecomer, when you see this letter, it proves that you have finally opened this box. It's a matter of time and fate. I believe you also know that these are demonic objects. Although they do not have the disadvantages of other demonic objects, they are even more terrifying and powerful. If you are not careful, they will create an unparalleled demon. That will be a disaster for my Nanming continent. Lin Haoran continued to read. When I accidentally obtained them, I tried every way to destroy them, but obviously failed. I had no choice but to seal them in a box. Originally, with my cultivation level of the 9th level of the Heavenly Emperor realm at that time, no one in the Southern Ocean continent should have been able to open the seal, but now it has been opened. Obviously, a very long time has passed since my time, and the seal is extremely weak. Finally, I only hope that those who come after you will never attempt to use them, because human desires and greed are the most vulnerable to test. Otherwise, you will easily become a slave to desire and greed, and eventually become a peerless demon. It's a pity that I am incompetent and cannot destroy them, but instead leave these evil objects to future generations. The letter ends here. After reading it, Lin Haoran realized that this was not the seal of the Holy Heaven Palace. They must have obtained it by chance, but the seal was still very strong at that time and they couldn't open it, so they just threw it into the pile of treasures. Lin Haoran could also feel that the super powerful man who had reached the terrifying 9th level of the Heavenly Emperor realm must be a righteous man who was indifferent to fame and fortune and was awe-inspiring. Otherwise, he would not have wanted to destroy the Human Emperor banners as soon as he knew what they were. In the end, when he failed to destroy them, he sealed them as soon as possible. He never thought of relying on them to achieve a higher realm. Although Lin Haoran admires this, he does not agree with it. He still said the same thing: there is no good or bad treasure, what matters is the person who uses it. He is not a pedantic person. Don't worry, senior. Although I'm not a good person, I don't want to associate with demonic cultivators. Lin Haoran said seriously. Then he did not collect the treasures, but directly began to refine the Human Emperor banner according to the method on the animal skin. Time passes slowly to eye in the blink of an eye. A day had passed since everyone entered the secret realm, but if you have a god's perspective, you will find that at this time, on the east side of the secret realm, Lin Tianyu and other members of the Lin family have advanced all the way from the east to the inner area of the secret realm. If they continue to advance at this speed, they will probably reach the central area of the secret realm in a day or two. To eye in the north and west of the secret realm, there are also two teams that are constantly advancing towards the central area of the secret realm. They are obviously the teams of the Bai family and the Kai family. Like the Lin family, they also gathered most of the clansmen first before starting to explore the center of the secret realm and collect resources. However, the secret realm is too large, and the three families are unable to gather all their clansmen. Each family has a small number of clansmen scattered throughout the secret realm. These scattered small groups of people are divided into different numbers, with a small number scattered in the east, west, and north, and are exploring on their own, but most of them are distributed in the south direction, and the same is true for Lin Xian and Lin Haoran. Looking at the three scattered people in the south, you will find that at this moment, at the edge of an inner area, two groups are confronting each other. However, at first glance, one team clearly had far fewer people than the other. We actually met a group of Lin family members here. Brother Bai, it seems we are lucky. Kai Koan glanced at the dozen or so people opposite him and couldn't help but laugh at Bai Li standing beside him. Who says it isn't? I didn't expect that I would come across such a big piece of meat less than half an hour after meeting Brother Kai. Congratulations. Bai Li was standing aside with his arms crossed, laughing wildly. The two men didn't take the dozen or so members of the Lin family opposite them seriously at all, as if they were pigs and dogs that could be killed at will. However, the two of them did have the capital to be arrogant at this time. After all, there were only 13 people from the Lin family here, while their two families combined had 32 people, more than twice as many as the Lin family. 13 versus 32. How to fight this? Chapter 28. A battle without hope. This huge disadvantage made everyone in the Lin family present feel extremely heavy-hearted. If they go to war, they have no chance of winning. Faced with such a powerful enemy, they felt helpless and hopeless. The highest level of cultivation among those present was only at the 6th level of the Venerable Realm, and there was only one of them, a steward of the Lin family named Lin Junxian, who was temporarily leading the team at this time. However, faced with the current situation, even he felt powerless. Deacon, what should we do? They are from the Bai family and the Kai family. Their number is more than twice ours. We are no match for them at all. A disciple of the Lin family said anxiously. Not only that, our realm is not superior either. They have two powerful masters at the 6th level of the Venerable Realm, while we only have one deacon. Another disciple added sullenly when the dozen or so of them found that they could not find the Lin family's main group. They planned to move carefully towards the central area of the secret realm, but they did not expect to meet people from the Kai and Bai families here, and the most important thing is that they are not superior in terms of numbers and realm. It's really bad luck. In this situation, how should they respond? Fight? You definitely can't win, run? But how can I shake him off at such a close distance? Alas, it seems that this is all I can wait for, but as a member of my Lin family, even if we die, we can only die in battle. There are no cowards in my Lin family. My fellow tribesmen, are you willing to fight with me until the last moment of your life? Lin Junxian knew that they would not be able to leave alive today, and immediately said in a low voice. There was a determination on his face. Ha ha, the deacon is right. There are no cowards in my Lin family. Today, I, Lin Bei, will fight with the deacon until the very last moment. Even if I, General Lin, die, I will drag these bastards from the Bai and Kai families down with me to be buried with me. Kill. 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 At this moment, the momentum of the Lin family members present reached an unprecedented peak. The people from the Bai and Kai families who saw the scene began to sneer with disdain. Haha, is this the legendary death struggle? This is truly ridiculous. In the face of absolute strength, all struggles are useless. Don't do that. Aren't they better off like this? Killing them without any resistance is so boring. That's right, I love seeing the despair of the Lin family the most, hee hee. The Lin family members did not react at all to this. They just stood on high alert, staring at the people from the two families with fierce eyes. After a dozen breaths, perhaps seeing that the Lin family had no objections, Bai Li and Kai Kuan, feeling bored, also gave orders to Bai family members, go ahead and kill all the Lin family members. Deacon Bai Tianqing, that 6th level Venerable Realm cultivator is now in your care. Kai family members, you all go too, leave no one behind. Deacon Kai Ling, work with the Bai family elders and try to kill them as soon as possible. Upon hearing the order from their young master, people from both families rushed towards the Lin family. Yes, young master, kill. Lin family ants, give me your life. Fellow tribesmen, fight to the death. Kill one and you'll win, kill two and you'll win. After we die, our family will avenge us. When Lin Junxian saw the people from the Kai and Bai families rushing over, he did not retreat at all. He held a long knife in his hand and shouted angrily, then he took the lead and stood in front of the two deacons of the 6th level of the Venerable Realm from the Lin Bai family and the Kai family. Your opponent is me. Lin Junxian shouted, staring at the other person intently. These two people were too dangerous for the rest of the tribe. If he didn't stop them, any one of them getting there would be a devastating blow to the rest of the tribe. By then, the tribesmen, who were already at a disadvantage, might not even be able to withstand a single blow. This is the huge gap in strength brought about by the level of cultivation. A cultivator with a high level of cultivation can often only crush a cultivator with a low level of cultivation. Battles against opponents of higher levels are often won by geniuses, but among all the people in the world, how many geniuses are there? Everyone present, except for Bai Li and Kai Kuan, who barely touched the edge of genius, was just one of the common people. Ha, Lin Junxian, are you so eager to die? Since he's so eager to die, let's satisfy him. The two men sneered and started fighting with Lin Junxian. Flame-breaking slash. Meteor hammer. Boom. Boom. Boom, both sides did not hold back at all, using all their means in the fierce battle. Loud noises continued to be heard, resounding through the sky, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Junxian was at a disadvantage right from the start. Even if he tried his best and used all his trump cards, he still couldn't change the situation where he was at a complete disadvantage. However, the three men had similar levels of cultivation. Lin Junxian threw his life and death to the wind and attacked the two men like a madman. The two deacons from the Kai and Bai families were afraid to fight because they didn't want to be hurt by this madman, and they couldn't exert their full strength at all. Therefore, although Lin Junxian was at a disadvantage, Bai Tianqing and the others were unable to defeat him for a while. The battle lasted for several minutes. Suddenly at some point, the Kai family's 6th level Venerable Realm cultivator instantly seized a defensive loophole in Lin Junxian and immediately launched a fierce attack. Good opportunity. Tianyan Ba Dao slash. A terrifying blade like with flames instantly slashed at Lin Junxian's back. Puff. Lin Junxian was caught off guard and was severely injured instantly. A large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his whole breath plummeted in an instant. Even his back was left with a horrific wound, enough to reveal the bones beneath the flesh and blood. Is this the end? Lin Junxian was dejected. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came. Everyone! I'm leaving first. Immediately, a huge explosion sounded throughout the entire scene. It was a member of the Lin family who seized the opportunity and, when his opponent was completely unprepared, chose to self-destruct, perishing along with the two people fighting him. During these few minutes, not only Lin Junxian, but other members of the Lin family were also fighting bloody battles. They were like crazy people, forcing themselves to hold on until now, but lunatics are also human beings, they will die too. Now this is just the beginning. Over the next few dozen breaths, members of the Lin family continued to fall. You bastards from the Kai and Bai families, go to hell with me. Lin Gao, boom, a member of the Lin family named Lin Gao also chose to self-destruct, but this time one of his opponents survived, but he was seriously injured and could not fight again. My Lin family will one day wipe out both of your families. It's a pity that I won't be able to see it. Boom, another member of the Lin family blew himself up. The successive self-explosions of the Lin family made the people from the Kai and Bai families who were fighting with the Lin family members on the scene wary. They no longer dared to approach the Lin family members they were fighting against, for fear that they would self-explode themselves as well. People from both families never expected that these members of the Lin family would be so stubborn and self-destruct at any time. You know, if you're killed, you still have the possibility of reincarnation, but if you self-destruct, everything is gone, not even the slightest chance of reincarnation. Aren't they afraid, the people from the two families? Unable to figure it out, now only dare to consume the remaining members of the Lin family from a distance, intending to exhaust them to death anyway. They have the advantage, it just takes a little more time. Chapter 29 God Avoids. On the battlefield between Lin Junxian and the other two. Lin Junxian looked at the tragic battle situation of the Lin family members below, his hands clenched tightly involuntarily, and his heart was filled with grief and anger. The sadness he had just felt disappeared instantly after seeing the tragic situation of his family members below. So what if I'm seriously injured? So what if there is no hope? He can still fight. He must fight. He will fight until the last moment of his life. Bai Tianqing and the other man on the opposite side saw Lin Junxian staring blankly at the battlefield below, and they were in no hurry to deal with him. After all, he was already seriously injured by them. The outcome of this battle has been decided. Did Lin Junxian see that? This is what happens when you go against our two families. Today, not only will they die, but you will die too. Even your Lin family will be destroyed in the future. Ha ha ha. The Kai family's steward laughed and ridiculed Lin Junxian. Ha ha ha. Lin Junxian, seeing the ants of your Lin family falling one after another below, do you feel despair? Are you in pain? However, the more desperate and painful you are, the more excited we will be. The Bai family's butler also attacked Lin Junxian's wound crazily. Ha ha ha. The two of them laughed heartily, their laughter full of teasing. Facing the ridicule from the two, Lin Junxian did not fight back at all. After a few breaths, he withdrew his gaze from the battlefield below. He looked at the two coldly, but did not speak. Instead, he rushed forward with his magic weapon. Spiritual Destruction Judgment. As Lin Junxian roared angrily, he instantly swung out a huge and sharp blade, pointing directly at the two people opposite him. The power of this attack exceeded any of his previous attacks. Even if he was not prepared in time, it was enough to kill any one of the two 6th level Venerable Realm Masters. Because, not good. Brother Bai, he's starting to burn his blood in essence. This attack can't be resisted head-on. Realizing the power of this attack, the Kai family's deacon retreated instantly and shouted. His hands moved quickly as well, launching one attack after another in an attempt to break Lin Junxian's attack. Brother Kai, don't worry. I understand. Let's avoid the enemy for now. Once his energy and blood are exhausted, that will be his death. He won't be able to hold on for much longer. The deacon of the Bai family also retreated violently, and like the deacon of the Kai family, he continued to attack the terrifying swordlight. They had neither the intention nor the courage to fight Lin Junxian to the death. It is impossible for them to burn their blood in essence like Lin Junxian. Every drop of blood in essence is extremely precious, so they are reluctant to use it here. They don't know how long it will take to recover after consuming each drop. For Lin Junxian, it's not worth it. At this point, the war between the two sides broke out again, but unlike before, this time Lin Junxian had the upper hand, while the two deacons from the Kai and Bai families kept attacking in a roundabout way and did not fight Lin Junxian head-on. But Lin Junxian's youth was only fleeting. When his blood and essence are exhausted, that will be his death. This one-sided battle is still going on. Go to hell, you rubbish from the Lin family. Puff, a member of the Lin family who was at the king level had no time to self-destruct before he was beheaded by a Kai family cultivator at the king level with a single sword strike. Having 3 of the Bai family's bastards buried with me today is enough for my life. Boom, another member of the Lin family blew himself up and died. And the 3 people from the Bai family turned into blood rain in his self-explosion. The blood rain fell, gradually dyeing the earth red. Lingxi, Menger. It's a pity that I can't see you again. I'm going to break my promise. Boom, another member of the Lin family perished together with their rivals. At this moment, in the distant Lin family, a woman and a young girl suddenly felt an inexplicable heartache. When they came to their senses, tears had already slid down their cheeks and dripped to the ground. It had only been a few minutes since the start of the war. During this time, members of the Lin family had continuously perished. Out of more than a dozen members of the Lin family, only 4 or 5 remained, still struggling to hold on. Seeing that victory was imminent, Bai Li and Kai Kuan, who were supervising the battle from a distance, did not seem happy at all. Instead, their faces looked extremely ugly because, in order to kill these members of the Lin family, the price paid by both families was too high, almost twice that of the Lin family. Most of them were killed by self-explosions by members of the Lin family. These people of the Lin family are simply crazy and self-explode at every turn. Otherwise, the two families would not have to pay such a huge price. Humph. Lin Junxian is done, it's time for you to die too. On the battlefield where Lin Junxian and others were, Lin Junxian had long lost his initial high spirits. He was now lying in the air with a pale face and barely breathing. Obviously, it has run out of energy. Ahem, kill me if you want. If you even blink, I won't be named Lin anymore. Lin Junxian said weakly. Humph. You're still stubborn even when death is imminent. In that case, then you can die. At this time, Bai Tianqing had a long wound on his face, extending straight from his ear to his chin. Coupled with his sinister expression, he looked extremely terrifying. Bai Tianqing raised the sword in his hand and was about to kill Lin Junxian with one sword. No. Deacon. The 3 surviving members of the Lin family cried out in grief. At the critical moment, a small voice suddenly came from a distance. God avoid. Then, a white figure appeared at an extremely fast speed in the blink of an eye, and before anyone could react, it had already arrived in front of Bai Tianqing. By the time Bai Tianqing reacted, a dark red sword light containing the ultimate sword intent had already suddenly slashed at him. Puff. Bang. Bang. Bang! Bai Tianqing vomited blood instantly, his face turning pale and weak rapidly, and he was knocked away by the terrifying swordlight, directly crashing through several mountains in the distance before he stopped. But at this moment, he had already collapsed on the ground like a dead dog, his consciousness gradually becoming blurred. Before he died, he vaguely saw a young figure. It was that young figure who launched the terrifying attack. He was very familiar with that figure, the young master of the Lin family. Death. This sudden scene stunned everyone present in an instant. Everyone stopped and turned to look at the battlefield where Lin Junxian was. Just one glance and everyone's eyes widened instantly, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. I saw that at this moment there was a young man in white clothes holding a sword in one hand, with flowing white clothes, extraordinary temperament, and a powerful aura like a rainbow. Standing in the wind like a peerless sword immortal, he stood in front of Lin Junxian, without saying a word, his eyes looking down upon the entire battlefield, taking in the entire situation at once. In an instant, the young man in white couldn't help but frown, and a cold murderous intent filled with anger slowly emanated from his body. The young man in white, no, it's Lin Xian, he was angry. Chapter 30 Lin Xian shows his power. Young master. It's actually the young master. It was the young master who attacked just now. But when did the young master become so strong? He actually killed Bai Tianqing, who was at the 6th level of the Venerable Realm, with a single sword strike. Could it be that the young master has already achieved the great power of the Saint Realm? But this is impossible. How old is the young master? And I remember that half a year ago, the young master was only at the Cave Heaven Realm. Even if he was cheating, he couldn't break through so quickly, right? The 3 surviving members of the Lin family, except Lin Junxian, exclaimed in surprise, their faces filled with disbelief. Even Lin Junxian was stunned. He looked at the young man standing in front of him and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Should he sigh or be shocked? In the past, in his eyes, he was just a young man with great talent but who had not yet grown up. However, just when he was about to die, he defeated a powerful enemy of the same level as him in a miraculous way. The gap in his heart was huge. Furthermore, no one saw Lin Xian's sword strike more clearly than he did. This is definitely not the martial arts skill of his Lin family. He even realized that even if he was at his peak strength and tried his best to resist the sword, he would probably be seriously injured, or even die if he was not careful. It's terrifying when you think about it, but then he became excited again. The young master is so talented and so powerful at such a young age. Who knows how high he will reach in the future, but it is definitely not something he can get into. This is also an opportunity for his Lin family. As long as the young master does not die, the family will one day dominate Zhengzhou, or even the entire Nanning continent. Lin Xian didn't know what Lin Junxian was thinking, otherwise he would definitely say, Deacon Junxian, we need to open up. As a cheater, if he can't even break out of the Nanning continent, he might as well just find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Why bother practicing cultivation? It's shameful. Not only were the Lin family members shocked and incredulous, but the cultivators from the Bai and Kai families were even more shocked and incredulous than the Lin family members. When did the young master of the Lin family become so powerful? He was a powerful warrior at the 6th level of the Venerable Realm. How could Lin Xian kill him instantly with just one sword? Is this really Lin Xian? Or has he been possessed by some old monster? A series of questions kept filling the minds of the 2 families, but they couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Xian, you really deserve to die. Kai Kuan kept cursing. At this moment, as a genius of the same generation, he was so jealous that he went crazy. Why, we are all geniuses of the same generation. Why are you, Lin Xian, so much stronger than us? As for Bai Li, who is also a genius of the same generation, he is not much better than Kai Kuan at this moment. His face is also terribly gloomy, and the jealousy in his heart is no less than that of Kai Kuan, facing people with different expressions, some shocked, some jealous. Lin Xian never uttered a word. At this moment, there was only endless anger in his heart. Just a few minutes ago, Lin Xian, who was originally fighting with a monster, suddenly saw his Lin family's exclusive distress signal. He immediately stopped holding back and dealt with the monster as quickly as possible. Then he immediately took out the positioning magic tool and rushed over. Even if he rushed over with all his might, it was still too late. At this time, of the dozen or so tribesmen originally shown on the positioning artifact, only Lin Junxian and 4 others were left. Even if he had been a little later, Lin Junxian would have died. Looking at the severely injured and weak Lin Junxian and his companions, the huge pits where the scent of the Lin family members remained, the corpses of the several family members lying on the ground with their eyes wide open. His sword is moving, it's bloodthirsty. Deacon Junxian, please step aside first and leave the rest to me. Lin Xian's voice was surprisingly flat, so Lin Junxian couldn't hear any joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness in it. He opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. The fact that the young master could kill a strong man of the same realm with one sword in an instant proved that the young master's strength was not as simple as he thought. So, he and the other 3 quietly retreated to the side and began to heal their wounds. If the young master was defeated, they could block some attacks for him and give him a chance to escape. After seeing Lin Junxian and the other 2 leave, Lin Xian slowly looked at Kai Kuan and Bai Li. You 2 losers, isn't it good to be alive? Why are you courting death? Since you killed 9 people from my Lin family, I will kill all of you present here. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded, then a huge white-robed Dharma image suddenly appeared behind him. This majestic Dharma image, like Lin Xian, also held a long sword in his hand. A tremendous sword intent burst out in an instant, covering the entire scene. On the earth, countless huge rocks and spiritual plants were instantly crushed by this sword intent. What a terrifying sword intent! Lin Junxian and the other 3 in the distance were shocked again. The people from the Kai and Bai families, as the main targets of this overwhelming sword intent, all mobilized their spiritual power to resist it. Lin Xian didn't waste any words. The huge Dharma image behind him suddenly swung the sword, and a peerless sword light instantly flew towards the 2 families. Polestar, Lin Xian came up with a holy level martial arts technique. Dharma realm? No. This is impossible. How could you reach the Dharma realm so quickly? This must be fake. When Kai Kuan and Bai Li saw the huge Dharma image behind Lin Xian, their defenses were immediately broken. Their first thought was disbelief. Before, they had always been the geniuses who could rival Lin Xian. Now, they were only at the 7th level of the Cave Heaven realm, and now they were told that Lin Xian had already reached the Dharma realm? How could they accept this? But the facts are before them, and they cannot accept or change this fact. Lin Xian, you're just one person, don't be so arrogant. All of you, come at me. I'll wear him down to death. The 2 of them roared. That's right, as long as they kill Lin Xian, they will still be the peerless genius who is above everyone else. This is a secret place. As long as Lin Xian dies, who will know that they have ever been surpassed by others? Ha ha. Lin Xian, go to hell, you shouldn't be more talented than us. Your Lin family is not allowed to have anyone more talented than us. Go. With so many of us, are we afraid of just one person? After Kai Kuan and Bai Li gave the orders, the remaining people from the 2 families also rushed towards Lin Xian, attacking the sword light of Lin Xian one after another. Rumble. Soon, amidst bursts of loud noises, the attacks from both sides exploded. Lin Xian said nothing, and his figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he had already stood in front of a member of the Bai family. In the man's astonished eyes, he suddenly swung the sword in his hand. One sword to the throat. Lin Xian was extremely fast. He dodged behind a member of the Kai family and slashed with his sword again. Lin family boy, stop being so arrogant. Come and die. How could the only remaining 6th level venerable realm cultivator allow Lin Xian to kill cultivators from both families at will? He immediately slapped out a palm print, trying to repel Lin Xian and save the Kai family member. Humph. Don't be impatient. Let me deal with these ants first, then I'll deal with you, this useless old dog. After Lin Xian killed the Kai family member with a sword, his speed suddenly increased, and he avoided the attack of the 6th level venerable realm cultivator. Then, after leaving a word, he began to look for his next target. Lin Xian was too lazy to pay attention to this person at this time. He wanted to end the battle quickly, so naturally he had to start with the weaker one. He is not a pedantic person or a fool who has to confront them head-on. Of course, he would not be at all inferior even if he faced it head-on. It would just be a little more troublesome. If you can relax a little, why work so hard? Under the siege of a group of people, Lin Xian displayed his divine power, going in and out 7 times. Every time he drew his sword, one person would fall. For a while, the people from the two families had no way to deal with Lin Xian. They could only attack, be on guard, and rage helplessly. Chapter 31, Kill the enemy and scare them. Lin family boy, is all you can do to run around everywhere? Fight us head-on if you dare. Damn it. Why is this kid so powerful? Is he really only 16 years old? Faced with the incompetent rage of the two families, Lin Xian didn't take it to heart at all. He kept swinging the sword in his hand. In less than a minute, 5 people from the two families had died. Together with those who died or were seriously injured in the previous battle with the Lin family, there were only 13 or 14 people left who could continue to fight. Bai Li and Kai Kuan, who originally wanted to join others in dealing with Lin Xian, no longer dared to step forward after witnessing Lin Xian's horror. Even the masters of the King realm and the venerable realm from their two families could not block Lin Xian's sword. The two of them were only at the cave heaven realm. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went up? However, driven by endless jealousy and hatred towards Lin Xian, they did not give up. Although they were no match for Lin Xian, they did have some trump cards. Since the beginning of the war, they have been searching for an opportunity to inflict heavy damage or a fatal blow. They stared at Lin Xian like two poisonous snakes, and they would bite him instantly as soon as the time was right. After Lin Xian killed another by family cultivator, the two men thought the time had finally come and shouted an ow. Lin Xian, go to hell. They each took out a token that contained the full force of a Saint Realm expert's attack, and then crushed it directly. Immediately, 2 Holy Realm attacks emitting a terrifying aura suddenly appeared, directly locking onto Lin Xian, and then pointed directly at Lin Xian at an extremely terrifying speed, determined to kill Lin Xian on the spot. 2 attacks, 1 palm print, 1 fist light. Judging from their aura, they are all full strength attacks from a powerful saint at the 9th level. Any cultivator below the 9th level will basically die if touched by them. Lin Xian was no exception at this time, but unfortunately, they couldn't hit Lin Xian. Humph. I've been on guard against you two losers for a long time. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Although Lin Xian looked down on Kai Kuan and the others, he never gave up his vigilance against them. Even when fighting, he always kept a trace of vigilance against them. After all, both of them are the young masters of their respective families, and they must have a lot of trump cards. Although their strength does not threaten himself, their trump cards are different. They are attacks from powerful saints, and no one would be stupid enough to ignore them. So the moment the two men attacked, Lin Xian discovered it and reacted quickly. Lin Xian had many more cards up his sleeve than them. He casually took out a jade slip that contained his father's full strength attack, and then crushed it decisively. Suddenly, a huge sword light, emitting an aura that was many times stronger than the previous 2 attacks, suddenly appeared in the air and then slashed towards the 2 attacks quickly. Lin Xian's father, Lin Tianhai, had already broken through to the Great Saint realm before he obtained the system, and now he has gone one step further and reached the 5th level of the Great Saint realm. His full strength attack was no match for the 2 attacks from the 9th level of the Saint realm. With just one encounter, the 2 attacks were shattered. This attack could even continue to attack Kai Kuan and the other 2, scaring them so much that they turned around and ran away. Their souls were frightened, and they hurriedly took out a Great Saint level defensive trump card again, and only then did they successfully escape. Otherwise, they would have been killed on the spot. This time, the 2 of them failed to steal the chicken and were, what a pity, he didn't die. Lin Xian looked at the 2 of them and joked. Of course, he never thought that he could kill 2 people so easily. This sentence was simply meant to annoy them. The 2 men's faces turned pale, but they didn't know how to refute for a moment. In the end, all he could say was, Lin Xian, don't be so complacent. You will die in our hands sooner or later. Oh. Lin Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, and continued to fight with the people from the 2 families, no longer paying attention to the 2 men. When Kai Kuan and the others saw Lin Xian ignoring them, their faces became even uglier. However, the 2 did not attack randomly again. They would only attack Lin Xian when they thought the opportunity was extremely good, but it didn't succeed every time, and was easily resolved by Lin Xian. As time passed, more and more cultivators from the 2 families fell. What seemed to be a group fight without any suspense turned into a ridiculous scene where Lin Xian took on a group of people alone and killed everyone. Lin Junxian and others who witnessed the whole process from a distance had their pupils dilated and their mouths open. They originally thought they had already overestimated the young master's strength, but now it seems they are still too young. Deacon Junxian, you know the young master better. Has the young master always been so unbelievable? A female tribesman asked with a trembling voice. In response to this, the other 2 tribesmen also cast their hopeful eyes on Lin Junxian. It was obvious that they also wanted to know the answer urgently. As the family steward, Lin Junxian naturally has more opportunities to come into contact with the core members of the family than ordinary members of their family. Therefore, in order to resolve the doubts in their hearts, they decisively asked. Hearing their questions, Lin Junxian, who was originally shocked, also came back to his senses. He looked at the 3 people, shook his head, and said, Alas, I don't know much more about the young master than you do. He then paused and continued, although the young master was very powerful in the past, and the best among the younger generation of the family, I have never heard of him possessing such terrifying Vietnam War abilities. I don't know about this situation either. This is the first time I've seen it. Hearing Lin Juinxian's answer, the three of them quickly spoke. In other words, the young master has recently gained some opportunity. Before they could finish, Lin Junxian interrupted them seriously. Alright. We can't speculate on the young master's affairs. Everything that happened today regarding the young master, as long as the young master doesn't tell you, you must not spread it. Keep it all to yourself, understand? Yes. I understand. The three of them were naturally not ignorant of the overall situation. After hearing Lin Juinxian's instructions, they quickly made the promise in unison. While several people were discussing Lin Xian's changes, Lin Xian had already killed the people from the two families who besieged him. At this time, he no longer dared to act rashly, but instead gathered together with Kai Kuan to guard against Lin Xian. Young master, this young master of the Lin family is too terrifying. We are no match for him. Now there are only less than 10 of us left. Let's escape. Yes, young master, let's run away, otherwise it will be too late. Lin Xian is simply not a human. Not only is his attack extremely powerful, his speed is also extremely fast, and he has many tricks up his sleeve. We have no way to deal with him. That's right, young master. For your safety, shall we retreat? Otherwise, if anything happens to you, the head of the family will definitely skin us alive. The people from the only two remaining families began to persuade Bai Li and Kai Kuan, Bai Li. Chapter 32. What a pity. The battle is over, that's enough. The two were annoyed by the noise and shouted immediately. The two of them were also a little scared at this time. If this trend continued, it would only be a matter of time before these people from their two families were killed by Lin Xian. Then it would be their turn. Although they didn't want to admit it, they were definitely no match for Lin Xian. It was just that they had the trump card given by their family and were confident that they could escape, so they had persisted until now. However, according to the current situation, it was meaningless for them to stay here and fight Lin Xian to the death. Not only could they not kill Lin Xian, but it would only cause more deaths of their two families and greater losses. That's right, they just want to prevent the losses from getting bigger. It's not because I'm afraid of that damn Lin Xian. When the two of them thought of this, they seemed to have found inner comfort, and they no longer insisted and said, let's stop here for today. Our losses are too great. Killing Lin Xian is not a big deal this time. Let him live a little longer. Upon hearing this, everyone in the two families breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they don't have to die here. Then they all started to flatter him. Young master is wise. That damned young master of the Lin family will die at the hands of the young master sooner or later. He won't be able to survive for much longer. Kai Kuan and the other man hummed in satisfaction. Of course. Lin Xian hadn't taken action against them for a long time, so he guessed what they were thinking. A hint of disdain flashed across his eyes, and he raised the corners of his mouth and said sarcastically, Kai Kuan, Bai Li, what's wrong? Are you scared? Are you planning to run away? Haven't you always wanted to kill me? Now I'm standing right here, why are you running away? Run away, brother. Although the two did not understand what Lin Xian meant by his last sentence, based on his previous words, they knew that it was definitely a mockery of them. Faced with Lin Xian's ridicule, the two people, who were already embarrassed because of their escape, immediately became angry and embarrassed. Who said we were going to run away? We are just making a tactical retreat, hee hee. Lin Xian looked disgusted, looking at Lin Xian's face full of mockery. Bai Li and the others wanted to rush up and tear him to pieces. It was just their rationality that told them to charge forward. You will die, at a distance. They still have time to react, use their trump cards to defend themselves, or escape. However, once they got close to Lin Xian, they would have no chance or time to reveal their trump cards. Since you won't go, I will go there myself. Before Lin Xian finished his words, he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was less than 100 meters away from the two families. Kai Kuan and the other man, who had not anticipated Lin Xian's sudden attack, immediately ordered the 6th level Venerable Realm expert to block Lin Xian. Deacon Kaiwan, hold him back for a moment. After saying that, he took out his trump card and used it decisively. Two teleportation portals slowly appeared in front of the two of them. The 6th level Venerable Realm cultivator named Kaiwan also rushed out to block Lin Xian immediately after hearing Kai Kuan's order. He struck out with one blow, saying, boy, you can't get through. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but the long sword in his hand burst out with a shocking sword sound, and then he swung it out suddenly. God avoid. The dark red sword light appeared again, instantly shattering Deacon Kaiwan's attack. And then instantly slashed at him. Put. How can you be so strong? Death, the same moves, the same 6th level Venerable Realm opponent, the same instant kill. Although this young master said that he would deal with the others first and then deal with you, an old useless dog, but since you insisted on rushing here to die, then I can only send you to die. Everything happened so fast that the teleportation entrance for Kai Kuan and his team had just been formed. They didn't expect that Kaiwan, who was at the 6th level of the Venerable Realm, couldn't even block Lin Xian's sword. The two of them immediately shouted in fear, follow me into the teleportation array. He then rushed in first, and people from the other two families also began to try to rush into the teleportation entrance. Want to run? Chaos kill. Lin Xian shouted loudly and raised the long sword in his hand. In an instant, countless chaotic auras emerged, and then turned into chaotic swords in an instant. Soon, hundreds and thousands of chaos swords were hanging high above the two families. Cut. Lin Xian slashed his sword downwards, and the chaos sword hanging high in the air suddenly fell towards the people of the two families like a rain of swords. Whoosh. 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 Clang. 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 Ah. Young master, save me. Ah, no. I don't want to die yet. Puff. Unfortunately, they were ultimately disappointed. Their young master had already activated the teleportation array just as the rain of swords was about to fall on them. The moment the sword rain was about to strike them, they both vanished from the spot, having been transported to an unknown location in the secret realm, and those people from the two families who had not yet had time to enter the teleportation entrance were stabbed into sieves under the sword rain formed by Lin Xian's chaos sword. No one is spared. What a pity, these two losers got away. Lin Xian sighed when he saw this scene. At this point, the battle is over. In the end, Lin Xian won the victory with a brilliant record of 1v18, killing 16 people and letting 2 escape. Several seriously injured people were also taken away by Lin Xian's final move, so there were only 18 people. The 13 or 14 people mentioned above were the ones who could continue to fight. Young master, there's no need to do this. You've already done a great job. Kai Kuan and Bai Li are both young masters and treasures of their respective families. They have many skills and are not so easy to kill. Yes, and it's all thanks to you, young master, for showing your might. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have gone down to accompany the dead clansmen. Lin Juinxian's men also came to Lin Xian at this time. After hearing Lin Xian's words, they couldn't help but express their opinions. Yeah, I know, they won't be able to escape much longer. Sooner or later, they will die in my hands. Lin Xian nodded and said, in fact, he didn't care much about Kai Kuan and the other man. They could not threaten him or the Lin family, yet he just felt that these two people were always looking for trouble and making small moves against him and his Lin family, which was very annoying, so he wanted to get rid of them and have some peace and quiet. Young master, these people. Lin Junxian stared at the bodies of several Lin family members lying on the ground, and spoke in a dull voice. Upon hearing this, several people, including Lin Xian, showed sadness on their faces, and the female tribesmen couldn't help but sob softly. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, endless sadness and heartache surged in their hearts, leaving them speechless for a long time. Several minutes passed like this. It was Lin Xian who broke the silence first, and said in a dull voice, protect the bodies of the tribesmen and bring them back to the rear of the clan for proper burial. They died for the family. They are the family's heroes. The family will never treat them unfairly and will send them off with the highest etiquette. As for their families, the family will also make good arrangements for them. Same with you guys. Of course, the same goes for those tribesmen who perished together with the enemy. Chapter 33, The Secret Realm Center. The three families meet again. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Junxian and others carefully cleaned up the bodies of several tribesmen on the ground. They moved very carefully, fearing to cause any further harm to these deceased tribesmen. After completing this task, Lin Xian, Lin Junxian and others did not stay any longer. They turned around and left, continuing to move towards the depths of the secret realm. In this way, time passed minute by minute, and in the blink of an eye, another day had passed. During this period, Lin Xian and his group remained vigilant and continued to move deeper into the central area of the secret realm. Along the way, they encountered many dangers, some from the dangerous places in the secret realm, and some from the powerful monsters in the secret realm, but they were all successfully resolved by several people with their extraordinary strength and wit, as well as various trump cards given by the family. Of course, they also obtained a lot of resources and treasures along the way. In short, although there were many dangers in the secret realm, the resources were very rich, and everyone reaped a lot of rewards. Even the sadness in my heart was diluted a lot. However, Lin Xian naturally did not take these things as seriously as Lin Junxian and the others. After all, he was not only a wealthy man, but also a man with connections. He did not need to worry about resources at all. At this moment, somewhere in the secret realm, an interesting chase was taking place. I saw a young man holding a mysterious banner in the back, chasing the two people who were fleeing in panic in the front. The boy had a devilish smile on his face and shouted, my two fellow Taoists from the Bai family, don't run away. I am kind-hearted and will never deceive you. You are truly destined to be with my human emperor banner. As long as you enter my human emperor banner, becoming an immortal and an ancestor in the future will be a piece of cake. However, the two people who were desperately running away in front felt angry when they heard this point. One of them couldn't help but turned around and cursed, bullshit. Lin Haoran, who can't see that your emperor banner is no good? If we are taken in, we won't be able to die. Another person gnashed his teeth and said, you bastard, you dare to say that you are kind-hearted? You are so shameless. Hearing the two people's cursing, the young man, Lin Haoran, was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed even more evilly. I'm kind enough to help you achieve enlightenment, why are you running? Bah! Do you have any shame, human emperor banner? Tell us, that strange banner that is emitting black air is called the human emperor banner. Are they blind or stupid? This is obviously a magic weapon. He even became an immortal, but he would be just as good as a pile of bones. Lin Haoran, how dare you use a magic weapon in defiance of the world? You must be a demon cultivator. We will definitely report you. Your Lin family dared to harbor the demon cultivators, so you will be judged by all the major forces. The two shouted. Ha, you can't run away. Lin Haoran thought to himself. Immediately, his speed increased again, and the distance between him and the two people from the Bai family became closer and closer. It was only a matter of time before he caught up with them. Secret Center. After Lin Tianyu led the Lin family's large army through a period of difficult exploration, they finally arrived at the core area of this mysterious secret realm. However, the scene before them was completely different from what they had initially imagined. In front of them, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a vast and boundless lake. And its scale is staggering. After observing for a while, Lin Tianyu and others found that there were many islands of different sizes scattered in the lake, like bright pearls inlaid in it. In the very center of the lake, there is a super large island that is particularly eye-catching. Its area is so large that it occupies almost 3/5 of the entire lake surface. On these islands, Lin Tianyu and others could clearly see traces of past human activities, because some of these islands are protected by formations, while others have human buildings, etc. All this proves that this secret realm is not a natural secret realm, but a secret realm controlled by a certain force in the past. However, for some unknown reason, this secret realm has become an ownerless secret realm. However, Lin Tianyu and others had seen some traces of human activities during their previous exploration, so they had already made some guesses at that time. But now that they saw a large number of traces of human activities in the center of the secret realm, they completely confirmed their guesses. Second Master, it seems that this is indeed a secret realm controlled by a powerful force in the past. Our previous speculation was correct. A member of the Lin family looked at the vast sea and numerous islands in front of them, with excitement flashing in their eyes, and said to Lin Tianyu. And through our initial observations, except for some islands still protected by powerful formations, the rest have been occupied by large numbers of demonic beasts. These monsters are all very powerful. Some have even reached the Venerable Realm or the Saint Realm. There are even terrifying Great Saint Realm monsters on that super large island in the center. Another added, his gaze sweeping across the islands, a serious look in his eyes. The more resource-rich an island is, the stronger the monsters on it are. If we want to occupy these resources intact, we'll probably have to spend some time getting rid of these monsters. The 15th elder also spoke. We need to pay attention to more than just monsters. Lin Tianyu stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the void in the distance, and spoke slowly. You're not slow in arriving, but by family, the Kai family. As soon as Lin Tianyu finished speaking, the void he was looking at suddenly twisted, and 2 space channels slowly appeared. Then, people from the 2 families continued to pour out of the space. The leaders were Kai Niao and Bai Yin. Humph. As we all know, the greatest opportunities are often found in the center of secret realms. How could we possibly let your Lin family take them all for themselves? Kai Niao stood still, looked at Lin Tianyu from a distance, and snorted coldly. Little did they know that this secret realm was an exception. The greatest opportunity in the entire secret realm was not in the center of the secret realm, but the greatest opportunity, it has already been taken by Lin Haoran. Brother Kai is right. We will naturally not let your Lin family take it all for ourselves. But Brother Kai forgot that his Lin family needs to have the strength to take it all for themselves. Ha ha. Bai Yin corrected. Ha ha ha. It was Kai's negligence. Brother Bai, don't mind it. Ha, I wouldn't dare. The 2 of them sang the same tune, and Lin Tianyu simply chose to ignore them and didn't bother to pay attention to them. Seeing that Lin Tianyu didn't react at all, the 2 of them suddenly felt like their fists were hitting cotton. Humph. How dare Lin Tianyu ignore us? Brother Bai, how about we solve this trouble with the Lin family first, and then divide the island and its resources equally between our 2 families? Kai Niao became angry when she saw Lin Tianyu's appearance, and immediately sent a message to Bai Yin, who was standing beside her. After hearing Kai Niao's message, Bai Yin did not answer immediately, but began to think this kind of thing involves the lives of his clan members and huge interests, so he naturally cannot make a decision casually. Chapter 30. For the situation on the Super Big Island, although the Bai family and the Kai family are in the same position in fighting against the Lin family, they are only temporary allies out on weekdays. The relationship between the 2 families is quite harmonious. However, for all the major powers, profit is the most important consideration. The interactions between the powers are all based on profit. Interests can make them work together or turn against each other. For example, when facing the Lin family together, cooperation can maximize the interests of both parties, so they can form an alliance. But once a situation comes that goes against their respective interests, they will part ways without hesitation. Seeing Bai Yin lost in thought, Kai Niao didn't give up and continued to transmit his message. Brother Bai, as long as we get rid of the Lin family's resources will belong to our 2 families. The amount of these resources is quite considerable. Aren't you really tempted? My heart is beating. How can I not be beating? But the same question remains, can the 2 of them really beat Lin Tianyu? Although they didn't want to admit it, judging from the aura Lin Tianyu exuded outside the secret realm, he was much stronger than them. Any one of them might not be a match for Lin Tianyu, even if they joined forces. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence. As long as Lin Tianyu cannot be eliminated, what's the point? Even if all the other members of the Lin family are killed, wouldn't it be easy for Lin Tianyu to kill everyone else from the 2 families except them? By then, Lin Tianyu, who will no longer have any worries, will surely launch an attack without scruples, and they may not be able to protect the rest of the family. After all, an attack from someone of their realm, even if it was just the aftermath of a battle, would not be something that the 2 families at the King Realm and the Venerable Realm could withstand. It is impossible for them to block all the aftermath of the battle. It is absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, Bai Yin decided to observe first to see what opportunities there were. If the opportunity was good and the benefits were huge, it would not be too late to join forces with the Kai family. Otherwise, if the opportunity is just average and there is no benefit, it is really not worth fighting with the Lin family for it.so. He decisively sent a voice message. Brother Kai, Bai thinks it's better to observe first and see what the opportunities here are. If the opportunity is great enough, we can join forces to kick the Lin family out. How about it? After all, if the opportunity is ordinary, we don't have to fight to the death with the Lin family for such a small benefit, right? Hearing this, Kai Niao was a little disappointed, but what Bai Yin said makes sense. After all, there is no need to rush.so. He also said, Brother Bai, what you said is not unreasonable. Then I will follow your advice and observe it first. Good. The 2 ended their voice transmission and turned to look at Lin Tianyu. Bai Yin said, Lin Tianyu, except for the super large island in the center, each one will rely on their own ability. The other islands will be divided equally among the 3 parties. Also, my Bai family wants the island in this area. Your Lin family can find another place to go. The first sentence is nothing, but the second sentence was simply said by Bai Yin to annoy Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianyu naturally knew his intention, but he didn't take it to heart at all. This behavior didn't hurt him at all. Anyway, the outer islands are all similar, and there is no saying that one area is better than another, so it doesn't matter where you go. As for the super large island in the center, it was considered that the 2 of them were sensible and at least did not openly think of monopolizing it. Otherwise, he would have to discuss with them whether his training over the years had been effective. Go to the north of the lake and try to occupy as many islands as possible, but do it within your capabilities. If there are any islands you can't conquer, record them. Wait until the 2 elders and I finish exploring the huge island in the center, and then we can conquer them. Of the resources obtained here, you may keep 30% for yourselves, and the remaining 70% shall be handed over to the family. Lin Tianyu glanced at everyone and spoke in a calm tone. Yes, second master. Everyone nodded in response, then used their skills to fly north along the edge of the lake. 2 elders, let's go too. Lin Tianyu glanced at the 14th and 15th elders beside him and smiled faintly. Both elders nodded, and then flew towards the super large island in the center of the lake with Lin Tianyu. Brother Kai, let's go too. Don't let Lin Tianyu and the others get there first. Yeah, let's go. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 6 divine shadows immediately separated from the 2 teams and flew towards the big island in the center of the secret realm. Lin Tianyu and the other 2 were very fast and arrived at the super large island in less than 5 minutes. They saw a large group of palaces appearing before their eyes, some of which had been destroyed, while others were intact. Hiss. Such rich spiritual energy. It's even comparable to the one in my Lin family's land. There might be a top-grade holy dragon vein beneath this island. Feeling the extremely rich spiritual energy on the island, the two elders couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't this quite normal, elders? If there's no supreme saint-grade dragon vein even in the center of the secret realm, then this secret realm can't possibly be a top saint-grade secret realm. Lin Tianyu smiled faintly and said, just as Lin Tianyu and the other two stepped onto this super large island, bursts of beast roars suddenly came from the center of the island, as if warning them not to try to go deep into the center of the island. Roar, roar, roar. It seems they've discovered us, and they don't seem to welcome us very much. Lin Tianyu smiled faintly and did not take the warnings of these monsters to heart. Since they came, they didn't plan to go back empty-handed. Second master, these are all powerful demonic beasts at the saint or great saint level. They are not ordinary creatures. It is natural that they cannot fail to discover us. As for being welcomed, we're here to steal their resources. It would be strange if they would welcome us. The 14th elder laughed. Old 14 is right, but we have to be careful too. Judging from the noise just now, there are definitely more than 10 Saint Realm demons on the entire island, maybe even more. Hey, are you Lin family scared? People from the Kai family and the Bai family also arrived one after another, Lin Tianyu and the other two. I don't want to bother with these idiots. Lin Tianyu and the other two simply ignored the Kai and Bai families and started walking towards the island on their own. Seeing this scene, the faces of the people from both families turned pale. Grass, what are you pretending for? It would be better to let the monsters on the island tear you apart alive, just to see if you like pretending. Lin Tianyu and the other two said, we don't talk to idiots. Humph. Let's go too. Each of us will go in one direction. If anyone sees them being besieged by monsters inside, remember to give them a ride. Kai Kuan said coldly to the two elders behind him. You too. Bai Yin also gave instructions to the two elders behind him. Yes, I understand. Times 4. Chapter 35, inexplicably gained a younger brother. Boom, with a deafening roar, the entire earth began to tremble violently. Evil beast. Get out of here now if you know what's good for you, or I'll be rude to you. Lin Tianyu looked at the huge monster in front of him, the sky-poisoned black-ink python, with cold eyes. He held a long sword flashing with cold light in his hand, and exuded a fierce aura. He swung his sword, and the blade flashed across the void like lightning, carrying endless pressure and power, and slashed fiercely at the sky-poisoned shining python. The power of this sword was so incredible that it directly knocked the sky-poisoned black-ink python back hundreds of meters. Roar. The poisonous shining python was repelled by Lin Tianyu's sword and let out an angry roar. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and its eyes flashed with anger and murderous intent. Human. Don't go too far. It was you who trespassed into my territory, and you should be the one to leave. The sky-poisoned black-ink python's voice was low and hoarse, full of anger and dissatisfaction. It believed that it was the master of this territory, and Lin Tianyu's invasion made it feel extremely offended. Lin Tianyu was currently above a huge lotus pond on the island, which was filled with a precious spiritual plant called the seven-colored holy lotus. The seven-colored holy lotus is extremely valuable. Its seeds can be used to refine seven-colored holy pills, one of the best elixirs for improving the cultivation of saint and great saint realms. However, due to its extreme rarity in Zhengzhou, it is often in short supply. The real one pill is hard to come by. After all, the forces that possess the elixirs don't have enough to divide among themselves, so how could they sell them? Is it important to have a certain level of cultivation in spiritual stones? Moreover, the lotus pods of the seven-colored sacred lotus can be combined with other spiritual medicines to refine other elixirs. Even its lotus roots can be used to refine certain special elixirs, and can also be used to refine clones, etc. It can be said that this seven-colored holy lotus is a treasure from head to toe, and this is also the main reason why Lin Tianyu wants to drive away this monster. These seven-colored holy lotuses belong to his Lin family. As for why he didn't kill them directly, it was because Lin Tianyu was afraid that their fight would damage these seven-colored holy lotuses. Wouldn't he be heartbroken? Therefore, it would be best if the sky poison black-ink python could leave on its own. Not only would it be easier for him, but it would also not harm these seven-colored holy lotuses. It could be said to kill two birds with one stone. Of course, if this little snake is not sensible, Lin Tianyu doesn't mind sending him to reincarnation. Your territory? So what? From now on, this place belongs to me. If you don't obey, I don't mind killing you. Killing intent gradually appeared in Lin Tianyu's eyes, and the terrifying aura unique to the Great Saint Realm suddenly burst out from his body and pressed directly towards the sky-poisoned shining python. Originally, the sky-poisoned black-ink python did not see Lin Tianyu's realm, so it was fearless. At this moment, this terrifying aura far surpassing its own was sobering up the originally furious sky-poison mysterious ink python. It quickly fell to the ground and begged for mercy. My dear human elder, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the great man. I won't dare to do that again. If you are a great man and don't care about the little snake's mistakes, just let it go. Oh. That's right. Senior, these are all the treasures that Little Snake has collected over the years. Little Snake presents them all to you. As it spoke, it took out a bunch of things and placed them in front of Lin Tianyu. A set of movements that flow smoothly. Lin Tianyu couldn't help but marvel at what he saw. Where is your dignity as a great demon in the holy realm? Lin Tianyu said, subconsciously hearing Lin Tianyu's words. The sky-poison mysterious ink python suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but still said respectfully, Senior, please stop teasing the little snake. Dignity, can it be eaten as food? Or can it make it immortal? If it knew the elegant language of Dixia in Lin Xian's previous life, it would have said in a condescending tone, dignity? You're talking about dignity when your life is about to be lost? It was the first time that Lin Tianyu had seen such a sensible monster. He became interested and decided not to kill it. All right. Go away. I won't kill you. After hearing Lin Tianyu's words, the sky-poison black ink python felt as if it had been pardoned and immediately planned to leave. At this moment, for some reason, a thought suddenly flashed through its mind. What if I leave here? I'll still be trapped in this secret place forever. What would the world outside be like? The senior is obviously a powerful person. If I follow him, won't I be able to get out? I won't have to be bullied by those powerful monsters all day long. If I perform well, I might even be able to go further in the future. As he thought about it, the sky poison black eel python couldn't help but drool. Seeing that the sky poison mysterious eel python didn't leave for a long time, Lin Tianyu thought it had changed its mind. The knife in his hand trembled twice and he slowly said, "Why? Do you still want me to send you away?" Hearing Lin Tianyu's words, the sky poison mysterious eel python knew that the senior must have misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, No, senior, you misunderstood. I didn't mean anything else, it's just, after hesitating for a while, it finally expressed its thoughts. Senior, please accept the little snake as your younger brother. The little snake has lived in this secret realm since birth, so it yearns for the outside world. Therefore, I hope that the senior can take the little snake away. Don't worry, senior. The little snake is very well behaved and will never cause any trouble for you. If you need anything, you can ask the little snake to do it, so that you can have more time to practice. The sky poison black eel python said a lot of things, fearing that Lin Tianyu would not agree. At this time, Lin Tianyu was also a little confused. In this day and age, there are still people who rush to come up and ask to be a younger brother. Is my charisma that great now? I can even conquer a Saint Realm demon just by snatching a resource. A great demon from the 9th level of the Saint Realm. His strength is quite good. He could be used as cannon fodder or a shield when necessary. Lin Tianyu thought secretly. Anyway, I have nothing to lose, and maybe this big monster can even bring me unexpected surprises. Thinking of this, Lin Tianyu decided to keep it and observe it first. It would not be too late to kill it if it didn't work. I can take you under my wing, really? Thank you, senior. Thank you, boss. He changed his words so quickly. Stop, wait until I finish speaking. Lin Tianyu interrupted directly. Boss, you say it. You say it. He. The sky poison mysterious eel python nodded frantically, its eyes clear and bright. Just like the readers in front of the screen, he. Well, I can accept you as my younger brother, but you must hand over your soul blood. You should understand that I can't trust you now, so for the safety of those around me, I must restrict you. And I promise you that if you behave well in the future, I will return your soul and blood to you and will no longer restrict you. Think carefully before answering. If you disagree, I won't kill you this time, but I'm not sure if I'll kill you next time. Lin Tianyu was very straightforward. After all, it was just a big demon beast in the Saint Realm. To him and his Lin family, its role was just that, neither big nor small. Upon hearing that he had to hand over his soul and blood and put his life in the hands of others, Tiandu Shenyin Python subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when he thought of the benefits, he became conflicted. After dozens of breaths, just when Lin Tianyu was getting impatient, it finally made up its mind and said, Boss, I've decided. I want to leave with you. After saying this, he circulated his spiritual power and forced out a drop of his own soul blood. Lin Tianyu looked at the soul blood floating in front of him and smiled faintly. You will not regret your decision today. Confidence, this is Lin Tianyu's confidence, and the basis of this confidence comes from all the incredible things that Lin Xian has contributed to the family. Turn into human form, it will be more convenient to follow me. Lin Tianyu looked at the huge body of the sky poison black eel python and spoke of the Tiandu Shenyin python was also very decisive. It transformed itself into a middle-aged man wearing a black robe and with a slightly gloomy appearance. Lin Tianyu nodded with satisfaction. Once I have collected all the 7-colored sacred lotuses here, we will head to other places. As he said this, he was about to start. However, the sky poison mysterious eel python beside him quickly stopped him. Boss, how can you do such a small thing yourself? I can do it. He. Then it immediately began to collect them, not giving Lin Tianyu a chance to refute. This cheap little brother is very sensible. There is a future. Chapter 36. Everyone has their own gains. The battle in the Holy Realm is about to begin. The sky poison black eel python moved very quickly, and soon it had collected all the colorful holy lotuses in the lotus pond intactly into a space ring. Then he handed the space ring to Lin Tianyu like a treasure and said, Oh boss, all the 7-colored holy lotuses are here. There are 13,000 in total, 108 of which are holy level, and the rest are from level 1 to level 8. These 7-colored holy lotuses are of no value to the sky poison black eel python, so it does not feel any heartache. The reason why it stays here is simply because it cannot grab a better place for cultivation on the island. Well done. Lin Tianyu took the space ring and nodded with satisfaction. Hey, this is what a kid should do. By the way, Tiandu, you've lived here for so many years, you should be very familiar with the situation on the island, right? Lin Tianyu suddenly asked. Of course. Boss, there's no place on this island I haven't been to. Thinking back then, Tiandu, for the sake of convenience, let's call it Tiandu from now on, became interested when he heard Lin Tianyu's question, and started to tell about his past glorious deeds with a proud look on his face. Stop. I'll hear about these things from you later when I have the chance. Now, let's talk about the precious resources and treasures on the island and where they are. Lin Tianyu didn't have time to listen to it talk about its deeds, so he interrupted it immediately. Upon hearing this, Tiandu quickly gave several places and the conditions in these places. Boss, there are many resources and treasures on the island, but the most valuable one is definitely the spiritual medicine garden in the east. There are many rare spiritual herbs and fruits there. However, it is occupied by 2 powerful apes in the Great Saint Realm. Boss, forget it, they are very dangerous. Whenever Tiandu thought of the various kinds of spiritual medicines and fruits there, his mouth would water. If he could occupy that spiritual medicine garden and rely on those spiritual medicines and fruits, he would have broken through to the Great Saint Realm long ago. How could he stay at the 9th level of the Saint Realm? However, the place was firmly occupied by 2 powerful apes in the Great Saint Realm and their tribe. Not to mention it, even the other 2 great demons in the Great Saint Realm failed when they went to challenge it. You should know that there are only 4 great demons in the Great Saint Realm on the entire island, and 2 of them occupy the spiritual medicine garden. Other monsters, including it, did not dare to have any thoughts even if they were envious. The 2 powerful apes had very bad tempers and would be attacked if they approached. In the past, monsters that could not resist their inner thoughts and approached would either die or be disabled in the end, especially since it approached out of curiosity and was seriously injured. It was left with a psychological trauma. Now it is even more afraid that Lin Tianyu was going to go, so it hurried to persuade him. Are there any others? Tiandu couldn't see through Lin Tianyu's thoughts, so he could only continue, yes, boss. There are 4 great demons in the Great Saint Realm on this entire island. In addition to the 2 powerful apes, the other 2 are the Purple Thunder Holy Bull and the Golden Giant Scorpion. Their territories are second only to the Spiritual Medicine Garden, and their resources are equally rich. Not bad, we can finally have a good fight. Lin Tianyu was a little excited. He hadn't encountered a decent opponent since he entered the secret realm, and now he was itching to fight. How could he not be happy when he heard that there were 4 great demons in the Great Saint Realm on the island for him to practice with? He hasn't had a proper battle since breaking through to the Great Saint Realm this month, and has long wanted to test his strength after the breakthrough. Lead the way, Tiandu. Lin Tianyu immediately ordered. Hearing this, Tiandu was stunned. Didn't all his persuasion just now go in vain? Boss, are you really going? Those 4 reckless men are not to be trifled with. Stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to lead the way, then lead the way. And remember this from now on, the person you're most afraid of is me, your boss. Okay. Boss, please follow me. When Lin Tianyu was preparing to seize the best resource area on the island, outside a hall on the island, the 14th elder, the 15th elder, an elder from the Kai family, and an elder from the Bai family, a total of 4 people, were working hard to attack the protective formation in front of the hall under the fierce attack of the 4 Saint Realm powerhouses. The formation soon couldn't bear the weight and cracks appeared upon seeing this. The elder of the Bai family immediately shouted excitedly, "It's almost there, try harder." The tone was as if he was a superior, ordering people to do things. The 14th and 15th elders were extremely displeased by this and snorted coldly, "Humph. Watch your tone. We are not your subordinates, and we do not need you to give us orders. If you do it again, don't blame us for turning against you." Even the elder from the Kai family couldn't help but frown, and rarely did he speak up for the elder from the Bai family. It was obvious that he also didn't agree with the elder's approach. Although his Kai family has the same goal as your Bai family in dealing with the Lin family, and the 2 families usually have a good relationship, it is not your Bai family's turn to point fingers at me, you. When the elder of the Bai family saw that even the elder of the Kai family did not speak up for him, his face suddenly turned ugly. But he still doesn't reflect on himself. He thinks he is not wrong. However, he did not dare to provoke him again, otherwise the elder of the Kai family might not help him this time. But if he was not helped, he would definitely not be a match for the 14th and 15th elders, so he could only endure it silently. Seeing the silence of the elder of the Bai family, the 14th and 15th elders revealed a hint of disdain in their eyes, and then they ignored him and concentrated on attacking the formation in front of them again. Snap, bang, after they attacked for another half a minute, the formation was finally broken. At the moment the formation was broken, several people rushed in at the same time in perfect harmony. They soon discovered that this was a private palace. Judging from the strength of the formation, it was obvious that the person had a high status when he was alive. Several people passed by along the way, and all the good things were put into their pockets. Yes, the blazing heavenly scripture, a top-grade Saint Emperor level technique. After snatching a copy of the martial arts manual, the 14th elder quickly glanced through it and immediately became excited. There aren't many Saint Emperor level martial arts techniques in his Lin family, only a dozen or so in total. Now that he has obtained another one, his Lin family's martial arts foundation will be even stronger, and the clan members will have one more choice when choosing martial arts. He was about to put it away immediately. The elder of the Bai family, who had been observing the 14th elder from the side, although the 14th elder quickly hid his excitement, he still caught it, although he didn't know what level of martial arts it was, but a martial arts that could make the Lin family elders excited. Was definitely not an ordinary martial arts, and it was very likely a martial arts above the same king level. Thinking of this, the elder of the Bai family immediately shouted, "Linda, hand over the technique you have so that we can make a copy. We broke the formation together, so we should both have a share of this technique." Although the Kai elder didn't know why the Bai elder was like this, he still supported him and said, "Brother Bai is right. We also have a share of Linda's skills. Hand it over so that we can make a copy. Otherwise, we will never give up." Hearing the 2 shameless words, the 14th elder was immediately enraged and cursed, "Stop talking nonsense. We all have a share? Then why didn't you give us a copy of those martial arts techniques you just collected? By Xin, Kai Mang, I tell you, it's impossible to obtain the technique." Okay, then don't blame us for being rude. By Xin, the elder of the Bai family, said with a cold look in his eyes and a sinister tone. "Brother Bai, why are you wasting so much time talking to him? Just rob him." Kai Mang, the elder of the Kai family, was obviously more direct. He didn't say much nonsense and rushed towards the 14th elder after he finished speaking. "Die. Start picking hand." Kai Mang roared angrily, and spiritual power surged throughout his body. A huge palm condensed by spiritual power suddenly appeared in front of Kai Mang, and then suddenly hit the 14th elder. This huge spiritual hand is as big as a small mountain, emitting a terrifying aura that makes people shudder. Seeing that all the elders of the Kai family had gone up, Bai Xian naturally couldn't fall behind. At that moment, Bai Xian snorted coldly, and the spiritual power in his body surged out. He turned into a flash of lightning and rushed straight towards the 15th elder. Black Tiger Fist. As Bai Xian roared angrily, a huge black tiger shadow suddenly appeared behind him, roaring to the sky. At the same time, a huge black tiger-shaped fist suddenly burst out from his fist, with a fierce momentum, directly locking onto the 15th elder. A great war has begun. Chapter 37, each one fights. Faced with the powerful attacks from the 2 men, the 14th and 15th elders naturally could not retreat. They immediately met their respective opponents and started fighting with them. "I'm not afraid of you," the 14th elder shouted, his hands moving swiftly. He formed seals with his hands and muttered something. In the blink of an eye, a giant, earth-yellow dragon several dozen meters long emerged from the ground. The dragon exuded a powerful aura and roared as it charged towards the Kai family elder. At the same time, the 15th elder was not willing to be outdone. He flashed and rushed directly towards the elder of the Bai family. The 2 met and a fierce duel broke out instantly. Their moves were as intense as a storm, and every collision triggered a strong energy fluctuation. Boom. Boom. Boom, the battle between the four was extremely fierce. The already shaky hall was even more vulnerable in the battle. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall was completely reduced to ruins in the battle between several people. Afterwards, the few of them fought higher and higher, and soon they were in the AIR.AT. This time, their offensive became more and more fierce, and gradually they became really angry. However, they were all powerful saints at the 9th level, and the difference in strength was not too big. Therefore, the two sides are temporarily in a stalemate, and it is probably difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. The outcome of this battle will depend on who can hold on until the last moment. Not only were the 14th elders and their men engaged in a fierce battle, but at the same time, Lin Tianyu, led by Tiandu, had arrived at the territory of the Purple Thunder Holy Bull, a great stage-level monster. Roar. Tiandu, how dare you betray us and join the human in front of you? Where is your pride and dignity as a demon beast? It's really a disgrace to us monsters. The Purple Thunder Holy Bull looked at Tiandu, who had transformed into a human form next to Lin Tianyu, with cold eyes and roared. Although this Tiandu transformed into a human form, as a monster that had lived on the island for who knows how many years, how could it not recognize that it was the Tiandu Shining Python? Tiandu didn't care about the roar of the Purple Thunder Holy Bull. Now it could only go down the wrong path. Boss, there's a cave deep in this place, which is the lair of the Purple Thunder Sacred Bull. There's a treasure inside that you're sure to like. Tiandu ignored the Purple Thunder Holy Bull and instead talked about the secret of this place. Lin Tianyu's eyes lit up. Oh? Tell me about it. Actually, there's an earth vein eye inside this old cow's cave, and this earth vein eye will produce a treasure, earth spirit milk. Tiandu even licked his lips after he finished speaking. Apparently it also likes the earth spirit milk. Earth spirit milk, an excellent elixir for cultivation, okay? This belongs to my Lin family. Lin Tianyu directly declared the ownership of the treasure, as if the Purple Thunder Holy Bull opposite him did not exist. Is it yours? You decide. The Purple Thunder Holy Bull was so angry. It had never seen such a shameless person. Roar. You two are courting death. How dare you set your sights on its treasure? That's unforgivable. Thunder Bull attack. The Purple Thunder Holy Bull could no longer bear it and launched an attack directly to it. Was covered in purple lightning, and then it rushed towards Lin Tianyu at lightning speed. Boss, it's up to you, come on. Tiandu ran over and was hundreds of meters behind Lin Tianyu. The big guys in the Great Saint Realm are fighting, and my small body can't join in. Lin Tianyu, he suddenly regretted accepting this unfortunate thing. Extreme sword. Lin Tianyu's aura surged, and after briefly accumulating strength, he suddenly slashed out with a knife. Boom, the broadsword and the bull's horn collided with a loud bang, sparking a burst of sparks. Just like that, the two briefly stalemated in midair, but in the end, Lin Tianyu was better and repelled the Purple Thunder Holy Bull with one sword. Then the man and the bull exchanged a few moves, then they each retreated a distance and stared at each other. The test just now, the man and the cow also knew the approximate strength of the other party. The second level of the Great Saint Realm. Not bad. But, are you really unwilling to retreat? Lin Tianyu spoke slowly, still looking calm and composed, not seeming to have the tension of fighting a strong enemy at all. On the other hand, the Purple Thunder Holy Bull's eyes revealed a solemn look at this moment. This person is so strong. Although he was unwilling to believe it, his spiritual sense had investigated many times and found that the realm of the person in front of him was indeed the first level of the Great Saint Realm, but this person's strength made it feel unfathomable. But the Earth Spirit Milk is the most important resource for its cultivation, and it will never give it up. The advancement of monsters is slow to begin with. Without the Earth Spirit Milk, when will it be able to break through to the next level? Retreat? Impossible. Unless I die. The Purple Thunder Holy Bull roared. Humph. You're so stubborn. I'll have no choice but to kill you. Obviously Lin Tianyu also lost his patience. Extreme swordsmanship, extreme heaven-shattering swordsmanship. The sky is full of purple thunder. The man and the bull fought again, but compared to the previous test, it was obvious that both sides no longer held back. However, Tiandu still discovered that Lin Tianyu had the upper hand from the very beginning and had suppressed the Purple Thunder Holy Bull. Victory was only a matter of time. This discovery made it feel relieved, otherwise it would be in trouble. It was it that brought Lin Tianyu here. If Lin Tianyu was defeated, the Purple Thunder Holy Bull would never let it go, and its life would be in danger. Fortunately, boss is awesome. It was still that great hall. Well, it had become a ruin among ruins. The battle between the four powerful saints turned this place into an open space. Everywhere you look, the earth is in ruins, with huge pits and cracks all over the ground, and this is the result of a battle between four people in the air. If it was on the ground, this place would have been sunk by the battle between several people long ago. The four of them had been fighting for a full hour, and now all of them were injured. However, after such a long battle, the situation is gradually becoming clear. You bastard from the Bai family, it's time to send you on your way. Heaven and Earth Fist Sutra, 9th level, Heaven and Earth Fist, die. The 15th elder clenched his right fist, with terrifying energy accumulating in his fist. Then he suddenly flew above the elder of the Bai family, and then he suddenly threw down with the strongest punch he had recently mastered, carrying an extreme fist light. Wherever it passed, the space was like thin paper, shattered and opened in front of that extreme punch. How is this possible? When did you break through to the 9th level? With your talent, how could you break through so quickly? The elder of the Bai family was shocked when he saw the terrifying punch, his face full of disbelief. In the past, the 15th elder of the Lin family could only use the 8th level of heavenly fist at most, and with his talent, it was impossible for him to break through so quickly. 15th elder, so what? I don't have any talent, so what? It's because I have a young master who can help me cheat. Let's learn about the Hongmeng Divine Tree. Chapter 38, Kill the Opponent. The core of the secret realm, however, although the elder of the Bai family was shocked, his hands moved extremely quickly. A spiritual defense, Sangchuan shield, golden flame holy armor. He knew that he could not defeat this move, so he had no intention of confronting the 15th elder head-on, and directly used all his strength to defend himself. If he can't block this move, he will really be the one to die. But he overlooked one point. Even if he blocked him, wouldn't he still be unable to defeat the 15th elder? The 15th elder was able to fight him to a draw using only the first 8 levels of the Heaven and Earth Fist Sutra. Now that he is no longer hiding, what can he use to fight him? He had no hidden tricks. In this 1 hour, he had tried every trick he could, but he still couldn't do anything to the 15th elder. Both of them moved very quickly. Almost at the moment when the elder of the Bai family had just prepared his defense, the fist of the 15th elder hit his defense, bang, snap. Then, under the horrified gaze of the elders of the Bai family, his outermost spiritual defense was shattered almost the moment the fist hit him. The spiritual defense was broken, and the elder of the Bai family trembled suddenly, obviously being backfired. It's okay. I still have the Tsongshuan shield and the golden flame holy armor. Then, in front of his disbelieving gaze, the Tsongshuan shield was directly shattered by the heaven and earth fist of the 15th elder. This, and the golden flame holy armor, but the 15th elder's fist smashed directly towards his head, bang. Suddenly, the head of the elder of the Bai family was blown up like a watermelon by the 15th elder's punch, turning into a blood rain all over the sky. Just die like never before. TSK. Do you think I'm stupid? I knew you were wearing holy armor, but I still had to beat you up. The 15th elder shook the blood off his fist and said disdainfully, "Die in this way." The elder of the Bai family left this world in frustration and went to see his grandmother. The 15th elder took a look at the slowly falling headless corpse of the elder of the Bai family and decided to go help the 14th elder. Old 14, let me do it. The 15th elder just turned around, and before he could finish his words, he saw the 15th elder grabbing the neck of the Kai family elder with one hand and lifting him above his head. He tilted his head and looked at him and said, What's coming? At this time, the elder of the Kai family obviously had no life left. Ahem, it's okay. The 15th elder coughed lightly to hide his inner embarrassment. The 15th elder didn't think much about it. After taking away the space ring of the Kai family elder, he threw the body of the Kai family elder aside as if throwing away garbage. Of the two then recovered on the spot for half an hour, and after recovering to their peak, they left. At this time, Lin Tianyu on the other side had already arrived at the territory of the second great state-level monster, the golden giant scorpion. As for the purple thunder holy bull, it had long been killed by Lin Tianyu, and all the resources on its territory, including the earth spirit milk in its cave, had been taken away by Lin Tianyu. Even its corpse was not spared. The demon beasts in the great state realm are full of treasures, so Lin Tianyu naturally cannot let them go. After arriving at the territory of the golden giant scorpion, Lin Tianyu, as before, first tried to persuade it to leave on its own, but in the end, just like the purple thunder holy bull, he failed. It seems that not every demon beast is as sensible as Tiandu, Lin Tianyu said secretly. Then he didn't waste any more time talking to the giant golden scorpion. He just picked up his sword and rushed forward, and instantly fought with the giant golden scorpion. On the other hand, Tiandu was cheering for Lin Tianyu. Come on, boss. Cut him down. Boss, chop off its legs, chop off its tail, chop off its head, shut up. If you keep talking, I'll throw you to the scorpions. Lin Tianyu couldn't stand it anymore and shouted immediately. Tiandu quickly covered his mouth. Boss, I was wrong. After Tiandu calmed down, Lin Tianyu could finally fight properly. He swung the sword in his hand with superb skills and beat the giant golden scorpion back step by step. In the end, Lin Tianyu fought with him for 10 minutes before killing him. Then Tiandu, very tactfully, quickly packed up the resources here and handed them over to Lin Tianyu, flattering him by the way. Then the man and the beast left. System, is there any way to quickly find the core of this secret realm? Lin Xian, who had already reunited with the Lin family's large group, suddenly asked after he and his family members captured a resource island. He was just giving it a try, and Lin Xian didn't actually have high expectations about whether the system would respond. After all, this system is specifically designed for family development, not treasure hunting. However, to Lin Xian's surprise, the system actually responded. Ding, 200,000 clan luck points. This system can help you locate it. Damn. Why don't you just go and rob it? 200,000 clan luck points? How dare you say that? I don't need it anymore, go away. When Lin Xian heard that it would take 200,000 clan luck points to determine a position, he immediately started cursing at the system. Grass, this dog system must be crazy about the clan's fortune. He asked for 200,000 right away. Do you think he is a rich man? Anyone who agrees to this will be wronged, the system calmly explained and analyzed Lin Xian's conversation. Ding, host, this is already the best offer. You should know that this system handles matters unrelated to the family, but it requires a certain price. These 200,000 family luck points are really not much. Ding, and host, you have to think like this. As long as you find the core of the secret realm and refine it, you will master the entire secret realm. Isn't the value of this entire secret realm higher than 200,000 clan luck points? Ding, host, 200,000 clan luck points, you won't be cheated or fooled. The price is fair and honest, no one will be cheated. If you miss this opportunity, there will be no next one. After hearing the system's analysis, Lin Xian fell into deep thought. What the system said makes sense. As long as this secret realm is controlled by my Lin family, it will continuously produce resources. In the long run, its value is indeed far more than these 200,000 clan luck points. Even the resources within the secret realm alone were worth more than the 200,000 clan luck points. Furthermore, it would only take him half a month or a month to accumulate 200,000 clan luck points, so it wasn't too difficult. However, he only had about 500,000 clan luck points in total, and he was really heartbroken and reluctant to take out 200,000 at once. After hesitating for a while, Lin Xian finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Alright, 200,000 is 200,000. System, please tell me where the core of the secret realm is. Ding, host, don't be impatient, wait for the system for a few seconds. 5 seconds later, the system gave Lin Xian a reply. Ding, host, I found it. It's on the big island in the center of the lake. Please see the specific location, host. Then an illusory light screen appeared in front of Lin Xian. On it was a topographic map of the island, with the specific location of the core of the secret realm marked on it. Dear friends, please don't save for the next few days. Click in and take a look. These few days are related to the data for the rest of this book. Please. Please. My most handsome/beautiful readers. Chapter 39, Remove the Fire from Under the Cauldron. Refining the Core of the Secret Realm. So it's here. Lin Xian looked at the illusory light screen, a hint of enlightenment in his eyes, and muttered to himself. At this time, the system prompt sound also sounded in his mind. Ding, deduct 200,000 clan luck points. Seeing that the clan fortune point that originally started with 5 suddenly changed to starting with 3, Lin Xian's heart subconsciously tightened. It hasn't even warmed up yet, and it's already reduced by nearly half. Psych, even if you have made up your mind, you will still feel some pain. Soon after Lin Xian calmed down, he stopped paying attention to the system. Suddenly, a member of the Lin family came over and said respectfully to Lin Xian, "Young master, all the resources that can be taken away from the island are in these space rings. Do you think we should start heading to the next island?" Lin Xian did not put away the space rings. He is only responsible for killing monsters, and he doesn't want to get involved in other troublesome matters. He is a real hands-off boss. Just keep these resources for now and hand them over when you return to the clan. Also, I'm going to the big island in the center soon. You guys just continue to capture the nearby resource islands. Don't worry about me. After saying this, he glanced at the tribesmen nearby, then instantly flew away and headed towards the center of the lake. As you command, young master. The Lin family members looked at Lin Xian's back and bowed in response. When Lin Xian flew to the big island in the center, Lin Tianyu, under the guidance of Tiandu, came to the location of the last 2 great state-level monsters, the spiritual medicine garden. However, unlike before, this time when he arrived, someone had already arrived first and was fighting with the 2 powerful apes. Besides Lin Tianyu, the only humans on the entire island who can compete with the 2 powerful apes are Bai Yin and Kai Yao. After seeing this situation, Lin Tianyu did not rush to take action, but watched the fight with great interest. Tiandu, who was standing by, saw Lin Tianyu's reaction and knew that the 2 men were not on the same side as his boss. He immediately thought about it, smiled wickedly, and said to Lin Tianyu, "Boss, I don't think these 2 are on your side. Why don't we take advantage of them fighting and secretly give them a couple of blows? By then, they will be crippled if not dead, and then the spiritual medicine garden will belong to us alone." Hee. Ha, I did think so, but unfortunately they have already discovered us. During this period of time, Lin Tianyu got to know Tiandu a little bit. His evaluation is, this guy is just a pure old bastard, there is no bottom line at all. Bai Yin, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, had already spotted Lin Tianyu and his companions as soon as they arrived. He quickly sent a message to Kai Yao, who was also battling the powerful ape. "Brother Kai, it's that damned Lin Tianyu. We have to be careful and don't let him sneak attack us." Hearing Bai Yin's voice transmission, Kai Yao quickly responded, "Brother Bai, it's too dangerous to continue fighting with this powerful ape. If we're not careful, we'll end up with nothing and Lin Tianyu will take advantage of us. How about we stop first?" While dealing with the fierce attack of the powerful ape, Bai Yin began to think and nodded after a few breaths. "Okay, let's stop first." After saying that, the 2 of them burst out at the same time in tacit understanding, repelling the 2 powerful apes with one blow, and then quickly retreated to the side. In the process, they did not forget to look at Lin Tianyu dangerously. The 2 powerful apes did not continue to chase, but looked at Lin Tianyu with caution. They also discovered Lin Tianyu, the suddenly appearing human. At the first moment, they didn't know whether the humans in front of them were in the same group as the humans they had just fought, so they didn't dare to chase them easily. The 3 parties stopped in the air, guarding each other. Finally, Lin Tianyu spoke first. "Keep going, I'm just here to take a look. I won't interfere." Lin Tianyu smiled faintly. "Do you think we will believe it? Are we stupid?" The 2 men and the 2 beasts were completely speechless. "Lin Tianyu, we discovered this place first, you can go now." Bai Yin opened his mouth and drove him away directly. "That's right, the spiritual medicine garden belongs to our 2 families. Your Lin family has no share. Get out of here now." Kai Yao echoed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Whatever you find first is yours?" Lin Tianyu sneered and glanced at the 2 of them. He was naturally very unhappy with their behavior. "If that's the case, then this spiritual medicine garden won't be yours, right? Fellow Taoists, the 2 mighty apes." Lin Tianyu looked at the 2 powerful apes beside him, with a mocking smile on his face. "Roar." The 2 powerful apes roared angrily, their voices were deafening, as if they were going to overturn the entire valley. "You are all the same, leave immediately. This spiritual medicine garden belongs to my powerful ape tribe, and you will not be allowed to invade." One of the powerful apes roared, with a fierce light flashing in its eyes. The situation became deadlocked, with none of the 3 parties giving IN.AS for joining forces with one of them and dealing with the other first. This is something that will never happen. Lin Tianyu and Bai Yin Kai Yao probably started fighting among themselves before they could even deal with the 2 powerful apes. How could they possibly unite? And the 2 powerful apes are even more impossible. They don't trust humans at all. What's the solution to this situation? Kai family, Bai family, you're the only ones trying to steal resources from my Lin family. Watch as this young master cuts off your financial resources. From now on, don't even think about entering the secret realm. This secret realm belongs to my Lin family." Lin Xian looked at the ruins in front of him and said to himself with a smile on his face. Then Lin Xian raised his right hand, and the spiritual power in his body circulated, and 2 huge spiritual hands appeared in the AIR.AS. Lin Xian's mind remained motionless. The 2 huge spiritual hands in the air began to quickly dig at the ruins. Soon after clearing away the ruins, the giant spiritual hand continued to dig down. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, km. Ha! This is the Forbidden God Stone. No wonder my divine sense couldn't detect any information about the core of the secret realm. Lin Xian looked at the black stone in his hand with an expression of "I see." No wonder neither the monsters living in the secret realm nor my second uncle and his companions who had been exploring the island for so long could find the core of the secret realm. It turned out that this forbidden divine stone blocked the detection of divine consciousness, and it is impossible for them to dig everywhere. This secret realm is so big that it is obviously unrealistic. The core of the secret realm is not necessarily located in the very center of the secret realm. It can be anywhere in the secret realm, and it can also transform into anything to better protect itself. Of course, the core of the secret realm has no consciousness. These are just its instincts. Then Lin Xian entered a strange small space. In the center of this small space stood a stone the size of a head that emitted 5 colors. Is this the core of this secret realm? Looking at the 5-colored stone, a hint of curiosity flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. After examining it for a while, he came to sit cross-legged beside it, took it in his hand, and began to refine it. I'm still working on another chapter, so I'll post it later. Chapter 40. The Kai and Bai families are confused. Return with the secret realm. Lin Xian knew that the refining time could not be too short, so before he came down, he threw a great state-level illusion array and a great state-level defense array at the entrance in order to prevent being discovered by people or monsters in the middle of the process and thus disturbing his refining. During Lin Xian's refining process, the secret realm was still extremely lively. The three major forces were fighting fiercely over the resource island in the face of absolute interests. The alliance between the Kai family and the Bai family seemed so pale and powerless and shattered in an instant. Fights are common in the competition for resource islands at the junction of the two divided areas. However, due to the face of the two senior executives, both sides did not kill him, but simply drove him away. However, it can also be seen that the relationship between the two families is just superficial. Once the interests are sufficient, they may go their separate ways at any time. Even if it weren't for the common enemy, the Lin family, the two families might not be able to sit down and talk peacefully if the situation between the two families is already like this, and the situation between the two families and the Lin family is even more intense. Due to the competition for the resource island, there are many cases of casualties among the clansmen on both sides. However, after a month, the Lin family's strength has greatly improved. This is not only an improvement in cultivation, but also an improvement in fighting ability. They were blessed with understanding in the Tower of Creation, so everyone's skills, martial arts, and magical powers were improved to a certain extent, which greatly increased their fighting strength. Therefore, when competing with the two families for the resource island, they fought extremely fiercely. Although the other party's realm is almost the same as theirs, their fighting strength is not comparable to that of the two opposing families. However, because the Lin family had to deal with the Kai and Bai families at the same time, the damage they suffered was no less than that of the two families. On a resource island, a war had just ended and the Lin family members were cleaning up the battlefield. Master Haoran, the battlefield has been cleared. In this battle, 4 Bai family cultivators were killed, 9 were seriously injured, and 20 escaped. A tribesman reported the leader of the more than 20 members of the Lin family here was Lin Haoran, who had been rushing all the way and finally successfully reunited with the Lin family's main force an hour ago. Ever since he obtained the greatest opportunity in that secret realm and the human emperor banner, he has been looking for suitable monsters and people from the Kai and Bai families to let them contribute to his cultivation cause. It's their honor. However, he only wanted monsters above the Cave Heaven realm, as he thought those below the Cave Heaven realm were too weak, because he found that the improvement below the Cave Heaven realm was basically negligible, and the higher the realm, the stronger the soul slave refined. So he simply gave up on those low-level monsters and focused on looking for monsters above the Cave Heaven realm to refine, and through his efforts, he has now successfully broken through to the first level of the Dharma realm, which can be said to be a rapid improvement. You have to know that before entering the secret realm, he had just broken through to the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm a few days ago. Now, after only 1 or 2 days in the secret realm, he has broken through again, and it is a breakthrough of a greater realm. Who can compare with this cultivation speed except Lin Xian, who was cheating? How many casualties did my Lin family suffer? Lin Haoran asked the tribesman. In this battle, 1 member of my Lin family died, 5 were seriously injured, and the rest were only slightly injured. It's not serious. Well, 2 of you will stay behind to take care of the seriously injured tribesman. After the others have recovered briefly, follow me to the next resource island. Lin Haoran gave the order. Yes, Master Haoran. In a building on the central island, the 14th and 15th elders were quickly examining the jade slips here. Old 15, it seems we're lucky. This is actually a sutra library. The 14th elder said a little excitedly. Hearing this, the 15th elder nodded, but his expression was a little regretful. It's a pity that there are no skills or magical powers above the quasi-emperor level. Alright, just be content. Having 2 Saint Emperor level techniques is pretty good. The 14th elder couldn't help but laugh and cursed. A minute later, the two collected all the jade slips here and prepared to leave. Where do we go next? The 15th elder looked at the 14th elder and asked. Let's go north this time. Okay. Meanwhile, over at the spiritual medicine garden, a huge melee was unfolding, the 3 men and 2 monkeys, firing at full power, continuously through various martial arts and magical powers at each other, and every move was deadly. All 3 parties wanted to kill the other 2, so the battle was extremely chaotic. For example, the 2 powerful apes might be fighting with Kai Niao and Bai Yin in the last second, and attack Lin Tianyu in the next second. And Lin Tianyu just counterattacked, and in the next second he might be fighting with Bai Yin again. It can be said to be a real big melee. It was so chaotic. Tiandu, who was watching the battle from a distance, couldn't help but feel dazzled and had no idea what would happen in the next second. Boss, this is not my fault. I really don't know how to cheer you up. This melee continued for another half an hour, and suddenly at some point, the secret realm suddenly shook, and the next second everyone felt dizzy. When everyone came to their senses, they found that they had appeared in the outside world, right at the entrance to the secret realm. But at this moment, where is the entrance to the secret realm here? What's going on? Aren't we fighting for the resource island? Why did we suddenly appear in the outside world? Damn it. I was just about to get a sacred herb. How did it get taken away from me? Come out. Holy shit. I was just about to kill that bastard Kai Shao. Come out. You came out a little later. Everyone was stunned by this sudden accident. They immediately started talking about it, and some even started cursing the culprit of all this. Our handsome young Master Lin was secretly laughing in his heart at this moment, but on the surface he looked confused and no one could see any flaws. In his previous life, he would have definitely won the Oscar for Best Actor. Just a few seconds ago, he successfully refined the core of the secret realm. After refining it, he completely controlled the entire secret realm, which naturally included expelling anything inside from the secret realm. Then he expelled all the living people from the 3 families, including himself. This is the secret place of his Lin family. If the people from the Kai and Bai family stay there for 1 more second, it will be a loss for his Lin family. How can this be allowed? So he didn't hesitate at all and got everyone out at the first possible moment. As for bringing out the Lin family members without saying hello, it was to prevent the people from the Kai and Bai families from knowing that it was his Lin family and his Lin Xian who did it. After all, making a fortune quietly is the right way to go. Not only did he gain the secret realm, but he was also able to discuss the Kai and Bai families, and he could also see such an interesting scene. It was simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Lin Tianyu and the other 2 who were originally fighting were suddenly teleported out. Even with their temperaments, they couldn't help but lose their composure, but he quickly adjusted. The three of them immediately suspected that it was done by the other family, but when they looked around, they found that everyone's face was full of surprise and confusion. Wasn't it done by the Lin Kai Bai family? That's strange. Why did this happen? I've never heard of such a situation happening in any secret realm before. The three people's ideas were surprisingly consistent. In the end, the three of them racked their brains, but still couldn't figure out why this situation had occurred. In the end, they could only conclude that the world of cultivation was full of strange things, and they had seen it all. In the end, the three families could only return to their respective families with full of doubts and reluctance, of course, except Lin Xian. Chapter 41 Return to the Lin family. Rewards and placement. What? Xianer, are you telling the truth? You've already refined the core of the secret realm. Did you deliberately create the previous emergency situation? Was it just to confuse the people from the Kai and Bai families? Lin Tianyu looked at Lin Xian in shock, hoping to get an answer from his face. Just now, everyone was still confused and unwilling because of the sudden situation in the secret realm, and the atmosphere of the whole team seemed a little depressed. But at this time, Lin Xian suddenly told them that the core of the secret realm had actually been refined by him, and everyone was expelled by him with the help of the power of the secret realm. The reason why he didn't tell anyone was to avoid suspicion from the Kai family and the Bai family that it was his Lin family that had obtained the secret realm, thus reducing some trouble. At that time, Lin Xian's words were like a depth charge, which instantly caused a huge wave. Many members of the Lin family were shocked and looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. Even Lin Tianyu was no exception. His nephew had managed to fool everyone. Second uncle, I certainly wouldn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, I'll take you in and you'll know. Lin Xian smiled calmly and spoke. After receiving Lin Xian's affirmative answer, Lin Tianyu no longer had any doubts and immediately decided to go back and try again. Xianer, let's go back and take a look. It just so happens that the little snake that second uncle collected in the secret realm is still inside. Lin Xian naturally would not object and nodded immediately. Then, the Lin family members, who were halfway there, turned around and returned to the secret realm. When everyone returned to the original entrance to the secret realm, there were no monks there. Obviously, the Kai and Bai families had already left, and they would not have thought that the Lin family would return. Enter! Lin Xian shouted, giving everyone time to prepare mentally. Then everyone opened and closed their eyes and returned to the secret realm again, and due to Lin Xian's intentional control, everyone landed on the super large island. Looking at the familiar environment around them, everyone became excited instantly. Haha, really, the young master actually controls this secret realm. From now on, this secret realm will belong exclusively to my Lin family. We no longer have to share it with the Kai and Bai families. How cool. I can't even imagine how wonderful the Kai and Bai families' expressions will be when they find out that this top-level state-level secret realm is actually controlled by my Lin family. Haha. I think their faces will look as ugly as if they've eaten more than 10 pounds of fat. Great, great. Xianer, you are truly the lucky star of our Lin family. You have brought back another top-level state-level secret realm for our Lin family. Lin Tianyu laughed and patted Lin Xian's shoulder, then he didn't forget to poke Lin Haoran on the side twice. Unlike this rebellious son, who only knows how to irritate me all day long. Hearing Lin Tianyu's words, Lin Haoran was immediately displeased and retorted, Lao Dang, I have obtained a great opportunity this time, and its value is no less than Brother Xian's secret realm. You? I'm so thankful that you're not angry, brat. How could I expect you to make a great contribution to the family? If you can truly make a significant contribution to the family this time, I promise to leave you alone for the next 6 months. You can do whatever you want. You can also take whatever you want from your father's little treasury. Lin Tianyu didn't believe what Lin Haoran said at all. He just thought he was arguing with him and didn't take it seriously at all. Looking at Lin Tianyu's face full of disbelief, Lin Haoran was so angry that his teeth were itching. Okay, Lao Dang, this is what you said, don't regret it. Lao Dang is waiting, if I don't shake off all your private money, I will be your son. No. I am his son. Damn, this identity is such a disadvantage. The crowd did not stay in the secret realm for long, and soon left, setting out on the road back to the Lin family. Uncle, this is the 5-colored stone that controls the secret realm. I'll give it to you so that our family can arrange for someone to bring the secret realm back to our Lin family's land. Lin Xian handed the 5-colored stone directly to Lin Tianyu, and Lin Tianyu took it decisively without refusing. Lin family. Suddenly, there was a space fluctuation above the Lin family's land, and then a space channel slowly appeared, which immediately attracted the attention of many members of the Lin family. When he saw that it was Lin Tianyu and others, he felt relieved and stopped paying attention. I'm back. When Lin Tianyu and others came down, they saw Lin Tianhai and several elders already waiting there. Big brother. Father. Uncle. Greetings to the clan leader. Everyone saluted Lin Tianhai. Lin Tianhai waved his hand, glanced around, and found that there were obviously dozens less people than when he set out, and he couldn't help but sigh. I won't say much else. Tianyu, you will report the situation later. Everyone else should go back and rest. If there is anything else, we can talk tomorrow. I, the clan leader, hereby promise that the clan will reward you generously based on your performance afterwards. Your hard work will not be in vain. As for the members of the clan who died, the clan will also provide the best arrangements and condolences to their families. Yes, Patriarch. Upon hearing this, everyone responded and then returned to their own residences. After everyone left, Lin Tianhai looked at Lin Xian who was standing beside him. He patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said, I'm glad you're okay. Go and say hello to your mother. Don't let her worry. Dad, I'll leave first. Soon, only Lin Tianyu, Lin Tianhai, and a few elders were left at the scene. Second brother, let's go to the Heavenly Saint Temple and tell us about this trip to the secret realm. In the following days, the Lin family counted the harvest from this secret realm and gave rewards to everyone who entered. The rewards were very generous, which made all the clansmen who entered the secret realm happy for a long time. Among them, Lin Xian and Lin Haoran. One brought back an entire secret realm for the family, and the other brought back most of the foundation and inheritance of an ancient quasi-emperor level force to the family, which directly shocked everyone in the Lin family, because the contributions of the two were so great, it was difficult to reward them. In the end, the great ancestor ordered that Lin Haoran would enter the creation tower to practice, and only a symbolic 10% of his contribution points would be collected. Like Lin Xian, all resources would be given priority to the two of them. As for Lin Xian, the Lin family had no choice. Everything he did had always been treated with the family's highest standards. Now, even if they wanted to reward the family, there was no reward to be given, so they could only keep things as they were, but Lin Xian didn't care about it. Finally, the great ancestor gave Lin Xian and the other two 3 quasi-imperial edicts each. As long as they encountered danger, these edicts could better protect them and buy time for the great ancestor to provide support. After rewarding all the tribesmen who came out alive, the Lin family also gave a grand burial to those who died, and provided them with a large amount of resources and various good policies to settle their families. Even for those tribesmen who had children or descendants, all their cultivation resources before they turned 18 would be borne by the family. Many members of the clan were very satisfied with the family's handling of the situation, and the lives of the Lin family gradually began to return to normal. Chapter 42, Breakthrough to the King Realm. The Great Tao Sword Embryo. The fallen genius rises again. System, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 8th level robes. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the Great Sage level Refining Inheritance. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 million top grade spirit stones. Looking at these rewards, Lin Xian shook his head regretfully at the rewards he received for signing in during this period were all ordinary things, without any special highlights. Yeah, that's normal. No one has such a sudden burst of luck every day. Lin Xian comforted himself, then he looked at the system panel again. Name, Lin Xian. Gender, male, age, 16. Identity, young master of the Lin family. Cultivation, King Realm. First level, physique, Chaos Sword body. Qualification, Supreme. Comprehension, Supreme. Martial arts and supernatural powers, Chaos Sword technique, beginner. Sword Dao supernatural power, Divine avoidance, beginner. Great Flame diamond body, mastered, 9-layered. Soul forging technique, 4th level. System comments, a rookie with incredible talent. Apart from the cultivation column, there are no major changes in other areas. It was also yesterday that he officially broke through to the first level of the King Realm, and his strength reached a new level. System, can't you change your comment? Lin Xian was speechless every time he saw this. Sometimes he couldn't help but doubt himself. Is he really that weak? Ding, no. Okay, just wait, one day I'll let you know who's the father between us. Lin Xian threatened with gritted teeth. Grass. Lottery. 10 consecutive draws. I'm going to calm down. Ding, 100,000 clan luck points are consumed, and the 10 consecutive clan luck draw is in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of first-level golden slippers. Your mother Lin Xian couldn't help but burst into swearing. The fire is getting bigger. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 ton of the Supreme Edition Kidney Strengthening and Yang Enhancement Pill. The air suddenly became quiet. You beep, fuck beep. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-grade Quasi-Emperor Dragon Vein. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate treasure, the Great Tao Sword Embryo. What? Lin Xian, who was originally extremely angry, disappeared instantly after seeing these two things, and instead became extremely excited that he is completely different from before. Tao Sword Embryo, the supreme treasure born from the Tao, the best thing for refining the natal magic sword. The refined natal magic sword is indestructible and can defeat anything. No matter how strong the host is, it can exert 120% of the host's strength. Lin Xian was instantly shocked when he saw the description of this Tao Sword Embryo. This was equivalent to possessing it, and your strength would be permanently increased by 20%. How incredible! Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had been struggling with what to use to refine his natal magic sword. He had been looking for suitable materials, but he was not satisfied with any of them, because if it is refined with those ordinary materials, when it reaches a high enough level in the future, it will definitely not be able to exert its full strength, thus limiting its performance. He had also tried to buy it in the Clan Fortune Mall, but after seeing the prices of the materials that satisfied him, he immediately gave up the idea. The Clan Fortune points he had were not even a fraction of the price of one of the materials, and it was simply something he could not afford now. Originally, he had not planned to consider refining his own magic sword, and planned to refine it when his clan had enough luck points. He had never expected that today, he would actually draw the material he had been longing for the first time. What an explosion of character, Then Lin Xian didn't even have the mood to care about the subsequent lottery, and he started to retreat and refine his natal magic sword. On the vast land of Zhengzhou, although the human territory only occupies 1/3 of the entire Zhengzhou, it is equally vast and is divided into countless areas. On the eastern edge of the human race's territory, there is an area comparable in size to the territory of an imperial power. However, due to its scarce resources, no imperial power was willing to rule it. Eventually, it evolved into a peculiar region composed of countless countries of varying sizes. Therefore, this area was also known as Wanqiao Domain in the Kanglin dynasty, an inconspicuous dynasty in the Wanqiao Domain. There is a medium-sized city called Yanqing. There are 4 most powerful forces in Yanqing, namely the City Lord's Mansion, the Yin family, the Lu family, and the Lin family, whose origins are unknown to anyone. Lin family. Yenner, are you really determined to go on that so-called 3-year agreement? That's the Tianxian sect, the most powerful sect in the entire Kanglin dynasty. I heard that their leader is the only one in the entire dynasty who has broken through to the Cave Heaven realm. Even if you defeat Lu Rian this time, it would be like slapping the face of the Tianxian sect. How could they let you go? How could you possibly contend with that terrifying Cave Heaven realm expert? At this time, in the main hall of the Lin family, a middle-aged man sitting in the first seat was trying to persuade the black-robed young man in front of him with a worried look on his face, trying to change the young man's mind. The man was the head of the Yanqing Lin family, Lin Zhan. For the black-robed young man in front of him, he was the young master of the Yanqing Lin family, and his son, Lin Yan. Don't worry, father. Yenner is not afraid of these things. Besides, I have a trump card. Even the leader of Tianxian sect won't be able to do anything to me easily, Lin Yan said to Lin Zhan with confidence. At the same time, his fingers gently brushed against an ancient ring. It seemed as if that was where his confidence came from. Father, this matter was caused by me, so I must personally end it. Besides, if I escape, what will become of the Lin family's reputation and dignity? Then, our Lin family will never be able to hold our heads up in Yancheng. I will never allow such a thing to happen. At this moment, the young man was full of vigor and his passionate voice resounded throughout the hall. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhan couldn't help but recall what happened 3 years ago. At that time, Yenner was still a good-for-nothing boy who was laughed at by countless people, but in just 3 short years, Yenner has now become a talented boy whose strength far exceeds his. If Yenner could return safely this time, perhaps Yenner would have a chance to stand out in that event and fulfill the dream that her ancestors had always dreamed of. Lin Zhan knew that no matter how he tried to persuade her, it would be useless. He could only sigh and say, alas, Yenner, I know I can't stop you. But I hope you will put your life first. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Promise your father that you will come back alive. Hearing this, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a little sad. He bowed deeply to Lin Zhan, turned around and left, leaving only a sentence, Father, I will definitely come back alive. Lin Zhan looked at the young man's disappearing figure and could only sigh heavily again. It was his incompetence. As the head of the family, he still wanted Yenner to protect the family's honor. Well. Chapter 43, The 3-Year Agreement. The glory of my Lin family must not be trampled upon by others. Teacher, do you think our trip will be successful? Lin Yan, flying in the air, looked at the ancient ring in his hand for some reason and began to mutter to himself, but the next moment, the ring suddenly moved, and then a shadow suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yan. He was an old man in a white robe with an immortal look. This moment, he looked at Lin Yan kindly and said slowly, Xia Yanzi, just do what you should do. I will take care of everything. Then, as if he had thought of something, he smiled and said, besides, you are no longer the useless boy you were 3 years ago. At the age of 16, you have reached the first level of the Divine Sea realm. Even among the imperial and holy dynasties in the 10,000 dynasties domain, you are a genius. I believe that you can definitely defeat Lu Ruyan. As for the sect master of Tianxian sect, I have recovered somewhat over the years. By borrowing your body, I can still unleash the strength of the cave heaven realm, so feel free to give it a go. Hearing this, Lin Yan nodded with a look of determination on his face. He did not doubt his teacher's words. You have to know that his teacher was once at the 9th level of the venerable realm, and he even reached perfection in this realm. He was only one step away from becoming a top-level powerful person in the Saint Realm. In particular, his superb alchemy skills made him famous throughout the Wan Dynasty domain. He was hailed as the #1 alchemist in the Wan Dynasty domain, and was known as Dan Zun, Dan Chen. If he hadn't been ambushed by his former traitorous disciple while undergoing the same tribulation, his teacher wouldn't have perished, leaving behind only this remnant soul. Thinking of this, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. At Xiao Tao, one day, I, Lin Yan, will kill you and avenge my teacher. Tianxian sect, this undisputed overlord of the Kanglin dynasty, stood on the only 5th-level spiritual vein of the Kanglin dynasty, high above, overlooking the entire Kanglin dynasty. Anyone or any force that dares to offend will only have one outcome: the body dies and the teachings disappear, the clan is destroyed and the family is wiped out. And today, the majesty of this almighty overlord has once again faced its challenger. A young man's voice instantly broke the tranquility of Tianxian sect. Lin family, Lin Yan, come to keep the 3-year appointment. Then a young man in black robes appeared in front of Tianxian sect, stepping into the air and instantly attracting the attention of the entire Tianxian sect and the sight of countless onlookers. After a brief silence, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became high, and countless onlookers began to discuss, who is this? How dare he come to Tianxian sect to cause trouble? Is he trying to save himself? I remember now. That was Lin Yan, the young master of the Yanqing Lin family, who had his engagement publicly broken off by Lu Ruyan, the young master of the Tianxian sect, 3 years ago. Oh, I remember now. I still remember that the two of them made a 3-year agreement. At first, no one took it seriously, thinking it was just nonsense that Lin Yan said to save face. But I didn't expect that 3 years later, Lin Yan would actually come. Isn't this Lin Yan courting death? In just 3 years, can he really defeat the entire Tianxian sect? After all, it's youthful vigor. Where did this blind thing come from? How dare you come to my Tianxian sect and act wildly? Are you looking for death? Suddenly, a group of people rushed out of the Tianxian sect, led by several elders of the Tianxian sect, and the words just now were said by one of the elders. When they saw who was coming, they were shocked and immediately scolded, Humph! Lin Yan, you dare to come to my Tianxian sect and act wildly? Do you really think we dare not kill you? Hearing this, Lin Yan didn't bother to pay attention to them. I'm here today to fulfill my 3-year appointment. Quickly get Lu Ruyan out. Tang Xuanzong and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Yan would actually dare to come? Young sect master has no time for you, get out of here. Don't force us to kill you right here. Lin Yan was naturally dissatisfied with the response from the Tianxian sect elder. Lu Ruyan, I said 3 years ago that 3 years from now, I would ascend to the Tianxian sect and completely defeat you. Now I, Lin Yan, am here. Lin Yan's voice immediately spread throughout the entire Tianxian sect, making the faces of the Tianxian sect elders opposite him look extremely ugly. He immediately shouted, Boy, you are looking for death. After saying that, he was about to rush forward and suppress Lin Yan on the spot. At this moment, a young girl suddenly appeared and blocked the way of the elders of Tianxian sect. Elders, this is a matter between Lin Yan and me, you don't need to interfere. I saw a beautiful girl standing in the air, staring at Lin Yan, and speaking with her lips moving slightly. Yes, young master. Upon hearing this, several elders of Tianxian sect just quietly stepped aside. Lu Ruyan, you finally came out. Lin Yan's eyes gradually grew cold as he looked at the girl in front of him, the girl who almost became his wife but who had trampled on the dignity of him and his Lin family 3 years ago. Lin Yan, I admit that I was wrong at first. I never thought that the useless person would actually embark on the path of cultivation again, and in just 3 short years, he has reached the current level of the Divine Sea Realm. The girl was not angry at Lin Yan's words, but felt a little emotional instead, but she soon returned to her usual arrogance and said coldly, "But I will never regret breaking off the engagement. My Taoist partner, Lu Ruyan, must be a gifted and unrivaled genius who can suppress everything. You, Lin Yan, are not worthy of me." Ha ha ha. Great. I'm not worthy of you. Lin Yan threw his head back and laughed, then he said angrily, "You could have returned the marriage certificate to my Lin family privately. It was just a joke from the older generation. I, Lin Yan, will not bother you. But you, Lu Ruyan, insisted on asking the Tianxian sect to cancel the engagement in public. You trampled on the face and dignity of my Lin family in front of the entire Yanchen." Lin Yan's angry voice continued to echo in the air, as if venting the endless anger that had been pent up for 3 years. "I admit that my actions were somewhat inappropriate, but that wasn't because I was afraid of you pestering me. That's enough. I came here today with only one purpose, and that is to defeat you completely. I will return to you all the shame you have brought upon me and my Lin family. The glory of my Lin family will never be trampled upon by others." Lin Yan shouted, interrupting Lu Ruyan's words. After being interrupted by Lin Yan, Lu Ruyan's face turned completely cold. "Then I'll let you know that losers are losers after all. And I did nothing wrong." Immediately, she took out her long sword and pointed it at Lin Yan from a distance. The powerful aura of the first level of the Divine Sea Realm burst out instantly. Seeing this, Lin Yan naturally refused to be outdone, and he took off the black ruler on his back. Then he held the ruler in one hand, staring at Lu Ruyan with sharp eyes, and his aura also began to surge wildly, competing with Lu Ruyan's aura. Chapter 44, Battle with Lu Ruyan. Buddha's wrathful lotus. Suddenly, Lin Yan shot out and pointed directly at Lu Ruyan. When he arrived in front of her, he swung the Xuanzhong ruler in his hand towards Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan also reacted very quickly. She immediately held the long sword in front of her body and directly blocked Lin Yan's fierce attack. Then the two of them soon started fighting. The onlookers around were instantly excited when they saw the two people fighting. Now it's time to watch the fun. Look, the fight has started, the fight has started. My fellow Taoists, who do you think will have the last laugh? It must be young sect master Lu Ruyan. Is there even a need to ask? She's the young sect master of the Tianxian sect, while Lin Yan is just the young master of a small family. How can they be compared? I don't think Lin Yanwei will necessarily lose. After all, who would come here to die if he doesn't have some confidence? Unless he's stupid. Bullshit. How could Lin Yan win? If he could win, I, Wang Er, would be cheated on during my marriage and my child would be born without an anus. Holy crap. Bro, you're awesome. While everyone was arguing over this, Lin Yan and Lu Ruyan had already fought for dozens of rounds. The two men used all their skills together, without holding back at all, and every move was deadly, as if two mortal enemies were fighting each other. The two sides displayed various brilliant and powerful martial arts moves in a continuous bombardment, which dazzled the many onlookers and also allowed everyone to witness the genius and strength of the two men. This Lin Yan is so powerful. He can actually fight with Senior Sister Ruyan to this extent, indeed, but I believe that Senior Sister Ruyan will be victorious in the end. At this moment, many disciples of Tianxian sect could not help but sigh at Lin Yan's talent and strength. This is a talent they have no equal. At some point, Lin Yan and Lu Ruyan collided with each other, and then both of them were knocked back. Then everyone saw that a large amount of green flames suddenly burst out from the air around Lin Yan Dai. In an instant the temperature of the entire scene was rising rapidly. Some of the onlookers with lower realms could not withstand the terrifying high temperature soon. They immediately fled to a distance in a hurry, looking at Lin Yan with horror. What kind of flame is that? Why is it so horrifically hot? Do you think that blue flame could be a type of spiritual fire from heaven and earth? Hiss. Heaven and earth spirit fire? Impossible. How could such a rare item appear in the hands of a mere Divine Sea Realm cultivator like Lin Yan? This is impossible. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. The spiritual fire of heaven and earth is extremely rare and difficult to capture. Lin Yan is only at the Divine Sea Realm. How could he possibly have the strength to capture it? Before he can refine it, he'll probably be burned to ashes the moment he gets close. Lin Yan didn't pay attention to the reactions of the crowd, let alone care. At this moment, the only thing in his eyes was the girl he wanted to defeat, Lu Ruyan. The green flames around him began to quickly gather on the heavy ruler, and then an extremely strong aura began to spread from the heavy ruler. Flame-devouring wave ruler. Lin Yan shouted in his heart, veins popped on his hands, and then he swung the Xinzhong ruler violently. In an instant a huge ray of light formed by green flames, with the momentum to destroy everything, smashed towards Lu Ruyan at an extremely fast speed. Seeing the terrifying flames, Lu Ruyan's face suddenly changed slightly, but she did not retreat. A cold shout echoed in the air, Wind Spirit Fractal Sword. As the shout came, the long sword in Lu Ruyan's hand suddenly pointed at Lin Yan, and 5 energy broken swords suddenly appeared behind him. Then a breeze blew by, and the 5 energy broken swords with powerful momentum trembled slightly, and then shot towards Lin Yan. The broken energy swords slashed through the void, and the light blue energy flowed out from the tip of the swords. The 5 broken energy swords, like a meteor, slammed into the flaming sword. Boom, when the two collided, a terrifying energy storm was immediately stirred up. The clouds in the sky were instantly shattered by this energy storm, leaving only a cloudless sky. The two attacks were in a stalemate, and finally, in front of everyone's shocked gaze, they cancelled each other out. But the battle between the two was not over yet. Before they could even land a single move, they rushed out in an instant and fought again. The two fought for hundreds of rounds. Suddenly, Lin Yan seized an opportunity of Lu Ruyan. His speed increased instantly and he quickly came behind her. 8 extremes collapse. Lin Yan's powerful punch instantly knocked Lu Ruyan away. On the other hand, Lu Ruyan was hit hard by Lin Yan, and she instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her pretty face turned visibly pale. Cough. Lin Yan, you really surprised me. No matter what, I have to admit that you are no longer the useless young master of the Lin family. Lin Yan did not respond to Lu Ruyan's words, but just glanced at her lightly. Suddenly, an even more powerful aura burst out from Lu Ruyan's body, and light blue spiritual power gushed out. I don't want to say much about what happened back then. This is my strongest move. I hope you don't die from it." As Lu Ruyan finished speaking, a green gale suddenly raged wildly in the sky, and then countless wind swords slowly condensed around Lu Ruyan. Lin Yan felt the strong wind that hurt his skin, and his face became solemn. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan's cold voice sounded again. "Sword of Wind, 3,000 green blades." Suddenly, countless green wind swords shot out from her side, carrying endless sharp force and shooting towards Lin Yan fiercely. Clang! 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 Lin Yan no longer held back. Countless green flames appeared around him again. Then, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, countless blue flames appeared again. The two completely different flames tightly wrapped Lin Yan, making it impossible to see his face. Two kinds of flames. Everyone was horrified. "No, it's too hot. I can't stand it." The extremely high temperature all around made the crowd of onlookers unable to bear it any longer, and they all ran away to farther places. "Melt it for me." Lin Yan, who was wrapped in flames, suddenly let out a low shout. Then everyone saw the two completely different flames begin to quickly converge towards Lin Yan's hands, and then they saw the most shocking scene in their lives. I saw that the two completely different flames that were originally impossible to merge slowly merged together in Lin Yan's hands without any rejection. After a period of time, a flaming lotus composed of green and blue colors finally appeared in everyone's eyes. It actually worked. Everyone was shocked. They could feel that although the fire lotus contained extremely terrifying energy, in Lin Yan's hands, the energy was very stable, without the slightest sense of violence. At some point, Lin Yan's low growl was suddenly heard. Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Chapter 45, Defeat Lu Ruyan. Tianxian appears. The two-colored fire lotus, which contained extremely terrifying energy and extremely high temperature, was controlled by Lin Yan and flew directly towards Lu Ruyan. The fire lotus spun and flew quickly, melting away the fierce green gale wherever it passed, and those countless green wind swords were also extremely sharp, cutting through the terrifying high temperature around the fire lotus eye. In the end, the two collided violently, under the shocked gazes of countless onlookers. Around, the two collided with each other. Although the green wind sword was constantly melted by the fire lotus, it eventually turned into a wisp of breeze and dissipated in the air. However, there were a large number of green wind swords. Even though the green was constantly being melted, more wind swords continued to collide with the fire lotus, one after another, as if endless. Although the fire lotus is terrifying, its energy will eventually be exhausted. It seems that the young master of Tianxian's sect is stronger after all. This thought flashed through everyone's mind, but will the facts really be as they think? Lin Yan, admit defeat. Your fire lotus won't last much longer. After all, I'm the winner in this 3-year agreement. Lu Ruyan was seen holding a long sword in her hand, her green dress fluttering in the wind, showing off her beautiful figure to the fullest. Her delicate face revealed full of pride and confidence, and she opened her mouth slightly as she began to persuade Lin Yan. However, the way she looked at Lin Yan now no longer regarded him as the good-for-nothing young master he used to be. The fact that Lin Yan could fight with her to such an extent was enough to prove his talent and strength. Even if she won, she had no right to say that Lin Yan was a good-for-nothing. Although Lu Ruyan is arrogant, she is definitely not someone who is afraid to admit the excellence of others. However, facing the public's pessimism and Lu Ruyan's confident persuasion, Lin Yan said calmly, "Lu Ruyan, do you really think you're going to win?" Although Lu Ruyan was confused, she became alert instantly. Seeing this, Lin Yan smiled mysteriously. A burst. Then Lin Yan shouted loudly. Immediately, in the shocked gazes of everyone, the terrifying green and blue fire lotus exploded instantly. Not good. Lu Ruyan wanted to dodge in an instant, but everything happened too suddenly and she had no time to dodge. Now she could only bear it. Boom. The deafening explosion stunned the crowd of onlookers in an instant. I saw that the countless green wind swords in the air were instantly submerged by the explosion of the fire lotus, turning into wisps of energy and dissipating in the air. Even Lu Ruyan was directly affected by the explosion because she was too close and had no time to dodge. The terrifying explosion directly turned that space into a soulless space. The shockwave generated by the explosion directly impacted hundreds of miles away. Young sect master. The elders of Tianxian sect cried out in surprise, but because Lu Ruyan was enveloped by the explosion, they could not see what was going on inside for a moment. As for saving people? The terrifying explosive energy would cause serious injuries or even death to even them, even if they were fellow Divine Sea Realm cultivators. If they weren't careful, they are not so loyal as to exchange their lives for Lu Ruyan's safety. Everyone is selfish, and the monks in the sect are even more so. They are not related to you, and you want them to risk their lives to save them. That's too much to ask, but they still have to maintain the most basic attitude, otherwise they will not be able to bear it once the sect leader blames them. So an elder of the second Divine Sea Realm from the Tianxian sect immediately became furious at Lin Yan. Lin Yan, if anything happens to the young sect master, you will die without a burial place. Even your Lin family will be killed. In response to this, Lin Yan's face instantly turned gloomy. What he hated most was others using his family to threaten him. The Lin family is his absolute Achilles heel. You want to die? I don't mind giving you a ride. Lin Yan looked at the elder of the second level of the Divine Sea Realm with cold eyes, pointing the heavy ruler in his hand at him from a distance. The elder's face instantly turned pale. Ever since he became an elder of Tianxian sect, no one had ever dared to threaten him like this. He was going to teach this little beast a lesson right away. Alright, young sect leader, please be careful, otherwise if the sect leader blames us, both you and us will be in big trouble. An elder nearby stopped him. In this regard, the elder could only give up temporarily. Snort. Seeing this, Lin Yan said nothing more and slowly put down the heavy ruler in his hand. The terrifying explosive energy raged in the air for a long time before finally subsiding. Lu Ruyan's figure slowly appeared, but she no longer had the arrogance she had at the beginning. She was in a very miserable state, with blood hanging from the corner of her mouth, her face was pale and weak, her eyes were depressed, and she no longer had the strength to fight. If he hadn't been holding on, he would have probably passed out by now. Lost. Lu Ruyan was lost in thought. She never thought that she would lose. She still lost to that good-for-nothing boy whom she never took seriously. Lu Ruyan, the 3-year agreement is over. From now on, you and I and my Lin family will have nothing to do with each other. Lin Yan took out a letter of divorce and threw it in front of everyone. The letter then spontaneously combusted and quickly turned into ashes, which were then scattered by the wind. Just as Lin Yan said, there is no connection anymore, not even the slightest bit. Immediately, Lin Yan held the heavy ruler and slowly walked towards Lu Ruyan. Upon seeing this, the elders of the Tianxian sect immediately came to Lu Ruyan and protected her behind their backs. One of the elders immediately handed a healing pill to Lu Ruyan, saying, "Young sect master, please take this pill quickly. You are seriously injured. Get out of the way. This is a feud between Lu Ruyan and me. You have no right to interfere." Lin Yan said coldly to the elders of Tianxian sect. However, this time, before the elders of Tianxian sect could speak, a voice that looked down upon the entire audience suddenly rang out from the back mountain of Tianxian sect. "Youngster, don't be too extreme in everything. Especially before you have fully grown up." This statement shocked everyone. The eyes of countless onlookers around suddenly widened. This voice, could it be that person? Someone was shocked. The development of things soon confirmed his guess. Suddenly, a powerful aura belonging to a strong man in the cave heaven realm burst out from the back mountain of Tianxian sect. Then, in the shocked eyes of countless onlookers, a figure suddenly appeared above Tianxian sect. Then the figure raised his leg and took a step forward, moving instantly with each step. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above Lu Ruyan and other people from the Tianxian sect. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Lin Yan. That look was as if he was looking at an ant, looking down on all living beings from a high position. Lin Yan immediately guessed the identity of the person who came. It was the leader of the Tianxian sect, the only cave heaven realm expert in the Kanglin dynasty, Tianxian. Chapter 46, Dan Lao is possessed and fights against Tianxian. Hiss. When they saw the person coming, countless onlookers around them gasped. It really is Senior Tianxian. He actually showed up in person. Is this the only cave heaven realm expert of my Sonlan dynasty? He is indeed very strong. Even before he intentionally released his pressure, it was extremely difficult for me, a Yuandan realm cultivator, to resist. Lin Yan is finished now. The Tianxian sect will never let him go easily. If you ask me, he deserves it. After defeating Fairy Lu, he didn't even run away immediately, but instead wanted to brutally destroy such a beautiful woman? He can even lay his hands on her. He deserves to die. A dog licker. Who are you calling a licksling? What's wrong with you? You're just a lickspill. As if you keep licking like crazy, Fairy Lu will even look at you straight in the eye? Why don't you look in the mirror and see how ugly you are? You're still thinking like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Ha Tue. The leader of the Tianxian sect, has he finally shown up? Lin Yan looked at the middle-aged man in a brocade robe, with white hair fluttering in the wind and no emotion on his face, and thought to himself. Lin Yan instantly raised his vigilance to the highest level towards this person. His face became solemn, and he couldn't help but increase the strength in his right hand holding the heavy ruler. This is a real strong man in the cave heaven realm. Moreover, a person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Tianxian can dominate the entire Kanglin dynasty and even has a very loud reputation in several nearby dynasties. This proves that this person is by no means simple. Lin Yan naturally dare not relax at all. Little Yanzi, don't be nervous. The leader of the Tianxian sect is only at the first level of the cave heaven realm, which is comparable to the strength that my master can unleash right now. So as long as my master is here, he can't kill you. When Dan Lao in the ring saw Lin Yan's appearance, he immediately sent a message to Lin Yan, reassuring him. Hearing this, Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the teacher could still handle it, otherwise he would have to think about how to escape. Although running away is shameful, there is still hope. When I become stronger in the future, I can get back at them. But he is not a stubborn person, nor is he unable to endure. Seeing that Lin Yan remained silent for a long time, the high and mighty Tianxian slowly spoke. Boy, you're pretty good. You can actually defeat Ruyan, who I carefully trained. How about this? I'll give you a chance. As long as you join my Tianxian sect and take me as your master, I can forget about your offense against my Tianxian sect today. I can even let you become the young sect master. Your Lin family can even move to the Tianxian sect and become a direct affiliated family of the Tianxian sect. I can also personally hold a grand wedding for you and Ruyan. From now on, you two can support each other and work together to strengthen our Tianxian sect. How do you say that? Hearing this, the whole scene was shocked. What did they hear? Senior Tianxian didn't directly hold Lin Yan accountable, but instead, he recruited him regardless of past grudges. After a brief shock, the people of Tianxian sect were the first to become unable to sit still and asked Tianxian to revoke his decision. Master, you absolutely cannot do this. This Lin Yan has brought shame upon my Tianxian sect. How can we let him go so easily? Master, please revoke your order. Master, please think twice. Lin Yan is extremely arrogant. He just wanted to kill me. Most importantly, he challenged the dignity of the Tianxian sect in public. We must not let him go. Master, please revoke your order. Master, please revoke your order. Times 999. Upon seeing this, Tianquan's expression suddenly turned ugly, and he immediately shouted angrily, "Shut up. It's not your turn to object to what I do. Anyone who says another word will have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect." Seeing that the sect leader was really angry, many people from the Tianxian sect, although unwilling, still shut up obediently. They cannot have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect, becoming useless people with no cultivation at all. That would be more painful than killing them. Snort. Seeing this, Tianxian snorted heavily and stopped scolding. At this moment, a sarcastic laugh was heard. Ha, you don't have to be like this. I, Lin Yan, am not interested in recruiting your sect leader, and I look down on your Tianxian sect. As soon as Lin Yan said this, the entire scene fell silent, and everyone felt as if the temperature in the air was rapidly dropping. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely solemn. Suddenly, a cold voice filled with anger came from the sky. The sound was not loud at first, but it exploded in everyone's ears, making everyone feel as if they were falling into an icy cave. How dare an ant speak so recklessly? Since you don't know what's good for you, I won't let you go. Boom. The powerful aura unique to the Cave Heaven realm was released without reservation in an instant. Tian Xin looked down at Lin Yan, his voice like the murmur of death. Boy, do you want to end your own life, or do you want me to help you? Lin Yan didn't answer. Just as Tian Xian was about to take action, a voice different from Lin Yan suddenly emanated from within his body, instantly alerting Tian Xian, you, a mere Cave Heaven realm cultivator, are not qualified to touch my disciple. Immediately afterwards, a powerful aura that had also reached the Cave Heaven realm and was completely different from Tianquan's burst out from Lin Yan's body with a bang, instantly suppressing Tianquan's aura. Dongtian realm. How could Lin Yan have the aura of a Dongtian realm? Isn't he only in the first level of the Divine Sea realm? Countless onlookers naturally couldn't see Lin Yan's current situation, and now their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Who are you? Do you want to interfere in the affairs between me and this kid? Although Tian Xin couldn't see what Lin Yan's current situation was, he knew that the Lin Yan at this time was definitely not the same Lin Yan as before, so he immediately gave a warning. Lin Yan flew to the same height as Tian Xian, stood with his hands behind his back, and in response to Tian Xian's warning, he simply replied calmly, you are not worthy of knowing who I am. As for interfering, you are about to kill my disciple, so I naturally cannot stand by and watch. Whoever you are, die. Tian Xian attacked angrily. A huge palm print suddenly fell from the sky and suppressed Lin Yan fiercely. Oomph, a mere trifle. Only Lin Yan with a cold snort, he met the attack with a palm strike. Boom, the two palm prints collided with a loud bang, immediately stirring up a terrifying storm, which instantly overturned the onlookers around who had no time to dodge hundreds of meters away. Quickly activate the sect protection formation, otherwise the battle between the sect master and the others will destroy the entire sect. The elders of Tianqian's sect also gave orders immediately, as they were afraid that if they were any later, the sect would no longer be around. Tianqian frowned when he saw this scene, intending to lead the battle between the two to high altitude, but the Lin Yan on the opposite side ignored him at all, forcing Tianqian to fight with him on the spot. Boom, bang, die. The battle between the two was so intense that the onlookers around them were stunned in their places. Chapter 47. Tian Xian is repeatedly defeated. The two figures kept shuttling and colliding in the air, fighting hard to separate. Every move and every style in the battle between the two was so vigorous and open, without the slightest hesitation. The power of the moves was incomparable to the previous battle between Lin Yan and Lu Ruyan. At some point, Tian Xian saw the right opportunity. Soul-devouring palm. Tian Xian only shouted loudly, and his figure was like a ghost, quickly dodging the attack of Lin Yan. Suddenly, a black energy was attached to his right palm, and when he approached Lin Yan, he slapped the opponent's body fiercely. This move has the power to devour the soul, and is a move that Tian Xian uses specifically to deal with the souls of cultivators. As for why he used this move? It was because he could sense a spiritual fluctuation in Lin Yan that did not belong to Lin Yan. He suspected that this mysterious strong man must be using his spiritual power to borrow Lin Yan's body to fight. So he took the right remedy. As long as he could weaken his spirit, this mysterious strong man would naturally not be his opponent. By then, no matter who you are, as long as the mysterious strong man's true body does not come, no one can stop him from killing Lin Yan. But what he didn't know was that Dan Lao was just a remnant soul. So where did his real body come from? If he really has a real body, how could he, a mere trash from the Cave Heaven realm, have the right to act wildly here? Dan Lao blew and he was gone. On the other hand, when Dan Lao, who was controlling Lin Yan's body, saw Tian Xian's palm, he instantly guessed that the other party wanted to weaken the power of his residual soul and make his strength fall out of the Cave Heaven realm, so as to easily suppress him and Lin Yan. Therefore, he began to retreat immediately and used the wooden prison move to directly trap Tian Xian in it. Although he could not trap Tian Xian for a long time, it was enough for him to distance himself from Tian Xian. As expected, the wooden prison only trapped Tian Xian for a few breaths before he broke free, but at this time, Dan Lao was controlling Lin Yan's body and had already distanced himself from him, so he had lost the opportunity to attack. Because he knew that the mysterious strongman who was on guard would definitely not let him get close to him easily. Damn it! It was so close. Tian Xian looked at the opposite side and said with gritted teeth, but he was not discouraged and quickly re-strategized. Since these techniques cannot defeat you, then this sect master will suppress you with his strength. Tian Xian was secretly angry, and then gusts of green wind began to appear around him. Then, just like Lu Ruyan before, green wind swords began to appear around him. Die. He just shouted loudly, and countless wind swords around him suddenly shot out, as if to drown the opponent in the torrent of wind swords. Sword of wind, 3,000 green swords, clang clang clang, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Although the moves are the same, the one performed by Lu Ruyan and Tian Xian is much better in terms of coverage and power when performed by Tian Xian. Dan Lao naturally did not want to fall behind. Magic power, Sky Flame Meteor. As Dan Lao used his magical powers, the sky suddenly turned fiery red. The next second, huge meteorites wrapped in flames fell towards Tian Xian at an extremely fast speed like flaming meteors. This time, Dan Lao did not choose to use his moves to dissolve the opponent's moves, but went straight to the opponent's body, intending to exchange moves with him. Although he can only unleash the strength of the first level of the Cave Heaven realm now, as a top-level powerhouse who almost became a saint, his means are far more than Tian Xian on the opposite side. Therefore, Dan Lao was completely confident that he could block the opponent's move, so he planned to exchange moves with the opponent. As for whether the opponent could block his move, Dan Lao didn't care much. If you can't stop him, it will be easier. If you can stop him, it will just take him a little longer. Tian Xian, standing opposite, had no idea what Dan Lao was thinking. He only saw that Dan Lao was about to exchange a move with him, and thought to himself, has this mysterious man gone mad? He's actually planning to trade injuries? Humph. Then let's see who can hold on till the end. Unable to guess the other party's thoughts, Tian Xian was a little wary, but he couldn't care less at this time. Seeing that the opponent's moves were about to reach them, the two of them quickly used their respective defensive methods. Suddenly, a huge golden energy bell appeared around Lin Yan's body. The bell completely covered Lin Yan's body, protecting him firmly. 8th level superior martial arts, Vidratian Luo Bell. However, Tian Xian does not have the foundation of Dan Lao, and cannot use the 8th level defensive martial arts. His means of defense is a graphic magic weapon. 5th grade intermediate magic weapon, Sky Star Map. Under his urging, the star map instantly flew over his head, then quickly grew larger, and finally turned into a star map 10 feet in size, protecting it underneath. Almost the next moment after the two men finished their defensive measures, their respective attacks hit each other's defense hard. Boom boom boom. The attacks from both sides were like a swift flood, madly hitting the two men's defenses, stirring up gusts of wind and energy. Aftermath. The onlookers who had already run far away looked at this grand scene and sighed at the strength of the two people. This is too strong. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to withstand it all. I'm afraid any one of those swords or flaming meteors would be enough to kill me. Fellow Daoist, at least you can die from their attack. If it were me, I would probably be killed by their aftermath before I even entered their attack range. Then I'm a little better than you two fellow Taoists. I can probably withstand a sword or a flaming meteor. Hee, sorry, fellow Daoist, I can only handle 2 swords or 2 flaming meteors. TSK, none of you are as good as me. I can only withstand 3 hits. The two men's attack lasted for more than 10 seconds before slowly stopping. Looking at the conditions of the two people again, nothing happened on Dan Lao's side except that the giant energy bell became extremely illusory, as if it could dissipate at any time. On the other hand, looking at Tianxian, puff. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turned ashen, and he said, "Damn it. They actually destroyed my star map." Although his body was not hurt at this time, several cracks appeared on his star map, and it no longer had the bright luster it had at the beginning. Obviously, although this star map withstood Dan Lao's attack, it was also completely destroyed by Dan Lao's attack. Even the vomiting of blood he had just now was due to the backlash he suffered from the destruction of the heavenly star map. At this moment, he hated Lin Yan and that damn mysterious man to death. If looks could kill, Lin Yan would have died under his hateful eyes long ago. What's up? Still want to fight? Dan Lao controlled Lin Yan's body and said with a joking look on his face. Tianquan's face instantly became even gloomier. Humph. Don't be so proud, you only have a temporary advantage. Chapter 48. The final showdown. It's still unclear who will win or lose. Tianxian gritted his teeth and spoke to Dan Lao angrily. Although he said this, he was actually a little scared in his heart. This mysterious man was so powerful, now he is not sure that he can defeat the opponent, but he cannot admit defeat and retreat, otherwise, not only will he lose face, but even the prestige he has worked so hard to accumulate in the Kanglan dynasty and even in several nearby dynasties will be greatly reduced. Who will still respect him and the Tianxian sect in the future? By then, some powerful people with ulterior motives who were originally intimidated by his reputation will no longer be afraid and will continue to flock to Tianxian sect in an attempt to pull him and Tianxian sect off the altar. So whether for his own face or for the safety of Tianxian sect, he cannot retreat. Seeing Tianquan's gradually determined look, Dan Lao, who had been deeply involved in the cultivation world for many years, saw through his thoughts at a glance and said lightly, "Use whatever tricks you have, I will take them all." Tianxian didn't say a word. He just raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then bursts of green spiritual power suddenly burst out from his body. The amount of energy released this time was different from any previous time. This time, he almost mobilized all the spiritual power in his body. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the green spiritual power slowly rose, and then began to gather. Finally, a wind demon that was more than 10 feet tall and had a hideous face slowly condensed. The extreme of wind, the great wind demon. Tianxian took a look at the wind demon that was condensing in the sky, and a sense of confidence gradually revealed in his eyes. This move should be able to deal with him. This is his strongest move. In his previous cultivation career, countless monks died from this move of his. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat the opponent in this way. At the same time, among the onlookers in the distance, there were some experienced monks who were shocked when they saw the wind demon that was forming. It's actually the great wind demon. This is the ultimate move of the Tianxian sect master, a move that is famous in several nearby dynasties. One of the old men exclaimed. His words instantly attracted the attention of the people around him. Some young monks who had never seen or heard of him couldn't help but ask, "Senior, are you talking about the move that the current Xuanzong master uses? Is this move very powerful? Is it very famous? Why haven't we heard of it?" Before the old man could say anything, some people who were also aware of the situation quickly explained, "You're still young, so it's normal you haven't heard of it. After all, Senior Tianxian hasn't used it in over a decade, let alone used his famous technique. You only need to know that Senior Tianxian relied on this move, the Great Wind Demon, to reach the cave heaven realm step by step. The number of powerful people who died under this move is beyond our imagination. The event that made Senior Tianquan's Great Wind Demon move completely famous was decades ago when he was still in the Divine Sea realm. He relied on this move alone to destroy a powerful sect in the neighboring Tianyun dynasty, which had 6 Divine Sea realm powerhouses. Upon hearing this, the young, uninformed crowd were horrified. Hiss. This is too strong, as expected of the only cave heaven realm expert in my Kanglan dynasty, he is indeed powerful. Soon someone else said, then Lin Yan is doomed to die, isn't he? It's hard to say. After all, judging from what happened just now, Lin Yan wasn't at a disadvantage in his battle with Senior Tianxian. It's too early to predict the outcome, this fellow Taoist is right. While everyone was still discussing Tianquan's attack, Dan Lao had already begun preparing for his own attack. At this moment, Lin Yan's body was surrounded by dark white flames. The third flame. The onlookers in the distance were shocked again when they saw this scene. How many kinds of mysterious flames does Lin Yan have? Why does he pull one out every now and then? In their perception, these dark white flames before them were extremely strange, making them feel extremely hot at one moment and extremely cold at the next. They had never seen such magical flames before, but what they didn't know was that this flame was not Lin Yan's at all, but Dan Lao's spiritual fire, magical power, explosive fire dragon. The dark white flame slowly gathered into a giant flaming dragon that was more than 10 feet high, hanging high above Lin Yan's body. Roar, roar. The moment they condensed, the fire dragon and the wind demon both let out a deafening roar, as if announcing their appearance and intimidating their opponents. So then, under the intentional control of Dan Lao and Tianxian, the two behemoths rushed out in an instant and fought towards each other. Among them, the wind demon took the lead in launching an attack. It spit out wind blades from its mouth, shooting straight at the fire dragon. Then its wings flapped violently, and powerful green tornadoes, with the posture of tearing everything apart, also rushed towards the fire dragon. The fire dragon was equally unwilling to be outdone. It opened its mouth wide and suddenly shot out white fireballs, blocking all the green wind blades. Then a circle of flames suddenly appeared around it, preventing the green tornadoes from getting within 3 feet of it. Dan Lao and Tian Shan both used all their strength to control their respective fire dragons and wind demons. The fight was so fierce that it was unclear who would win. The battle between the two continued. 1 second, 10 seconds, 1 minute. Such a full strength attack consumes a lot of energy for both of them. One consumes spiritual power and the other consumes soul power. In Lin Yan's sea of consciousness, Lin Yan's spirit figure looked at Dan Lao's gradually becoming illusory body and immediately persuaded him, "Teacher, please stop hitting me. You won't be able to hold on any longer and might even fall back into a deep sleep. Let's stop here today. When I have achieved success in my cultivation in the future, I will come back to deal with the Tianshan sect." However, Elder Dan interrupted him directly. "Xiao Yanzi, you have now completely offended the Tianshan sect. If I don't help you deal with Tianshan today, even if you can escape, have you ever thought about what will happen to your Lin family?" "But teacher, you..." Lin Yan also knew what Elder Dan said, but on one side was his teacher who had helped him rise from the ashes, and on the other side was the Lin family. He didn't want to lose either side. "Okay, don't worry, Xiao Yanzi. I know what's going on. Nothing will happen, and the time is almost here." Dan Lao comforted slowly. Hearing this, Lin Yan felt a sense of distress in his heart, and a feeling of both being touched and worried filled his heart. After some time passed, Dan Lao's body became even more illusory. At some point, he suddenly spoke. This moment. Chapter 49, Kill Tianshan. Destroy Tianshan sect. Lin Yan saw Elder Dan suddenly speak. Unsure of what was going on, he initially wanted to ask, but in the end, he suppressed his doubts, fearing to disturb his teacher. As Dan Lao was at a critical moment, he naturally had no time to pay attention to Lin Yan's reaction. In fact, the reason why Dan Lao said this was because just before Dan Lao opened his mouth, Tian Shan on the opposite side had half of his body destroyed by the wind demon, and he suffered a backlash instantly. His face instantly became paler, and even his perception became dull for a few breaths, and what Dan Lao was waiting for was these few moments, so he could take advantage of the situation to kill him. Soul skill, God-breaking cone. Before, the other party was always on guard, and now he was a remnant soul, and his soul power was not higher than the other party's. Therefore, under the other party's vigilance, if he rashly launched a soul attack, it would be easy for the other party to detect and defend against it. That's why he had been holding back until now in order to kill with one blow, and the opponent's slowness of those few breaths just now was the best opportunity he had been waiting for. After Dan Lao used the soul attack, a soul cone the size of an inch, invisible to the naked eye, shot out instantly and pointed directly at Tianshan's eyebrows. Oh no, this sense of power. Tianshan suddenly felt a fatal sense of crisis surge in his heart. Although he didn't know where it came from, he subconsciously wanted to escape from this place, but it's too late. The next moment, the god-destroying cone entered directly between his eyebrows and instantly struck his soul. His soul was severely damaged in an instant. His soul was critically hit, and he felt an extreme pain as if his soul was torn apart, which made Tianshan unable to hold on for a moment. He held his head and rolled madly in the air, roaring in pain, as if this could alleviate the extreme pain in his soul. The pain in the soul is countless times more painful than the pain in the body, which can be seen from Tianshan's performance. Without Tianshan's support, the wind demon naturally dissipated in an instant. At this point, the winner of both sides is clear at a glance. Tianshan no longer had the chance to resist. All this happened in just a few breaths. The victory was decided in such a flash that the onlookers were stunned. Holy crap! Can anyone tell me what just happened? Why did the Tianshan sect master become like this in an instant? I didn't see Lin Yan make any other attacks. I don't know. I just blinked and realized that the fight between the two of them turned out like this. Many people who didn't understand what was going on became confused, but never underestimate the professionalism of the crowd. Soon, a white-haired old man said in a trembling voice, It's a spirit skill. This is definitely a spirit skill. I never expected it. Our little Kanglin dynasty actually has a spirit skill." Upon hearing this, everyone started asking questions. "Senior, what is a soul skill? Is it very powerful?" Yes, please tell us about it, senior." The white-haired old man paused and explained, soul skills are martial arts that rely on soul power. They don't attack the cultivator's body, but directly attack the cultivator's soul, making it difficult to defend against. But compared to martial arts, soul skills are pitifully few in number. Rumor has it that only those powerful forces with strong men above the venerable realm possess some. As for our Songlan dynasty and the nearby dynasties, they are not qualified to possess them at all. They have never even appeared before. Today can be said to be the first time that the Songlan dynasty has appeared. So this is a soul skill. Everyone understood immediately, and their eyes gradually revealed a trace of greed and desire. Seeing this, the white-haired old man gave a warning. I advise you not to think about this soul skill. You have seen the strength of that young man Lin Yan. Don't let it cost you your life. Hearing this, everyone instantly woke up. Don't dare, we haven't lived long enough, he. That's right. Lin Yan's knowledge, alright, Xiao Yanzi, Tianshan's soul has been severely damaged by my soul skills. He is no longer a threat. As Dan Lao spoke, he suddenly staggered. Teacher, are you okay? Seeing this, Lin Yan's spirit rushed over and supported Dan Lao, saying with a worried look on his face. In response, Dan Lao waved his hand. It's okay, but I've consumed too much soul power this time. I think I'll have to sleep for a while. During this time, Xiao Yanzi, you have to take care of yourself. Dan Lao's residual soul slowly left Lin Yan's sea of consciousness and returned to the ancient ring. Teacher, Lin Yan cried out, his heart aching, and he began to blame himself. Damn it. It's because of helping him that the teacher fell into a deep sleep again, but he quickly adjusted his mood. Now was not the time to be sad or blame himself. Teacher, I will definitely find the treasure to restore your soul and spirit, so that you can wake up soon. In the future, I will also help you refine a most suitable body so that you can be resurrected. Lin Yan looked at the ring in his hand and said in an extremely firm tone. Inside the ring, Dan Lao, who was about to close his eyes and fall into a deep sleep, smiled with relief when he heard Lin Yan's words. Then he closed his eyes completely and fell into a long sleep. Little Yanzi, your master is waiting for the day when you become strong enough to revive me. Master, are you okay? Please don't scare us. I saw a group of elders and disciples of Tianxian sect surrounding Tianxian, asking questions anxiously. On the other hand, Tianxian no longer wailed, but just stood there in a daze. Even though many elders and disciples of the Tianxian sect kept calling out to him, he still didn't react at all. Of the elders and disciples were so anxious that they jumped up and down like ants on a hot pan. Obviously, Tianxuan's soul was severely damaged, his consciousness fell into chaos, and he was already standing there in a daze. What's worse, everyone in Tianxian sect saw Lin Yan slowly walking towards them. Lin Yan, what do you want to do? An elder of Tianxian sect said tremblingly. Even the other people from the Tianxian sect retreated involuntarily with fear on their faces. Obviously, he was frightened by Lin Yan's fighting ability. Hand over Tianxian. From now on, the Tianxian sect will be disbanded. All members of the Tianxian sect must swear a heavenly oath not to retaliate and hand over a drop of soul blood, otherwise, die. Lin Yan's words made the people of Tianxian sect feel like they were falling into an icy cave, but they didn't want to put their lives in the hands of others, and they didn't know what to do for a moment. I repeat, if you don't do as instructed, you will die. Lin Yan's cold voice rang out again. Die. In the end, in order to survive, the people of Tianxian sect, after hesitating for a while, finally obediently followed Lin Yan's words, made an oath to heaven, and handed over a drop of soul blood. Even Lu Ruyan was no exception. Get lost. As soon as Lin Yan finished speaking, the people from Tianxian sect fled the scene one after another, without even taking away a single cent of the resources within the Tianxian sect. They didn't want to die on the spot. For them, it is better to live a miserable life than to die. If you die, you will lose everything. Lin Yan was helpless as he watched the people from Tianxian sect fleeing. Tianxian sect still has several elders above the 5th level of the Divine Sea Realm, and some low-level elders in the Divine Sea Realm. Now that he has no help from Elder Dan, he cannot kill them all by himself. He can only rely on Elder Dan's residual power to bully others, force them to swear an oath to the heavens and hand over their souls and blood, so that they will never dare to retaliate against the Lin family again. After dealing with the people from Tianxian sect, Lin Yan slowly came to Tianxian. Without saying much, he slapped him with one palm, and Tianxian instantly turned into a ball of blood mist. Bang! So far Tianxuan is dead. Tianxian sect was destroyed. Chapter 50. The Secret of the Yenqing Lin family. After killing Tianxian, Lin Yan looked at those who had ulterior motives and wanted to seize the resources of Tianxian sect, and said coldly, why don't you all leave? Do you want to sit with Lin in the Tianxian sect? If that's the case, Lin is still very welcome. Upon hearing this, those cultivators who had originally planned to wait until Lin Yan left before looting another wave of weapons instantly recalled the terrifying strength of this young man and hurriedly bowed and left in fear. No. Don't bother Mr. Lin Yan, I'm leaving right now. I just have some difficulty walking. Don't mind, young Master Lin. I'll walk faster now. I have some orders to take, so I won't bother Master Lin anymore. There were originally quite a few people around, but in just a dozen seconds, only Lin Yan and Lu Ruyan were left at the scene. That's right, Lu Ruyan hasn't left yet. You're not leaving yet? Lin Yan's voice was extremely cold. Without any emotion, Lu Ruyan looked at the boy opposite her with complicated eyes. Everything today seemed too dreamy to her, as if it wasn't real. In less than a day, she was first defeated by the useless young master whom she never took seriously, and finally even her master died at the hands of the young man. The sect she had been so proud of was also destroyed and completely annihilated. This huge gap made her unable to believe it was true, but the facts before her told her that this was really happening. Seeing that she remained silent for a long time, Lin Yan was too lazy to care about her and was about to bypass her to obtain the resources of Tianxian sect. At this moment, Lu Ruyan spoke. Lin Yan. Lin Yan paused and said impatiently, if you have something to say it quickly. I hope you can let the Lu family off the hook. It was my fault back then, and it was me who insisted on breaking off the engagement. It has nothing to do with them. If you can let them go, I, Lu Ruyan, will be your slave and at your mercy. Lu Ruyan grabbed Lin Yan's right hand and pleaded. Lin Yan withdrew his hand indifferently, still moving forward, and said lightly, when I defeated you and burned the divorce letter, I said that we would no longer have any connection. Your Lu family will naturally have nothing to do with my Lin family. As long as your Lu family doesn't offend my Lin family in the future, I won't have the time to care about them. Without any hesitation, the young man quickly disappeared from Lu Ruyan's sight and entered the Tianxian sect. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Yan's slowly disappearing figure, and for some reason, a bitter feeling rose in her heart. A long time Lu Ruyan also left, but her back looked a little lonely. Maybe I regret it too. I regret that Tianxian sect. Lin Yan was the first to come to the treasure house of Tianxian sect. He wanted to see if Tianxian sect had any elixirs or treasures that could restore the soul. Now all he wanted was to help Dan Lao recover as soon as possible. As the only Cave Heaven realm force in the Kanglin dynasty, the Tianxian sect has quite a lot of treasures. Although they are all from level 1 to level 5, and there are very few level 5 treasures, they are enough for Lin Yan and the Lin family at present. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Yan had counted all the items in the treasure house, but unfortunately he did not find any elixir or treasure that could restore his soul. As expected, there isn't one. Although he had expected this, Lin Yan still felt a little disappointed. Treasures that can restore the soul are rare and extremely precious, so it is not surprising that he does not have it in the Tianxian sect, but there will definitely be disappointment. After packing up all the resources in disappointment, Lin Yan went to the Tianxian sect's martial arts building and spiritual medicine garden. 2 hours had passed until all the valuable things in the entire Tianxian sect were collected. Before leaving, Lin Yan pulled out the 5th level spiritual vein under the Tianxian sect, intending to take it back to the Lin family in Yenqing and put it in the family's underground. He believed that with this 5th level spiritual vein, the cultivation speed of his Yenqing Lin family would definitely increase greatly. You should know that the spiritual vein of his Yenqing Lin family is only of the 3rd grade top grade. Compared with the 5th grade medium grade spiritual vein of the Tianxian sect, the gap is very large. It's time to go back. Father must be worried sick. Then Lin Yan set fire to the Tianxian sect, making it a thing of the past. Yenqing Lin family hall. Alas, it's been half a day, and I don't know how Yenner is doing? A woman muttered with a worried look on her face. At this time, Lin Zhan on the side comforted her. Madam, don't worry. Yenner has never lied to us before. If he said he would come back, he would definitely come back. How can I not be worried? That's the Tianxian sect. What's the difference between that and a dangerous place? If it weren't for, however, before the woman could finish her words, the servant suddenly rushed in hurriedly. Master, it's the young master is back. As soon as the servant finished speaking, Lin Yan walked in right after him. Dad, Mom, I'm back. When Lin Zhan and the other man saw Lin Yan was safe and sound, they instantly stood up excitedly. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Yenner, mother, please check if you are injured. After a brief greeting with his parents, Lin Yan told everyone in front of many clansmen that Tianxian was dead and that the Tianxian sect had been destroyed by him. This shocked everyone, and their faces were full of disbelief, and they were unable to recover for a long time. It was not until Lin Yan took out the large amount of resources looted from the Tianxian sect that everyone believed the shocking news that the Tianxian sect had indeed been destroyed. Night Lin Zhan studied. Yenner, what do you think of my Lin family? Lin Zhan looked at Lin Yan and spoke seriously. This time, there were only him and Lin Yan in the study, and he even activated a formation to prevent outsiders from eavesdropping. Lin Yan was somewhat confused by Lin Zhan's question. He didn't know why his father suddenly called him over, so he could only answer based on his understanding of father. As far as I know, my Lin family has been settled in Yanqing for over 700 years, and has been passed down for 7 generations. We now have 750 people. Aside from me, the strongest one is you, father, with the 7th level of Yuandan realm cultivation. Although my Lin family is quite powerful in Yanqing, it is still too weak compared to other powerful dynasties, imperial dynasties, and other large families within them. But don't worry, father. I will definitely make the Lin family even more powerful than theirs, so that they won't have to hide in the small city of Yan anymore. Hearing this, Lin Zhan nodded, then shook his head. Lin Yan was confused and thought that Lin Zhan didn't believe him. Dad, don't you believe me? No, Yenner, you misunderstood. What I wanted to say is, they are not even worthy of carrying shoes for my Lin family. In front of my real Lin family, those so-called dynastic families and royal families are nothing but ants that can be destroyed with a wave of the hand. Even the entire 10,000 dynasties territory combined is nothing more than a larger ant. Lin Zhan was full of pride when he spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan was stunned. No, Dad, when did our Lin family become so awesome? How come I didn't know? Or is it that you and all the elders are actually the hidden bosses, and I am the only rookie in the entire Lin family? Dad, could it be that you are the hidden boss, and I am the hidden second-generation cultivator? Lin Yan said it directly. That's not the case. Your father is indeed at his current level of cultivation. Lin Yan, alright, let me be frank. My Yanqing Lin family is actually a branch of the Lin family, the top Saint clan in Zhengzhou. And my main family is a powerful force with a Saint Emperor ancestor in charge. Chapter 51, The Great Competition of Heavenly Pride. A visitor from the Dragon Emperor's dynasty, Lin Zhan's words shocked Lin Yan instantly. His Yanqing Lin family was one of the branch families. The main family was a top-tier Saint clan, with a legendary Saint Emperor level expert in charge. But, Dad, why have I never heard you or other elders mention it, and there's not even a single record of it in the family? Lin Yan asked the doubts in his heart. Logically speaking, if the Yanqing Lin family truly had such a powerful background, shouldn't such an important matter be clearly documented? Why was there no record at all? Yenner, only a few elders and I know about this, and we chose to keep it secret. This has always been the family's rule. Furthermore, the branches of our Lin family have basically developed independently. Unless they are facing the threat of extinction or a peerless genius appears, they generally will not take the initiative to contact the main family. Lin Zhan explained. Lin Yan didn't say anything, but showed an expression of understanding. Then Dad, why did you suddenly decide to tell the child? Lin Zhan looked at Lin Yan, whose strength had far surpassed his, and satisfaction could not help but show in his eyes. The reason why I decided to tell you is because with your strength and talent, Yenner, I think you are qualified enough to enter the main family for training. That is where you should go. The Kanglin dynasty is still too small, and it will waste your talent. Naturally, I don't want to do that. There you can receive the best training, see a wider world, and meet more powerful geniuses. Lin Zhan's words made Lin Yan involuntarily imagine that scene, the best resources, the best guidance, a powerful genius that inspires fighting spirit, a terrifying force countless times more powerful than that Sanlan dynasty, especially being able to see the geniuses of those powerful forces and fight against them. Just thinking about it makes Lin Yan's blood boil. What genius doesn't have? A competitive spirit? He is no exception, but how do we get to the master's house? Lin Yan looked up at Lin Zhan, and Lin Zhan saw Lin Yan's worry at a glance, smiled and said, in a little over a month, my Lin family's once-in-a-decade Tianjiao Grand competition will begin again. At that time, all branches of the Lin family can send Tianjiao under the age of 30 to the main family to participate in the competition. The higher the ranking in the competition, the more resources the main family will provide in the next 10 years. Among them, the genius who ranks in the top 100 in the competition can enter the main family for training. The top 3 can move their entire branch family back to the main family and take root there from then on. Of course, there are also rewards for the participating geniuses, and the higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. After listening to Lin Zhan's words, Lin Yan had a preliminary understanding of the Tianjiao competition. Then he turned to Lin Zhan and asked, Dad, what were the achievements of our Yanqing Lin family in the past? Never made it into the top 1,000. Lin Zhan sighed heavily, looking a little depressed. Is that so, Dad? Don't worry. I won't let you down in this competition. Lin Yan said with a firm face. Okay, Yenner, Dad believes in you. By the way, this is all the information about the competition, as well as some of the situations in previous competitions. You can take a look at it. Oh, and take this token that represents the Lin family's identity, as well as the information about the main family's location. You'll need it later. Alas, I was originally supposed to lead the team, but now the strongest person in my Yanqing Lin family is you, Yenner, so I'm no longer needed. As Lin Zhan spoke, he handed a token and several jade slips to Lin Yan. After Lin Yan took it, he chatted with Lin Zhan for half an hour, then left Lin Zhan's study, returned to his own room, and began to examine these jade slips. The Lin family's main house is located in the central eastern region of the human race, east of the Tianlong Empire's territory. To prevent confusion in the future, the author would like to clarify that the Yenqing Lin family storyline takes place 1 month before Lin Xian and the others return from the secret realm. Please be aware of this. Thank you. In a training room of the Holy Lin family. From now on, I'll call you Shang Yuan. Lin Xian looked at the natal magic sword in his hand, which was made from the sword embryo of the Great Tao, and spoke lightly with a smile on his face. After 2 days of refining, he finally completed the refining of his natal magic sword this morning. After taking a careful look, Lin Xian's mind moved, and the Holy Abyss sword instantly sank into his cave, being continuously nourished. Then he stopped practicing and turned around and left the practice room. He walked in the Lin family's land, enjoying a moment of tranquility. 3 days had passed since he returned from the secret realm, and the Lin family gradually returned to peace. Of course, the calmness is only on the surface. Now everyone in the Lin family is practicing desperately. After all, the Lin family has plenty of resources, as well as cheap devices such as the spirit washing pool and the creation tower, which make the Lin family's enthusiasm for practice as high as possible. If they had been out of contribution points, they would not even stop to complete tasks to earn them. At the same time, the Lin family was outside. A luxurious chariot came rapidly from the distant void, and in the blink of an eye it arrived in front of the Lin family's territory, and finally stopped and hovered in the air. Seeing the chariot suddenly appear, the guards who were originally on duty at the Lin family's mountain gate hurried to the front of the chariot, bowed and asked, "I wonder which lord from the Tianlong dynasty is visiting my Lin family?" "Tianlong dynasty, Longquan." A cold voice slowly came from the chariot. "Oh, it's Lord Longquan. I'm so sorry, this is my duty. I've already informed the clan leader. Please come in." After saying that, the guard stepped aside. The person in the chariot did not respond, and the next second the chariot entered the Lin family. Lin Tianhai, who received the notification from the guards, was somewhat puzzled as to why the Tianlong dynasty had come this time. However, he still notified the elders to go with him to greet them. After all, they were elders of the Tianlong dynasty, so they could not neglect them. Entrance of Tianqing Temple. When they saw a guard leading a middle-aged man wearing royal attire, Lin Tianhai and a group of elders hurried to greet him. It turns out to be Elder Longquan. Welcome. I haven't seen Elder Longquan for decades, but he's still as charming as ever. His cultivation is even more unfathomable. The royal elder named Longquan, when facing Lin Tianhai and others, also lost his previous coldness and said with the same smile, "It's Patriarch Lin. After not seeing him for decades, even I can't see through his cultivation." Although Longquan looked calm on the surface, only he himself knew how shocked he was inside. It's only been a few decades since they last met, yet even he can't see through Lin Tianhai's cultivation. You have to know that a few decades ago, his cultivation level was almost the same as Lin Tianhai's. Now, with the support of the superpower of the Tianlong Empire, his cultivation speed is actually not as fast as that of a Sing clan leader. How could he not be shocked? Chapter 52, Invitation from the Tianlong Dynasty. The Crown Prince's coronation, however, although he was shocked, he was not ignorant of the world, so he naturally would not casually ask about other people's cultivation. You should know that asking about other people's cultivation is a big taboo among cultivators. At the very least, you will offend people, and at the worst, you will be killed to silence them. It is not surprising, when Longquan was shocked, Lin Tianyu just brushed off Longquan's words and then invited Longquan into the Tianqing Temple. Elder Longquan, how about we go in and have a cup of tea first, and then have a good chat? My Lin family's Qingling Shangyuan tea just ripened. Elder Longquan, would you like to try it? Long is a guest, and the guest should follow the host's wishes. Also, I've heard that the noble's Qingling Shangyuan tea is the finest tea, and I've always wanted to try it. Unfortunately, the noble never sells it to the public. Now I'm lucky enough to have a taste of it, Longquan smiled and became polite. As for how much of his words are true and how much are false, only he himself knows. They were all old foxes, so Lin Tianhai didn't care and continued to be polite. Since Elder Longquan likes it, Tianyu, you prepare half a pound of Qingling Shangyuan tea and let Elder Longquan take it back afterwards. Elder Longquan, please don't refuse. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Elder Longquan pretended to be conflicted and pushed around for a while before nodding in agreement. Well, if that's the case, then I'll follow Chief Lin's advice. But Chief Lin, you must come to our Tianlong dynasty next time, and let me play the role of host. There will definitely be a chance. Alright, Elder Longquan, let's not stay outside anymore. Let's talk inside, please. Patriarch Lin, please go first. Inside the Tianqing Temple, after Lin Tianhai and others drank tea and exchanged pleasantries with Longquan for about 10 minutes, they finally asked him the purpose of his visit. Elder Longquan, I wonder why the royal family sent you here this time? Lin Tianhai asked tentatively. At the same time, he was also observing Longquan's expression, trying to judge whether what he said next was true or false. When it comes to serious matters, Longquan is no longer as calm as before, but becomes serious. He paused for a moment, then slowly said, since Patriarch Lin asked, Long, will keep it a secret. I've come here to deliver an invitation. The Tianlong dynasty formally invites the Lin family to attend the coronation of Crown Prince Long Outyan in Tianlong Imperial City in 3 days. The Crown Prince's coronation? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhai and others were slightly surprised. As far as they knew, didn't the current emperor of the Tianlong dynasty announce his intention to establish a crown prince only 3 years ago? And now the result came out in just 3 years. You have to know that in the royal family, the fight for the position of crown prince is extremely fierce and complicated, and involves many forces. The more powerful a country is, the more intense and complex its competition is, and the more forces are involved. It stands to reason that it is impossible to decide the result in a short period of time, especially for a dynasty as large as the Tianlong Empire. How could the result be decided in just 3 years? According to the records of their Lin family, the struggle for the crown prince in the Tianlong dynasty lasted for at least a dozen years at the shortest, and even for hundreds of years at the longest. Now, in just 3 years, this Long Outyan has won the position of crown prince. It seems that this is not an easy task. However, Lin Tianhai and others were only shocked for a moment and soon returned to normal. Anyway, his Lin family has always been neutral and never participated in royal struggles. For them, as long as it does not target his Lin family, it does not matter who is in charge of the royal family. They will neither curry favor with the other party nor take the initiative to provoke the other party. Elder Longquan, may I ask why the results appeared so quickly this time? Of course, if it's inconvenient to disclose, Elder Longquan, please just ignore what I said. After asking, Lin Tianhai spoke quickly again. Although I can't tell you the details, Chief Lin, I can still give you the general situation. Then I'll trouble you, Elder Longquan. I'm all ears. Longquan nodded, then slowly spoke. The battle for the Crown Prince's position this time is actually mainly a game between the first prince, the third prince, and the fifth prince. The other princes are too different from them and have no competitiveness at all. Originally, the three princes were not much different in terms of their own strength or the strength of their factions. At the beginning, even we, the royal family, thought it would be a protracted battle. However, the first prince somehow gained an opportunity, and his power suddenly surged. He also received support from a mysterious force. This mysterious force was very powerful, and soon helped the first prince overthrow the third and fifth prince's factions, seizing the position of crown prince in one fell swoop. This is how this coronation ceremony took place. Elder Longquan belonged to the eldest prince's camp, but even so, he had no idea about that mysterious force. In other words, in the entire camp of the eldest prince, only the eldest prince knew the origin of that mysterious force, and no one else, not even his former confidants, knew it. I see, a flash of understanding flashed in Lin Tianhai and the others' eyes, but they didn't ask any more questions. Longquan had said everything he could, and if they kept asking about what he couldn't say, it would be a bit tactless. Thank you, Elder Longquan, for the information. Please rest assured, Elder Longquan, my Lin family will definitely arrive on time in 3 days to attend the coronation ceremony of Crown Prince Long Outyan. Lin Tianhai stood up and bowed. Then I, Long, would like to thank the Lin family for their kindness on behalf of the Crown Prince. Longquan also bowed and said afterwards, Elder Longquan stayed at the Lin family for another hour, and then, with the warm farewell of Lin Tianhai and others, he left the Lin family and began to head towards the next force, Tianqing Temple. I'll go there in person in 3 days. After all, we have to give the Tianlong Empire enough respect. I'll also bring Xianer and Haoran along. As the hope of the family's future, they naturally need to gain more experience in such occasions. Lin Tianhai made the decision directly. Everyone had no objection and nodded in agreement. 3 days later. No, Dad, I was just about to practice, why did you drag me out? Lin Haoran looked at Lin Tianyu in confusion. Today you will follow your uncle to the Tianlong Imperial Court to attend the Crown Prince's coronation ceremony. Lin Tianyu explained. What does that prince's coronation have to do with me? I'm not going. I need to practice. Besides, this kind of situation is so boring. I'm tired of having to play along with those forces. Lin Haoran hates this kind of occasion the most and doesn't want to go at all, but Lin Tianyu didn't care whether he was willing or not. He still carried him forward, and said with a look of regret, you will be assisting your eldest brother in managing the family in the future. If you don't get used to and learn this kind of thing in advance, how can you better assist your eldest brother in the future? Lin Haoran still insisted. Brother Xian is enough for this kind of thing. Besides, I'm not that cut out for it. I'm more suited to dealing with all external enemies. Okay, are you going? No. Go, can't I go? But Dad, could you please put away your supreme belt first? It looks scary. Lin Haoran was about to say no, but when he saw the glittering supreme belt in Lin Tianyu's hand, he quickly changed his words. Chapter 53. Heading to Tianlong Imperial City. Entering the venue, seeing this nightmare-like existence since childhood, how could he dare to say no? Otherwise, he had no doubt that it would descend upon him in the next second, bringing him the ultimate pleasure. Didn't you say you wouldn't go? Why are you going now? Think carefully. Daddy didn't force you. Lin Tianyu deliberately showed off the supreme belt more conspicuously and said calmly. Of course Daddy won't force me. This is all my own will, he. Lin Haoran forced a smile, damn Laodang. Let's go then, big boy. You're here, why do you look so hopeless? Looking at Lin Haoran, who looked like he had lost all hope in life, Lin Xian couldn't help but joke. It's all that old Deng's fault. Brother Xian is the only one who can handle this kind of thing, but you insisted on asking me to go with you. With Brother Xian managing the family from now on, why do you need me? I can just be the force provider. Lin Haoran said indignantly. If your uncle knew what you said, he would definitely give you another beating. If you don't want your second uncle to know, you will be responsible for half of the family's management after many years. Brother Xian, you don't have martial ethics. Lin Xian spread his hands indifferently. Your brother, am determined to be a hands-off boss. Sorry, brother, a qualified younger brother must be cultivated from childhood. Really it feels good to trick your brother, and it feels good all the time if you keep tricking your brother. Set off. Following Lin Tianhai's order, a luxurious chariot with the Lin family flag hanging on it disappeared from the spot in an instant at an extremely fast speed. Driven by its Song Xian guard, the Lin family's holy chariot shuttled through the void at an extremely fast speed. After spending half a day, it finally arrived at the capital of the Tianlong dynasty, Tianlong Imperial City. Tianlong Imperial City is the largest and most central city of the Tianlong dynasty. It is also the economic and political center of the Tianlong dynasty, and the location of the Tianlong dynasty's imperial palace and royal family. Therefore, the entire imperial city is extremely huge and prosperous, and its area is as large as 3 Lin family territories. It is mainly divided into the outer city, the inner city, and the most central imperial palace area. The outer city is where some of the city's original forces and foreign merchants are located, while the inner city is where the officials of the Tianlong Empire and their families are located. In order to demonstrate the majesty of the Tianlong dynasty, the Tianlong dynasty stipulated that except for other imperial forces or heavenly emperor-level forces, no other forces were allowed to fly over the imperial city and must walk. Therefore, the Lin family's holy chariot could only stop outside the imperial city in the end, and only after the soldiers guarding the city gate verified their identities did they step into the imperial city. After entering the Tianlong imperial city, Lin Tianhai and others did not wander around the city, but went directly to the teleportation array in the city, preparing to take the teleportation array directly to the palace, because it is impossible to fly over The Imperial City, and the Imperial City is very huge. The Tianlong dynasty has set up a special teleportation array in the Imperial City. As long as a certain amount of spirit stones is paid, one can go to any place in the outer city. As for the inner city and the Imperial Palace, one can only go there with an invitation or relevant certificate. Lin Tianhai and others had the invitation sent by Longquan, so they naturally had a smooth journey. Each person going to the Imperial Palace will receive 1 high-grade spirit stone, each person going to the inner city will receive 100 medium-grade spirit stones, and each person in the outer city will receive 1000 low-grade spirit stones. The Tianlong dynasty is definitely good at making spirit stones. I'm guessing they make a ton of money every year just from this teleportation array. Lin Haoren recalled the introduction of the soldier guarding the teleportation array and couldn't help but complain. Ha, who can blame them for being so powerful? If one day my Lin family becomes the most powerful in the southern Ming continent, even if we earn 10 times more than them, who can say anything? Who dares to object? No matter how unreasonable it is, in the face of absolute strength, other people or other forces can only obey obediently. This is also one of the main reasons why my Lin family must rise. We can dominate everything ourselves and don't need to care about other people's opinions. Lin Tianhai said lightly. Lin Xian and the other person nodded. This was also the motivation for them to keep practicing hard just to make his Lin family stand above all forces and become the real chess player. With the help of the teleportation array, they soon arrived at the palace area. But you're here to attend the crown prince's coronation? A soldier outside the teleportation array asked Lin Tianhai and the other two. Yes. Please show us your invitations. Lin Tianhai handed the invitation to the other party. After checking that everything was correct, the soldier returned the respectful invitation and made a gesture of invitation. Please follow me, all the lords of the Lin family. I will lead you to the banquet venue. Thank you for your help. Banquet venue entranced, my lords. Now that we have arrived, I will take my leave. After saying this, the soldier left the scene. Lin Tianhai and the other two went straight to the venue. Ha, it's Patriarch Lin, welcome. When the three of them reached the entrance, an elder from the Tianlong dynasty who was in charge of reception came up to them warmly and welcomed them. Lin Tianhai also quickly responded with a smile. Ha, I didn't expect that Elder Longyan would be here to receive me. Nice to meet you. This is a small gift prepared by my Lin family to congratulate the crown prince on his coronation. I hope the crown prince likes it. As Lin Tianhai spoke, he handed the gift he had prepared in advance to the Longyan elder. Ha, then I will thank Chief Lin on behalf of the crown prince. I believe the crown prince will definitely like the gift Chief Lin has carefully prepared. Please come in, Chief Lin. The banquet will not begin for another 2 hours. Chief Lin, you can enjoy some spiritual food and tea in the banquet hall first. After Long Yan finished speaking, he said apologetically, it's just that I have to entertain other guests and can't accompany Patriarch Lin. I'm really sorry. Next time, I will definitely have a drink with Patriarch Lin. It's okay, it's okay. Elder Long Yan has the most important thing at hand. Then Lin Tianhai and the other two, led by a maid, came to the exclusive area of the Lin family. Lin Xian and Lin Haoren randomly chose a seat and sat down, then began to wait boredly. As for Lin Tianhai, he was currently exchanging polite greetings with the clan leaders and patriarchs of several top-level holy forces. While Lin Xian and others were waiting, new forces continued to arrive among them. The Saint-level forces and quasi-emperor level forces within the Tianlong Empire were the first to arrive, naturally including the Bai family and the Kai family who had a grudge against the Lin family, and whether it was bad luck or something else, the two families were assigned to live near the Lin family, leaving Lin Xian and his friend speechless. Why are these two so common? The two of them had expressions of disgust and speechlessness on their faces, and they didn't try to hide it at all. Therefore, they were naturally seen by Kai Kuan and Bai Li, who were always paying attention to the situation here. What the fuck is that expression on your face? We talk as if we want to see you. Chapter 54, Digging a Pit. Long Out Yen appears. Lin Xian, what are you looking at? Do you think we want to see you? Bai Li looked at the two of them with an ugly expression and said with gritted teeth. The two still ignored it, but the expressions on their faces became more disgusted. Brother Xian, why don't we find an opportunity to deal with these two pieces of trash? They won't be an eyesore every day. Lin Haoren's eyes showed cunning as he transmitted a message to Lin Xian. But you have to have a chance. These two are protected by strong men from both families every day, so it's not easy to attack them by surprise, unless we can force them to fight us, and then kill them instantly before they can react. But these two have witnessed my strength in the secret realm before, and they will definitely not fall for my tricks, so we can only rely on you. Lin Xian is not a conservative person, and it doesn't matter whether he fights head-on or not. If the timing is right, he will not hesitate to do a sneak attack. In his eyes, as long as he can kill the enemy, it doesn't matter what means he uses. After all, only dead enemies are good enemies. Hearing this, Lin Haoren didn't say anything. With his current strength, as long as he took advantage of the other party's lack of reaction, it would be easy to kill two people of the 7th level of the Cave Heaven Realm in seconds. While Lin Xian and the other two were thinking about how to kill Bai Li and Kai Kuan, the two who were completely unaware of the situation were still furious that the Lin Xian brothers ignored them. Damn it. This young master will kill you one day. Bai Li said inwardly with resentment, but this was during the coronation ceremony of the crown prince of the Tianlong dynasty. No matter how angry they were, they couldn't get angry at this time. Otherwise, they would offend the Tianlong dynasty, and the consequences would be something his Bai family couldn't afford. The Tianlong dynasty is a superpower with a great emperor ancestor in charge. It is rumored that there is more than one great emperor ancestor. For such a power, destroying his Bai family is not much more difficult than stepping on an ant. You two losers. I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Do you dare to fight me after the coronation? I'll give you one hand. Suddenly, Lin Haoren's provocative voice sounded in the minds of the two. This sudden provocation made the two of them stunned. A long time the two people who came back to their senses were instantly furious and said in a voice transmission, Lin Haoren, who the hell are you calling a waste? Lin Xian is fine, but you, Lin Haoren, are qualified to call us trash? I think you are courting death. Lin Xian and the others can't defeat him, so forget it. You, Lin Haoran, a defeated general who was always suppressed by us, dare to speak so arrogantly, who gave you the courage. In their perception, Lin Haoran was still the Cave Heaven Realm cultivator whose cultivation level was lower than theirs and whose strength was far superior to theirs. Little did they know that he had already surpassed them in cultivation, and his strength was far superior to theirs. In response to the two people's angry voice transmission, Lin Haoran just slowly raised his middle finger at them and said to them with a sarcastic look, if you don't dare, then don't dare. Stop making so many excuses. Since you're scared, remember to walk around me next time you see me, so as not to bother me. He had learned this middle finger gesture from Lin Xian. Although he didn't know what it meant, he felt that it was very sarcastic and was particularly suitable for use on others, so he learned it immediately. Bai Li and Kai Kuan could not bear it any longer and immediately replied with a sullen look on their faces, who said, we don't dare. You, Lin Haoran, are not worthy of scaring us. It's in Tianfeng Valley. Come over after the coronation ceremony. You deserve it if you lose arms and legs, humph. Ha, I'm afraid you don't dare to come. Lin Haoran smiled, his human emperor banner can finally be opened again. Time slowly passed, the coronation ceremony was getting closer and closer, and the forces that arrived were getting stronger and stronger. Look, that's the Gongsun Imperial clan. I didn't expect that the first Imperial level force to arrive would be them. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in the middle of the guest area. It just so happened that the Lin family was located in the middle range, so Lin Xian and the others naturally heard it as well. The positions arranged by the Tianlong dynasty are divided according to strength. The stronger the force or individual, the higher the position. Since the Lin family did not reveal their strength, they were arranged in the middle range, which can be said to be neither high nor low. Ahead of the Lin family are those quasi-emperor level forces, and further ahead are those super forces that possess great emperors. As for the overlord forces that possess heavenly emperors, they generally will not participate in banquets of this level, and the Tianlong Empire cannot invite them. The Gongsun Imperial clan. Lin Xian looked at the group of the Gongsun Imperial clan coming, and he also remembered the introduction of the Gongsun Imperial clan from his clan. The Gongsun Imperial clan is a powerful imperial clan that has existed for millions of years. It has tens of millions of members and countless powerful people. It is rumored that it has 3 great emperor-level ancestors to suppress it, but the exact number of levels is unknown. The most famous thing about the Gongsun Imperial clan is their physical body, because the Gongsun Imperial clan has a clan-stabilizing martial arts method, the Gongsun Tyrant Body Technique, which is an imperial-level martial arts method specifically designed to cultivate the physical body. The body cultivated through this technique is much stronger than ordinary body refining techniques. In previous records, ordinary attacks from the same level could not even break the defenses of the Gongsun Imperial clan. However, Lin Xian didn't care much about it. No cultivator of the same level had a body that he couldn't break. He has the confidence and strength. Shortly after Lin Xian withdrew his gaze, another imperial level force arrived at the scene. That's Wanbao Pavilion, they're here too. That's normal. Besides profit, what businessmen value most is connections. Wanbao Pavilion will naturally not be absent. Over time, the Flame God dynasty, the Blue Wind dynasty, the Huang family, the Lu family, the Thunder Emperor Palace, the famous imperial forces in Zhengzhou came one after another, making the originally noisy banquet seem quiet in an instant. All the small forces were extremely quiet, as if they were afraid of upsetting the big guys in front of them and implicating the forces behind them. The only people left at the scene were the bigwigs from the front, either chatting or exchanging pleasantries. At a certain moment, a young man who looked to be in his 20s, wearing a python robe and with an imposing manner, slowly walked into the venue, surrounded by a group of core members of the Tianlong Empire. His appearance instantly attracted the attention of all the guests who came to attend the coronation. The person who came was the protagonist of today's coronation ceremony, Long Outyan. When he reached the middle of the stage, the young man slowly stopped, looked at everyone, and said with a smile, I'm truly sorry to have kept you all waiting. This prince would like to apologize to you all. Then Long Outyan bowed to the people below. Seeing this, everyone stood up and bowed as well. That's fine, that's fine. As the protagonist today, Prince Outyan is very busy. We understand. Brother Outyan, you're too polite. We didn't wait long. Chapter 55. The coronation begins. While Long Outyan was being polite to everyone, the Lin Xian brothers were also looking at Long Outyan on the stage. Of course, they had heard of and seen this person, but the two sides had no intersection. Long Outyan, the former eldest prince of the Tianlong dynasty, possesses the Black Dragon Emperor body. His current realm is unknown, but it is rumored that he had broken through the King realm 3 years ago and is also a well-known genius in Zhengzhou. Rumor has it that Long Outyan is suspicious by nature and very cunning. I don't know if it's true or not, Brother Xian, this Long Outyan doesn't look like a good guy. He looks treacherous and hypocritical. Lin Haoran curled his lips. Hearing Lin Haoran's voice transmission, Lin Xian nodded. Although Long Outyan seemed to be smiling and humble on the surface, it was all just an act. It's okay, as long as he doesn't provoke my Lin family. Otherwise, Lin Xian didn't say anything else, but it was obvious that Lin Haoran understood what he meant. His eyes rolled as he flattered her. So, Brother Xian, you have a trump card that can deal with the Tianlong Empire? What is it? Tell me about it. Get lost. Lin Xian decisively rejected him. Just kidding, only he knows about his cheat, and he would never reveal a word to anyone else, not even his relatives. Don't, Brother Xian. Look, Lin Haoran said a lot more, trying to get Lin Xian to talk to him, but unfortunately Lin Xian was not moved at all, unable to bear it any longer. Lin Xian threatened directly, shut up. Otherwise, I won't give you any good things in the future. Hearing this, Lin Haoran was not willing at all and immediately said that he would never ask again. Okay, Brother Xian. I won't ask again. After exchanging pleasantries with the people from various forces on the stage, Long Outyan also signaled to the elder of the imperial dynasty beside him. After receiving Long Outyan's signal, the elder also solemnly announced, thank you all, seniors, fellow Taoists, and friends, for coming to attend the coronation ceremony of the crown prince of our Tianlong dynasty. Now, this elder announces that this coronation ceremony officially begin. After the elder finished his announcement, the entire scene fell silent. The elder looked around, scanning everyone present, as if he wanted to take in everyone's expressions, then he continued, "Now, let's begin the first step of the coronation ceremony. Please have the emperor personally present the crown prince with the token and crown that symbolize his status." As the elder finished speaking, everyone's eyes were focused on the front. Suddenly, a figure appeared, wearing a gorgeous dragon robe, exuding an unparalleled domineering and majestic aura. This middle-aged man is the current emperor of the Tianlong dynasty. His appearance made the whole scene solemn and dignified. Although the Tianlong emperor did not deliberately release his aura, most people present could feel a huge pressure from him. This pressure comes not only from his status, but also from the powerful strength he possesses. A quasi-emperor. This word flashed through everyone's mind instantly. Moreover, this emperor is not an ordinary quasi-emperor, but a top-level expert who has gone very far in this realm. At this time, apart from those people from the imperial forces who came to watch the ceremony, the only people in the entire scene who did not show any fear were the three people from the Lin family. Whether it was Lin Tianhai, Lin Xian, or Lin Haoran, they looked at the sky Dragon Emperor with wonder, but without the slightest fear. If you ask them why they are not afraid, joke. Three people, two of them are cheaters, and one of them is the cheater's father. The other party is just an old guy who will be trampled under their feet sooner or later. What is there to be afraid of? What's more, their Lin family has never had any grudges with the Tianlong Empire. Why would the other party pick on them for no reason? If they have that much time, they might as well practice in seclusion. The Dragon Emperor took a quick glance and instantly took in the entire situation at the scene. Everything else was normal, but when his gaze passed over the three Lin family members, the Dragon Emperor paused for a moment, a bit surprised. But he quickly returned to normal and shifted his gaze away from the three Lin family members. They are just three ants who have never seen the world and have no fear of anything. Then he put the three people behind his mind. Meet the Dragon Emperor. Fellow Taoist Long Huan, long time no see. After a brief moment of shock, visitors from many forces also bowed. Emperor Tianlong smiled and bowed to the powerful man from the imperial forces. As for the others, they nodded. Thank you all fellow Taoists and friends for coming to Tianer's coronation ceremony. If there is any inadequacy in the hospitality, I hope you will forgive me. As soon as these words were spoken, a group of flatterers came up to flatter him, including people from the Kai and Bai families. Senior Emperor, you are too kind. It is a great honor for my Bai/Kai family to be able to attend the Emperor's coronation ceremony. The Imperial Dynasty's hospitality was exceptional. No, it's all our fault. We actually still need the Imperial Dynasty's hospitality. We are guilty. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the other two were speechless and quickly distanced themselves from them. We don't know them, damn. It's so sad to have such enemies. The Kai and Bai families didn't notice the disgust of the three Lin family members at all, and they were still licking their boots like crazy. The Tianlong Emperor didn't care about these flatteries at all. He was inviting the powerful people from the major imperial forces. My fellow Taoists, after the ceremony is over, please be sure to have a drink with me. The powerful men from the major imperial forces naturally would not refuse and responded with a smile. Since fellow Taoist Long has invited me, I naturally cannot refuse. I've been wanting to have a drink with Reverend Long Daoyu for a long time, and this time I just happened to get my wish. Please ask the emperor to grant Long Aotian the crown prince's order and crown. After the ceremony began, the powerful voice of the presiding elder instantly spread throughout the entire venue. Then a maid came up, carrying the prince's crown in a jade box, and inside the jade box was the prince's order. The emperor Tianlong first handed the prince's order, which symbolized the prince's status, to Long Aotian, and then personally put on Long Aotian the prince's crown, which was made of a variety of top-grade minerals. Tianer, from now on you will be the crown prince and sole heir of our Tianlong dynasty. I hope you can cultivate well, learn how to manage state affairs, and become a wise ruler in the future, leading our Tianlong dynasty to continue to grow and develop. The Dragon Emperor patted Long Aotian on the shoulder and said. In response, Long Aotian immediately assured him righteously, please rest assured, father. I will study hard and manage state affairs for you, and lead our Tianlong dynasty to greater heights in the future. At this moment, he was extremely excited. He had longed for this position for so many years, and now he finally got what he wanted. Chapter 56. The ceremony is over. The fish is hooked. Emperor Tianlong was very satisfied with this. He nodded slightly, a gratified smile on his face, and then continued to encourage him and said nothing more. Well, Tianer, I'm glad you have this intention. I hope you will not disappoint the expectations of the imperial court. Hearing this, Long Aotian felt a surge of ambition and passion in his heart. He straightened his spine and said with a firm look in his eyes, Father, I will definitely not let you down. At this moment, the presiding elder of the imperial dynasty saw the scene and quickly said, let's move on to the next matter, sacrifice and prayer. As he finished speaking, a head maid shouted, present the sacrifice. I saw a group of maids dressed in gorgeous clothes carrying various sacrificial items and walking forward gracefully. Their steps were light, as if they were dancing a beautiful dance. These sacrificial items include various spiritual flowers, spiritual fruits, spiritual wine, etc., and the grade of each item is at least holy level or above, and each item exudes an enticing fragrance. Even at the end, there were sacrifices such as pig demons, cow demons, and sheep demons that exuded the aura of the quasi-emperor realm. The maids carefully placed the sacrificial items on the altar, their movements gentle and delicate, as if they were treating precious treasures. Soon, the altar was filled with various sacrificial items, making it look particularly solemn and sacred. When the maids completed their task, the presiding imperial elder spoke again. Please ask the prince to go up to the altar and prepare to begin the sacrifice. Hearing this, Long Aotian took a deep breath, straightened his robe, and then walked towards the altar with steady steps. His steps were firm and powerful, and each step was full of confidence and majesty. When he stepped onto the altar, the people below looked at him quietly. Long Aotian stood on the altar and felt everyone's gaze, but he did not feel nervous or uneasy. After all, as the eldest prince of the Tianlong Empire, he had a prominent status and had experienced many big scenes. A small ceremony would not make him nervous. Begin the sacrifice. At this moment, a loud voice rang out, followed by a deafening drumbeat boom. Boom. Boom! The sound of the drum was as loud as thunder, echoing throughout the square, as if to awaken the sleeping gods. Then Long Outyen began to perform the sacrifice according to the customs of the Tianlong dynasty. The entire sacrifice lasted only a few minutes before it was over. Now let's start praying to our ancestors. Prince, please. The presiding elder continued. Long Outyen nodded, and then began to pray. My ancestors of the Tianlong dynasty, I, Long Outyen, officially take office as the 78th crown prince. The Tianlong dynasty's coronation ceremony lasted for a full half hour before it was finally completed. Fellow Taoists, since the ceremony is over, why don't you follow me inside and enjoy some wine? We won't be here to keep these little guys from getting in trouble. Immediately after the ceremony, Emperor Tianlong once again extended his invitation to the leaders of the major imperial forces, and those big guys naturally agreed one after another. Brother Long is right. Look at how nervous these little guys are. We should not let this interfere with the young people getting along. Good. Fellow Taoists, please follow me. After saying that, Emperor Tianlong took away a group of quasi-emperors and left the scene. At the same time, he said to Long Outyen, Tianer, you should entertain them well here and not neglect the young friends. Yes, father, I understand. Long Outyen nodded. As soon as Emperor Tianlong and others left, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became lively. The geniuses from various forces also came to Long Outyen and started chatting with him. Prince Outyen, I am Bai Li from the Bai family of the Holy Clan. It is a great honor to meet you. Could I have a drink with you? Bai Li immediately ran to Long Outyen and made his presence felt. Seeing this, Kai Kuan was equally unwilling to be outdone and quickly flattered. Prince Outyen, I am Kai Kuan from the same Kai family. I have admired you for a long time. I wonder if I can be yours. I know a lot. Long Outyen had never heard of the two of them. However, he had heard of the Bai family and the Kai family, both of which were big families in the Tianlong Empire. However, he had only heard of them and did not take them seriously at all. He was originally planning to send the two away casually, but suddenly a voice came. Brother Outyen, are you talking to a friend? Then I, Huang, should come back later. Well, now I don't even need to make excuses to get rid of you. No, Brother Huang, you misunderstood. I wonder what Brother Huang wants to talk to Long about. Long Outyen didn't even look at the two of them, and simply ignored them and walked towards a young man from the imperial family. The Huang family, left alone, Bai Li and the other man stood there awkwardly. Suddenly, a burst of unbridled laughter reached their ears, bringing them back to their senses instantly. Looking around, they saw Lin Haoran not far away laughing wildly at them. Although Lin Xian on the side did not laugh as wildly as Lin Haoran, the playful look on his face was also evident. This made Bai Li and the other man's faces turn blue and red, as if they were changing their faces, and they were extremely happy. But this was a banquet, and they didn't dare to get angry at all. Otherwise, they would be punished by the strong men of the Tianlong dynasty for disrupting the coronation venue the next second. Therefore, the two could only angrily send a voice message to Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran. After the banquet, there will be a battle in Tianfeng Valley. Whoever doesn't go is a grandson. This time they are serious. They had originally promised Lin Haoran just to disgust him, but in fact they would not go at all. But now they have changed their minds. This battle must be fought, otherwise it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in their hearts. Hey, this isn't fake again, is it? Obviously, Lin Haoran also knew the two of them very well, and he didn't take the previous battles seriously, but this time, the fish seems to have really taken the bait. It was a pleasant surprise. Humph. We said, whoever doesn't go is a grandson. The kind that swears an oath to heaven. He shouted loudly twice. Oh, then stand up. Okay, let's stand. God bless you, I, Bai Li/Kai Kuan, today officially challenge Lin Haoran to a duel at Tianfeng Valley. If you don't go, I will become Lin Haoran's grandson and must call him grandpa when we meet, otherwise I will suffer an eternal death. After they finished standing, they looked at Lin Haoran and said through gritted teeth, Lin Haoran, it's your turn. Lin Haoran was even more decisive, and immediately swore, God is above, I, Lin Haoran, accept the challenge of Bai Li and Kai Kuan. If I don't go, I will suffer an eternal death. Chapter 57 Competition. The two did not expect Lin Haoran to be so decisive, without even a hint of hesitation, and they were stunned. However, the two recovered quickly and looked confident of victory. Lin Haoran, you're asking for death. The second in command of the younger generation of the Lin family actually dared to provoke and seek death repeatedly. This time I will let you know how big the gap between us is. Brother Bai, I want his 2 legs, the rest is yours to do with. Kai Kuan gritted his teeth and transmitted the message. Then Bai wants both of his hands. The two of them had a very beautiful fantasy. At the same time, a group of geniuses from the other imperial forces also gathered together. Brother Outyen, you are finally here, but you are the only one missing. Come and have a drink with us. A young man who was about the same age as Long Outyen and dressed in the exclusive clothing of the Gongsun Imperial clan shouted at Long Outyen, who was walking towards him. His behavior seemed very generous, and he did not have the airs of other geniuses from the imperial forces. This person is Gongsun Yunyang, the emperor's son of this generation of the Gongsun Imperial clan. He is also a top genius whose strength and reputation are no weaker than Long Outyen. Hearing this, Long Outyen smiled and said, I'm sorry, Brother Yunyang, I'm busy today and I can't entertain you well enough. To express my apologies to all of you fellow Taoists, I will drink 3 cups as punishment. After saying that, Long Outyen drank 3 cups in front of everyone. When the others saw this, they all laughed and said, Oh, Brother Outyen is indeed generous. Ning offers a toast to Brother Outyen. Add me in. The atmosphere at the banquet was extremely tense, with many factions communicating with each other. Some were chatting with each other in order to cooperate with a certain faction, some were geniuses from 2 families who immediately fell in love and began to strengthen their relationship, and some were people from smaller factions who were frantically praising the geniuses from larger factions in an attempt to establish a relationship with them. In short, there are all kinds of situations. This is actually the main purpose of many forces coming to participate in the ceremony, so that they can have the opportunity to contact people or forces that they cannot normally contact, so as to gain benefits for themselves or the forces behind them. Even if they may not succeed, they still have to do it, just in case. Looking at these scenes, Lin Tianhai couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for Xian'er's treasure, my Lin family would probably be in the same situation. For the sake of a few small benefits, we can only constantly flatter and coerce various forces, constantly pulling strings, and even have to curry favor with those powerful people. But fortunately, my Lin family is lucky. Now that his Lin family has its own confidence, they don't need to deliberately try to please any person or any force. This is really cool. Some forces that were familiar with the Lin family saw that the Lin family did nothing but drink and taste tea in their seats. At most, they would respond and talk when someone greeted them or wanted to talk to them. They looked like they were sitting on the Dai O Yutai. This made them very confused. What was going on with the Lin family? Is this a sign of giving up? Or is it just self-destruction? However, they were also confused for a while, and had no intention of exploring in depth. After all, what happened to the Lin family had nothing to do with them, and they would not be so idle as to meddle in other people's business. Why do people keep looking at us with strange expressions? What are you looking at? Is it illegal for us to sit here? Lin Haoren cursed inwardly. He didn't think that much at all. He was just a little unhappy. In response, Lin Xian and Lin Tianhai, who understood the meaning of those gazes, smiled at each other, but did not say much. Fellow Taoist Yin, everyone says that your strength has greatly increased recently. Could you please let us see it? That way, we can know how far behind you are now. In the circle of geniuses of the imperial power, suddenly a young man in a purple robe with a heroic appearance smiled and said to Long Outyin, and this person's identity is the imperial level force, Thunder Emperor Palace, the young palace master, Lei Jia. Lei Jia looked at Long Outyin with a fighting spirit, waiting for his response. Before Long Outyin could respond, the top geniuses from other imperial level forces beside him instantly became interested and started to speak. Ad Lu as one. It's been a long time since I've sparred with Brother Outyin. Brother Outyin, you have to let Lu see your superb skills. Although my strength is low, I would like to learn a few moves from you fellow Taoists. I hope you will give me some guidance. As the young master of Wanbao Pavilion, who came from a business background, was very smart, he quickly came up with a suggestion and said, I think we should just hold a sparring competition. All the young people present here can volunteer to participate and choose their own opponents. If the opponent agrees, both parties can go to the ring and spar. It's a one-on-one fight, and there's no penalty for losing. The purpose is to learn from each other and communicate with each other. Brother Outyin, what do you think of this suggestion? Upon hearing this, a group of top geniuses nodded in agreement, obviously agreeing with the suggestion of the young master of Wanbao Pavilion. However, everyone also knew that Long Outyin was the protagonist today, and this was also the Tianlong Dynasty Palace, which was Long Outyin's territory, so they all looked at Long Outyin waiting for the other party's response. Long Outyin smiled faintly and said slowly, since all the fellow Taoists have said so, I naturally cannot spoil everyone's fun, so I will do as young Master Qin says. Hearing this, everyone praised him. Good. Friend Long really won't let us down, In that case, please follow me to the martial arts arena of the Tianlong Dynasty. After making the decision, Long Outyin led everyone directly to one of the training grounds of the Tianlong Dynasty. A martial arts arena in the Tianlong Dynasty. The originally deserted martial arts arena suddenly became extremely lively with the arrival of everyone. Some of you may be wondering why I brought everyone to the martial arts arena. Let me explain. Just now, this prince and fellow Taoist Jian and others discussed and decided to hold a sparring competition. All young people present here are welcome to participate voluntarily and choose their own opponents. Only with the other party's consent can they go on stage to compete. Remember to stop when you are ready. There is no penalty for losing. The winner will be given some small gifts by our Tianlong Dynasty. This is a small encouragement from our Tianlong Dynasty to the winner. I hope everyone will actively participate. Long Outyin also immediately explained the situation to the many uninformed guests. In an instant, everyone finally understood why Long Outyin brought them here. Everyone agreed with this, and many people were even eager to try it out. This is great. Not only can I show off my skills if I win, but I can also get a prize. Considering the size of the Tianlong Empire, I think the prize shouldn't be too bad. I, Zhao Ritin, have long been unhappy with Tang San. Although I can only point it out, beating him up shouldn't be a big deal. Prize, I, Zheng San, am here. I will take the second subject test tomorrow, so I want to absorb some of your good luck. Smiley face. Chapter 58. Ling Yan fights Lu Mang. Since you are also interested in this, I will not waste any more words. Now it is up to you all to decide whether to participate. You are welcome to choose from any of the 20 arenas here. In each arena, our Tianlong Dynasty will arrange for deacons to referee the competitions to ensure fairness and justice, and to protect your safety when necessary. Next, fellow Taoists, please feel free to. After Long Outyin finished speaking, everyone saw the deacons of the Tianlong Dynasty appear above each arena, ready to fight. At first, I didn't know if everyone wanted to wait and see or if they hadn't yet discussed it, but no one went on stage right away. At this moment, a confident voice suddenly sounded, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Since no one is going on stage, Lu will be the first one to open the show for everyone. Then everyone saw a man in his 20s, wearing a green robe, with long green hair and a wretched appearance, rushing onto one of the arenas. I am Lu Mang from the Lu family. I would like to have a sparring match with Fairy Ling Yan of Fengxian Palace. I wonder if you dare to accept the challenge. After arriving at the arena, Lu Mang immediately looked up in the direction of Fengxian Palace, stared at a beautiful girl in Fengxian Palace with a lewd look on his face, licked his lips and said the man's identity and background were quickly recognized. Lu Mang, the holy son of the Lu family, a quasi-emperor clan, has reached the 7th level of the Dharma realm and possesses a precious body of Tsangmu. Furthermore, this guy is a completely lustful scumbag. Over the years, relying on his status as the Lu family's holy son, he has harmed countless young girls and wives. This guy has even been coveting Fairy Ling Yan of Fengxian Palace and has come to ask for her hand in marriage many times. But fortunately, Fengxian Palace knows Lu Mang's character and doesn't want their saint to fall into a fire pit, so they decisively reject him every time. Fortunately, Fengxian Palace isn't the kind of force that relies on selling out saints for profit. Otherwise, if such a beautiful woman as Ling Yan fell into the hands of such scumbags, what a miserable end she would have suffered. Faced with Lu Mang's obviously ill-intentioned challenge, everyone in Fengxian Palace looked unhappy. It's Lu Mang again, that damned lecherous scumbag. Senior sister, please let me do it. He's been coveting you all along, and he definitely has bad intentions. Next to Fairy Lingyan, there was a girl in a blue dress. Although she was not as beautiful as Fairy Lingyan, she was equally pretty. She gritted her teeth and said, "Look at the Fairy Lingyan standing beside her. She is dressed in green, with 3,000 black hair falling down behind her like a waterfall. She has a curvy figure, skin as white as jade, and that exquisite and perfect little face. Anyone who sees her will call her a peerless beauty, but at this moment, the beauty frowned slightly, and her eyes revealed full of disgust. Then she slowly spoke, "Junior sister, you are no match for him, and he wants to challenge me. In front of so many forces, if I don't go and instead let you go, how will the other forces view my Fengxian palace?" But, senior sister, the blue-skirted girl wanted to say something more, but Fairy Lingyan interrupted her directly. "Alright, don't worry, junior sister. With his strength, he can't do anything to me, senior sister. Moreover, in front of so many powerful people, he wouldn't dare to act presumptuously." Then she flew out directly, and her cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. "I accept your challenge." On the stage, Fairy Lingyan slowly descended, holding her long sword. Without any hesitation, she said in a cold voice, "Begin." He, are you so anxious, young lady?" Lu Mang used his greedy and lustful eyes to constantly scan the perfect figure of Fairy Lingyan, and licked his lips. Fairy Lingyan felt extremely disgusted by his gaze, and immediately stopped hesitating and slashed at the other party with the sword in her hand. "This disgusting scum, she is going to teach him a lesson today." Just when her sword was about to hit Lu Mang's vital point, a vine suddenly appeared in front of Lu Mang and directly blocked her sword. When Lingyan's attack failed, he continued to swing his sword quickly, slashing at Lu Mang at various tricky angles. Lu Mang continued to create vines and trees to block all of Lingyan's attacks. "I didn't expect that this young lady is such an eager little hot pepper. Not bad, not bad, she really makes me like her more and more." Lu Mang's smile became more obscene, and the lust in his eyes became more obvious. Then he stopped defending and began to close the distance between the two sides, attacking continuously with both hands. But his attack, just like his personality and appearance, was extremely vulgar. It seemed that every time he attacked, he was targeting the special parts of Fairy Lingyan. He was extremely shameless. This forced Fairy Lingyan to dodge his lustful claws repeatedly, disrupting her own attacks. At this moment, Fairy Lingyan's pretty face was extremely cold, and her eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. If possible, she really wanted to kill the other person with one sword. "Why are you hiding, young lady? This saint's son is very gentle." Lu Mang licked his lips and attacked Fairy Lingyan's chest directly with his right hand. "Damn it. This Lu Mang is so shameless and despicable. His methods are so dirty that he always attacks senior sister." In the Fengxian Palace team, the girl in blue skirt was watching the fight on the ring. She was so angry that she wanted to go up and kill Lu Mang with 10,000 swords. The beautiful woman in palace dress who led the Fengxian Palace team also had an extremely cold expression on her face, and she snorted coldly at the Lu family team. "Snort. Ha, it's just a joke between the younger generation, Deputy Palace Master Qingling, please don't mind it." An ugly-looking middle-aged man in the Lu family team said with a smile, but the look he gave Deputy Palace Master Qingling was filled with perverted desire. "Humph. Lu Peng, if you keep looking at me with that disgusting look, I won't mind digging it up and feeding it to the dogs." Deputy Palace Master Qingling shouted coldly. The middle-aged man smiled sinisterly and slowly withdrew his gaze. On the ring, Fairy Lingyan and her partner had already been fighting for hundreds of rounds. Although Lu Mang relied on dirty attack methods to disrupt the attack rhythm of Fairy Lingyan at the beginning, he gained some advantages, but Fairy Lingyan quickly adjusted her strategy. At some point, she suddenly exerted force to directly repel the opponent. She no longer attacked the opponent in close combat, but always kept a sufficient distance from the opponent and used various martial arts and magical powers to attack the opponent. He no longer gave the opponent any chance to get close, which instantly made Lu Mang's previous advantage disappear. He was forced to use various martial arts and magical powers to launch a long-range attack against Fairy Lingyan. The two fought until their spiritual energy was almost exhausted, but there was still no winner, because the strength of the two is actually not much different. Both are at the 7th level of the Dharma realm, and both have the support of quasi-emperor level forces, and their background and means are almost the same. It is really not easy to determine the winner unless they fight to the death. Therefore, in the end, the two ended the battle in a draw. Chapter 59, Long Outyan vs Lei Jia. The winner will be decided in 3 moves. The battle between Lu Mang and Fairy Lingyan was extremely fierce, which really made everyone enjoy it. I have to say, although I don't like Lu Mang, he is indeed quite powerful. In this battle with Fairy Lingyan, he was not at all inferior. Tisk, if that Lu Mang hadn't used dirty tricks, Fairy Lingyan would definitely have defeated him. That's hard to say. Didn't you see that neither of them actually used their most powerful trump cards? This is just a sparring match. If they really fought to the death, it's hard to say who would win. No, it makes my hands itch. Brother Zhang, are you interested in a sparring match? Ha, it just so happens that Zhang has the same idea. Brother Mu, please. After the fierce battle between Fairy Lingyan and Fairy Lingyan, everyone stopped hesitating and started rushing onto the stage. In an instant, all the arenas were occupied, and those young geniuses who were a beat slower could only helplessly continue to watch and wait outside the arena. Brother Xian, are you interested in challenging the geniuses of those powerful forces? As long as you defeat any of them, you and our Lin family will become completely famous. Lin Haoran looked at the group of geniuses from the imperial forces and chuckled. Hearing this, Lin Xian immediately shook his head. Not interested. Besides, it's just some empty reputation. It's not worth being targeted by these forces for it. If you want to go, then go ahead. I'll cheer you on, ha. In response, Lin Haoran smiled awkwardly. Rather than defeating them, he preferred to make them part of his royal banner. These people are all top-tier geniuses in Zhengzhou, each with powerful talents. If they could be refined, they would definitely be a group of top-tier soul slaves, but he was just thinking about it. He didn't dare and wouldn't do it, otherwise he would face endless pursuit from all major forces. He didn't want to embark on an endless journey of escape because of a few soul slaves, not to mention that his Lin family would be endangered. He would never put his people in danger for his own selfish reasons. Just as Lin Shen and the others were watching the excitement, in the area where the geniuses of the major emperor-level forces gathered, fellow Daiwest Outyan, can you now spar with me? I've been looking forward to this for a long time, huh? Lei Jie from the Thunder Emperor Palace extended an invitation to Long Outyen again, and his words instantly attracted the attention of the geniuses from various forces nearby. Everyone looked over and saw Lei Jie staring at Long Outyen with a fighting spirit, looking like he was eager to give it a try, and this time, Long Outyen agreed generously. Since fellow Taoist Lei has such a refined taste, I, Long, naturally cannot let fellow Taoist Lei down. I, Long, accept fellow Taoist Lei's invitation. There's going to be a good show. Hearing Long Outyen's response, everyone instantly thought to themselves. Fellow Taoist Outyen is really straightforward. Fellow Taoist Outyen, please. Lei Jie said this with a smile and made a gesture of invitation. Brother Lei, please come too. The two of them slowly came to a certain arena amid the expectant gazes of many people. The two people who were originally fighting on the arena, when they saw Long Outyen and the others flying towards them, didn't care that the winner had not yet been decided, and flew away from the arena quickly. If they can't afford to offend, can they still hide? In response to this, Long Outyen and the other man did not change their expressions at all, and they were too lazy to pay attention to them. At this moment, they only had eyes for each other. The two men stood facing each other on the ring, looking at each other with fighting spirit on their faces, while at the same time revealing confidence in their own strength. The crowd watching from all around, seeing these two top geniuses about to compete, couldn't even focus on the other arenas anymore and turned their attention here. I'm so lucky today. This kind of battle between top geniuses is rare. It's really hard to guess who will win. After all, I've never heard of them fighting each other before, or maybe they just haven't fought publicly. On the stage, fellow Taoist Outyen, I think there's no point in testing each other. Why don't we just give it our all and have a try? After all, we're just sparring. I think that should be enough to roughly see the difference in our abilities. Lei Jie suggested. The reason he came this time was because he heard that Long Outyen's strength had greatly increased recently, and he had also gained some opportunities recently, and his strength had also increased a lot, so he was eager to see who was stronger between him and Long Outyen. This wasn't a life and death battle, so he felt there was no need to go through so much trouble. A few full strength attacks would be enough to clearly show the gap between them. As for Lei Jie's proposal, Long Outyen had no objection. He nodded and said, then let's do as fellow Taoist Lei says. How about this, we decide the outcome in 3 moves, good. Lei Jie nodded in agreement. After the two of them had prepared for a while, two completely different and powerful auras instantly burst out from their bodies. As the two of them no longer hid, the onlookers on the side instantly saw through their cultivation levels. The 5th level of the King Realm, that's right, no matter Long Outyen or Lei Jie, both of them are at the 5th level of the King Realm. The 5th level of the King Realm. I didn't expect them to have reached such a level. It seems I have to work harder to catch up, otherwise they will only leave me further behind. Lu Jun, the young master of the Imperial Clan Lu family, who had wanted to spar with Long Outyen before, suddenly became anxious when he remembered that he was only at the 2nd level of the King Realm. You have to know that before, he was not inferior to Long Outyen and Lei Jie at all, both in cultivation and strength, but now, the two of them have already entered the 5th level of the King Realm. Before him. How can he not be anxious? After all, for geniuses of their level, when the two sides fight, even if one is one level higher, they will basically have the upper hand over the other. Second uncle, after returning to my clan, I want to enter the ancestral void realm. Lu Jun looked directly at a senior member of the Lu family with a firm gaze and sent a message. Alas. Juner, why bother? Although there are indeed great opportunities there, you know the dangers there, the man responded immediately, with a persuasive tone in his voice. Lu Jun didn't say anything, but his firm expression showed that he had made up his mind and would never change it. Oh, okay, not only the Lu Jun, but also the geniuses of other imperial forces saw the outburst of Long Outyen and the other two, and they also felt a sense of urgency, and made decisions similar to the Lu Jun. After all, if they continued to practice normally as before, there was no way they could catch up with Long Outyen and the others. Only a great opportunity could allow them to quickly catch up with Long Outyen and the others, or even surpass them, but opportunities are often found in dangerous places. If they want to obtain these opportunities, they must go deep into danger to have a chance of obtaining them. There is another chapter the author is working on. Chapter 60 Results. The coronation is over. When Long Outyen and the other two exploded with their cultivation, not only did the geniuses of the Emperor level forces become anxious, but the geniuses of the Saint level and Quasi-Emperor level forces were also shocked. Fuck. Are these two really from the same younger generation as us? The 5th level of the King Realm? I'm only at the Cave Heaven Realm, alas. Is this the gap between the Imperial forces and us, the Quasi-Imperial forces? Faced with these top-tier geniuses, I have to admit I'm truly despairing. But I've also figured it out. They and I are from two completely different worlds. I just didn't want to admit it before, or maybe I just wasn't willing to accept it, damn it. Top-notch soul slave material. No. This will offend the Tianlong dynasty and the Thunder Emperor Palace, and the Lin family will be in danger. Besides, don't you have any idea about your cultivation level and strength? Who said it has to be now? Wait until I've grown up a bit, and then it'll be easy to deal with them. Lin Haoran looked at the two people on the ring with full momentum, and it seemed as if there were two villains representing desire and reason in his heart, arguing endlessly. On the other hand, Lin Xian next to him was extremely calm, and did not show any concern about the cultivation level of Long Outyen and the other man. These two are indeed the descendants of an imperial power. They are truly terrifying. Lin Tianhai sighed slightly, but soon he smiled again, looked at Lin Xian beside him with satisfaction, and felt secretly happy in his heart. But it still can't compare to my older son, haha. Even thinking about the horror and disbelief on the faces of those arrogant and high-handed forces in the future when they discovered that their carefully cultivated successors were completely crushed by an unknown young master of the Lin family, made him even happier and more excited. Long Outyen and Lei Jie didn't care about the reactions of the people around them. They weren't afraid of being exposed. After all, no one dared to have any ideas about them. Friend Lei, since you said the outcome would be decided in 3 moves, then I, Long, will not be polite. 7-colored heavenly dragon seal. Long Outyan just let out a low shout, and then all the spiritual power in his body began to circulate rapidly. Immediately afterwards, countless spiritual powers gathered above him, and eventually slowly formed 4 huge dragon seals in red, yellow, green, and blue, emitting a powerful aura. As soon as Long Outyan Troop released the 7-colored heavenly dragon seal, he was recognized by the surrounding crowd and they exclaimed in shock, "That's the 7-colored dragon seal, a martial art inherited from the Tianlong dynasty. I didn't expect Crown Prince Outyan to use it as his first move. It seems he's really going all out. Who says it's not? This 7-colored heavenly dragon seal is the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty's imperial level inherited martial arts. Every time a different colored dragon seal is cultivated, the power of the martial arts will skyrocket. Rumor has it that by the time one reaches the 7th seal, one already possesses the power of an ordinary emperor-level martial art. Furthermore, above the 7th seal, this martial art reaches its strongest form, where the 7 colors merge into a true 7-colored heavenly dragon seal, whose power far surpasses that of ordinary emperor-level martial arts. I didn't expect that Prince Outyan has already cultivated to the 4th seal. I wonder how Lei Jie from the Thunder Emperor Palace will respond. At the same time, Lei Jie also used his moves. He was surrounded by terrifying lightning, and behind him was a 5-clawed purple thunder dragon hovering in the air. Roar. The purple thunder dragon roared, as if announcing its birth. That's the 9-clawed purple thunder dragon. The Thunder Emperor Palace's inherited imperial-level magical power. Its highest 9-clawed form is as powerful as the 7-colored dragon seal of the Sky Dragon Dynasty. I know this magical power, and I even had the good fortune to see it used by a Saint Emperor Realm Elder from the Thunder Emperor Palace. He killed a Saint Emperor Realm Demon Saint with just one strike. It's incredibly powerful. Lei Jie's magical powers are equally shocking. The next second, everyone saw the purple thunder dragon suddenly fly out and crash straight into Long Outyan. Under Long Outyan's control, the 4 huge dragon seals above him instantly flew out and directly met the purple thunder dragon. Rumble. When the two collided, a huge roar and a terrifying energy aftermath erupted instantly. Fortunately, the Tianlong Empire had set up a formation on the arena, and eventually the energy aftermath was blocked by the formation on the arena, so it did not affect the surrounding onlookers. After the roar gradually faded, everyone looked towards the arena, which was already shrouded in smoke and dust, and subconsciously asked, "Has the winner been decided?" After everyone used their spiritual sense to investigate, they found that the two were still standing there, but they each had their own defensive magic weapon in front of them to help block the aftermath of the energy, so both of them seemed to be fine. "No one wins," a spectator muttered to himself. Soon someone else said, "This is only the first move. It's normal that the winner can't be determined." Everyone agreed with this statement. In their eyes, these two were both top-tier geniuses with the support of imperial-level forces, and their realms were similar. How could the winner be determined so easily? It would have to be the second move, or even the third move, to produce results. But soon everyone guessed wrong about the next development. After Long Outyan and the other man exchanged a move, they launched a second move without any hesitation. This time, Long Outyan displayed another fundamental magical power of the Tianlong dynasty, an emperor-level magical power, the Dragon Steel Hand. He practiced this move even better than the previous 7-colored heavenly dragon seal, and its power was much greater than before. On the other side, Lei Jie was not willing to be outdone and used another emperor-level magical power of the Thunder Emperor Palace, the 9 Heavens Thunder Punishment. After he used this move, the entire arena was immediately covered by a field of thunder. A rumble. Huge thunder roared continuously, as if countless lightning bolts would strike in the next second. This time, both of their moves are aimed at directly locking onto each other. It depends on who can last to the end of all. Go. Both of them uttered a low cry. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts fell, directly submerging Long Outyan, and the huge golden hand covered with dragon scales suddenly slapped towards Lei Jie. Boom. This time, not only was there a huge roar, but everyone could even feel the entire arena shaking. A long time after the noise calmed down, everyone began to look for the two people on the ring. Ahem, ahem. Suddenly, 2 sounds of coughing up blood were heard on the ring, and then everyone saw that both men were kneeling on one knee, spitting blood, and their faces were a little pale. Although the two were not seriously injured, they were both seriously injured. Overall, neither of them gained any advantage from the previous move. Fellow Daoist, Long is truly formidable. Even though I, Lei, used all my strength in 2 moves, I still couldn't do anything to you. Lei Jie also understood Long Outyan's strength at this time and couldn't help but praise him. On the other side, facing Lei Jie's praise, Long Outyan shook his head. "Brother Lei, you're joking. Even with my full firepower, I still can't defeat you with a single move." In the end, the two did not proceed with the third move as agreed, but ended the fight in a draw. Although the two still have some trump cards, after all, they haven't activated their special physiques yet, but if they continue, both of them will probably be seriously injured, which is not worth it for them. After all, it is not a life and death duel, so there is no need to fight desperately. In the following time, many young geniuses came up to compete. Some won, some lost, and some drew, but the geniuses from the imperial forces did not take the field again, because at this moment, they only wanted to go back to practice and catch up with Long Outyan and the others. Time passes slowly. Lin Xian and the others attended the coronation ceremony for most of the day. When they left the palace via the teleportation array, their trip was considered a complete success. The coronation ceremony of the Tianlong dynasty is over. Chapter 61, Skywind Valley. The battle begins. After Lin Xian and the other two left the palace, they did not stay in Tianlong Imperial City, but directly left the Imperial City on the Holy Chariot. However, the route they took to leave this time was completely different from the route they took to come in. Their destination was none other than Tianfeng Valley, thousands of miles away from Tianlong Emperor City. Just to complete the battle between Lin Haoren, Kai Kuan, and Bai Li, inside the Lin family's sacred chariot. "You two little bastards, you really can't calm down for a moment, but it doesn't matter. Haoren, just do your best. Uncle will take care of the rest." Lin Tianhai cursed with a laugh and then spoke slowly. Just now, Lin Xian and the others explained to him why they had to go to Tianfeng Valley and what happened in the whole incident. When Lin Tianhai first heard the two people's thoughts, he was a little surprised, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, maybe his Lin family needed to be wary of the Kai family and the Bai family in the past, but now his Lin family doesn't need to be wary at all. After hearing Lin Tianhai's words, Lin Haoren felt relieved. He was afraid that Lin Tianhai would not agree, but now that he had Lin Tianhai's words, he could finally give it a try. Uncle, don't worry. I'll take care of those two scumbags Kai Kuan for you in a moment. Lin Haoran chuckled. As for where to collect, of course, he received his treasure, the human emperor banner, hee. At this moment, Lin Xian joked, be careful not to overturn the car later. Of course Lin Xian knew that Lin Haoran could deal with the two of them, but when he saw the other party's smug look, he couldn't help but tease him. Hearing Lin Xian's ridicule, Lin Haoran couldn't stand it anymore and immediately said, turn over? Brother Xian, you are questioning my ability. I'm not exaggerating, just those two little bastards, I let them run for a kilometer first, and this car can't even turn over. You can question my character, but you can't question my strength. Kill two little kunkins who are at the 7th level of the cave heaven realm. Even if I give them 2 feet in one hand, they will never be my opponent. Lin Haoran then began to brag to Lin Xian, brother Xian, let me tell you, with just the two of them, Skywind Valley at this time, people from the Kai family and the Bai family had already arrived here. They gathered together, waiting for the arrival of the Lin family. Among them, Bai Li was obviously impatient and started to get impatient after waiting for a while. Damn the Lin family. They made us wait so long, maybe they don't dare to come. Kai Koan, who was standing beside him, was also very unhappy at this moment. After hearing his words, he also said viciously, I think that loser Lin Haoran is just a coward. He doesn't dare to come here at all. He must have already fled back to the Lin family by now. Just as he finished speaking, the void in front of them twisted, and then the Lin family's holy chariot came out from it, stopped in the air, and looked at them from afar. Then Lin Tianhai and the other two slowly walked out. At the same time, Lin Haoran did not forget to confront Kai Koan and the other two. TSK, you two losers are enough to make me afraid to come? You have such a big face. You two are so useless. Do you want me to give you a hand later? So you don't have to accuse me of bullying you. After saying that, he did not forget to make a provocative gesture towards the two of them, and slowly put his left hand behind his back, as if to say, I will fight you with only my right hand in a wild eye. In response to this, Kai Koan and Bai Li shouted loudly with grim expressions, arrogant, court death. Brother Kai, I'll do it. You just watch from the side. I promise I'll take him down in less than a minute, and I'll definitely break your legs. Bai Li was very angry at the moment and didn't notice that his tone contained a hint of command. This made Kai Koan feel a little unhappy after hearing this, and he directly refused, Brother Bai, this is impossible. If anyone comes, it will be me. You just watch from the side. Then I will give you the 2 hands you asked for. Just as the two were arguing about who would fight Lin Haoran, a voice full of contempt suddenly came from the opposite side. I'm telling you two are going to die sooner or later. Why are you still arguing about who comes first? Hurry up and come together to die, so I don't waste my time taking care of you one by one. Hearing this, the two were furious and were about to scold each other, but Lin Haoran on the opposite side interrupted them impatiently. What do you mean by you? I'm telling you two, why are you both acting like little women, dithering? I told you to come together, so just come together. Stop all that nonsense. I need to get back to practice. This made Kai Koan and the other two completely furious, and they roared, all right. Since you're looking for death, then we'll grant your wish. Brother Bai / Brother Kai, let's go. Accompanied by 2 roars, Bai Li and Kai Koan moved at the same time. The 2 figures shot out like lightning in an instant, with powerful momentum, and attacked directly towards Lin Haoran. Storm Earth-splitting claw. Kai Koan shouted loudly, and at this moment, a magic weapon shaped like a chicken claw appeared in his hand, emitting a heart-pounding aura. Then he swung his claws fiercely towards Lin Haoran, and suddenly an extremely sharp claw mark attacked Lin Haoran at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the claw mark passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp and piercing sound that made people's scalps numb. At the same time, Bai Li was not willing to be outdone. He jumped high with a huge white axe in his hand, and then chopped down at Lin Haoran fiercely. Suddenly, a huge white axe blade, as big as a small mountain, exuding a terrifying pressure, as if to destroy everything, chopped towards Lin Haoran with a bang. Thunder slash. Are you here? Then let me torture you first. It would be boring to kill you directly, Lin Haoran said secretly. However, in order to make the performance more realistic, he faced the attacks of the two people with a fixed look and pretended to be serious and cautious. Then he clenched his hands into fists, a black light flashed on his body, and then he suddenly swung a punch. A thick black light burst out instantly and collided with the white axe light. Then he quickly threw a second punch, and another thick black light shot out quickly, blocking the sharp claw mark. Magical power, dark death ray, boom, boom. At the moment the 4 attacks collided, 2 deafening roars instantly burst out from the collision area and resounded through the sky. Then a powerful aftermath instantly spread out in all directions, and countless spiritual plants and huge rocks were instantly crushed to pieces. The huge noise instantly scared the nearby little monsters and made them scatter in all directions, fleeing the place in a hurry. I was afraid that if I was a second late, I would meet their grandma early. Chapter 62. Kill Bai Li and Kai Koan. A cloud of smoke rolled around behind them. Lin Haoran's tall figure appeared in front of the two again. When they saw Lin Haoran standing there as if nothing had happened, without any signs of embarrassment or injury, Kai Koan and Bai Li's pupils instantly dilated and they shouted in disbelief, how is this possible? How come you weren't hurt at all? You, Lin Haoran, are only at the 7th level of the cave heaven realm, not even trash. How could you possibly withstand the full force of our attacks from 2 of us at the 7th level of the cave heaven realm without getting hurt? Lin Haoran, a man they had never considered an opponent, now easily blocked their combined attack. How could they not be shocked? How could they accept it? But the facts were right before their eyes. No matter how much they refused to believe it or how much they couldn't accept it, they couldn't deny the fact that Lin Haoran was no weaker than them. Damn it, why? Why, that's it. You guys can't do that either. You were so confident before, but in the end, tisk. If you're not good at it, practice more. If you don't have the ability, don't pretend. Lin Haoran looked at Kai Koan and Bai Li opposite him with a playful expression and said sarcastically. Lin Haoran's ridicule made Kai Koan and Bai Li blush instantly. Every word he said was like a slap in the face, slapping them hard on the face, making them feel painful. They wanted to refute the other party, but found that they could not find any excuse to refute. So, the two of them could only stare at Lin Haoran opposite them with a dark face and gritted teeth, as if they wanted to kill each other with their eyes. Brother Bai, this Lin Haoran must have obtained some great opportunity, which is why his strength suddenly increased. Judging from what happened just now, he is probably not weaker than us now, and may even be stronger, therefore, we must never underestimate him again. We must go all out, otherwise we might end up in trouble. Kai Koen transmitted the message in a serious tone. Hearing this, Bailey nodded with a serious look. Although I don't want to admit it, it seems to be true, but what's going on with this damn Lin family? Not only has Lin Xian's strength increased to an extremely terrifying level, but now even Lin Haoran, who used to be inferior to us, has forced us to join forces to deal with him. Could it be that the Lin family has gained some great opportunity? Kai Koen also couldn't figure it out, but the two of them were sure that at least Lin Haoran and Lin Xian had definitely obtained a mysterious opportunity. Otherwise, how to explain the sudden increase in the strength of the two, since both of them could improve so greatly? If they got that opportunity, thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in their hearts, and their eyes revealed greed. For the sake of opportunity, Lin Haoran must be suppressed first, immediately. The two of them seemed to have telepathy. They looked at each other and instantly understood what the other meant. Superior. The two of them shouted in their hearts. Afterwards, the two of them activated their respective special physiques at the same time. Tin Kuan King body, violent fighting body, two auras, even more powerful than before, burst out from their bodies with a bang. After activating their special physiques, not only did their auras become more powerful, but their appearances also changed significantly after Kai Koen activated the Tin Kuan King body. His entire body was covered in Koan Chi, and he also had a set of black and white armor on him. After Bailey activated his violent battle body, his body size doubled, from the original 1.8 meters to a little giant of more than 3 meters. His eyes were bloodshot and revealed a strong sense of violence. His expression was also crazy, and he looked like a violent beast. Roar! The violent Bailey roared and rushed towards Lin Haoran. After getting close to Lin Haoran, his fist, which looked violent and powerful, blasted towards Lin Haoran like a storm. Seeing Bailey rushing forward, Kai Koen did not hesitate and also shot out. Then the Koen she gathered in his hands, forming a pair of energy boxing gloves, and then he suddenly punched out with his right fist. Koen fist. Facing the two men's terrifying fists like a storm, Lin Haoran's expression did not change at all. Then I'll play with you guys for a while. He didn't use any magic weapon, but instead swung his fists like two of them, and started to fight the two men fiercely. Bang! 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 However, it didn't take long for Kai Koen and the others to realize something was wrong, because they were unable to cause any substantial harm to Lin Haoran. It was as if Lin Haoran could see through their movements, always being able to dodge or neutralize their attacks one step ahead. Their bodies were beaten wildly by Lin Haoran's fists, causing them considerable damage. Damn it, how could he be so strong? The two of them roared in their hearts. Little did they know that this was only the case when Lin Haoran was just playing with them and didn't use his full strength, otherwise they would have been killed long ago. Brother, bye, let's fight. Let's attack him with our strongest attack together. If we can't defeat him, we'll be the losers. Kai Koen looked at Bailey with determination and said in a voice transmission. Hearing this, Bailey nodded, then they both shouted at the same time. The secret of Koen Fist, Koen Emperor Fist. Magic power, violent battle axe, boom. Suddenly, a huge fist composed of Koen Chi, with terrifying momentum, smashed towards Lin Haoran. At the same time, on Bailey's side, he was seen holding the white giant axe tightly in both hands, and then raised it above his head. Then the white giant axe in his hand quickly grew larger, and a deadly aura continued to emanate from the giant axe, which made people shudder or die. He roared angrily and swung the huge white axe towards Lin Haoran, as if to split him in half. Of the two men's attacks, with the intention of killing Lin Haoran, bombarded Lin Haoran directly. Seeing this, Lin Haoran smiled mysteriously. It's time to close the net. Then he no longer held back and instantly exerted his spiritual power to the extreme, and then his special physique was directly activated. Dark body. Treasure body, supernatural power, dark world. Suddenly, countless black mists filled the air around him, and then began to expand rapidly, instantly enveloping the three of them. From the outside, there was an extremely huge dark sphere that completely enveloped the three of them. Outsiders couldn't see what was happening inside with their naked eyes and could only use their spiritual sense to check. However, they soon discovered that this dark sphere actually had the effect of preventing spiritual sense detection. However, as the intensity of spiritual detection increases, the effect will become worse and worse, especially for Lin Tianhai and the heads of the Kaianbai families, who were state realm powerhouses far more powerful than Lin Haoran. They were only surprised and curious for a few moments, and then they used their spiritual sense to see the situation inside clearly, and what Lin Haoran wanted was these few moments. When the heads of the Kaianbai families saw the situation clearly again, their pupils instantly dilated, and then they burst into anger and shouted, "You ant, you deserve to die." As for why they are so angry, this is because they discovered that Kai Koen and Bailey no longer had any signs of life. In other words, Kai Koen and Bailey are dead, killed by Lin Haoran. Chapter 63. The two families declared war on the Lin family. Just a few breaths ago, when Lin Haoran activated his special physical power, Kai Koen and Bailey, who were shrouded in darkness, became alert instantly. They didn't know what moves Lin Haoran was going to use, but they had experienced the previous battle with Lin Haoran, so they didn't dare to relax at all. Furthermore, they discovered that they could not see the outside world clearly at all. Even their spiritual consciousness seemed to be trapped in endless darkness, and they were completely unable to detect the outside world. This made them alert and a little panicked at the same time. However, the two of them still pretended to be calm and snorted, "Humph, playing tricks." Although the two were alert, they did not give up their attacks and continued to attack Lin Haoran. Just as their attacks were about to hit Lin Haoran's playful voice faintly reached their ears. "I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm not pretending anymore, he he he. I'll let you die knowing full well." Then Kai Koen and the other two looked at Lin Haoran in shock. Boom, suddenly, a powerful aura unique to the Dharma realm burst out from Lin Haoran's body. "You, how could you possibly be in the Dharma realm? That's impossible." The two of them had horrified expressions on their faces, and their tone was filled with disbelief. Looking at the two of them, Lin Haoran felt very happy. He. Kai Koen, Bailey, we've known each other for so many years. I believe you're definitely willing to help me with my cultivation, right? Then Lin Haoran took out his human emperor banner, smiled evilly at the two of them, and then he waved the banner. Boom, after a loud bang, the attacks of the two were instantly shattered by Lin Haoran, turning into wisps of energy and dissipating into the air. On the other hand, Kai Koen and Bailey were hit back instantly because their attacks were powerfully broken. They staggered and vomited blood 3 times. After stabilizing themselves, the two ignored their injuries and stared at the strange banner in Lin Howren's hand, which was emitting black smoke, and shouted, "Magic, magic weapon? Lin Howren, you can actually use magic weapons, you must be a cultivator of the magic path. Your Lin family actually dared to defy the world's condemnation by harboring demonic cultivators. Your Lin family is doomed. As soon as we leave and report to the Tianlong Empire, there will be no place for your Lin family in the Zhengzhou human territory. Your Lin family will surely be wiped out by countless forces, and there will be no Lin family anymore." Haha, after being shocked, the two men burst into laughter, expressing their schadenfreude. As soon as they leave here, they will report to the Tianlong Empire as soon as possible, and then the Tianlong Empire will definitely send a large army to wipe out the Lin family. By then, there wouldn't even be any need for the two families to take action, and his biggest worry would no longer exist. They might even get a piece of the pie, which would be fantastic. Of course, the premise is that they can spread the news. A demon cultivator? I don't think I'm a demon cultivator, and you have no chance of leaving here. Darkness encroaches. Lin Howren launched an attack instantly. Suddenly, countless black mists began to quickly wrap around the two of them. The two who noticed something was wrong immediately tried to break free from Lin Howren's attack, but it was to no avail. Endless pain then spread throughout their bodies. The two men roared in pain and kept circulating their spiritual energy to struggle, but unfortunately, the huge gap in strength made their struggle useless. Lin Howren, you're practicing magic, and you'll die sooner or later. We're waiting to be buried with you. The angry voices of the two began to gradually weaken, and finally disappeared. In this way, the two ended their sinful lives. These two people often cause trouble to other small forces and independent cultivators. Lin Howren eliminated them, and it can be regarded as getting rid of harm to the people. Just after he put the residual souls of the two people into the human emperor banner and received feedback on his cultivation, two deafening roars filled with endless anger suddenly came from the outside world. "You ant, you deserve to die." Lin Howren instantly came back to his senses from the wonderful pleasure of his improved cultivation level, and he found that under these two roars, their magical powers in the dark world could not hold on and collapsed instantly. "Uncle!" Lin Howren shouted quickly, then quickly ran behind Lin Tianhai, then patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. He has to be cowardly when he needs to be, his life is at stake. "Uncle, it's up to you from now on." Lin Howren scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly at Lin Tianhai. Don't worry, Uncle is here, they can't do anything to you." Lin Tianhai smiled helplessly. The angry roars of Kaiji and Bai Chi from the opposite side were heard instantly. "Lin Tianhai, quickly hand over that damned kid. How dare he kill my son Lier with such a murderous move? He must pay with his life." "That's right, Lin Tianhai, this damned brat, dared to kill my Koner, he must die. Hand him over quickly, or don't blame us for being rude." Humph. The two men held the bodies of their sons and found that there was no possibility of saving them. Endless grief and anger instantly burst out, and they threatened Lin Tianhai. How could Lin Tianhai agree to the threats from the two? He simply refused with a domineering attitude. Humph. They died because of their incompetence. As for wanting me to hand over my nephew, don't even think about it. Either get out now, or this clan leader won't mind using force to drive you out. After Lin Tianhai finished speaking, the terrifying aura of the 5th level of the Great Saint Realm instantly burst out from his body and pressed directly towards Kaiji and Bai Chi. "What? When did you break through to the 5th level of the Great Saint Realm? How is it possible that your cultivation speed is so fast?" Feeling Lin Tianhai's breath, the two of them exclaimed in surprise, their tone full of disbelief. Although they had some gaps in strength compared to Lin Tianhai in the past, they had never fallen behind in realm. Now they are only at the 2nd level of the Great Saint Realm, but Lin Tianhai has actually reached the 5th level of the Great Saint Realm. How could they not be shocked? After the shock, the two men's faces instantly turned ashen. With their strength, they were no match for Lin Tianhai, but their son had died at the hands of that damned brat. So, they had no choice but to leave. After a full minute, the two men, with gloomy expressions, uttered harsh words. "Humph. Lin Tianhai, your Lin family will wait. My Kai/Bai family will never let you down this time." Afterwards, the two of them left this place with endless frustration and anger. Seeing the two of them leave, Lin Tianhai did not stop them, and then said, "Let's go back to the family first." The next few days won't be peaceful. Afterwards, several people also left this place on the Holy Chariot. On the second day after Lin Xian and his companions returned to the Lin family, a piece of news that shocked the entire Tianlong Empire spread throughout the empire in just a few hours. The news was, the Kai family and the Bai family, two top holy clans, declared war on the Lin family. The declaration of war is today. Lin Howren, the pride of the Lin family, used despicable means to brutally kill the young master of our Kai/Bai family. The cruelty of his methods was even worse than that of the demon cultivators. It is obvious that this boy has fallen into the path of evil. The Lin family refuses to hand over this child. For the sake of the people of the world, and to prevent this child from growing into a peerless demon, our Kai/Bai family will officially declare war on the Lin family today. We will annihilate the Lin family in 3 days. Chapter 64, the Lin family responds with dominance. The same clan war is about to break out. After the Kai and Bai families declared war on the Lin family immediately responded domineeringly. "If you want to fight, then fight. My entire Lin family will follow, but putting the unwarranted charge of demon cultivator on my Lin family will only make my Lin family look down on you. However, since you have declared war on my Lin family, then in 3 days, there will no longer be a Kai family or a Bai family." The Lin family's response soon reached the ears of the Kai and Bai families. Kai family. The entire Kai family's territory is built on a huge mountain range called the Red Gourd Mountain Range. No matter the size, grandeur, or cultivation environment of the family territory, it is no worse than the previous Lin family. This time, the entire Kai family seemed extremely busy, obviously preparing for the battle with the Lin family in 3 days. This time, in a hall of the Kai family. Reporting to the clan leader and elders, the above is the Lin family's latest response to the declaration of war between our Kai family and the Bai family. A guard in armor said respectfully to Kaiji. However, before Kaiji could say anything, an elder from the Kai family snorted angrily. "Humph. How arrogant. You think our Kai family will be gone in 3 days? Don't you think the Lin family has the strength to destroy our Kai family? After the elder finished speaking, the other elders of the Kai family nodded in agreement. Exactly. I think the Lin family must have gone mad with fear because of our declaration of war. Otherwise, why would they say such absurd things? This time, my Kai family and the Bai family are attacking together. How can the Lin family resist? Not to mention destroying my Kai family. It's simply ridiculous. Humph, although the overall strength of his Lin family is slightly stronger than any of our clans, now that my Kai family and Bai family have joined forces, whether it's top-tier combat power or mid-range and low-end combat power, they far surpass his Lin family. What can his Lin family use to win? I think Lin Tianhai just broke through to the 5th level of the Great Saint Realm and got cocky. Did he really think he could control the entire battle with his strength? Many elders spoke out one after another, all with disdain on their faces, not taking the Lin family's words seriously at all. However, as the clan leader, Kai Kuan obviously thinks more than everyone else. Suddenly, an inexplicable thought flashed through his mind, a thought that made him dare not think about it at all. Could it be? No, that's impossible. As soon as he thought of that idea, he quickly denied it, but he still went to the forbidden area of his Kai family and informed the two Saint Emperor ancestors of the Kai family of the Lin family's response. Ancestor, why do you think the Lin family is so confident? Could it be that the Lin family's eldest ancestor has truly achieved a breakthrough? After finishing the report, Kai Ji quickly expressed his doubts. That's impossible. Based on my understanding of Lin Qiangxiao, if he had truly achieved a breakthrough, he would have attacked my Kai family immediately. How could he have endured until now? Upon hearing this, one of the Kai family's ancestors quickly denied it. He and Lin Qiangxiao had been fighting for almost their entire lives. He could be said to understand Lin Qiangxiao's character better than most of the Lin family. If he had truly achieved a breakthrough, how could he have allowed his sworn enemy, the Kai family, to survive until now? At this time, another ancestor of the Kai family also said slowly, Big Brother is right. If Lin Qiangxiao had truly broken through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, he would never have allowed us to survive until now. So, Xiaoji, there's no need for you to worry. But just in case, we still have to be cautious, brother. I think it's time to use it. Hearing this, the Kai family ancestor hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded slowly. Okay, just in case, let's use it. As long as we can successfully destroy the Lin family, everything will be worth it. Finally, after Kai Ji received the response from the ancestors, he left the place with great satisfaction and continued to make preparations for the war 3 days later. It wasn't just the Kai family. The Bai family also had a similar reaction after receiving the Lin family's response. Most people also didn't take the Lin family's words seriously, thinking they were crazy for daring to speak so wildly. Even after Bai Li told the two ancestors of the Bai family about this matter, the two ancestors of the Bai family showed disdain on their faces and did not take it seriously. He simply instructed Bai Qi to continue preparing for war, and to keep an eye on the Lin family's movements, and report any situation immediately. Then he waved his hand to dismiss Bai Qi and continued to meditate and practice. At the same time, the outside world was already in an uproar because of the sudden declaration of war between the two families and the Lin family's domineering response. Monks can be seen discussing this matter everywhere. A restaurant somewhere in the Tianlong dynasty. Hey, brother, have you heard about the recent rumors that the Kai family and the Bai family declared war on the Lin family? Of course. How could we not have heard of such a major event? Now this matter has spread throughout the entire empire. Who doesn't know about it? Fellow Taoists, can you tell me something? I've been seducing women lately. I was in seclusion and just came out, so I don't know much about what's going on in the outside world. Holy crap. There really are primitives who are oblivious to what's happening outside. My two fellow Taoists, this meal is on my behalf. Please give me some advice. No problem. Actually, this is what happened. Hiss. I see. These three families are all powerful forces second only to those quasi-emperor level forces. In the Tianlong Empire, apart from the royal family and the 5 quasi-emperor clans, they are the ceiling, enough to dominate the life and death of countless cultivators. As for the full-scale war between these forces, I remember that the last time such a large-scale war occurred in the Tianlong Empire was 3,000 years ago. Now that it's happening again, I wonder what a grand spectacle it will be. I have only 2 hobbies in my life, and that is guiding confused women and watching the excitement. How can I miss such a good show now? Are you fellow Taoists interested in forming a group to watch the fight in 3 days? Of course I'm interested. +1 + 1, Tianlong Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Emperor, this is all the information we have at the moment. Do you think our Imperial Dynasty needs to intervene to stop this? I saw a figure hiding in the darkness, respectfully speaking to the Tianlong Emperor who was sitting lazily on the dragon throne. In response, the Tianlong Emperor chuckled, Stop it? Why should I stop it? This is a great thing for our royal family with no disadvantages and only 100 benefits. Not only can we weaken the power of these aristocratic families without having to take action, but we can also watch a good show. Why not do it? As long as they can't threaten the rule of my royal family and the stability of the empire, let them fight as they please. It would be best if both sides suffer losses. Hearing this, the figure bowed and said, Understood, Emperor. Then the man disappeared into the darkness, and the entire hall returned to peace. Lin family compared to the fierce competition outside. Although the Lin family was also preparing for war at this time, the top leaders of the Lin family did not seem nervous at all. On the contrary, they seemed extremely calm, as if they were doing what they were supposed to do normally, without any feeling of being before a big war at all. It fully demonstrates what it means to be as stable as Mount Tai. Chapter 65. The two armies meet. 3 days passed in a flash. Today is the day when the Kai family and the Bai family will go to war with the Lin family. Therefore, countless people from various major forces and independent cultivators who were just waiting to see what was happening arrived early outside the clan territory of the 3 families, waiting for their actions. As long as the 3 armies attack, they will follow from a distance and watch the battle. The reason for this is that no one knows where the 3 families will fight, so many spectators can only choose the nearest family and wait early outside that family's territory. Some who lived farther away even waited outside the 3 families' lands early yesterday in order to eat melons. These people really fought hard, not only the spectators, but the 3 companies had also assembled their troops early. Kai family at this time, in the Kai family's territory, more than 100,000 members of the Kai family were arranged in Neat and orderly formations, waiting for the order from the Kai family's top leaders to go to the battlefield. These hundreds of thousands of people are all the cultivators of the Kai family who are participating in the battle, excluding the elderly, the weak, women and children. These people can be said to be all the elite of the Kai family, and each of them is at a realm above the divine sea realm. In front of everyone were the top leaders of the Kai family, namely Kaiji and a group of Kai family elders above the void. There are Kai family's Saint King realm powerhouses and Saint Emperor realm ancestors hiding there. At some point, Kaiji, the head of the Kai family, glanced around, and then his voice, imbued with spiritual power, resounded throughout the Kai family. Land, today is the day when my Kai family and the Lin family will fight to the death, and you will be the heroes of my Kai family this time, because there is no way we can lose. So, are you willing to join me, the clan leader, in destroying the Kai family's greatest enemy, the Lin family? Be praised by all the clan members for eternity. As Kaiji finished speaking, the Kai family members shouted a fight. Kill all the Lin family bastards. Chief, my sword has been thirsty for a long time. Finally this day has arrived. I have waited for this day for too long. Ha, the Lin family is destined to become history this time. With this lineup, I really can't imagine how we could lose. Ha 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 ha. Seeing everyone's high fighting spirit, Kaiji nodded in satisfaction and then gave the order. Since that's the case, all members of the clan follow our leader and attack. Destroy the Lin family. Set off, war. Hundreds of thousands of Kai family members shouted in unison, and then boarded chariots and warships one after another. A few minutes later, countless onlookers outside the Kai family saw hundreds of chariots and warships flying out of the Kai family's territory in an orderly manner, and then quickly disappeared into the void. The Kai family has set off. Come on, let's follow them. Seeing this, countless onlookers were slightly shocked, and then they used all kinds of means and magical powers to follow the direction of the Kai family. By family in this battle, destroy the Lin family. Set off. Following the order from Bai Chi, the head of the Bai family's army, which was almost the same size as the Kai family's army, also headed in a certain direction. Seeing this, the large number of onlookers outside the Bai family's territory naturally followed suit. At the same time, the Lin family, one of the protagonists of this battle, had already assembled its army. More than 200,000 elite members of the Lin family who were above the divine sea realm were seen, all wearing armor. With solemn eyes, standing in neat rows looking ahead, waiting for the order from the clan leader Lin Tianhai. Looking ahead again, I saw Lin Tianhai wearing golden holy armor, holding a golden holy spear. His eyes were firm and majestic, his figure was tall and mighty, and he looked domineering, like a peerless god of war. Behind him were Lin Tianyu and other senior members of the Lin family, as well as Lin Xian and Lin Haoren, two of the Lin family's peerless geniuses. At some point, Lin Tianhai slowly spoke. My Lin family has always sought only stable development, but there are always those who think we are easy to bully and want to step on us. This time, our two greatest enemies are even trying to destroy us. They thought they could win by joining forces, but they didn't realize they would only die faster. I, the clan leader, would like to ask you a question. Do you have the confidence to annihilate all the invading enemies? As Lin Tianhai finished speaking, shouts that resounded through the sky rang out. Yes. 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 Seeing this, Lin Tianhai nodded with satisfaction, and then his loud voice sounded again. Good. They are all good sons of my Lin family. Listen to the orders of our clan leader. Board the warships, head to the battlefield, and destroy the Kai and Bai families. Yes, sir. Following Lin Tianhai's order, more than 200,000 members of the Lin family began to act in an orderly manner according to the previous distribution. A few minutes later, seeing the Lin family army ready, Lin Tianhai shouted, set off. Afterwards, he and the elders, as well as Lin Xian, Lin Haoren and others, boarded a special chariot and rushed out of the Lin family first. Then the other Lin family chariots and warships followed closely behind. Afterwards, dozens of terrifying figures suddenly shot out from the Tianyun Sea, the Lin family's forbidden area, and followed the Lin family's army. Hiss. The Lin family actually took the initiative to attack? Are they so aggressive? I thought they would rely on the Lin family's protective formation to deal with the Kai and Bai families. What on earth are the Lin family thinking? Are they truly so confident that they can single-handedly challenge two top-tier Saint clans? Don't think too much, just hurry up and catch up, or you'll lose melons and not get to eat them. Indeed, we cannot guess what such a force is thinking. The best thing to do is just to sit back and enjoy the show. The intersection of the three tribes, Tianhuan Forest. The Tianhuan Forest was originally supposed to be a forbidden area for humans and a paradise for countless monsters. Normally, there were even powerful monsters from the Holy Realm living there. It was deliberately left behind by the three tribes to train their descendants, but at this time, there were no big monsters left in this monster paradise, only some unintelligent wild beasts and low-level monsters. The reason for this was because of the large number of cultivators emitting a terrifying aura above the Tianhuan Forest. In front of these cultivators, the monsters and beasts had already fled in fear, including the great monsters in the Holy Realm. The Tianhuan Forest is the battlefield of this war between the three tribes. At this time, all three parties have arrived above the Tianhuan Forest. The Lin family army was confronting the coalition forces of the Kai and Bai families, with murderous intent in their eyes on both sides. If we look at the number of people alone, the Lin family is undoubtedly at a disadvantage. After all, the Kai and Bai families combined have a terrifying army of over 300,000, while the Lin family has only a mere 200,000 or so. But even under such a disadvantage, no one saw even a trace of fear from the Lin family. Instead, they looked very confident. This made everyone very confused. Chapter 66. The war begins. Those onlookers who came from the Kai family and the Bai family were shocked and confused when they saw the Lin family meet the two families, and then they started talking about it continuously. Do you think the Lin family has gone crazy? Although the Lin family's strength is indeed surprising, and can be said to crush any of the Kai and Bai families, now the two families have joined forces and their numbers far exceed theirs. How dare they attack directly? Who knows? Normally, in this situation, shouldn't they retreat temporarily, relying on the Lin family's various formations to delay the battle, and then look for an opportunity to repel the two coalition forces? But the Lin family went the other way, completely ignoring the rules. I think the Lin family is too self-righteous. Do they really think they can take on two enemies at once? Just watch, the Lin family will be completely wiped out this time. TSK, don't assume everyone else is as stupid as you. What you can think of, how could the Lin family not think of it? Since the Lin family dared to take the initiative to attack, they must have a certain degree of confidence, otherwise they would really come here to die. Who the hell are you calling stupid? I'm talking to you. What's wrong? Don't you want a one-on-one fight? Humph. Let's have a one-on-one duel. When they saw the Lin family's army, the Kai and Bai families were also shocked. This Lin family, when did their strength increase to this level? Damn it. The Lin family must have gotten some great opportunity, otherwise how could their strength increase so drastically, actually widening the gap with our Bai family? Damn it. Even with all our might, the Kai family can only muster a few 100,000 members above the Divine Sea Realm, while this Lin family actually boasts over 200,000 cultivators above the Divine Sea Realm. When did this Lin family become so powerful? In an instant, the senior executives of the two families gnashed their teeth with grim expressions. Kai Ji, the head of the Kai family, said to Bai Chi beside him with an ugly expression, "Brother Bai, we must destroy the Lin family today. We can't let them stay any longer. Otherwise, it won't be long before even our two families combined are no match for them." While the Lin family hasn't fully become powerful yet, we still have a chance. Hearing this, Bai Chi nodded with a grim expression. He took a deep breath, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. "Brother Kai, you're absolutely right. Fortunately, we chose to declare war directly on the Lin family this time, exposing their strength. Otherwise, if we were kept in the dark and allowed the Lin family to accumulate their power for a while longer, we might not even know how to die." The two men made up their minds in an instant. No matter what the cost today, they must destroy the Lin family. This not only concerns the interests of the family, but also their life and death. They can't afford to lose. If they lose, they will never have a chance to turn the tables, and will only end up dying tragically at the hands of the Lin family. This result is absolutely unacceptable to them. They will never allow such a thing to happen. Hey! You two don't look too good. Are you scared? Or are you afraid? Although being the disadvantaged party, Lin Tianhai did not show any solemnity at all. Instead, he looked calm and relaxed, and even had the mind to mock Kai Ji and Bai Chi. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with a faint smile on his face. He looked at the two of them playfully and continued, "Haha, look at how you look now, it's really ridiculous." When Kai Ji and Bai Chi heard this, their faces became even gloomier, and a hint of anger flashed in their eyes. They originally thought that Lin Tianhai would feel nervous or afraid because of his disadvantage, but they didn't expect that he would be so calm and composed, and even dared to laugh at them. "In my opinion, you two families should refrain from resisting. It's pointless. It would be better for us to send you off sooner rather than later so you don't have to endure a beating before you die. What do you think?" "Ha ha." Lin Tianhai's tone was filled with disdain and provocation, as if he was the one with the advantage. Upon hearing this, Kai Ji and Bai Chi's faces instantly became even uglier. They gritted their teeth, their hearts filled with anger. How could they tolerate such arrogance from someone who was at a disadvantage? Kai Ji took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and sneered, "Lin Tianhai, although I don't know why your Lin family's strength has increased so much, so what? Now that our two families have joined forces, our numbers still crush your Lin family. How can your Lin family win? That's right. And remember, the advantage is on our side, not yours, humph." Bai Chi also echoed, with confidence in his eyes. They didn't believe that the combined strength of the two families could not defeat the Lin family. Lin Tianhai smiled slightly, a sly look flashing in his eyes as he replied, "Oh? Really? But I think you're just a bunch of rabble. Even if you're more numerous, what difference does it make? The real winner isn't the number of people." After saying this, he shook his head slightly, as if he disagreed with what Kai Ji and Bai Chi said. Kai Ji and Bai Chi looked at each other, a hint of doubt flashed in their eyes. They didn't understand why Lin Tianhai was so confident. Could it be that the Lin family had some hidden tricks or backup plans? But no matter what, anyone with a discerning eye here can see that the advantage is on their side. They have no reason to retreat, and it is absolutely impossible for them to retreat. They didn't believe that the Lin family could overcome the current gap in strength between the two sides. "Humph, stop talking nonsense. Let's see who's really good at this." Kai Ji shouted angrily, and a powerful aura of the second level of the Great Saint Realm suddenly burst out from his body. Then he waved his hands, and the family disciples behind him drew their weapons, ready to attack the Lin family. Bai Chi on the side was equally unwilling to be outdone. He flashed and stood beside Kai Ji, also releasing a powerful aura that was unique to the Great Saint Realm. The two stood side by side, like two unshakable mountains, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Seeing this, Lin Tianhai raised the corners of his mouth slightly and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. "In that case, let's see for ourselves." Lin Tianhai waved his hand gently, signaling the Lin family disciples to prepare for battle. "Humph. Then die, Lin family. Members of the Kai family, follow this patriarch and kill all the members of the Lin family here. Yes, patriarch, kill. Lin family bastards. Die." Under Kai Ji's order, the Kai family members rushed towards the Lin family in an instant. Bai Chi also shouted loudly, "Bai family, go. Kill all the people from the Lin family." Chapter 67 A Fierce Battle 1. As soon as Kai Ji and Bai Chi gave the order, the armies of the Kai and Bai families instantly attacked the Lin family. Hundreds of chariots and warships were activated instantly, and colorful attacks were continuously fired like thousands of arrows, as if to drown all the people of the Lin family. Seeing this, Lin Tianhai also shouted, "Everyone, follow this clan leader. Kill." Then he rushed out first and stopped Kai Ji, Bai Chi, and the two elders of the Bai family who were at the fifth level of the Great Saint Realm. Boom. "Your opponent is our clan leader." When the four saw that Lin Tianhai was so arrogant and wanted to fight them alone, their faces turned pale in an instant and they were extremely angry, especially the two elders of the Bai family who were at the fifth level of the Great Saint Realm like Lin Tianhai. Their defense was directly broken. Lin Tianhai simply doesn't take them seriously. "Humph. Arrogant. Die. Boom. Boom." The five of them instantly engaged in a fierce battle in the depths of the void far away from the main army, and soon fought for dozens of rounds. Lin Tianhai is worthy of being a genius who was once famous throughout the Tianlong Empire. His combat power is indeed extremely strong. Even when facing two strong men of the same realm, plus Kai Ji and Bai Chi, two clan leaders who were equally powerful and have many means, the four of them joined forces, but they still fought hard with them and did not fall into the disadvantage at all. Of the five people were worthy of being powerful masters in the Great Saint Realm. With each move, the void around them began to shatter layer by layer. Some abandoned stars were also blasted into powder in an instant under the attack of several people, and drifted away in the vast void. At the same time, the Lin family's army also collided with the joint forces of the Kai and Bai families. Hundreds of chariots and warships from both sides continuously launched terrifying attacks. In addition to the monks driving the chariots and warships, the other armies of both sides also went to find their respective opponents. You rubbish from the Kai family, die. Go to hell, you bastard from the Bai family. Lin family bastard, give me your life. The battle between hundreds of thousands of monks was so shocking, and the scene was extremely grand. The Tianhuan forest, which was over 1,000,000 miles wide at its narrowest, was soon destroyed by the battle between the two sides. It no longer had the prosperity it had before. Although the battlefield below is fierce, the most important factor that determines the outcome of this battle is the holy battlefield deep in the void, especially the Saint Emperor ancestors of both sides. I saw nearly 10 terrifying beings confronting each other in the deep void. I didn't expect your Lin family to have two more Saint Emperor level experts. It seems you've gained quite the opportunity. The eldest ancestor of the Kai family looked at the first and second elders of the opposite clan who had broken through to the Saint Emperor realm, and instantly felt envious, jealous, and hateful. Not only the Kai family's great ancestor, but also the other Kai and Bai family's Saint Emperor realm ancestors were also filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred at this time. How they wished that it was their respective families that had two more Saint Emperor realm powerhouses. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. Of course, what they didn't know was that the third and fourth clan elders had also reached the limit of the Saint King realm. If it weren't for this war, they might have already broken through by now, and by then there would be more than just two more people. However, Lin Changxue, you don't think that just because there are two new Saint Emperors, you can look down on us, right? Better get Lin Changxiao out quickly, humph. Brother Kai is right. Let Lin Changxiao come out quickly. You are not qualified to stop us. At this time, the ancestor of the Bai family also said in a cold voice. As powerful warriors of the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm, they had the confidence to look down on Lin Changxue and others who were not at the 9th level. Unexpectedly, the next second, the second ancestor Lin Changxue's aura exploded, and a powerful pressure that was no weaker than that of the Kai family's eldest ancestor and others instantly pressed towards the two of them. Do you still think I'm unworthy? Also, you guys are not worthy of Big Brother's help. We are enough. The second ancestor Lin Changxue's voice, which sounded icy cold, was full of disdain for the two of them. Unless there are any unexpected events in this battle, the Lin family has no intention of letting the ancestor Lin Changxiao take action. However, at this time, the spiritual consciousness of the great ancestor Lin Changxiao was also paying close attention to this battle. As long as the situation was not right, he would immediately take action to wipe out the two coalition forces present. After the second ancestor Lin Changxue revealed his cultivation, the five Saint Emperor realm powerhouses from the two families suddenly changed their expressions and stared at the second ancestor Lin Changxue with disbelief. The Kai and Bai families have a total of 5 Saint Emperor realm powerhouses, 2 from the Kai family and 3 from the Bai family. Among them, the ancestor of the Kai family is at the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, the second ancestor of the Kai family, the 7th level of the Holy Emperor realm, the ancestor of the Bai family is at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm, the second ancestor of the Bai family is at the 6th level of the Holy Emperor realm. The third ancestor of the Bai family is at the second level of the Holy Emperor realm. In general, the strength of the two top combat forces is not much different. After Lin Changxue revealed his cultivation, the third ancestor Lin Changfeng and the first and second clan elders also revealed their cultivation, preparing to fight against the strong men from the Kai and Bai families. The third ancestor, Lin Changfeng, had already reached the 7th level of the Holy Emperor realm, and had already achieved perfection in this realm, but had not yet had time to break through. As for the first and second elders of the clan, they are still at the first level of the Holy Emperor realm, but they have also completed their cultivation in this realm. Seeing that the Lin family's strength had increased so much, the people from the Kai and Bai families knew that the Lin family had obtained a great opportunity. Otherwise, how could everyone's strength increase so much? They even doubted whether Lin Changxiao had broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. If that were the case, they would be in danger. Brother Kai, do you think Lin Changxiao has already? The Bai family's eldest ancestor didn't say anything else, but the Kai family's eldest ancestor naturally understood what he meant. After a pause, he said resolutely, Brother Bai, at this point, we have no room for maneuver. No matter what, today we will either die or the Lin family will no longer exist. The eldest ancestor of the Bai family nodded and said nothing more. Afterwards, both sides stopped talking and burst out their momentum to the extreme. Then they shot out in an instant, throwing terrifying attacks at each other continuously. Boom. Boom. Among them, Lin Changxue naturally fought with the two powerful Saint Emperors of the 9th level, the Bai family's great ancestor and the Kai family's great ancestor. Snowflakes were flying all around the second ancestor Lin Changxue, emitting an extremely cold force. With her as the center, an extreme snow area was formed within a radius of 10,000 miles. The attacks of the Kai family's ancestors and the Bai family's ancestors were instantly frozen the moment they came into contact with the snow, and then exploded into countless tiny ice crystals. The second ancestor Lin Changxue practiced the Great Way of Snow. Although his combat power was not as good as that of the first ancestor Lin Changxiao, he was definitely one of the top few among the cultivators of the same level. On the other hand, the ancestors of the Bai family and the Kai family can only be considered average at best in the same level. Facing the fierce attack of the second ancestor Lin Changxue, even if the two of them join forces, they still cannot gain the upper hand. However, Lin Changxue couldn't do anything to them for the time being. What's more, when the gap is not big, it is extremely difficult to kill a Saint Emperor, so the outcome of this battle cannot be determined in a short time. At this point, the two sides fought a fierce battle, from the ordinary people in the Divine Sea realm to the most powerful ancestors of both sides. All of them were engaged in an all-out battle. Chapter 68: A Fierce Battle, 2. Humph. You two brats, you think you can challenge me after breaking through the Saint Emperor realm? You're courting death. The third ancestor of the Bai family looked at the first and second elders of the clan standing in front of him and snorted coldly. It has been thousands of years since he broke through the Saint Emperor realm, but his talent has been basically exhausted. Even after such a long time, he has only been promoted to the first level. Even if he can live until his lifespan is exhausted, it is still uncertain whether he can break through to the fourth level of the Saint Emperor realm. Of course, he couldn't possibly live to that time. You're just an old immortal whose talent has been exhausted. We're not saying we can definitely defeat you, but we should have no problem holding you back. The elder of the clan looked at the other party with disdain. Humph. Then let's see if you two youngsters have the ability. After the third ancestor of the Bai family finished speaking, he attacked the first and second elders of the clan. The first and second elders of the clan were equally unwilling to be outdone, and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with each other. After the battle began, the entire Lin family army erupted in astonishing combat power. Even when facing the coalition forces of two larger armies, they never fell into a disadvantage, but instead fought back and forth with the enemy. The reason for this is that not only are the Lin family members individually stronger than the Kai and Bai families in combat, their equipment is even more powerful than the armies of the Kai and Bai families. Before the war, all the members of the Lin family who participated in the war were given by the family various defensive methods and offensive trump cards that were higher than their own realm. For example, a member of the Lin family who was at the first level of the King realm may get a 7th grade superior armor, a 7th grade mid-grade magic weapon, a 7th grade top grade defensive talisman, a 7th grade superior puppet, a jade slip containing the full strength attack of a high-level cultivator at the King realm, and so on. Moreover, for consumables like defensive talismans, each member of the Lin family obtained more than one or two, possibly several or even more. In fact, the higher the status of the tribesman, the better the equipment they get. It can be said that every member of the Lin family is armed to the teeth and is simply inhumane. As for why the Lin family is so rich, first of all, the Lin family itself is also very wealthy. Secondly, it is also thanks to the inheritance of the quasi-emperor power that Lin Haoran obtained in the secret realm before, and the large amount of resources given to Lin Xian by relying on system rewards thanks to the quasi-emperor skills, martial arts, and magical powers obtained from the secret realm, as well as those obtained by Lin Xian from the system. The individual combat effectiveness of the Lin family members is now definitely stronger than that of the Kai and Bai families of the same level. On the other hand, the people of the Kai and Bai families do not have the strong foundation of the Lin family, so their personal combat power and equipment are extremely poor compared to the Lin family. This surprised them, and at the same time, they were filled with doubts. Damn it. Why is the Lin family so extravagant? They are armed to the teeth, it's impossible to impress them. Damn it. I'm a 9th level Dharma realm cultivator, but I'm still using a 6th order, high-grade magical weapon. And Lin Jin is just a 5th level trash, yet he even has a 6th order, top-grade magical weapon. Why? Fuck. If I didn't have these equipment, I would have killed that bastard Lin Peng long ago. Even the countless onlookers not far from the scene were shocked after seeing the Lin family's outburst. Originally, they had thought that the Lin family would be at a disadvantage due to their numerical disadvantage, but they were severely slapped in the face. The Lin family actually withstood the attacks from the Kai and Bai families. The Lin family is truly a force to be reckoned with. They've secretly grown to this point, who says it isn't? Just look at the strength the Lin family has currently demonstrated. It's simply not comparable to any Saint Emperor level power. I just wonder how it compares to those quasi-emperor level powers. Time slowly passed, and the war intensified. Every battlefield is extremely fierce at this time. On the battlefield of the King realm, a young man in white clothes holding a long sword was seen moving back and forth on the battlefield at a high speed, like the god of death, constantly harvesting the heads of people from the Kai and Bai families. God avoid. I can't bear it. Lin Xian killed another member of the Bai family who was at the 9th level of the King realm. Next, Lin Xian murmured, then quickly searched for the next target. At this moment, he couldn't remember how many people from the Kai and Bai families he had killed. He only knew that within a few miles around him, no king-level cultivators from the Kai and Bai families dared to approach him. So he could only find the target by himself, which undoubtedly reduced his efficiency in killing the enemy. This time, those people from the Kai and Bai families who were in the King realm saw that Lin Xian had easily killed another powerful King realm 9th layer warrior. The fear and dread on their faces became more obvious, and they couldn't help but move further away. They were really frightened by this young man's killing. He is too strong. It was so strong that it suffocated them, so strong that they felt that they were not facing a King realm cultivator at all, but a venerable realm expert, or even a stronger existence. Soon Lin Xian found another member of the Kai family who was fighting with a member of the Lin family. Without hesitation, he slashed with a sword and killed the man on the spot. The member of the Lin family who was originally fighting hard was stunned when he saw his opponent suddenly killed. After realizing that it was his young master who took action, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your help, young master. Lin Xian did not respond, but nodded to the other party, and then began his journey of killing the enemy again. Young master is worthy of being the strongest genius in the history of our Lin family. He is indeed very strong. The tribesman sighed as he looked at Lin Xian's leaving back. This time, some of the Lin family members who had been left without a chance to attack due to Lin Xian's attack also began to speak. The stronger the young master is, the better. This way, our Lin family can rise better. That's right. Alright, let's go help the other clansmen so we can get rid of those bastards from the Kai and Bai families as soon as possible. Good. Dharma realm battlefield. At this time, Lin Haoran, as the top genius of the Lin family, naturally received special care from the Kai and Bai families. At this moment, around Lin Haoran, there were more than a dozen Dharma realm cultivators from two families with different realms, who were constantly attacking him. If there weren't so many people here, I would definitely invite you into the Human Emperor banner for some tea. Lin Haoran thought to himself. Since there were too many spies and independent cultivators from various forces watching the battle outside, Lin Haoran didn't dare to use the Human Emperor banner at all. Otherwise, with so many people from the Kai and Bai families, his cultivation level would definitely increase rapidly, but there was no other way. In order not to be exposed, he could only rely on his own strength to fight, and it is also unable to absorb those who were killed. What a huge loss, however. Although Lin Haoren cannot use the human emperor banner, his own combat power has become increasingly powerful since he practiced the mysterious 10,000 Soul Sutra. Now, even when facing the siege of many Dharma realm monks from the two families, he is still at ease and can even kill one or two from time to time. It can be said that, although his combat power is not as good as Lin Xian, he is far stronger than other cultivators. Chapter 69 A Fierce Battle. 3. The powerful fighting ability displayed by Lin Xian and Lin Haoren shocked some members of the Lin family who did not know much about their strength, as well as those from the Kaianbai families who saw it with their own eyes. However, because the entire battlefield was so huge, with hundreds of thousands of monks fighting, the performance of the two did not attract much attention from the countless onlookers in the distance. This time, most of the attention of these onlookers was focused on the holy battlefield, especially in the deepest part of the void. The battle between the two Saint Emperor ancestors attracted the attention of most people. After all, battles between powerful men of this level were rare in the past. Now that there is a chance to catch a glimpse of the peerless demeanor of a Saint Emperor, everyone naturally cannot miss it. So strong. Is this the Saint Emperor? I never thought that I, Li Laoer, would actually get to witness a battle between Saint Emperor realm masters. This life is worth it. How terrifying. With just a casual move, they can shatter the endless void and destroy the stars. In front of them, we are like ants. Who says it's not? I just don't know which side will be more successful. I think the Lin family might be more powerful. After all, the senior from the Lin family has never appeared from the beginning to the end. If he joins the battlefield, the Kai family and the Bai family will immediately fall into a disadvantage. You're talking about the Thunder Emperor? If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have realized it. But if the Kai and Bai families didn't have any other cards up their sleeves, it's possible that it would be as you said. After all, that senior was a ruthless man who once faced off against a quasi-emperor. When someone mentioned Lin Xiangxiao, everyone realized that the ancestor of the Lin family had not yet appeared in this battle. When Lin Xiangxiao was mentioned, the informed crowd instantly recalled the terrifying figure who had fought with a quasi-emperor for a whole day and night at the peak Saint Emperor realm and was able to retreat safely. As for the monks who were unaware of the war and had never experienced it, they became confused. To seniors, who is this Thunder Emperor you are talking about? Is he very powerful? In response to these people's questions, the monks who knew the situation immediately put on the appearance of knowledgeable experts and said pretentiously, "You've asked the right person. I was a witness to this incident. If you want to know, please listen attentively. Holy Land battlefield. Boom. 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 The battlefield here is undoubtedly the most intense and core battlefield in the entire battlefield. Hundreds of powerful saints on both sides used various powerful moves and continuously bombarded each other. The space of the entire battlefield was constantly shattered and then quickly recovered, but even for a person of Zhengzhou's status, where space was repaired extremely quickly, it seemed a little stretched in the fierce battle between hundreds of Saint Realm powerhouses that if the two sides had not been far away from the land of Zhengzhou and fought in the void, the entire Tianhuan forest would have been sunk by now. The sky poison roars. Somewhere in the Holy Land battlefield originally, Kai Niao and Bai Yin were besieging Lin Tianyu, but suddenly they felt a chill on their backs, and a strong sense of crisis instantly surged into their hearts. He immediately burst out and temporarily repelled Lin Tianyu, then turned around and tried to defend himself, but they were one step too slow. The black beam containing deadly poison instantly hit the two of them, directly knocking them back thousands of meters. Looking at the source of the attack, a giant snake several thousand feet in size, covered in pitch black, was looking at the two people who were repelled with a look of triumph. Then it changed back into human form, came to Lin Tianyu, and asked for credit. "Hey, boss, this sneak attack was not bad, was it? And this time, the attack contained my own life-threatening venom. Even if the two of them were great saint cultivators, they would be completely ripped off." Tiandu had an evil smile on his face. He was very confident in his poison. Well done. Keep up the good work. If you perform well, after this war is over, I will ask the family for resources to help you advance to the great saint realm. After Lin Tianyu affirmed the other party's performance, he made another promise. After Lin Tianyu accepted Tiandu as his younger brother, he had also witnessed the power of the other party's innate venom, so he knew that what the other party said was true. Even though it is only at the saint level, its poison is a headache even for the great saint level strong ones. Of course, what is meant here is low-level cultivators in the great saint realm like Bai Yin and Kai Niao. For high-level cultivators in the great saint realm, the poison of Tiandu seems a little weak. After hearing Lin Tianyu's promise, Tiandu was instantly excited. Here we come, its chance has come, and it came so quickly. It turned out that the decision it made before was correct. Humph. Purple Thunder Sacred Bull and those monsters in the secret realm back then, you all mocked and looked down on me for joining the boss. Now you are all dead, and I am about to be promoted to the great saint realm. Haha. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Your family. We will definitely kill more little snakes. Those saintly cultivators from the Kai and Bai families will contribute their little snake strength to our Lin family. While the atmosphere on Lin Tianyu's side was good, Kai Niao and Bai Yin on the other side finally stabilized their bodies. This time, the two of them looked extremely miserable, with bleeding wounds all over their bodies. However, these injuries are nothing to the two of them. The most important thing is the deadly poison that has invaded their bodies. Damn it! This poison is so strong that it cannot be removed in a short period of time. I can only suppress it temporarily with my spiritual power. Bai Yin checked his own condition and his face suddenly became gloomy. Me too, Kai Niao also said with a gloomy expression. They looked at Tiandu with cold and bloodthirsty eyes, wishing they could eat alive this damn Tiandu Xianin python that had attacked them. However, Tiandu was not afraid at all. Instead, he acted extremely provocative. How could the two of them tolerate this? They immediately roared, "Evil beast, you can't be allowed to stay. Boss, I'm counting on you. I'm going to deal with the other cultivators from the Kai and Bai families." Tiandu knew that he was no match for his opponent, so he ran to other Saint Realm battlefields without any psychological burden and acted as a troublemaker on the battlefield. He attacked the people from the two families here and there, with absolutely no bottom line. However, these saint-level cultivators could not resist its poison. Suddenly, many people from the Kaienbai families who were fighting with the Lin family's strongmen fell into a disadvantage, and some were even killed directly. Seeing this scene, Bai Yin and Kai Niao's eyes were bloodshot, and their desire to kill Tian Du reached its peak. Damn it! If I get the chance, I'll definitely tear out the tendons and skin this damned sky poison mysterious python, eat its flesh and drink its blood, and then light a soul lamp to torture it for 1,000 years. Seeing that he dared to be distracted during the battle, Lin Tianyu snorted coldly, humph. You dare to be distracted during the battle with me? You are courting death. Boom. Boom puff, the two were severely injured again by Lin Tianyu in an instant. This severe blow almost made the two men unable to suppress the poison in their bodies. Fortunately, they tried their best to suppress it, so the poison did not erupt in their bodies. However, after being severely injured one after another and having to suppress the poison in their bodies, the combat effectiveness of the two was instantly greatly reduced. Originally, the two of them could fight Lin Tianyu closely together, but now they are directly at a disadvantage. Chapter 78 Fierce Battle, 4. Damn it. It's all that damn snake's fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a mess. After fighting for dozens of rounds, the injuries of Bai Yin and Kai Niao worsened again. At this time, they were completely at a disadvantage and had no ability to fight back. They could only passively defend themselves. On the other hand, Lin Tianyu fought more and more fiercely, and his terrifying attacks, as if he had no spiritual power, hit the two of them madly. If nothing unexpected happens, it will only be a matter of time before the two of them are defeated or even killed by Lin Tianyu. Brother Bai, we can't continue like this. We must find a way to remove the poison from our bodies first, otherwise we will die at his hands sooner or later. Although Kai Niao was reluctant to admit it, the current situation was that their situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, and the other powerful great saints from the Kai or Bai families were unable to support them. If they don't find a solution, they will die at Lin Tianyu's hands soon. Hearing this, Bai Yin quickly scanned the surrounding battlefield and found that the powerful saints from their two families were actually held back by the Lin family and were unable to provide them with any help. He was busy fighting with Lin Tianyu before and had no time to pay attention to the situation around him. When he saw it this time, he was shocked. Clearly, the combined strength of the two families, even if not twice that of the Lin family, meant at least 1.5 times as many Saint Realm experts. With such a huge disparity, how could these Lin family members be held back? It even looks like they are not at such a disadvantage. How is this possible? Bai Yin did not respond to Kai Niao immediately, but murmured in disbelief. Brother Bai? At this time, Kai Niao's voice came again, which made Bai Yin come back to his senses instantly. Boom, after the two exchanged another blow with Lin Tianyu, Bai Yin quickly said, Brother Kai, I do have a one-time treasure that can absorb the poison in our bodies, but Lin Tianyu is constantly attacking, and I don't have time to use it. Once he finds out, he will definitely stop me. Unless I can trap him for 10 breaths, I will be able to completely eliminate the poison from both of our bodies within 10 breaths. Brother Kai, do you have a way to trap him for 10 breaths? Hearing this, Kai Niao was also in a dilemma. It's not easy to trap Lin Tianyu for 10 breaths. His mind quickly flashed through what he had, hoping to find a way or treasure to trap Lin Tianyu. He quickly recalled everything he had, but unfortunately he didn't find a suitable method or treasure. Kai Niao suddenly became a little anxious. Brother Bai, I'm sorry. In the end, he could only say to Bai Yin helplessly. Bai Yin was a little disappointed, but he didn't know what to say. At this time, Lin Tianyu's attack came again. Extreme Sword. Lin Tianyu's loud shout was heard, and then a huge sword light emitting an extremely terrifying sword intent shot towards the two of them at an extremely fast speed. The two of them instantly felt a suffocating breath of death enveloping them. Without too much time to think, Kai Niao rushed forward in an instant, blocking Lin Tianyu's attack, and shouted to Bai Yin, Brother Bai, I will hold Lin Tianyu back, and you should quickly remove the poison from your body. Although I can only remove the poison from your body, it is better than neither of us being able to exert our full strength. Hearing this, Bai Yin was not the type to hesitate. He instantly stepped back and took out a peculiar jade bottle. He pointed the mouth of the bottle towards his spiritual sea and quickly activated the jade bottle. Soon, strands of extremely dark venom were continuously sucked into the jade bottle. Seeing this, Lin Tianyu sneered, neither of you is my opponent. Now you, Kai Niao, want to stop me? Ridiculous. Humph. Lin Tianyu, stop looking down on me. Although I'm no match for you, I can still hold you back for a while. Oh? Really? But I think I can kill you in seconds. After Lin Tianyu finished speaking, his aura suddenly surged, and the cultivation level of the first level of the Great Saint Realm that he had originally displayed instantly turned into the cultivation level of the second level of the Great Saint Realm. He had never used his full strength before. This scene stunned Kai Niao instantly. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly turned around and ran away. At this point he was too lazy to care about the silver. His own life was more important. His intuition told him that if he didn't run, he would die. In the blink of an eye, Kai Niao ran several miles away, leaving Bai Yin with a look of disbelief. After coming to his senses, Bai Yin instantly became furious. Kai Niao, you, afterwards. He no longer cared about clearing the poison from his body, and ran quickly in the other direction, praying that Lin Tianyu would not be the first to chase him. This also shows how ridiculous the alliance between the two companies is. It's just that when disaster strikes, everyone runs away. Seeing this, Lin Tianyu just smiled coldly. In the face of absolute strength, is running useful? Can you escape? He took out a top-grade holy bow and then pulled it hard. In an instant, the holy bow was pulled into a crescent shape. Then he released his right hand, and a golden energy arrow emitting a terrifying aura shot towards Kai Niao at an extremely fast speed. Wherever it passed, the space was shattered layer by layer, and with a momentum that could penetrate everything, it directly locked onto Kai Niao. Kai Niao, who was running away in front, was frightened for a moment and ran even harder, trying to shake off the golden arrow. In his perception, the power of that golden arrow had even reached the peak of the third level of the Great Saint Realm. With his strength, it was impossible for him to stop it, so he could only run. Unfortunately, he found that no matter how he ran, he couldn't get rid of it. In fact, the golden arrow was getting closer and closer to him. Damn it! Why can't I get rid of it? After shooting the arrow, Lin Tianyu no longer paid any attention to it. He turned around confidently, bent his bow and drew his arrow again in the direction of Bain's escape. Then another golden arrow pierced through layers of space and shot towards Bain. He then confidently drew his bow and locked onto the two of them with his spiritual sense. Bain, who was originally running away, also felt a sense of fatal crisis. He turned his head and instantly saw the golden arrow that was enough to take his life. Firmly locking onto him, he began to try to get rid of it, but after trying for a while, just like Kai now, he couldn't get rid of it at all, and the arrow was getting closer and closer to him. After running for a while, seeing that the golden arrow was about to pierce his body, Bain gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. Let's fight. I don't believe we can't stop it. Then he used all his defensive measures and gave it a try. If he can stop it, he still has a chance to survive. If he can't stop it, he will only die. On the other side, Kai now made the same decision as Bain and gave it a try. He also used all his defensive means. Just a last-ditch struggle. Seeing the actions of the two, Lin Tianyu sneered with disdain. Farewell, old rival. The next moment, puff, puff, the sound of two arrows piercing through flesh was heard, and the breath of the two men plummeted in an instant, and their vitality began to fade away rapidly. They tried their best but still failed to stop Lin Tianyu's attack. No. How could this happen? I can't accept it, Lin Tianyu. I curse you and your Lin family to die a miserable death. The two people's voices became weaker and weaker until they disappeared. Chapter 71, The First Appearance of the Tianling Guard. Shocking everyone, soon, the two men's life force disappeared completely and they died on the spot. This scene happened to be witnessed by Kai Ji and Bai Qi, who were fighting with Lin Tianhai, and they became furious instantly. Second brother. Times two, the two of them and the two elders of the Bai family instantly repelled Lin Tianhai, then turned and looked at Lin Tianyu, shouting with anger and murderous intent on their faces, Lin Tianyu, how dare you kill my second brother? Tianyu, well done. Lin Tianhai praised with a relaxed and happy look on his face. Lin Tianhai's praise was like a continuous blow to the wounds of the two men, making Kai Ji and the others want to tear his mouth apart. Lin Tianhai, what are you talking about? Are you unhappy about the one-on-one fight? How could the two of them have the courage to challenge Lin Tianhai alone? Besides, asking them to challenge him alone would be the same as asking them to die. Therefore, the two of them did not dare to respond to Lin Tianhai's words, and could only glare at Lin Tianhai with murderous intent on their faces, and look at Lin Tianyu on the side, facing the scolding from Kai Ji and the others. He simply said coldly, kill him if you want, so what? Besides, those two are just useless. They waste spiritual energy when they're alive and waste the land when they're dead. It's good enough that I didn't turn them into nothingness, but I also left their bodies intact. You should thank me for that. After saying this, he faced the two of them, pretending to be asking them to kneel down and thank him. How could Kai Ji and the other man tolerate this? They immediately rushed over to avenge their second brother, but how could Lin Tianhai let them get their wish? He just moved through space and came between Lin Tianyu and Kai Ji, stopping them. Are you two treating this clan leader as if he doesn't exist? Lin Tianhai. Die for us. Seeing that Lin Tianhai repeatedly disrupted their plans, the two men rushed up in anger and fought with Lin Tianhai. At this moment, they no longer cared whether they were Lin Tianhai's opponent or not. They just wanted to vent their anger. The two elders of the Bai family who were at the 5th level of the Great Saint Realm had no choice but to follow after seeing this die in an instant. Several people started fighting again, and the intensity of this battle was even more intense than before. Tianyu, we can close the net now. I can't free my hands for the time being, so you will organize the Heavenly Spirit Guards. At a certain moment, Lin Tianhai suddenly spoke to Lin Tianyu. Yes, big brother. Hearing this, Lin Tianyu quickly nodded in response. He then flew a distance away and slowly took out a golden token. Then, a voice filled with spiritual power spread throughout the battlefield. Lin family Heavenly Spirit Guards, listen to my orders. Quickly form the 9 profound Heavenly Spirit formation and slaughter these two thieves. When the ordinary members of the Kai and Bai families heard this, they immediately felt a bad premonition. This feeling made them extremely uncomfortable, as if a disaster was about to happen. These ordinary clansmen are like this, and those powerful saints in the Kai Bai family have an even keener premonition of danger. At this moment, they are sure that this feeling of impending disaster is definitely not false. Therefore, they hurriedly said, we, the Kai family, retreat quickly. Stay away from the Lin family. Bai family members, abandon your opponents immediately and retreat 100 miles. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Whether it was the battlefield below the Divine Sea Realm or the battlefield above the Saint Realm, members of the Lin family suddenly erupted and killed their opponents in an instant. In just a few breaths, tens of thousands of Kai and Bai men were killed, and a full 1/5 of the coalition forces of the two countries were gone. This moment shocked everyone. Looking at the Lin family members who suddenly erupted, there were as many as 20,000 of them, and each of them had previously hidden at least a small realm. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the 20,000 members of the Lin family quickly gathered together and formed a special formation. Then, countless mysterious golden runes began to appear under their feet, and then these mysterious runes gradually formed a mysterious formation. The moment the formation was formed, Lin Tianyu rushed in and came to the center of the formation. With his joining, the entire formation was completely completed. A battle formation composed of a great sage, 10 saints, and nearly 20,000 monks ranging from the Divine Sea Realm to the Venerable Realm. As the formation was completely completed, everyone's aura increased instantly. Then, under Lin Tianyu's control, a golden body of the god of war, 1,000 feet tall, wearing golden armor and holding a spear, slowly condensed above everyone. After seeing the giant golden body of the god of war appear, everyone was completely stunned, because the aura emitted by the golden body of the god of war actually reached the terrifying first level of the Holy Emperor realm. This caused the monks watching the battle outside to exclaim in surprise, is this a battle formation? But how can it be so terrifying? You have to know that a normal battle formation, if it is based on the main formation of the early Great Saint Realm, can only reach the peak of the Great Saint Realm at most. Even an imperial-level force like the Tianlong Empire, which has a better battle formation, can only reach the 3rd or 4th level of the Saint King Realm at most. That's right, this Lin family's battle formation is actually even more sophisticated and advanced than that of the Tianlong dynasty. In the Saint Realm, a battle formation that spans 2 major realms is extremely rare in Zhengzhou. Fellow Daoist, it's more than rare. In my human territory, I'm afraid only a few overlords can produce a battle formation of this level. I don't think any other imperial forces can produce one, regardless of what outsiders thought. The people from the Kaienbai families were terrified to the extreme at this moment. How can they resist the spirit of the battle formation of the Holy Emperor realm? Although they also have battle formations, they can only barely reach the peak of the Saint King realm, and this is when the formation is led by a Saint King realm expert. You should know that not everyone can lead a battle formation. It requires the person leading the formation to work with other battle formation practitioners over a long period of time and practice before the formation can be formed, and the battle formation spirit can exert its due combat power, and each of their two families only has one strongest battle formation, and its master is only at the second level of the Saint King realm, barely allowing the spirit of the battle formation to exert the combat power of the peak Saint King realm. A battle formation spirit of the strength could never be a match for the Lin family's golden body of the god of war. Although there is only a small realm difference between the peak of the Saint King realm and the first level of the Saint Emperor realm, the gap between them is like a chasm, and they are not on the same level at all. It can be said that except for those super geniuses who can fight above their level, even 10 other peak Saint King cultivators are no match for a Saint Emperor first level cultivator, and can even be said to be easily killed. Moreover, the Saint Emperor ancestors of their two families were held back by the second ancestor of the Lin family and his men, and were unable to help them at this time. Suddenly, a sense of despair filled the hearts of the two armies. They seemed to have already anticipated what a miserable end they would have. Chapter 72: A one-sided battle. Tianling guards, listen to my command, kill. Lin Tianyu shouted, kill. 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 A group of Tianling guards shouted loudly. Their fighting spirit was high and their momentum was as high as a rainbow. Then, under the control of Lin Tianyu and the cooperation of a group of Tianling guards, the huge golden body of the god of war finally moved. It raised its golden spear and thrust it out quickly. In an instant, golden spear beams, like a rain of gunfire, instantly enveloped the nearly 100,000 strong coalition forces of the two families. Suddenly, countless golden spear beams stabbed madly at the people of the two families. In the blink of an eye, they pierced through the people of the Kaienbai families one after another. No. I don't want to die yet. Elder, save me. Chief, save me. Ancestor, save me. I don't want to die. Under such dense gunfire, the people from the Kaienbai families had no way to escape. Thousands of people were killed or injured in an instant, and the losses were extremely heavy. As for dissolving these gun beams, that's simply not reality. How could these ants below the Saint Emperor realm be able to dissolve the spear light of the Saint Emperor realm? They could only do their best to dodge the spear attacks and pray that they would not fall on them. Unfortunately, by the end of the attack, except for a very small number of people who had luckily escaped, the vast majority of the people from the Kaienbai families had their bodies pierced by those golden spear beams, and all hope of survival was gone. Without the support of spiritual power, a large number of corpses began to fall rapidly, accompanied by a rain of blood from afar. The sky had been dyed red by blood, looking extremely bloody and terrifying. Not only the sky, but soon the entire land below the battlefield was dyed red with blood. Coupled with the scene of corpses everywhere, this place seemed like the abyss of hell. Extremely creepy, this shocking scene made all the monks who were watching the battle from the outside stunned on the spot. The originally lively viewing area suddenly became silent. It was unknown how long it took before everyone gasped. One move, just one move destroyed 1/3 of the Kaienbai armies. This is too powerful. Although I knew before that Saint Emperors were very powerful, and even now the ancestors of the three families are still fighting in the depths of the void, because they were all fighting between masters of the same level, I couldn't directly feel the gap between the Saint Emperor and those below. Now I have witnessed it thoroughly. It is true that those below the Saint Emperor are all ants. The Kaienbai families are doomed now. How can they stop this battle formation spirit? Fellow Daoist, you're right. Lin Jiaguang, relying on this battle formation spirit that's comparable to the Saint Emperor realm, is now able to easily deal with the remaining coalition forces of the Kaienbai families. The rest depends on which of the two ancestors is stronger. At the same time, in the depths of the void, several ancestors of the Kaienbai families also noticed this scene that made them sad and angry. The faces of several people instantly turned gloomy, and they were extremely anxious. Their attacks began to become faster and more violent. They had to have someone go to support the battlefield below, otherwise the members of their two families here would be utterly slaughtered by the battle formation spirit. This represents almost all the strength of both families, nearly 2/3 of their clansmen. If they all die, then both families will be completely finished. Even if he is not destroyed by the Lin family today, he will gradually disappear in the long river of history, and in a very short time, this is the result they absolutely don't want to see. Lin Shangxue, I never thought your Lin family actually had such a trump card. It seems we really underestimated you. The Kai family's ancestor said with gritted teeth. His tone was filled with anger and hatred. Humph. How can you imagine the depth of my Lin family's heritage? As for your little thoughts of wanting to help, forget it. You can't go down there. Just watch from here as my Lin family slaughters all the people from your two families here. The second ancestor Lin Shangxue spoke coldly, and his attacks became even more fierce, leaving the two ancestors of the Kai family no chance to interfere with the battlefield below. Humph. How would you know if you don't try? We can't interfere. The Bai family's eldest ancestor snorted coldly. At the same time, he shouted to the other two elders of the Bai family, second and third brothers, we must find a way to get rid of the Lin family. At least one of us must go to support the clan members below, otherwise my Bai family will be finished. Knowing the urgency of the situation, the two quickly responded, don't worry, big brother, we will definitely try our best to find a way to get rid of them. But how could Lin Changfeng and the first and second clan elders who were fighting against them let them escape easily and interfere with the battle of his Lin family army? Humph. Want to escape? No way. The wrath of the wind god. The battlefield below at this time, after some of the powerful Saint Realm warriors from the Kaienbai families tried their best to hold back the elders and clan elders of the Lin family, they finally managed to free up 2 clan elders of the Saint King Realm and more than a dozen elders of the Saint Realm and Great Saint Realm. They quickly came to the remaining armies of the families and began to gather their clansmen to form the strongest military formations of the two families. However, as Soon as they left, the Holy Realm battlefield, which had been able to fight on equal terms with the elders and clan elders of the Lin family, instantly fell into a disadvantage due to their departure, and it was only a matter of time before they were killed. The people of the Kai families also knew about this situation, but they had to do this. Otherwise those clansmen who didn't even have the cultivation level of a saint would have no chance of escape. Their only purpose in this trip was to buy a chance for the majority of their tribe to escape. As for stopping the battle spirit, they hadn't even considered it. I dare not even think about it. After all, the spirit of their battle formation has only barely reached the peak of the Saint King realm. How can they stop it? Soon, the two families' respective battle formations were completed. A purple lion and a red firebird, two huge battle formation spirits over 1,000 feet in size, appeared in the void. After the two battle formations were formed, two huge lion roars and bird calls instantly resounded through the sky. Roar, phew. Afterwards, the main commanders of the two families shouted to the rear, by family, retreat quickly. All members of the Kai family, get away from the battlefield. The faster you escape, the better. Then the two of them controlled the battle formation and took the initiative to attack the battle formation where Lin Tianyu was. Upon hearing this, the members of the Kai and Bai families also hurriedly fled as far away as they could, even wishing they had two more legs. Humph. Run away if you want. Do you really think we don't exist? My fellow tribesmen, follow this young master to stop them. Seeing the people from the two families running away, how could Lin Xian let them get their wish? So he shouted immediately. Then he and the rest of the tribesmen caught up in an instant. The speed of the king-level cultivators from the two families was not worth mentioning in Lin Xian's eyes. It didn't take long for them to catch up, and then a new massacre began. Puff. Chapter 73. The Kai family's ultimate trump card. The great ancestor takes action. At the same time, facing the active attacks of the battle spirits of the two families, Lin Tianyu couldn't help but sneer. Then he controlled the golden body of the god of war and ignored the attacks of the opponent's battle formation spirits, allowing them to hit the golden body of the god of war. As a result, no matter how the two battle spirits attacked, the golden body of the god of war remained unharmed. At most, they could only leave some marks on the golden armor on its body. When the leaders of the two battle formations saw that their attacks could not even break the defense of the other battle formation spirit, they felt very disappointed. How could they buy enough time for their tribesmen to escape? Ha, now that you've had enough of fighting, why don't you try our attacks too? Lin Tianyu sneered. Then he controlled the golden body of the god of war and shot directly at the spirit of the opponent's battle formation. Suddenly, the huge golden spear stabbed towards the two opposite families at an extremely fast speed with the momentum to pierce through everything. Wherever the spear passed, the void shattered layer by layer. Seeing this, the two families quickly controlled their respective battle formation spirits and hid away. In the end, the red firebird, the spirit of the Kai family's battle formation, successfully avoided the attack because it was more flexible. The spirit of the Bai family's battle formation, the purple lion, was unable to dodge and was instantly pierced by the golden body of the god of war, turning into purple fireworks in the sky. The cultivators in the Bai family's battle formation were instantly hit back and vomited blood. They were seriously injured and had no ability to maintain the battle formation. How could the gap be so huge? The Holy King, the formation master of the Bai family, knelt weakly in the air, staring blankly at the tall golden body of the god of war, muttering to himself. One shot, with just one shot, the battle formation that his Bai family had been so proud of was easily pierced by the enemy. How could he accept this? But what can he do if he doesn't accept it? The facts are right in front of him. Even if he doesn't want to accept it, he can't change the facts, but Lin Tianyu didn't care whether he could accept it or not. After breaking the Bai family's battle formation, he quickly controlled the golden body of the god of war and attacked the Kai family's battle formation. Although the Kai family resisted stubbornly, the strength gap between the two sides was too great. Soon, the spirit of their battle formation, the red firebird, was pierced by the golden body of the god of war and turned into fireworks in the sky. At this point, the two families completely lost the ability to resist. Die. But don't worry, my Lin family will soon send all the clansmen from your two families to meet you. Ha ha ha. Lin Tianyu sneered as he looked at the tens of thousands of ally troops from the two families kneeling in front of them like dead dogs. The next second, the golden spear of the god of war's golden body was swung again, and this time it was no longer aimed at the spirit of the battle formation, but at the tens of thousands of monks from the two families who formed the battle formation. Lin family, don't be so complacent. Sooner or later, you will come down and be buried with us. You bastards of the Lin family, I, Kai-1, will not let you go even if I become a ghost. I curse your Lin family to be annihilated at the cost of all my deeds during the day. Humph. Boring. Do you think that if these were useful to my Lin family would have survived until now? These are nothing but the ridiculous unwillingness of the weak. How can they affect my Lin family? Lin Tianyu sneered disdainfully. Puff, puff, puff. Soon, tens of thousands of monks from these two families were turned into blood mist under the spear of the golden body of the god of war. As more and more people from the two families died, the ground below became increasingly redder with blood. The lakes and rivers that were originally clear were now all dyed red, like lakes and rivers of blood, deep in the void. Brother Kai, no, we can't get rid of the Lin family at all. This is not a solution. More than half of our two families' members have already perished. If we don't find a solution, all of our two families will be wiped out, the eldest ancestor of the Bai family said anxiously to the eldest ancestor of the Kai family. Then I wonder if Brother Bai has any other cards? The ancestor of the Kai family was also anxious. He still had an ultimate trump card, but it could only be used once. So he asked the ancestor of the Bai family. If the other party had a trump card, he would not need to use it. After all, once this kind of thing is used, it is gone and will never come back. Hearing this, the Bai family's eldest ancestor did not think much about it, but just shook his head helplessly. His Bai family had already exhausted all their resources for this battle and had no other cards left. Otherwise, he would not have endured not using them until now, thus sacrificing half of his clansmen in vain. Brother Kai, does your Kai family have it? After the eldest ancestor of the Bai family exchanged another move with the second ancestor Lin Qianxue, he looked at each other expectantly and said. The ancestor of the Kai family did not say anything. After hesitating for a while, he nodded slightly. Seeing this, the Bai family's eldest ancestor was instantly delighted and hurriedly urged, all right. Brother Kai, use it quickly, otherwise everyone in our two families will die. The ancestor of the Kai family was not a hesitant person. After deciding to use it, he decisively took out a bronze token and then crushed it with a hand. The second ancestor Lin Chengxue, who witnessed the whole process, instantly distanced himself from the other party. She didn't know what the other party wanted to do, or what the use of the token was, but since the other party took it out at this time, it must be no simple thing. In order to avoid any terrifying killing move, she decisively distanced herself from the opponent so that she would have enough time to react. Oomph. You're quite alert, aren't you? Seeing this, the ancestor of the Kai family did not pursue him, but just habitually spit out some trash talk. Lin Chengxue was not annoyed by this. I can never be too vigilant against you two villains. When the third ancestor Lin Changfeng and others who were not far away saw that the enemy had stopped, they also stopped fighting temporarily and gathered over. The ancestor of the Kai family did not explain the function of the token, and the people of the Bai family did not ask much, and it was even more impossible for the Lin family, so the two sides confronted each other waiting for the token to take effect. Sure enough, half a minute after the token was crushed, everyone on the battlefield suddenly seemed to be under a spell and could not move, and not to mention fighting. He couldn't even speak. Only the second ancestor Lin Chengxue and other Saint Emperor realm strongmen can move uncontrollably, but even so they can still feel the extremely heavy pressure on their bodies. A powerful person is coming. And he's a quasi-emperor. The third patriarch Lin Changfeng spoke with a slightly solemn expression, and he knew that this must be related to the Kai family's ancestor, because, at this time, Kai Jiada's face was filled with excitement. Next second a deep voice, carrying the majesty unique to a strong man and full of command, suddenly came from the depths of the endless void. This battle ends here. All Lin family members below the Saint Emperor realm must cut off one of their own arms and compensate the Kai and Bai families with 2/3 of their wealth, and they will be spared. Otherwise, die. At the same time, the Lin family, Sky Si Lin Changxiao, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the meditation cushion with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and shot out a sharp gaze with a hint of murderous intent. As he opened his eyes, an invisible aura instantly filled the entire Tianyun Sea, and the entire Tianyun Sea seemed to stand still in an instant. Lin Changxiao slowly stood up, his hands behind his back, his sharp eyes looking in a certain direction, no emotion visible in them. Until the next second, a voice slowly came out. How many years has it been? Quasi-Emperor? Just the right age. Then he took a step forward and disappeared into the sea of clouds in the blink of an eye. With his departure, the sea of clouds seemed to no longer be still. Chapter 70 For the Great Ancestor makes a domineering appearance. Sky Fantasy Forest Battlefield. As that voice sounded, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became solemn. Everyone looked up into the depths of the void, with all sorts of emotions shrouding their hearts. Which quasi-emperor is this, coming to interfere with the battle between the Kai and Bai families and the Lin family? It's hard to say, but judging from what he just said, this senior is clearly heading towards the Lin family. The Lin family is in danger now. Alas, what a pity. The Lin family was in a great situation and was almost winning. It's a pity indeed. Now it all depends on what the Lin family decides. If we somehow upset that senior, I'm afraid the Lin family will cease to exist. Just as the many monks watching the battle were speculating, a strong spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in the depths of the endless void. Immediately afterwards, a blurry figure slowly appeared in the depths of the void, and before everyone could react, the figure had already appeared above the Kai and Bai families. Upon seeing this, the Kai family's patriarch immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, senior. Thank you for your willingness to help our Kai family." That's one of the ancestors of Lingyun Pavilion, Quasi-Emperor Sunhai. There were many knowledgeable cultivators watching the battle, and they recognized the identity of the figure, the Quasi-Emperor Sunhai. The moment he appeared, everyone then realized that it was this senior. Lingyun Pavilion, one of the Quasi-Emperor level forces within the Tianlong dynasty, is located on a prestigious giant mountain range, the Lingyun Mountains. It has been passed down for millions of years, has a profound foundation, and has countless powerful people, including several Quasi-Emperor ancestors who suppress its foundation. Normally, even the Tianlong Empire would choose to give some face and not provoke easily. I in the void, you don't have to do this. I once promised to help you. This time, all karma between us will be settled. The Quasi-Emperor Sunhai did not change his expression at all in the face of the compliment from the Kai family's ancestor, and his tone was extremely cold, as if he did not take the other party seriously at all, and just as that person said, it was just a deal between them, and he took action this time to repay the previous karma. As for why, this story began hundreds of years ago. At that time, Quasi-Emperor Sunhai was ambushed by a demon cultivator outside the human territory. He escaped by luck, but he was also seriously injured. Before he could return to Lingyun Pavilion, his injuries broke out and he fainted in the Kai family's territory. At this time, the Kai family's ancestor happened to return to the clan and met the unconscious Quasi-Emperor Sunhai. As the ancestor of the Holy Clan in the Tianlong Empire, the ancestor of the Kai family naturally had some understanding of the top powerhouses in the Tianlong Empire. He recognized the identity of Quasi-Emperor Sunhai at the first time. After careful consideration, he chose to save Quasi-Emperor Sunhai because the ancestor of the Kai family saved his life. The Quasi-Emperor Sunhai gave a token to the ancestor of the Kai family and promised to help him once in the future within his ability. The eldest ancestor of the Kai family has always treasured this token and regarded it as the last trump card of his Kai family. He will never use it unless it is a matter of life and death. When the Kai family's ancestor heard what Emperor Sunhai said, he did not dare to have any opinion, but was the punishment for the Lin family too lenient? He wanted them to completely wipe out the Lin family. Therefore, the Kai family's eldest ancestor cautiously said, yes, whatever you say is what it is. It's just that the senior is executing the Lin family, isn't it? But before he could finish, Quasi-Emperor Sunhai interrupted him directly, and his tone was a little angry. Huh? Are you teaching me how to do things? The Kai family's eldest ancestor didn't dare to test him again, and quickly said humbly, I dare not. Senior, please make whatever decision you want. Snort. Sunhai Quasi-Emperor snorted coldly and said nothing more. Instead, he looked towards the Lin family and said coldly, what? Didn't you understand what I just said? Or do you want me to do it myself? After he finished speaking, a terrifying aura burst out from his body and pressed towards the Lin family. In an instant, everyone in the Lin family felt cold all over, and a strong feeling of suffocation came over them. In the face of this momentum, even Lin Chengxue, who had already reached the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm, could only struggle to hold on, but no one in the Lin family showed any fear. Instead, they stared at Quasi-Emperor Sunhai with anger. This made Quasi-Emperor Sunhai feel particularly puzzled and a little angry at the same time. These ants actually dared to stare at him with such eyes. They were simply looking for death. Then he was about to raise his hand to clean up these annoying ants, but before he could make a move, an invisible aura suddenly came from afar, instantly crushing the pressure on the Lin family members, allowing them to resume action instantly. Who? The moment his pressure was crushed, Quasi-Emperor Sunhai immediately shouted loudly. At the same time, he looked alertly in the direction where the momentum came from. Who is this boss? At the same time, everyone watching the game exclaimed in surprise. Today was beyond their expectations. They had thought it was just a battle between the three top saints, but unexpected events occurred time and again. It was truly something they hadn't seen in 1,000 years. Time seemed to stand still. The next second, a domineering voice came from a distance. Not only did a powerful Quasi-Emperor forcibly interfere with the battle of my Lin family, he also dared to bully the weak and oppress my family members. Does he really think that my Lin family is easy to bully? If you can't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't blame me for being rude. The sound comes before the person arrives. However, everyone soon saw a tall figure walking on the void from a distance, and appeared in front of the Lin family in the blink of an eye. The person who came was the ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Xiangxiao. At this moment, he did not conceal his own aura at all. An extremely terrifying Quasi-Emperor's pressure continued to burst out from his body, directly suppressing the pressure of Quasi-Emperor Sunhai. The people from the two families who were protected by Quasi-Emperor Sunhai were fine, but the cultivators who were watching the battle were in trouble. In the face of this extreme pressure, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, this pressure was not directed at them. Otherwise, under this terrifying pressure, most of them would probably explode and die instantly. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Lin Xiangxiao break through to the Quasi-Emperor level? Damn it! Why on earth could Lin Xiangxiao break through to the Quasi-Emperor level? The people of the two families, especially the ancestors of the two families, immediately started shouting like crazy when they saw Lin Xiangxiao appear in front of them at the Quasi-Emperor level. When Quasi-Emperor Sunhai saw that the person coming was Lin Xiangxiao, the ancestor of the Lin family, he was also surprised. He had naturally heard of Lin Xiangxiao, a ruthless figure who had once fought a Quasi-Emperor for a whole day and night at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm. However, he had never expected to see him again, and he had actually broken through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, becoming a Quasi-Emperor like him. Sunhai, you've crossed the line. This is a battle between my Lin family and has nothing to do with you. Now, either you offer a sufficient apology as an apology for bullying my Lin family members just now, or I will come and take it myself. Lin Xiangxiao doesn't care whether you are the ancestor of Lin Yun Pavilion or Lin Yao Pavilion. If you dare to bully his Lin family, you must be prepared to pay the price. Hearing Lin Xiangxiao's words, Sunhai Quasi-Emperor could no longer bear it and snorted coldly, humph. Thunder Emperor, do you really think that just because you have broken through to the Quasi-Emperor status, you can be on equal footing with me? Can you ignore me and my Lin Yun Pavilion? So there's nothing more to talk about? Lin Xiangxiao spoke coldly. Snort. Quasi-Emperor Sunhai waved his sleeves without saying anything, but his meaning was obvious. Then die. Thunderstorm, seeing this, Lin Xiangxiao didn't tolerate him at all. Chapter 75. The Great Ancestor fights against the Quasi-Emperor of Lin Yun Pavilion. Seeing that the other party was still determined to intervene, Lin Xiangxiao was too lazy to waste words with him and directly used the Thunderstorm move. He was not the kind of person who would fight with the enemy. Now that the other party didn't give him face, he naturally wouldn't waste time talking to him. Today he will kill this man to establish his authority, otherwise, there will always be some Tom, Dick, and Harry coming to disturb the development of his Lin family. Today he wants to let certain forces know that not everyone can step on his Lin family. If you dare to stretch out your feet, be prepared to die. As for the question of whether beheading Quasi-Emperor Sunhai would offend Lin Yun Pavilion, Lin Xiangxiao was not panicked at all about this. His Lin family is now not only protected by a Quasi-Emperor level formation, but also has imperial weapons provided by Lin Xian. If Lin Yun Pavilion dares to attack his Lin family, he will ensure that they will never return. As for the other party choosing to surround but not attack, intending to exhaust his Lin family, in that case, not to mention whether the Quasi-Emperors of Lin Yun Pavilion can stop Lin Xiangxiao who rushes out with the imperial weapon, given the current wealth of the Lin family, it would be no problem for them to block the mountain gate for decades. With the treasures provided by Lin Xian, the Lin family will become extremely powerful in a few decades. By then, it will be easy to destroy the Lin Yun Pavilion. Seeing Lin Xiangxiao's sudden and unwarlike attack, Quasi-Emperor Sunhai could only hastily respond, angrily saying, "How dare you? Thunder Emperor, are you planning to start a war with Lin Yun Pavilion? Stop it now, or tomorrow will be the day when my Lin Yun Pavilion army will crush your Lin family." However, in response to the threat from Quasi-Emperor Sunhai, Lin Xiangxiao launched an even more violent attack. Boom, bang, Quasi-Emperor Sunhai was directly knocked back tens of thousands of miles. At the same time, his right hand had turned extremely black, obviously having been severely hit by Lin Xiangxiao's thunder. Feeling the tingling and numbness coming from his right hand, Quasi-Emperor Sunhai's face became extremely gloomy, and his eyes looking at Lin Xiangxiao were full of anger and murderous intent. Great Thunder Emperor, great Lin family. It seems that my Lin Yun Pavilion has been silent for too long, and you Ants have begun to think that my Lin Yun Pavilion is easy to bully. From today on, I, Lin Yun Pavilion, swear to destroy your Lin family. The cold voice of Quasi-Emperor Sunhai spread throughout the battlefield, causing the cultivators watching the battle to shudder. Oomph. Come on. We won't know who will be defeated until the very end. Lin Xiangxiao responded directly and domineeringly. You're looking for death. Today, I'll let you know that there's a gap between even Quasi-Emperors. Quasi-Emperor Sunhai disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already 1 mile away from Lin Xiangxiao. For a Quasi-Emperor, this distance was no different from face to face. Then he was seen summoning his natal magic weapon, a low-grade Quasi-Imperial weapon, the Blue Sea Trident. At the same time, his cultivation level of the 3rd level of Quasi-Emperor was also displayed without reservation. The waves drowned. Quasi-Emperor Sunhai roared angrily, and at the same time, he kept swinging the Beihai Trident in his hand. The next second, a vast ocean appeared out of thin air, followed by huge waves tens of thousands of feet high, with the momentum to drown everything, suddenly hitting Lin Xiangxiao opposite. Wherever the huge waves passed, the void was shattered layer by layer. The entire space here seemed to be unable to hold on and began to tremble wildly. Some of the onlookers with weaker cultivation almost fell down. Fortunately, some kind-hearted onlookers nearby helped them, otherwise they would have really made a fool of themselves. The power of this huge wave is obviously not weak even among the third level of Quasi-Emperor. Ordinary Quasi-Emperor first-level cultivators cannot withstand it at all, but how could Lin Qianxiao be an ordinary Quasi-Emperor first-level cultivator? As a ruthless man who can fight a Quasi-Emperor for a whole day and a night in the Saint Emperor realm, his combat power is absolutely unquestionable, not to mention that he is now practicing an Emperor-level technique. With the blessing of the comprehension of the Hongmeng Divine Tree, his understanding of the Tao is far beyond his current realm. Therefore, his combat power among those of the same level is definitely far beyond the past. Even though the gap between each realm and the Quasi-Emperor realm is much larger than that in the Saint Emperor realm, he can still fight across levels now. However, Quasi-Emperor Songhai is not a Quasi-Emperor of the genius level, so Lin Qianxiao is confident that he will have no pressure in defeating him. So when facing this terrifying attack from Quasi-Emperor Songhai, Lin Qianxiao remained calm. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed his index finger to the sky, and suddenly thunder rumbled above him. A rumble. As the thunder became more and more, it soon formed a huge thunder finger above, which was formed by countless thunders. The next moment, Lin Qianxiao bent his index finger, and then a faint voice echoed in the sky, "Thunder Emperor finger, fall." Rumble. Suddenly, a huge roar sounded, and under the shocked gazes of countless monks, the huge lightning finger suddenly fell towards the vast ocean. A moment later, when the huge lightning finger fell, those huge waves began to hit it madly, trying to drown it completely, but that huge lightning finger was like an unshakable pillar that supported the sky. No matter how huge the waves hit it, it remained motionless, still moving at a very fast speed. It continued to approach the ocean. After another moment, the lightning finger instantly pierced through the entire ocean in front, and the attack of Quasi-Emperor Songhai was directly shattered. Damn it! How can he be so powerful? Seeing this, Emperor Songhai gritted his teeth in his heart. Logically speaking, even though Lin Qianxiao was unparalleled in combat power in the Saint Emperor realm and could fight above his level, he is now in the Quasi-Emperor realm. How can he still be so powerful? The gap between each realm and the Quasi-Emperor realm is not comparable to that of the Saint Emperor realm. His ability to fight against opponents of higher level should be weakened, right? Quasi-Emperor Songhai couldn't understand why Lin Qianxiao was still so powerful. Even with his own cultivation at the third level of the Quasi-Emperor realm, he couldn't easily defeat him. On the contrary, he suffered a little loss in the previous fight. Oh, with this level of strength, you still dare to threaten to destroy my Lin family? Lin Qianxiao saw the other party looking at him in disbelief and said disdainfully, originally, being slapped in the face in front of countless cultivators made Quasi-Emperor Songhai feel extremely ashamed and angry. Now Lin Qianxiao was exposing his scars in front of everyone. How could he tolerate this? He immediately roared, "Thunder Emperor, don't be so complacent. What just happened was just a test from me. What's coming next will reveal my true strength." Upon hearing this, the Kai family's great ancestor, who had been on tenterhooks ever since Quasi-Emperor Songhai was defeated, quickly breathed a sigh of relief and muttered softly, Fortunately, Senior is not really unable to defeat us, otherwise it would be really over." Although the Kai family's ancestor spoke in a low voice, those present were all top-level experts, so how could they not have heard it? Puff. The Lin family couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this time, Quasi-Emperor Songhai's face was extremely ugly, as if he had eaten more than 10 kilograms of old gay. The Kai family's eldest ancestor quickly realized that he had spoken out of turn, and immediately explained to Quasi-Emperor Songhai, "Senior, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean that you can't beat Lin Qianxiao. Bah. No, I meant, that's enough. Get out of the way. A useless piece of shit who can't do anything good, but always causes trouble." Quasi-Emperor Songhai slapped the ancestor of the Kai family away with one palm. However, he did not kill him. After all, the other party had saved his life. Then he looked at Lin Qianxiao again, his eyes filled with anger as he said coldly, "Thunder Emperor, you forced me to do this." Chapter 76. The war escalates. Ridiculous. Who insisted on interfering in my Lin family's battle? Lin Qianxiao shouted coldly. He had witnessed the shamelessness of this Quasi-Emperor Songhai snort. Quasi-Emperor Songhai knew that he had no basis in facts, so he simply did not refute it, but just snorted symbolically. Then he stopped talking nonsense and opened fire at full force, holding his blue sea trident and fighting with Lin Qianxiao. Lin Qianxiao was equally as good as him, and decisively summoned his own life-saving magic weapon, the low-grade Quasi-Imperial weapon, the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor Spear. The two soon fought for hundreds of rounds, and began to gradually move away from the land of Zhengzhou, heading towards the deeper parts of the void to fight because the impact of the battle between the two is too great. If the battle takes place near the land of Zhengzhou, it will easily cause irreparable damage to the land of Zhengzhou. Even most of the territories of the Lin, Kai, and by families close to the Tianhuan forest, along with the Tianhuan forest, would be directly sunk in the battle between the two. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed in Zhengzhou. There is an unwritten rule in Zhengzhou, that is, in order to better protect the land of Zhengzhou on which they depend for survival, the great battles between cultivators above the Holy Realm must be carried out away from the land of Zhengzhou and in the void, because the destructive power of the battles between the strong men above the Holy Realm is too terrifying. Although the land of Zhengzhou has a certain self-repairability, this repairability can't play a big role in the face of the terrifying destructive power of these strong men. Therefore, if everyone is like this, you sink a piece today and I sink a piece tomorrow, then how can they survive and pass on their legacy in Zhengzhou in the future? While Lin Qianxiao was fighting with Quasi-Emperor Songhai, the people of the Lin family were not idle either. Second sister, since the boss has stopped that old dog Songhai, we can also continue to kill the dogs from these two families. Lin Changfeng spoke slowly. Lin Chengxue, who had the same intention, nodded in agreement. His cold voice spread throughout the ears of all the Lin family members. The troublemakers have been dealt with. All members of the family, follow this ancestor. Kill all the people from the Kai and by families. I will follow the orders of the ancestor. Kill. You bastard Kai, die. By sure, take my stick. By family trash, your grandpa Lin is here to send you to hell. The Lin family members immediately rushed towards the two families, and colorful attacks were continuously thrown at the faces of the surviving members of the two families. Lin Chengxue and other top fighters once again faced the top powerhouses of the Kai and by families. Damn it! Lin Chengxue, Senior Songhai is still here, and you dare to attack him? Aren't you afraid that Senior will come back and punish your Lin family? The eldest ancestor of the Kai family roared with a dark face, trying to make Lin Changshue stop, but Lin Changshue snorted disdainfully, humph. Let's talk about it after he can come back alive. As for her elder brother, she never doubted his strength even though his elder brother had just entered the Quasi-Emperor realm not long ago. Since he did not show any solemnity, it meant that Quasi-Emperor Sunhai was not a big enemy to his elder brother. Humph. Arrogant. Do you really think that Lin Changshao, having broken through to the Quasi-Emperor stage, is a match for Senior Sunhai? Senior Sunhai was a terrifying existence who broke through to the Quasi-Emperor stage thousands of years ago. How can Lin Changshao be considered worthy? The ancestor of the Kai family naturally didn't believe that Lin Changshao, a Quasi-Emperor who had just broken through, would be a match for a veteran Quasi-Emperor like Sunhai Quasi-Emperor. You don't need to worry about that. You won't live long anyway. After saying that, Lin Changshue directly took out a quasi-imperial weapon in the shape of a lotus and activated it on the spot. As she urged, the lotus-shaped quasi-imperial weapon began to slowly spin, then slowly rose from her hand and grew larger. A terrifying aura began to emanate rapidly from its body, becoming increasingly powerful and terrifying. Upon seeing this scene, the Kai family's ancestors and the Bai family's ancestors panicked and shouted involuntarily, "How is this possible? How could you still have a quasi-imperial weapon? With your Lin family's background, it's impossible for you to have two quasi-imperial weapons so quickly, right?" The two men's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. In response to this, Lin Changshue did not say anything, and continued to activate the quasi-imperial weapon. Just when Lin Changshue was no longer hiding and was about to end the battle, the Lin family army cooperated with the battle formation spirit controlled by Lin Chanyu to kill indiscriminately. Every moment, members of the Kai and Bai families fell. It would not take long before the armies of the Kai and Bai families were completely wiped out. Deep in the endless void, it is like an endless dark abyss, without a trace of light, only endless silence and coldness. However, in the seemingly eternally quiet void, a shocking and fierce battle is taking place at this moment. I saw two figures like two burning meteors, colliding and intersecting with each other at a jaw-dropping speed. Every collision produced a deafening roar that seemed to penetrate the ends of the universe and shake the entire world. The aura emitted by these two figures was extremely terrifying, and the aftermath alone was enough to tear the surrounding space into pieces, and below, countless onlookers were already staring at the battle in amazement. They were so stunned by the scene before them that they even forgot to breathe. In the eyes of these people, even a casual blow from the two people fighting fiercely above contained the power to destroy the world. With each attack, countless stars would instantly shatter like fragile glass balls, turning into specks of starlight and dissipating into the void. The void where the two men fought was directly transformed into chaos. However, what shocked everyone even more was the strength displayed by Lin Changshao. In their eyes, Quasi-Emperor Sunhai actually had a disadvantage. This. The Lin family's eldest ancestor is too powerful. He can actually suppress that Sunhai ancestor in fight. Someone in the crowd was the first to come to their senses and couldn't help but gasp and exclaim in amazement. Immediately afterwards, the others began to whisper to each other as if they had just woken up from a dream, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Boom, Quasi-Emperor Sunhai fought with Lin Changshao and suffered a small loss again. Damn it. He looked extremely miserable at this moment. Not only was there blood at the corner of his mouth, but there was also a bloody hole on his right shoulder. There were still traces of the law of thunder remaining in the bloody hole. Even his entire body was covered with traces and wounds from being struck by thunder. However, he had no time to pay attention to all this at this moment, because Lin Changshao's fierce attack from the opposite side had come again. I saw purple thunder dragons rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. He could only defend himself quickly and look for opportunities to counterattack. Rumble. Lin Changshao treated Quasi-Emperor Sunhai to another thunderous feast, and Quasi-Emperor Sunhai suddenly became even more embarrassed, and his injuries became more and more serious. He could even smell the smell of burnt meat, which was caused by Lin Changshao's thunder, all cooked. Chapter 77. The strongest attack from both sides. How is it possible that you are so powerful? You must have received a great opportunity. Quasi-Emperor Sunhai suffered losses many times and couldn't help but test it. He didn't believe that Lin Changshao would be so powerful if he hadn't gotten the opportunity. Even though Lin Changshao was practicing the Great Way of Thunder, which had extremely strong attack power, he did not believe that the Lin family's background could allow Lin Changshao to become so powerful so soon after breaking through to the Quasi-Emperor level. However, facing the temptation of Quasi-Emperor Sunhai, Lin Changshao said coldly, "No comment." Then he continued, "You are no match for me. I can give you one last chance. Leave all your treasures behind and I will let you go. Remember, this is the last chance I'm giving you for the sake of Lingyun Pavilion. Get out of here if you know what's good for you." Lin Changshao's cold voice echoed in the air, carrying a strong warning. What his Lin family needs now is stable development. If possible, he doesn't want to go to war with Lingyun Pavilion just after destroying the Kai family and the Bai family. Although the two sides have completely formed a feud after this incident, as long as he does not kill Quasi-Emperor Sunhai, Lingyun Pavilion will not directly declare war on his Lin family. After all, Lingyun Pavilion is not a place where Quasi-Emperor Sunhai has the final say. As for the condition that Quasi-Emperor Sunhai should leave behind all the treasures, if you dare to interfere in the Lin family's affairs, you must pay the price. However, if the other party is tactless and still chooses to stay, he will not show mercy, just behead him. As for Lingyun Pavilion's revenge afterwards, come on, the Lin family will take them all. The worst that could happen is sacrificing some development time and destroying another sect. Anyway, two families have already been destroyed, so destroying one more sect won't be a big deal. Humph. Thunder Emperor, you're not worthy of me retreating. Faced with Lin Changshao's final warning, Quasi-Emperor Sunhai chose to be tough to the end. That he must not retreat today. So many forces and independent cultivators are watching at this time. He is an old-fashioned Quasi-Emperor who has broken through for thousands of years. If he is frightened by Lin Changshao, who has just broken through, and has to hand over the treasure and leave in disgrace, if this matter gets out, he will be really embarrassed. By then, I don't know how others will laugh at me. Even the face of his Lingyun Pavilion would be disgraced. After all, an ancestor of a Quasi-Emperor force with a heritage of millions of years and profound background, and an old-fashioned Quasi-Emperor who had broken through for thousands of years, was actually scared away by a new Quasi-Emperor who was far inferior to him in terms of force background and breakthrough time. This scandal was witnessed by countless forces. It would be strange if Lingyun Pavilion did not lose face. It will definitely affect the development of Lingyun Pavilion, and even the other quasi-emperors of Lingyun Pavilion may not stand on his side and hold him accountable. After much thought, although Quasi-Emperor Sunhai knew that he was probably no match for Lin Qianxiao, he would not leave, even if he was defeated. That's better than letting others think that he was scared away by Lin Qianxiao. After all, isn't it obvious which is more shameful, defeat or being scared away? In that case, I will kindly send you to meet your Lingyun Pavilion ancestor. Seeing that the other party was tactless, Lin Qianxiao was too lazy to warn him again and spoke directly coldly. Then, the veins in his right hand that held the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor spear instantly popped up, and he thrust the spear out fiercely. In an instant, a huge spear light cut through layers of void and arrived in front of Quasi-Emperor Sunhai in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Quasi-Emperor Sunhai hurriedly summoned a large blue bell and placed it in front of him. Boom! In an instant, the gunlight hit the bell, and a huge muffled sound erupted. In the end, the big bell of the Quasi-Emperor Sunhai blocked it, but cracks also appeared on his big bell. This great ancestor's weapon is a low-grade quasi-imperial weapon. Although its quality is very ordinary, it is enough to show how powerful the power contained in Lin Qianxiao's seemingly insignificant attack just now is. Seeing that it could no longer be used, Quasi-Emperor Sunhai could only put it away with great pain. Then he took the initiative to attack, because he knew that if he just defended and took a beating, he would be defeated by Lin Qianxiao sooner or later. Only by taking the initiative to attack would he have a chance of defeating the opponent. Raging Sea. The three gods of the Azure Sea slaughter. Quasi-Emperor Sunhai exploded directly and used two powerful quasi-emperor level martial arts in succession. Suddenly, an endless ocean that was several times larger than the original one, and contained even more terrifying and turbulent energy, suddenly appeared in the void. Countless raging waves tens of thousands of feet high crushed layers of space and attacked Lin Qianxiao fiercely. At the same time, the quasi-emperor Sunhai was seen standing on the endless ocean, holding the blue sea trident high in his hand. Countless sea water turned into tiny drops of water, which began to rise and gather rapidly. Soon, three huge tridents composed of seawater, emitting an extremely terrifying aura, appeared above him. The next second, the quasi-emperor Sunhai swung his long spear down heavily, and suddenly three attacks penetrated through layers of space at a speed invisible to the naked eye and came above Lin Qianxiao's head. Under a series of attacks from quasi-emperor Sunhai, Lin Qianxiao was soon completely surrounded by the attacks of quasi-emperor Sunhai. He saw countless raging waves attacking him from all around, three huge tridents stabbing at him from above his head, and under his feet was the endless ocean summoned by the quasi-emperor Sunhai. He was like a bird in a cage, firmly trapped inside. Seeing this, Lin Qianxiao also moved quickly. He first threw out the spear in his hand, and quickly made hand gestures. Suddenly, a layer of blue thunder enveloped the entire body of the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor spear. Countless arcs of lightning flashed continuously, and an extreme, terrifying, powerful, and deadly aura began to slowly emanate from it. It just floated there, and the space around it began to shatter and collapse layer by layer. The ultimate gun intent and the ultimate sharp feeling filled the entire void. Countless onlookers, after just one glance, had their consciousness instantly strengthened by the extreme spear intent. They all withdrew their consciousness and dared not look directly at the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor spear at this time. Puff. Too terrifying. We only took one look and were instantly injured by the ultimate spear intent. Under such an attack, even though I am a peak sane emperor, I feel like an ant. Seniors, what did you see? My cultivation is too low, so I couldn't even see the battle between the two quasi-emperors. But judging from what you said, wouldn't I be unable to withstand even a single aura? Alas, I wonder if I can break through the quasi-emperor realm and experience the scenery of the quasi-emperor realm in my lifetime. Countless onlookers were shocked and terrified at the same time, but if they were to withdraw their spiritual consciousness any later, their entire spiritual consciousness would probably be pierced, and they would die immediately. Spear of heavenly punishment, go. Chapter 78, Killing the Quasi-Emperor Sunhai. Destroying the Qianbai families. As Lin Qianxiao's faint voice sounded, the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor spear instantly disappeared from its original location, but the space along the way was constantly shattered, and countless stars shattered without any warning. Even the raging waves that blocked Lin Qianxiao's way were instantly pierced through, and a huge crack was directly cut into the entire ocean. From a distance, it seemed as if the entire ocean was split in half. After Lin Qianxiao finished his attack, he summoned a tripod-shaped mid-grade quasi-imperial weapon to protect him firmly inside. Obviously, facing the two strongest attacks from Quasi-Emperor Sunhai, Lin Qianxiao did not dare to underestimate them and decisively used this defensive Quasi-Emperor weapon. Looking at Quasi-Emperor Sunhai again, facing the Nine Sky Thunder Emperor spear that was stabbing at him at an extremely fast speed, he tried to dodge it, but he soon found that no matter where he hid, he could not get rid of it, as the other party had locked him firmly. Don't give up until you succeed, damn it. Quasi-Emperor Sunhai cursed and stopped trying to dodge because he knew he couldn't escape at all. So he could only use all his defensive measures. He first cast a layer of spiritual defense, then took out a mid-grade Quasi-Emperor level defensive talisman. Finally, feeling unsafe, he took out his only mid-grade Quasi-Emperor weapon, the Wanling II. Although this is not a defensive Quasi-Imperial weapon, it at least has good defensive capabilities. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after doing all this. Rumble. The attacks of the two men hit their respective defenses almost at the same time, and suddenly there was a deafening roar that resounded throughout the void. A long time the attacks from both sides ended, and the entire void returned to peace again. Cough. A weak voice sounded slowly. Sunhai, you lost. Then Lin Qianxiao's cold voice was heard. At this time, Quasi-Emperor Sunhai was breathing weakly, and then he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had blocked Lin Qianxiao's attack just now, he also suffered a backlash, and his injuries were aggravated again. Although he still had the strength to fight again, as Lin Qianxiao said, he was defeated. As for why, because at this time, apart from some unstable breathing and some skin injuries, Lin Qianxiao did not suffer any serious injuries. His condition could be said to be much better than that of Quasi-Emperor Sunhai. I haven't lost yet. Quasi-Emperor Sunhai roared. He simply refused to accept reality. His pride as a veteran quasi-emperor and his pride as the ancestor of Lingyun Pavilion would not allow him to admit that he was defeated by a new quasi-emperor like Lin Qianxiao. Humph. You're so stubborn. Seeing this, Lin Qianxiao snorted coldly and decided to completely get rid of the other party. He was seen holding a spear and attacking again. Of course, Quasi-Emperor Sunhai would not surrender obediently. He picked up the blue sea trident and started fighting with Lin Qianxiao. The two fought again, but the situation is predictable. One-sided. Faced with Lin Qianxiao's fierce attack, Quasi-Emperor Songhai could only resist tirelessly and had no room for counterattack. Even if he found an opportunity to counterattack, Lin Qianxiao would block it or dodge it in time. On the other hand, due to the influence of his injuries, Quasi-Emperor Songhai had no time to dodge Lin Qianxiao's attacks and could only resist them with his body. Therefore, after just a dozen or so rounds, several more blood holes appeared on the body of Quasi-Emperor Songhai. These blood holes were undoubtedly caused by Lin Qianxiao's 9 Sky Thunder Emperor Spear because he was unable to dodge in time. Not only that, Lin Qianxiao's lightning, which contained the laws of thunder, also entered the body and meridians of Quasi-Emperor Songhai during the attack and began to destroy it wantonly. Let the Quasi-Emperor Songhai endure the double torture of internal and external attacks. As time slowly passed, the condition of Quasi-Emperor Songhai became worse and worse. At a certain moment, Lin Qianxiao seized the opportunity and decisively shot the Quasi-Emperor Songhai through his heart. He severely injured Quasi-Emperor Songhai, and then fired a few more shots, ending Quasi-Emperor Songhai's life completely. No, I'm not willing to accept this. My Lingyun Pavilion will not let your Lin family go. The vitality of Quasi-Emperor Songhai became weaker and weaker, and soon he was completely dead. The Quasi-Emperor of Songhai is dead. We won. In the end, the Lin family's ancestor won. I never thought that the mighty Quasi-Emperor Songhai would die here. This is truly beyond our expectations. But I'm afraid Lingyun Pavilion will be getting impatient. I wonder how they will react in the end. The Lin family is too reckless. Now they have completely offended the Dead Cloud Pavilion. At the same time, in Lingyun Pavilion, which is billions of miles away from the Lin family, a disciple of Lingyun Pavilion who was guarding the soul tablet suddenly discovered with horror that one of the top few soul tablets was broken. This frightened him greatly, and he immediately crawled towards the sect master peak. After a long time, countless disciples of Lingyun Pavilion heard several thunderous roars coming from the sect's forbidden area. Who on earth is it? How dare they kill my Lingyun Pavilion ancestor? Investigate. No matter who it is, as long as we find out, Lingyun Pavilion will kill their relatives and destroy their Taoist lineage. We will light the murderer's soul lamp and torture him for 1,000 years. Afterwards, the entire Lingyun Pavilion was mobilized, with groups of disciples heading out to thoroughly investigate the matter. The Lin family was still unaware of what had happened in Lingyun Pavilion. At this time, they were carrying out the final work of this Holy Clan war. It turned out that the fighting on the entire battlefield had basically ended at this time, with only a few battlefields where the outcome had not yet been determined. For example, Lin Tianhai, Kai Ji, and others. The battle between the second ancestor Lin Changshua and the great ancestors of the Kai family and the Bai family, as well as the battles between a few elders in the Sing King realm and the Sing King realm. Powerhouses of the Kai and Bai families, the Lin family members, as well as top Lin family members such as Lin Qianxiao, did not interfere in their fight. After all, in these battles, it was only a matter of time for Lin Tianhai and others to defeat the enemy. Of course, the most important reason is that Lin Tianhai and others asked everyone not to interfere, and everyone naturally respected the wishes of Lin Tianhai and others. The others had all finished fighting, and a large number of tribesmen began to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, the Lin family also arranged 2 teams of clansmen to go to the residences of the Kai family and the Bai family, intending to completely wipe out the 2 families. After a few more minutes, the remaining battles began to decide the winners. Lin Tianhai was seen pinching Bai Chi's neck with one hand and lifting him up high, while at the same time stepping on Kai Ji's face with one foot. This clan leader has always said that one day I will kill you. Now is the time to fulfill my promise. Lin Tianhai, you will not die well. Lin Tianhai, since we've offended Lingyun Pavilion, you'll have to come down to accompany us sooner or later, and it won't take too long. Ha ha ha. Bang, snap, Lin Tianhai directly strangled Bai Chi's neck and stomped on Kai Ji's head, killing them both completely. Soon, Lin Changshua and others killed their opponents. At this point, all the cultivators from the Kai and Bai families who participated in the battle were killed by the Lin family. At the same time, outside the Kai and Bai families' territories, 2 teams of Lin family's genocide monks suddenly appeared. Each team has 1,000 people, all of whom are powerful warriors above the king realm. The Bai family is led by Lin Tianyu and the eldest clan elder, while the Kai family is led by the second clan elder and the eldest elder. After arriving at the ancestral lands of the 2 families, the 2 teams of Lin family members directly launched a war of genocide against the 2 families. Kill. Remember, the great ancestor has ordered that the Kai and Bai families leave no one alive. Even the earthworms have to be chopped into 10 pieces, and the eggs have to be shaken apart. Apart from the spiritual resources, leave no one alive. Yes, sir. An hour later, no one was left alive in either family. So far the Kai family, destroyed, Bai family, destroyed. This great war between the holy clans ended with the Lin family destroying the Kai family and the Bai family. Chapter 79, 2 Fugitives. The shock brought by the Lin family. Grandfather, second master, except for a very small number of people in the Bai family who escaped early, the rest have been killed by us. A member of the Lin family who was at the venerable realm came before the clan elder and Lin Tianyu and began to report the results. Well, go and plunder the Bai family's resources, and then count them one by one after returning to the clan. The clan elder nodded and spoke. Yes, ancestor. Great patriarch, should our Lin clan immediately issue a bounty order for those members of the Bai clan who escaped? Lin Tianyu looked at the patriarch and asked. The members of the Bai family who had not participated in the war were naturally not fools. When they discovered that the soul tablets of their Bai family began to break in large numbers, they guessed that they might have lost the battle on the front line. Therefore, in order to preserve the fire, the only Sate-level cultivator left in the Bai family decisively selected a group of the most talented young clansmen, divided them into several teams, and let them escape to different directions with a part of the heritage under the protection of several venerable level cultivators, because they wanted to preserve the fire, and too many people would easily expose their whereabouts, so each team of the Bai family basically only had 100 or so people, and the total number was only about 1,000. The Lin family got this information when they first arrived at the Bai family and happened to run into one of the people who was about to leave the team, and learned it through soul searching. Unfortunately, the people in this team don't know where the other teams are going. Only the people in each team know the direction of each team's escape. This is also the arrangement made by the Bai family to prevent the current situation from happening. Of course, Zhengzhou is too vast. With the power of my Lin family, trying to find these thousands of people in the vast land of Zhengzhou is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. But fortunately, with the speed of these Bai family members, whose highest level is no more than that of the Venerable Realm, they must not have escaped far yet. I still have a great chance of catching them. So, Tianyu boy, you must quickly report the situation here to Tianhai and have him immediately issue a bounty in the name of the Lin family. Set a generous reward, there will always be people who will be tempted by the money. The clan elder spoke slowly, and just as he said, with the Bai family's highest talent at the Venerable Realm, and most of the clan members below the Divine Sea Realm, and carrying the family inheritance, they definitely can't run fast. Besides, the Tianlong Empire is not small. On the contrary, its territory is extremely large. Even if a saint-level cultivator travels through space continuously, it will take at least 2 or 3 days to lead the Tianlong Empire from the Bai family. These members of the Bai family, who carry the inheritance but are mostly still a bunch of rookies, would not be able to leave without a few months. As for taking the teleportation array? They didn't dare. After all, the Lin family would naturally arrange for monks to stake out such an obvious place. As long as the Bai family was not stupid, it would not take the teleportation array. Yes, great elder, I will go back and report right away. Lin Qianyu bowed to the elder of the clan and disappeared instantly. At the same time, the situation at the Kai family's side was similar to that of the Bai family, and some members of the Kai family also fled. Half a day later, the Lin family acted quickly. In just half a day, a bounty order with extremely generous rewards was issued by the Lin family and spread throughout the Tianlong Empire. At the same time, the Lin family also arranged for clansmen to guard the teleportation arrays. As long as the fugitives from the two families appeared, they would be captured immediately. Lin family reward: anyone who provides information on the location of the Kai and Bai family members who have escaped, regardless of their current or previous location, will be rewarded with 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Killing or capturing alive the fleeing members of the Kai and Bai families will reward 1 lower grade 8th rank revered weapon and 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones for each person. Killed/captured: 1 mid-grade 8th rank revered weapon and 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones for 2 to 10 people, 1 upper grade 8th rank revered weapon and 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones for 50 people, 1 ultimate 8th rank revered weapon and 1 million mid-grade spirit stones for 1,000 people, and 1 lower grade saint level holy weapon and 5 million mid-grade spirit stones for 1,000 people. Because the rewards set by the Lin family were so generous, countless monks and forces in the Tianlong Empire, who were either coveting the rewards or trying to curry favor with the Lin family, all went out and started a carpet search. The effect was very good. Not long after, the location information of 2 families came one after another, and the Lin family immediately sent out clansmen to try to kill them. Not only that, there were also many monks who went to the Lin family, either carrying the heads of the fugitives from the 2 families or capturing people from the 2 families alive, and received their rewards. In just half a day, the number of fugitives from the 2 families had been reduced by half, and it would probably not take many days to completely resolve the issue. Most of these are reactions from independent cultivators and small forces. The big forces are not concerned about these, but the results of this war and the newly promoted Quasi-Emperor Lin Qianxiao, whether it was the result of this war or the fact that the newly promoted Quasi-Emperor Lin Qianxiao forcefully killed the veteran Quasi-Emperor Songhai, there was no doubt that the Tianlong dynasty was completely shaken. The incident has undoubtedly become the biggest hot news in the Tianlong Empire. Countless cultivators and forces in the Tianlong Empire were discussing this matter. In of the Tianlong dynasty. Hey, brother, have you heard that the Kai and Bai families were wiped out by the Lin family? I even heard that the Lin family has produced a Quasi-Emperor. Now they have become a Quasi-Emperor clan. Brother, of course I have heard about this big event. I even heard that the Quasi-Emperor of the Lin family publicly killed a Quasi-Emperor ancestor of the Lingyun Pavilion during that battle. Hiss. Are what you 2 fellow Taoists say true? I've just come out of seclusion and don't know the latest situation in the outside world. Could you 2 fellow Taoists tell me about it? Of course you can. This is what happened: the top holy family, the Lei family's forbidden area. Dao Cheng, is what you said true? Did the Lin family really wipe out the Kai and Bai families? Did Lin Qianxiao even break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm? A Saint Emperor ancestor of the Lei family looked at the head of the Lei family in front of him with shock on his face and asked anxiously. Yes, Dao Cheng, is this true? Another Saint Emperor of the Lei family was also eager to know the answer. Faced with the inquiries of the 2 ancestors, the head of the Lei family naturally did not dare to hide anything and quickly gave a brief account of what had happened. Ancestor, this is what happened. The atmosphere became quiet for a moment. It was not until a long time later that a few sighs were heard. Alas. Fellow Daoist Chang Xiao has already broken through to become a Quasi-Emperor. Where is my chance to become a Quasi-Emperor? Hey, Dao Cheng, give the order. All members of the Lei family must not offend the Lin family. Anyone who offends the Lin family must voluntarily withdraw from the Lei family and no longer be a member of the Lei family, as you command, ancestor. Chapter 80. Lingyun Pavilion is attacking. Calling in the imperial troops, Tianlong dynasty, imperial palace, the same hall, the same 2 people, different reactions. This is the most appropriate description of this place at this moment. Emperor, this is the complete story of this battle. The black-robed monk shrouded in shadows bowed respectfully to the Tianlong Emperor and presented a photo stone to the Tianlong Emperor, but at this time, the Tianlong Emperor had long lost the indifference he had shown when he first heard that the Lin family was at war with the Kai family and the Bai family. He frowned slightly, looking solemnly at the photo stone in his hand. After a long while, he slowly spoke. It seems that there are still hidden dragons and crouching tigers in our Tianlong dynasty. These aristocratic families and ancient sects that have been passed down for tens or even millions of years seem to be more complicated than they appear. This time it's the Lin family, but what about next time? Your Majesty, are you worrying too much? How can it be so easy to break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm? You should know that my royal family has millions of years of heritage, but there are only dozens of Quasi-Emperors. For those saints and saint sects who don't have the Quasi-Emperor heritage, it is extremely difficult to produce a Quasi-Emperor. The Lin family was just an accident. The black-robed man shrouded in shadows expressed his opinion in his eyes. The Lin family was just lucky and managed to break through by chance. Only the Lin family? That may not be the case, however, this is the Tianlong Empire, our imperial family's world after all. Whether it's those established quasi-imperial forces, the Lin family, or any other forces, if they dare to have any ideas about our imperial family's kingdom, death. When Emperor Tianlong finished speaking, his voice couldn't help but be filled with murderous intent, which made people feel cold to the bone. After a long while, the man in black robe began to ask tentatively, Emperor, what should our royal family say about this matter? Many people in the outside world are waiting for our royal family to express their views. Upon hearing this, the Tianlong Emperor pondered for a moment before speaking. Now is not the time to break ranks with these aristocratic families and ancient sects. Send someone to the Lin family to offer congratulations, demonstrating the magnanimity of our royal family. Then, declare to the outside world that the affairs between these major factions have nothing to do with our royal family, and that we will not interfere. As you command, Emperor. Lingyun Pavilion, a forbidden area, bang. What a Lin family. What a Lin Changshao. They simply don't take my Lingyun Pavilion seriously. I saw an old man from Lingyun Pavilion smash a huge rock with one palm and shouted angrily with a face full of anger. This incident caused a lot of uproar, so Lingyun Pavilion naturally found out the truth about the death of Quasi-Emperor Songhai as soon as possible. He learned that Quasi-Emperor Songhai had intervened in the battle between the Lin family in order to repay a favor to the Kai family, and was subsequently killed by Lin Changshao, who had broken through to the Quasi-Emperor level at some point. However, the people in Lingyun Pavilion didn't care what the reason was. They only knew that the Lin family killed a Quasi-Emperor ancestor of Lingyun Pavilion, which greatly reduced the strength of Lingyun Pavilion. Humph. This Lin family is simply courting death. Uncle Master, I will go and destroy the Lin family right now to defend the dignity of my Lingyun Pavilion. I saw a sly-looking elder of Lingyun Pavilion speaking respectfully to a white-haired old man who looked like an ordinary person. When the other people saw this, they all looked at the white-haired old man, their eyes full of respect. The reason why these people were so respectful to the old man was because the old man's identity was the person with the highest seniority in Lingyun Pavilion today. An old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years is also the most powerful person in Lingyun Pavilion. His cultivation has even reached the astonishing Quasi-Emperor 9th level. He has a great reputation in the Tianlong dynasty and is one of the most powerful people in the Tianlong dynasty besides the emperors. People call him Ancestor Lingyun. As the few people looked on respectfully, the originally turbid eyes of Ancestor Lingyun suddenly burst out with a murderous intent, kill. Then, a cold voice like the judgment of the god of death suddenly sounded, as if sentencing the Lin family to death. Yes, Grandmaster/Uncle. Afterwards, the Pavilion Master of Lingyun Pavilion also hurriedly said respectfully, Grandfather, I will go to gather the disciples and elders of the sect right away. Please wait for a moment. After saying this, he was about to leave, but before he could take the first step, Elder Lingyun interrupted him directly. No need, it's just the Lin family, you just need to follow me and make a quick decision. I saw Patriarch Lingyun speaking while glancing at the other Quasi-Emperor Patriarchs of Lingyun Pavilion. Those people instantly understood what Ancestor Lingyun meant, and soon disappeared from the spot with Ancestor Lingyun, leaving only the Pavilion Master of Lingyun Pavilion. Why do I always have a feeling that our ancestors' operation will fail? No, it's impossible. How could we fail? The Lin family will be wiped out today. Lin family. At this time, the Lin family had just experienced a great battle and were resting, healing their wounds and recovering. Even after experiencing the baptism of a great war, many members of the Lin family broke through the bottleneck and began to retreat and make breakthroughs. However, as long as there is a battle, there will inevitably be casualties, let alone a large-scale melee involving hundreds of thousands of people. Therefore, even if every member of the Lin family is armed to the teeth, it is still unavoidable. But it was precisely because the Lin family members were extremely well armed that the casualties among the Lin family were not too serious. Tianqing Temple. In this battle, a total of 18,654 members of my Lin family died, and 36,800 were seriously injured. The rest of the clan members were not seriously injured, but among the seriously injured, 3,000 of them bid farewell to the path of cultivation. The great elder looked at the information in his hand, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. After a long time, he suppressed the grief in his heart and spoke heavily. Upon hearing this, the entire hall was instantly enveloped in an atmosphere of grief. The elders and Lin Tianyu's brothers were also silent, sitting in their respective seats, secretly grieving. At this moment, a loud bang suddenly resounded through the sky, instantly startling the senior members of the Lin family present. Oh no! Someone is attacking my Lin family's formation. Tianyu, quickly go and keep an eye on the core of the formation. Make sure it can operate normally. Everyone else, follow me out to meet the enemy. Lin Tianhai instantly realized what was going on and quickly came up with a response plan. Yes, big brother. As you command, Patriarch. Everyone responded, and then the next second they disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, Lin Tianhai and others had already arrived above the Lin family's land. At this time, Lin Changshao and others had already appeared here before them. Ancestor. Everyone saluted quickly and then looked outside the formation. At this moment, several figures emitting terrifying aura were frantically bombarding the Lin family's 9 profound emperor formation. These are those old monsters from Lingyun Pavilion. I didn't expect them to show up so soon. When they saw the person coming, everyone frowned instantly. Ancestor, what should we do? Although they can't break my Lin family's formation, we can't let them keep attacking like this. That would be too frustrating. An elder couldn't help but speak. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The current situation is that the people from Lingyun Pavilion cannot break his Lin family's 9 profound emperor formation, but his Lin family cannot drive them away with their own strength. After a long time, Lin Changxiao's faint voice sounded in everyone's ears, causing everyone's pupils to dilate instantly. Please ask the imperial soldiers. Chapter 81. Lingyun Patriarch takes action. Imperial soldiers emerge. The huge commotion naturally quickly attracted the attention of many members of the Lin family, and countless Lin family members began to explore the source of the commotion. This noise, someone is attacking my Lin family's formation. Look, it's the ancestors. The ancestors have already taken action. Elders and clansmen, can anyone tell me who those old men who attacked my Lin family's formation are? Why did they attack my Lin family for no reason? Youngster, it's normal that you don't know since you're still young. Those people are the ancestors of Lingyun Pavilion. Now you know why they attacked my Lin family, damn it. It was clearly that old dog Sunghai who interfered in the Lin family's war, and they actually had the nerve to attack my Lin family. This is how the world is. That's why you little guys have to practice harder. As long as my Lin family is strong enough, who would dare to attack? At the same time, the quasi-emperors of Lingyun Pavilion, who had been attacking for such a long time but still could not do anything to the Lin family's formation, were also a little surprised and incredulous. How is this possible? What level is this formation? Why hasn't it been broken, even without a crack, even after we've been attacking for so long? The sly-looking quasi-emperor of Lingyun Pavilion couldn't help but be surprised. Why does the Lin family have such a powerful formation? The grade of this formation is probably at least a top-grade quasi-emperor formation. Upon hearing this, another elder from Lingyun Pavilion also spoke in the same way. In their initial assumptions, although the Lin family's formation would be a bit troublesome, with the formidable strength of several of their quasi-emperors, it shouldn't take long to break it. After all, among them, the weakest has reached the second level of quasi-emperor, and the strongest, Patriarch Lingyun, has even reached the terrifying ninth level of quasi-emperor. Although their uncle has not taken action yet, the strongest among them who has taken action has reached the sixth level of quasi-emperor. There were 5 quasi-emperors from the second to sixth heavens. Logically, they should have been able to easily defeat a family that had just produced a quasi-emperor, but now they couldn't even break their formation. If this gets out, how will they put their faces? Fortunately, their actions didn't cause much noise, so no one should know about it. Uncle Master, we are incompetent, so we have no choice but to ask you to take action. The last few people had no choice but to ask for help from the Lingyun ancestor above, high in the sky, the old eyes of Ancestor Lingyun, which were originally closed, slowly opened, and his right hand, which was originally standing with his hands behind his back, slowly raised up. He did not respond to the few people, but started to take action directly. Suddenly, a tremendous momentum burst out from his body, sweeping away everything around him. Even when he just released his aura, the space he was in began to break and collapse layer by layer because it could not withstand the pressure. Even the other quasi-emperors of Lingyun Pavilion seemed so insignificant in the face of this overwhelming momentum, making them feel like ants. I don't know how long it's been since I saw my uncle use his full strength. This time the Lin family's tortoise shell is definitely broken. Of course. The Lin family's tortoise shell may be tough and troublesome for us, but for my uncle, it's a piece of cake. Several quasi-emperors of Lingyun Pavilion couldn't help but get excited. As ancestor Lingyun took action, a giant yellow nail formed by spiritual power soon appeared above the Lin family's formation. Looking at the giant nail that shattered space, dimmed the stars, and shook the avenue, several quasi-emperors of Lingyun Pavilion all felt a fatal sense of crisis from it, which made them feel cold all over. Even if the giant nail wasn't aimed at them, next second the giant nail shot out in an instant, cutting through layers of space, piercing the sky with tremendous momentum and pressure, and slammed heavily into the Lin family's 9 profound emperor formation. Boom. Bang. The moment the two collided, there was a loud bang that resounded through the sky, and then a terrifying aftermath instantly spread out. Outside the Lin family's territory, countless towering peaks were instantly flattened, and even massive ravines tens of thousands of miles long and thousands of feet deep were created. Countless weak creatures were reduced to nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. Now the Lin family's tortoise shell is finally broken. Several quasi-emperor ancestors of Lingyun Pavilion smiled happily. However, before they could finish being happy, the 9 profound emperor formation appeared before them again. Looking at the 9 profound emperor formation at this moment, apart from the violent shaking, it didn't look like it was about to break, let alone be broken, even after shaking for a short while, it quickly returned to normal and looked exactly the same as it did at the beginning. This shocked the quasi-emperors of Lingyun Pavilion to the extreme, and they just stood there in a daze. Well, Ancestor Lingyun frowned and stared at the 9 profound emperor formation in front of him, as if he wanted to see through it. However, although Patriarch Lingyun looked extremely calm at this moment, a closer look would reveal a hint of shock in his cloudy eyes. Obviously, his heart is not as calm as it seems. I never thought that a small Lin family could have such a profound background. It seems that I am destined not to succeed easily today. After Ancestor Lingyun sighed, he was ready to continue his attack. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the formation, and then a cold shout full of murderous intent reached the ears of several people in Lingyun Pavilion. Humph! How dare you attack my Lin family's formation? Do you really think my Lin family is easy to bully? The people from Lingyun Pavilion also recognized the person instantly. It's Lin Changxiao. Upon seeing the newcomer, one of the quasi-emperors of Lingyun Pavilion immediately snorted coldly. Humph! Lin Changxiao, you didn't hide in your Lin family's tortoise shell, but actually dared to come out? Are you planning to die? Hearing this, Lin Changxiao did not respond to him. He just stood in the void and looked at him coldly, then shouted, "Gun, come!" Boom! Following Lin Changxiao's loud shout, a beam of light instantly flew out from the depths of the Lin family's territory and arrived in front of Lin Changxiao in the blink of an eye. This is a black spear carved with a dragon and a phoenix, and it is called the Dragon and Phoenix Killing God Spear, a top-grade imperial weapon. It was what Lin Xian got when he signed in, and he later left it to the family as their strongest foundation. Lin Changxiao glanced at the spear, then grasped the gun with his right hand. Suddenly, the eyes of the dragon and phoenix on the spear lit up, and the dragon and phoenix on them seemed to come alive. Even behind Lin Changxiao, 2 huge phantoms of real dragons and real phoenixes appeared. Roar, phew, then, 2 dragon roars and wind sounds that resounded through the sky came from the phantom, and they began to circle and dance in the air like real dragons and phoenixes. Not only were there shadows of dragons and phoenixes, but the moment Lin Changxiao grasped the dragon and phoenix god-slaying spear, a terrifying aura that could suppress the entire world instantly emanated from the spear. This is an aura of utmost righteousness that dominates the world, suppresses everything, and makes even the avenue tremble. It is an ultimate thing that can make even the strongest quasi-emperor who can destroy a starfield with a wave of his hand pale in comparison and become like an ant. It is an ultimate thing that can only be looked up at by countless cultivators. Chapter 82, The Emperor's Army Shows Its Power. Lingyun Pavilion escapes, Tianlong Dynasty, the Imperial Palace, a forbidden area somewhere. The aura of an Imperial soldier. Besides my royal family, there are actually Imperial soldiers in my Tianlong Dynasty? It is indeed incredible. But the matter of the imperial soldiers cannot be ignored. Come here, tell the current emperor to come and see us quickly. Yes, sir. After Lin Qianxiao summoned the imperial soldiers, the people from Lingyun Pavilion could no longer sit still and shouted, "What? Emperor's soldiers? How is this possible? How is it possible for your Lin family to possess an imperial weapon? That's the emperor's army." Even the old ancestor Ling Yun, who had lived for tens of thousands of years and for whom there was basically nothing that could cause him huge emotional fluctuations, had an expression of deep shock on his face at this moment, but Lin Qianxiao didn't care about their reactions. The moment he grasped the dragon and phoenix killing god spear, he immediately mobilized all his spiritual power. Asa quasi-emperor, although he cannot unleash the full power of the imperial weapon, he has no problem unleashing 70% to 80% of it. Groan. Boom, he was seen using all his strength to activate the imperial weapon, and a huge spear beam that made the sky and the earth pale in comparison and the road tremble violently shot out in an instant, pointing directly at the people in Lingyun Pavilion. Seeing this, Elder Lingyun hurriedly shouted to the others, "Run!" Then he took out his own magical weapon and launched his strongest attack, trying to stop the attack of the imperial soldier. As for the other people in Lingyun Pavilion, they also fled from here at full speed immediately after the Lingyun patriarch shouted, "I was afraid that if I was a second slower, I would die on the spot," and the fact is indeed so. How can these quasi-emperors of the 2nd to 6th levels of heaven resist the power of the imperial soldiers at 70% to 80%? If they are encountered, they will surely die. Boom, after a loud bang, the world returned to peace again. Then, a disheveled figure covered in blood, with even one arm broken, flew backwards in an instant. After crashing through hundreds of mountains, it stopped. Uncle Master. Upon seeing this scene, several quasi-emperors of Lingyun Pavilion who had fled hundreds of thousands of kilometers away were instantly horrified. They rushed over and pulled out the Lingyun ancestor who was embedded in the mountains and whose breath was extremely weak. "Uncle Master, are you okay?" Several people asked anxiously Ancestor Lingyun. Just now, if he hadn't used the ultimate trump card he had treasured for tens of thousands of years in time, he would have died directly from Lin Qianxiao's attack. Ahem, he won't die yet. "Let's go, he has the imperial weapon, we are no match for him." Cough cough, return to Lingyun Pavilion. Relying on the sex formation and its millions of years of heritage, we can still resist. Staying here will only lead to death. After forcing himself to finish his words, Patriarch Lingyun fell into a coma. After quickly refining a few healing pills for the Lingyun patriarch, several quasi-emperors of the Lingyun Pavilion decisively and swiftly fled the place. The speed of escape was much faster than when they came, although Lin Qianxiao wanted to stop it after seeing the scene. He had just used up all his strength to activate the imperial weapon, which consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy. In such a short time, he did not have enough time to continue activating the imperial weapon and launch a second attack. Of course, the main reason is that his Lin family had just destroyed the Qianbai families and killed the quasi-emperor Sanhai, which made him the center of attention. If he destroyed Lingyun Pavilion, an old quasi-emperor force, it would be too conspicuous. Too much is as bad as too little. Too much attention may not necessarily be a good thing. After all, there's the Tianlong dynasty royal family watching over them. If they knew that the Lin family had imperial weapons, they would probably try to snatch them away. After all, they were imperial weapons, who wouldn't be tempted? Which faction would think it's too much? Fortunately, apart from a few people from Lingyun Pavilion, no other outsiders saw it. Even the emperors of the Tianlong dynasty could only sense the aura of the dragon and phoenix god-slaying spear, but could not calculate the specific location of this aura. After all, imperial weapons are of the same class as the emperor, not to mention that the dragon and phoenix god-slaying spear is a top-grade, peerless imperial weapon. How can it be calculated casually? And the fact is indeed so. At this time, in the palace of the Tianlong Empire, several extremely terrifying figures were frantically calculating something, but after calculating for a long time, they still got nothing. I can't figure it out. It seems this imperial weapon is not simple. Otherwise, a powerful person has taken action to conceal the secret. In the end, the few terrifying figures had no choice but to give up their calculations and turn to look at the trembling Tianlong Emperor. One of the figures asked the Dragon Emperor, "As the Emperor, have you recently discovered any new emperors or imperial-level forces appearing in or around the Tianlong dynasty?" Upon hearing this, the Tianlong Emperor quickly responded respectfully, "Ancestor, I have not heard of any new emperors or imperial-level forces appearing in or around our Tianlong dynasty." "Ha? That's strange. That aura just now was clearly that of an imperial weapon, and it was extremely unfamiliar. It wasn't the imperial weapon of the several major imperial forces around us at all. But why haven't there been any new emperors or imperial forces appearing? Could it be that this force is hiding its strength? That's not right. My royal family is well aware of the strength of all the major forces in the Tianlong Empire. It's impossible for the imperial soldiers to exist. There were several terrifying figures, and I couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time. In the end, he only continued to ask the Tianlong Emperor, "Has anything major happened in the imperial dynasty recently?" After a brief recollection, the Tianlong Emperor quickly responded, "Ancestor, everything has been peaceful in the imperial dynasty recently. The biggest event was the emergence of a quasi-emperor from a Saint clan called the Lin family. They wiped out 2 Saint clan members and became the 8th quasi-emperor level faction in the Tianlong imperial dynasty." Upon hearing this, several terrifying figures instantly lost interest. To beings like them, a small newly promoted quasi-emperor and a newly promoted quasi-emperor clan are just not worth their attention. After all, they are just ants that can be destroyed with a wave of the hand. They would not associate the imperial weapon with a newly promoted quasi-emperor clan. In their eyes, this was impossible. They would even rather believe that old quasi-emperor clans like Lingyun Pavilion possessed the power to suppress them with the imperial weapon. Alright, keep a close eye on the news about the emperor's soldiers and those veteran quasi-emperor forces to see if they were responsible. You have nothing else to do, so please withdraw. Yes, Ancestor, I will take my leave. After watching Lingyun Pavilion and others disappear in an instant, Lin Qianxiao put away his imperial weapon, then raised his hand and waved it, and the huge cracks outside the Lin family's land closed again. Mountains rose from the ground again, and soon this place was restored to a magnificent immortal land. After doing all this, he stepped into the formation again and returned to the Lin family's territory. Chapter 83 Lin Changxue breaks through to the Quasi-Emperor. When Lin Changxiao returned to the clan territory, countless members of the Lin family who had witnessed their ancestors' powerful fight against the foreign enemies shouted excitedly. The ancestor is mighty. Times 999. Is this the legendary imperial weapon? I never thought that I would be able to see such a legendary item in my lifetime, and it is also my Lin family's own imperial weapon. Even if I go down now, I will die without a trace of courage. Ha 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 ha, now that my Lin family is protected by the imperial soldiers, our rise is just around the corner. From now on, as long as my Lin family doesn't provoke those imperial-level forces, my Lin family will be invincible. Brother/grandfather, are you okay? When Lin Changxue and other strong men of the Lin family saw Lin Changxiao coming in, they hurried forward to ask questions. Although they witnessed the whole process, they still asked questions with concern. Lin Changxiao is the pillar of his Lin family now, and nothing can happen to him. Great ancestor, I recently obtained a few healing quasi-emperor pills from the inheritance. If you are injured, you'd better take them quickly. You are the pillar of our Lin family, you can't let anything happen to you. As Lin Xian spoke, he took out a few jade bottles, which contained the healing quasi-emperor pills that he had signed in through the system and won in a lottery. Many high-ranking members of the Lin family also knew that Lin Xian, the family's proud son, had obtained a unique inheritance. They were not at all surprised by this, but instead looked at Lin Changxiao eagerly. Seeing everyone's concerned expressions, Lin Changxiao felt a warm feeling in his heart and a relieved smile appeared on his face. He resisted foreign enemies and powerful enemies, protected his people and his clan, and his family and clan cared about him, respected him, and loved him. This is the meaning of him protecting his family. Lin Changxiao finally shook his head and smiled. It's okay. I'm fine. He then signaled to everyone that the powerful enemy had retreated and they could go about their own business. In response, countless members of the Lin family bowed respectfully to Lin Changxiao, then returned to their respective places and continued what they had been interrupted on. Soon, only Lin Changxiao and other senior members of the Lin family were left standing above the clanland. Tianhai, you will immediately send someone to keep a close eye on Lingyun Pavilion's movements. This time, the two sides have completely torn their relationship apart. Although they can't threaten my Lin family now, we still can't let our guard down. Lin Changxiao looked at Lin Tianhai and spoke slowly. Although Lingyun Pavilion was repelled by him now, he could not destroy Lingyun Pavilion, otherwise it would definitely attract the attention of Tianlong Empire, and he might even take action personally. After all, no one would want someone who could threaten them to appear where they sleep. The imperial soldiers are undoubtedly enough to pose a huge threat to them. Now if his Lin family wants to destroy Lingyun Pavilion, they must rely on the imperial weapon. Then the fact that his Lin family possesses the imperial weapon can no longer be hidden. This time he was just lucky. The people from Lingyun Pavilion came secretly and did not attract other people's attention. Moreover, he only made one attack. The movement came and went quickly, and it was not enough to attract outsiders. However, if he wanted to destroy Lingyun Pavilion, the movement would definitely be quite loud, and it would not take too long, so it would be difficult not to attract other people's attention. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhai quickly responded, "Don't worry, great ancestor. I'll have the Dark Spirit Guards keep an eye on Lingyun Pavilion and report any developments to you immediately." The casualties of our tribe in this war should have been counted, right? Tell us about it. Lin Changxiao continued to ask. Reporting to the great ancestor, the statistics have been compiled. In this war, a total of our Lin family members died in battle. Lin Tianhai quickly reported the casualties in detail to Lin Changxiao, the three ancestors, and the elders of the clan. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit heavy-hearted, but they were no longer rookies on the path of cultivation, and they knew that this kind of thing was unavoidable. In the end, Lin Changxiao and others didn't say much, but just let out a long sigh. This kind of thing is unavoidable. The most important thing now is to work out the best arrangements, comfort, and rewards for these tribesmen and their loved ones. All tribesmen who participated in this battle will be generously rewarded. I leave this matter to you, Tianhai. Come up with a plan as soon as possible. Yes, great ancestor. Lin Tianhai and the elders all bowed in response. After making general arrangements, Lin Changxiao and the others returned to Tianyunsi again, while Lin Tianyun and the elders also returned to Tianqing Temple to discuss and arrange various matters. Time flies, and 5 days have passed. During these 5 days, the Lin family undoubtedly became the subject of heated discussion among countless cultivators in the Tianlong Empire. Even after 5 days, the Lin family's incident is still the hottest news and topic in the Tianlong Empire. In almost every place where cultivators gather, you can see a large number of cultivators fiercely discussing the Lin family in this war, and because of this war, as well as Lin Changxiao's breakthrough to the Quasi-Emperor and his powerful killing of the veteran Quasi-Emperor Songhai, the Lin family has now received a huge boost in both reputation and status of these days. Wherever the Lin family members go, they are surrounded and flattered by countless cultivators, even those top saint level. Forces that used to think they were no weaker than the Lin family and didn't take the Lin family seriously, began to curry favor with the Lin family, like a dogskin plaster that couldn't be driven away. Even the people from the other 6 Quasi-Emperor level forces except Lingyun Pavilion, when they saw the Lin family members, were no longer as arrogant and contemptuous as before, but instead began to take the initiative to make friends with them, regardless of what was happening outside. The Lin family had been extremely peaceful since the war ended, and all the Lin family members were diligently cultivating. Sky Sea Rumble. This is the Quasi-Emperor Thunder Tribulation. Is the second ancestor finally going to break through? Looks like my Lin family is going to have another Quasi-Emperor. Ha ha. The huge commotion quickly attracted the attention of all the Lin family members in Tianyunsi, and everyone soon knew what was going on, and became excited. Sure enough, the next second, Lin Changshua's figure appeared in the air above her. Dark calamity clouds were rapidly gathering, accompanied by bursts of thunder. Thunderclouds quickly gathered together, and then the first thunder tribulation, after briefly accumulating power, struck Lin Changxue with a bang. Boom! Seeing this, Lin Changshua's expression did not change at all. She was fully prepared for this tribulation and was not worried at all about not being able to survive the thunder tribulation. It was seen that she did not react to the first thunder tribulation. It was obvious that she intended to use her physical body to withstand it and use the thunder tribulation to temper her physical body. The speed of the thunder tribulation was extremely fast, and it hit her body in the blink of an eye. But even after the first thunder tribulation ended, Lin Changshue still did not retreat a single step. Even his expression did not change at all, and he did not show any signs of injury at all. The thunderstorm did not stop the second one, the third one, it was not until the sixth thunder tribulation that Lin Changshue stopped using his body to withstand it and began to actively resist it. The sixth one, the seventh one, the eighth one, the ninth one, rumble. After a loud bang that surpassed all the previous thunders, all 9 quasi-emperor thunder tribulations fell, boom, after a few breaths. A tremendous momentum unique to the quasi-emperor realm filled the entire Tianyun SEA. It shows that Lin Changshue has officially entered the quasi-emperor realm, become the second quasi-emperor of the Lin family. Chapter 80 for the competition is coming. Congratulations to the second ancestor for breaking through to the quasi-emperor. Haha, now that the second ancestor has broken through to the quasi-emperor realm, the strength of our Lin family has also reached a new level. The great ancestor broke through before, and now even the second ancestor has broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. The true rise of our Lin family is just around the corner, haha. When everyone saw that Lin Changshue had finished his tribulation, they immediately rushed up and congratulated him, while at the same time they couldn't stop laughing excitedly. They were sincerely happy for the Lin family's increased strength. Brother, I finally caught up with you. Seeing everyone, Lin Changshue first looked at Lin Chanxiao and said with a smile, then he smiled at the other Lin family members and said, "You little guys are thoughtful." As the only female ancestor of the Lin family and the strongest among the female members of the Lin family, Lin Changshue has always been strong-willed. She respects her elder brother Lin Chanxiao and also regards Lin Chanxiao as a goal to catch up with. Ah, Changshue, it's great that you've made a breakthrough. As for me, I'm just helping you explore the way first. I even hope that each of you will surpass me in cultivation. Lin Chanxiao laughed, then he looked at the elders, Lin Tianhai and other current high-ranking officials, as well as Lin Xian and other top-level geniuses. This is what I want to say to you little guys. I hope that you can all surpass me in the future and make my Lin family stronger. He is not afraid of his juniors surpassing him, he is afraid that no juniors can surpass him. Only the continuous emergence of geniuses can prove that his Lin family is constantly moving forward, rather than standing still or even experiencing a period of transition. Genius is always the key to the continuous inheritance of a force. Great ancestor, we will definitely work hard to cultivate and catch up with you. After hearing Lin Changxiao's words, everyone shouted with determination on their faces. Seeing this, Lin Changxiao and the other two nodded in satisfaction. After a long time, Lin Changshue also left the scene because she had to consolidate her cultivation first. After Lin Changshue left, Lin Changxiao asked about the recent situation. Tianhai, has there been any movement in Lingyun Pavilion recently? Seeing that Lin Changxiao was talking about serious matters, Lin Tianhai also became serious and told him about the recent situation. Reporting to the great ancestor, the dark spirit guards have been keeping a close eye on Lingyun Pavilion's every move recently. They discovered that after they retreated that day, Lingyun Pavilion activated the sect protection formation and sealed the mountain gate. So far, the dark spirit guards haven't seen anyone from Lingyun Pavilion come out. I would like to speculate that Lingyun Pavilion is afraid that the Lin family will come with the imperial army, so they plan to defend the mountain gate and rely on the sect's foundation to guard against the Lin family. Also, Elder Lingyun was severely injured by you, great ancestor. Now they are probably busy trying to find a way to treat that old monster, and dare not make any moves. Therefore, I think there is no need to worry about Lingyun Pavilion doing anything for the time being. Upon hearing this, not only Lin Chanxiao, but everyone else nodded as well. It was obvious that they agreed with Lin Tianhai's guesses and opinions, just as Lin Tianhai and the others had guessed. The people in Lingyun Pavilion were extremely worried because of the threat from the Lin family's imperial soldiers and the injuries of Lingyun Patriarch. It still doesn't work, although Master Uncle's external injuries are basically healed. The extreme power of the imperial weapon in his body is simply beyond our ability to eliminate. Now, that extreme power is constantly destroying Master Uncle's body and meridians. Even with the 5 of us helping, and even with Uncle Master suppressing it with all his might, we can only suppress it temporarily. We can't eliminate it at all. If this continues, Uncle Master Might, an old ancestor of the Lingyun Pavilion, who was at the 4th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm, said anxiously. The other people were also extremely anxious at this time, but there was nothing they could do. Cough cough cough, alright? You don't have to worry about my injuries. I can still suppress them for a while. Now, what you need to do is guard against the Lin family's surprise attack. You've seen the power of the Imperial soldiers. We can only rely on the sect's protective formation and the sect's foundation to have any chance of stopping them, but the prerequisite is to know the Lin family's movements. Otherwise, they will suddenly attack us when our defenses are low, and then it will be too late. Therefore, you must send people to monitor the Lin family's every move. Ancestor Lingyun said with a weak look on his face. Uncle Master, don't worry, the Dark Hall has been keeping an eye on the Lin family. They haven't made any moves yet. By the way, great ancestor, our Lin family's once-in-a-decade family competition will begin in 7 days. Given the current situation, does this competition need to be postponed? At the end, Lin Tianhai suddenly remembered something, and then asked Lin Chanxiao respectfully. After hearing Lin Tianhai's words, Lin Chanxiao and others who were about to leave also became interested. The family competition, also known as the Lin Clan competition, includes the main family of the Lin family and all the branch families. It is also the biggest event for the younger generation of the Lin family and the best opportunity for the family to observe the overall situation of the younger generation. Hearing this, Lin Chanxiao thought for a while and said slowly, just hold it as scheduled. With the current strength of our Lin family, we don't care about ordinary people. As for those top forces and overlords, if they wanted to attack our Lin family, they would have done it long ago. There is no need to wait until now. After hearing Lin Changxiao's words, everyone nodded in agreement, just as Lin Changxiao said. With their Lin family now having 2 quasi-emperors and the powerful strength of imperial soldiers to suppress the enemy, the Lin family is not afraid of any forces except the top forces and hegemonic forces in Zhongzhou. Now, 5 days have passed since the end of the war. If those top forces and hegemonic forces wanted to take action against their Lin family, they would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Junior understands, great ancestor. I'll inform everyone right away. Everything will proceed as usual for this competition. After getting Lin Changxiao's approval, Lin Tianhai also hurriedly bowed and said afterwards, he and the other elders left Tianyunsi and began to discuss and arrange various matters for this clan competition. Time flies and 2 days have passed. Wanchao Domain, Yanqing. In front of a mansion, a young man with a black ruler on his back, a firm gaze and an imposing demeanor was waving goodbye to a large group of people. Father, elders, clansmen, please go back. This time, I will definitely make my Yanqing Lin family return to the main family and fulfill the wishes of our ancestors. The young man spoke with confidence, held his body high, and walked with vigorous steps, but he did not look back. He only left everyone with a peerless backview that seemed to be the best of an era. Wanchao Domain, Tianyan Dynasty, Fucheng. Donger, be careful along the way. Our family is incompetent and cannot escort you. You can only rely on yourself on this journey. A slightly older man stood in front of hundreds of people. He patted the shoulder of the handsome young man in front of him and sighed while giving him instructions. Before the young man could speak, the others behind him also spoke up, leaving the young man at a loss for words. In the end, he could only say firmly, Father, and all the clansmen, rest assured. Lin Dong will never let you down. This junior will definitely take first place in this competition. After saying that, the young man bowed to everyone, turned around and left without looking back. Chapter 85. The first meeting between two geniuses. Is this the Tianlong Empire? It really is worthy of being the core area of Zhengzhou. The concentration of spiritual energy here is simply incomparable to the barren land on the edge of the Wanchao territory. The moment he set foot on the territory of the Tianlong Empire, Lin Yan was shocked by the rich spiritual energy around him. At this time, 3 days had passed since he left Yancheng. After going through several teleportation arrays, he finally walked out of a teleportation array called Ziji Holy City and officially set foot on the territory of the Tianlong Empire. During these 3 days, he first rushed to the dynasty closest to the Kanglin dynasty, took the teleportation array there, and came to the only holy dynasty in the Wanchao domain, the Tianshan Holy Dynasty. He then took the only long-distance teleportation array in the Wanchao domain to the core area of the human territory in Zhengzhou, and then went through 2 more teleportation arrays before arriving at the Ziji Holy City. What are you doing there? Hurry up! Just as Lin Yan was sighing, a voice of urging suddenly came from the side. Lin Yan looked up instantly and found that it was the monk guarding the teleportation array who sent the signal. Seeing this, Lin Yan did not get angry. Instead, he walked up to the cultivator and pretended to casually hand over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to him, saying with a smile, Senior, don't mind. Seeing this, the guarding monk pretended to take it casually, no longer arrogant, but said in a gentle tone, Sure, sure. Lin Yan also took the opportunity to ask, Senior, do you know of a teleportation array to Tianqing City? Tianqing City is the largest and most prosperous city in the Lin family's territory, and it is also the Lin family's window to the outside world. The most that ordinary forces or independent cultivators can access is Tianqing City. As for the Lin family itself, ordinary forces have no qualifications to contact them at all. At least a saint-level force would be qualified to have direct contact with the Lin family. In the past, only forces with Saint Emperor level powerhouses were qualified to have an equal dialogue with the Lin family, and now, only the Quasi-Emperor level forces are qualified to have an equal dialogue with the Lin family, and the Saint Emperor level forces are not qualified. Since he didn't know much about this place, Lin Yan could only ask the local monks. His cultivation is still low now. If he travels alone, not only will he not have enough time, but he may also encounter danger. Therefore, during this period of time, he basically takes one teleportation array and then immediately takes another one. He never runs around alone. After all, this place is different from the small place of Wanchao domain. There are countless strong people here, real caves everywhere, and Dharma images are as numerous as dogs. Even the king-level cultivators are just ordinary cultivators. Only the strong people in the venerable realm have a certain status, and only the powerful people in the saint realm can be regarded as strong people. When the cultivator heard Lin Yan's words, the gentleness on his face disappeared instantly, and he said in a cold tone, The Lin family's Tianqing City? There is no such thing. However, after accepting Lin Yan's spirit stone, the cultivator still pointed Lin Yan in a direction. Go to Luyun Holy City, 8,000 miles away in the east. There is a teleportation array to Tianqing City there. Okay, get out of here. Lin Yan could only leave here without knowing why. In fact, what Lin Yan didn't know was that the master of the Ziji Holy City, the Ziji Holy Sect, had their current holy lord suppressed by Lin Tianhai for a full 8 times, and each time he was defeated miserably. In the end, he was even called the 8 losers by gossipers. Because of this, the Ziji Holy Sect had some unpleasantness with the Lin family, and finally the 2 sides cut off communication. This is also the fundamental reason why the guarding monk suddenly became like this. After Lin Yan left Ziji Holy City, he began to head towards Luyun Holy City according to the map he had just bought, 100 miles away from Luyun Holy City. At this time, after traveling for most of the day, Lin Yan finally arrived 100 miles away from Luyun Holy City. Just when he wanted to move forward, the battle ahead forced him to stop. This is Jiexiu? Lin Yan looked ahead and murmured. In front of him, he saw several figures in black robes besieging a young man in brocade robes who was about the same age as him, and a sable. Those black-robed figures were all cultivators in the Cave Heaven realm. One of them had even reached the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm, and the others were at least at the 5th level of the Cave Heaven realm. Looking back at the man in the sable, the young man was similar to him, both at the 2nd level of the Cave Heaven realm, while the sable's realm was higher, but only at the 4th level of the Cave Heaven realm. But even with such a disadvantage in cultivation and numbers, the young man and the sable still did not fall into the slightest disadvantage. On the contrary, the faces of those black-robed figures looked extremely miserable, so strong. This is a true genius. Lin Yan stared at the young man's powerful fighting posture, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal a strong desire to fight. Whether it was a coincidence or something else, the young man who was fighting at this moment seemed to have received some kind of induction and subconsciously looked back. The eyes of both parties suddenly met. The young man immediately noticed the fighting spirit in Lin Yan's eyes. This person is not simple. This thought suddenly arose in the boy's mind. Perhaps this is the strange induction between the geniuses. However, as a great battle was going on, the young man quickly withdrew his gaze and continued to fight. After looking for a while, Lin Yan chose to detour and leave. If he stayed there, the other party would think that his motives were impure. Although he was attracted to the genius and wanted to get to know him, communicate and learn from him, it was obvious that the timing was not right. So he chose to leave. After all, he had to rush to participate in the competition. Moreover, he believed that with that person's talent, they would meet again one day, so there was no need to rush. After Lin Yan left, the battle here ended soon. Lin Dong, what happened to you just now? You were distracted? If I, your master Diao, hadn't blocked it for you, would you still be as lively and energetic as you are now? So how do you plan to thank me, your master Diao? The sable floated in front of Lin Dong, crossed its arms, and looked at him proudly. Hearing this, Lin Dong once again recalled the young man with the black ruler on his back that he had just seen. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Nothing, I just saw an unparalleled existence. As for what happened just now, thank you so much for your help, Xiao Diao. This is a 5th grade, top grade spiritual medicine. I'll give it to you. After saying that, Lin Dong took out a 5th grade top grade spiritual medicine and handed it to Zidane. Seeing this, Zidiao stuffed the elixir into his mouth and swallowed it, his face revealing a look of satisfaction, but he still said arrogantly, alright, although it's just a rubbish elixir of the 5th grade top grade, but considering your kindness, I will accept it with reluctance. You know, within my heavenly demon Martin clan, this kind of rubbish spiritual medicine is no different from weeds on the roadside. Your Lord Martin usually doesn't even bother to look at it. Seeing that the mink was blowing again, Lin Dong quickly interrupted the spell. I know. Let's go quickly, otherwise we will miss the competition. After saying that, Lin Dong grabbed the sable's neck and flew away. How dare you, Lin Dong? Let go of your master Diao. Your master Diao is the noble heavenly demonic Martin, and you actually dared to grab my neck. Chapter 86 Sign-in Rewards. The major branches have arrived. Lin family system, sign in. Lin Xian's voice came out slowly. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 clan luck points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Skyfire Dopengs. 9th level of the Holy King Realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 ton of 3rd grade, top grade Ju Yuan pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 small constitution enhancement cards. This reward. It seems that as the family's strength and reputation grow, the family's luck has also increased significantly. Lin Xian looked at these rewards and murmured, the various rewards of the system are all determined by the family's luck. The stronger the luck, the richer the rewards, which can be seen from the sign-in reward. After all, although Lin Xian had received good things when signing in the past, they were very few, and most of them were just ordinary rewards. However, most of the things checked in this time are good things, which undoubtedly shows that the Lin family's fortune is now much stronger than at the beginning. Among these rewards, after seeing the physical fitness improvement card, Lin Xian no longer had any interest in the other rewards. He had obtained a physical fitness improvement card before, but that card was of super quality, while these were of small quality. I wonder how effective it will be. Lin Xian hurriedly checked it out. Physique upgrade card. Small can raise the physique of the target by 1 level, such as spiritual body, treasure body, but only works for physiques below holy body. After reading this introduction, Lin Xian also knew its effects and limitations. It can be said that this small level physical fitness improvement card is simply incomparable to the super level he had at that time. This small grade physical fitness enhancement card not only can only enhance 1 grade, but also has the restriction that it is only effective for physical fitness below the holy body. Compared with his super grade enhancement card at that time, which could directly enhance any physical fitness to the highest form without any restrictions, it is simply incomparable. But even so, he was still extremely happy. With these 10 physical fitness improvement cards, his Lin family would have 10 more geniuses with unrivaled talents in Zhengzhou, and his Lin family would rise even faster. It's a pity there are only 10. Who should I give them to? Father, mother, the 3 ancestors, second uncle, Haoren, grandfather, grandmother, who should I give this last one to? Lin Xian began to consider the distribution of physical fitness improvement cards. Since he didn't need them himself, he could only leave them to his family. However, there were only 10 of them now, and the quantity was limited. The first people he thought of were naturally his closest relatives and the 3 ancestors. There is no need to say much about his closest relatives like his father. After all, even if they are from the same family, there are still differences in closeness and distance. As long as one is a human being, he or she will naturally have selfish desires. Besides, he asked himself if he had a clear conscience towards his family. As for the 3 ancestors, they are the family's strongest fighting force, the mainstay of the family, and the guardians of the family. Naturally, the faster their cultivation is improved, the better. If you want to improve your cultivation faster, the most direct way is naturally to improve your own cultivation talent. Therefore, he decided without hesitation to let the 3 ancestors use 3 of the physical fitness improvement cards, but he was conflicted about this last picture. I and the Lin family, all the elders and clan elders were very kind to him, and there were also many young people of his generation who had a good relationship with him. These people were also the core members of the family, and all of them were worth training. However, there was only one left, and he didn't know who to give it to. After a few minutes, Lin Xian still didn't know who to give it to, and suddenly felt extremely troubled. Forget it, let daddy worry about it. In the end, Lin Xian was too lazy to think about it anymore and decided to leave it to Lin Tianhai, letting him worry about it. After making the decision, Lin Xian suddenly felt relieved. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "System, open the family panel." As Lin Xian finished speaking, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang out. Ding, the family panel has been opened. Clan luck system, bound family, Zhengzhou Lin family, family rank, Saint clan, next rank, quasi-imperial clan, promotion conditions. Expand, host, Lin Xian, King Realm 3rd level, clan leader, Lin Tianhai, Great Saint Realm 6th level, the strongest person in the family, Lin Changxiao, Quasi-Emperor Realm 2nd level, family luck, 400,000, family size, 540,000, clan luck points, 302,000, currently 1,000 points generated daily, evaluation, a powerful figure in Zhengzhou. When he saw the column for clan luck points, Lin Xian once again remembered his gambling addiction yesterday. He confidently drew a 10-shot lottery, thinking he would win the jackpot. Unexpectedly, it was so black, just like a coal ball. Unconvinced, he immediately spent a fortune and fired 2 more 10-round rounds. Result, damn, it's getting darker each time. The total value was less than half of the clan luck points he spent. 0.300,000 clan luck points. Just thinking about it makes his heart bleed. Fortunately, he resisted his gambling addiction and stopped doing it, otherwise he estimated that the 300,000 yuan, no, 200,000 yuan, would have been lost. Fortunately, today's sign-in reward was generous enough, which eased his sad heart. Then Lin Xian began to check other situations of himself and his family. Meanwhile, the Lin family competition was drawing closer. Today, the first branch of the Lin family entered the Lin family territory. In the following days, more and more branches of the Lin family continued to arrive. These teams are big and small, strong and weak, and their performance is extremely unbalanced. A strong team may even have dozens of people, led by a saint-level expert. A weak team may only have 2 or 3 people, and the strongest person may only be at the cave heaven realm. This also shows that among the many branches of the Lin family, some developed very well, while others developed very poorly or even did not develop at all. After all, the strongest cultivator that the Lin family sent out to develop branches was only at the Venerable Realm, and their number was very small, but they were able to develop to the point where powerful Saint Realm cultivators appeared, which shows that these branches were developing very well. As for those branches that didn't develop well, there were many reasons. It could be that the first generation of cultivators were weak and no geniuses emerged. It could also be that they were suppressed too severely by local forces, resulting in a lack of development. In short, various reasons are possible. However, the Lin family never treats the branch family differently based on whether it develops well or poorly. Everything is the same, and there will be no contempt or indifference towards members of the branch family who are not developing well. On the contrary, all the members of the branch families who came were given the highest standard and warmest hospitality by the Lin family. It was precisely this approach of the Lin family that finally put at ease the anxious hearts of those less developed branch families who were originally worried that they would be disliked by the main family. Soon, he became familiar with the main family and other branch clansmen. Chapter 87: The shock brought by the physical fitness improvement card. Grandpa, is this the main house of our Lin family? How glorious and magnificent. A young girl from the branch family who arrived for the first time, after stepping into the Lin family's territory, looked at the magnificent tall buildings, the huge ethereal islands, the majestic Zongxi mountains that reached into the sky, and the cranes flying in the air. Her bright eyes never stopped moving. The clan leader really didn't lie to us. Our Lin family is actually the top power in Zhongzhou. Such a vast and celestial treasure land is actually the family land of my Lin family. I feel like I'm dreaming. Upon hearing this, the geniuses from the branch families who came with the girl were also amazed. Ha, you little guys, do you believe what I said now? In the Tianjiao region where my Lingqing branch is located, even the most powerful force, the Tianjiao Mei family, which possesses a saint-level expert, is nothing more than an ant that can be destroyed with a wave of the hand in front of my main family, the Lin family. This is also the main reason why I have always reminded you that when you are in Tianjiao territory, you must remember not to provoke others, but you also don't have to be afraid of others, even if this person is from the Tianjiao Mei family. Because, standing behind us is the Saint Lin family, which has a Saint Emperor ancestor in charge. Seeing the appearance of his younger generations, the old man seemed to see his younger self, and couldn't help but stroke his beard and smile. Wasn't it the same when he first came to the master's house? Ha, so you're from Lingcheng, welcome. Brother Junhui, long time no see. Ha ha. At this time, the deacon of the Lin family who was responsible for receiving the major branches came to the old man, Lin Junhui, and smiled as he invited the other party to the reception area that had been arranged in advance. Seeing the newcomer, the old man laughed and responded, "Ha, I didn't expect that it would be Brother Junpeng who would host me today. It's been a long time since we last met 10 years ago. I have been thinking about having another drink with you." After saying this, he laughed and scolded the young men, "You little guys, why don't you call Grandpa Peng?" Hearing this, several people bowed respectfully. "Hello, Grandpa Peng." "Ah, good, good. Come, this is a greeting gift from Grandpa to you guys." After getting Lin Junhui's approval, the teenagers happily accepted the gifts and bowed respectfully again to express their gratitude. Afterwards, everyone, led by the deacon, went to a specially arranged rest area to rest for a while. Situations like this often occur in the last 3 days before the competition begins. This is also because many branches of the Lin family are far away from the main family, and it takes a lot of time to travel. At this time, Lin Xian had already come to Lin Tianhai, ready to give one of the physical fitness improvement cards to Lin Tianhai, so that he could improve his physical fitness. Tiancheng Temple's Shenner, what do you want from your father? But do you have any good things to give to your father? Lin Tianhai looked at Lin Xian who walked in and asked with a smile. During this period of more than a month, whenever Lin Xian came to see him, something good would basically happen, or there would be something good to give him out. So, now he has gotten used to it, and he can guess the general situation without even Lin Xian saying anything. Although he just asked a question, his tone was clearly full of affirmation, which can be seen from it. Lin Xian didn't care about this and said with a smile, "Ah, it's like this, father. I recently obtained a physical essence, but I don't have any use for it, so I gave it to you as a gift. It can raise your special physique to the level of the emperor." Lin Xian had the system transform the physical fitness improvement card into the appearance of the physical fitness origin in advance, so that Lin Tianhai and others could accept it better and avoid causing unnecessary trouble. After saying that, Lin Xian handed a ball of energy light origin of physical constitution to Lin Tianhai. Lin Tianhai took the energy ball numbly, staring at it intently, and the shock on his face was involuntarily revealed. Afterwards, he checked it again and again and found that this was indeed the origin of constitution that could improve one's own physical quality through refining. Moreover, in his perception, the origin fluctuations in this ball of light were indeed much stronger than his Dengjin king body, making his king body feel suppressed. For a long time Lin Tianhai slowly came back to his senses and said seriously, "Shinner, your father cannot keep this item. You should use it yourself. If you really don't need it, you can give it to your mother, or the ancestors." He knew the value of this item, so he refused without thinking. In his eyes, the most suitable person was his son. If Lin Xian had really used it, he would give it to his wife Lu Mengxe and as the husband/father of their small family. He naturally has to consider his wife and son first. Lin Xian had anticipated this and gave him a reassuring look before continuing. "Don't worry, Dad. I got a full 10 portions this time, enough for 10 people to refine and improve. I'll have to send it to mother and the others soon, so hurry up and refine it." By then, you'll have the talent of an imperial body, and your cultivation speed will surely increase greatly, greatly shortening the time it takes to enter the Saint King realm. It's not impossible for you to become a great emperor or even a heavenly emperor in the future. After saying that, Lin Xian took out another copy of Physical Origin and showed it to Lin Tianhai. After hearing Lin Xian's words and seeing the second Physical Origin, Lin Tianhai completely gave up refusing and accepted it. I really don't know how lucky my Lin family is to have a unicorn like you, Shinner. Lin Tianhai couldn't help but sigh. In that case, I will shamelessly accept it. I will refine it as soon as possible so that I can improve my cultivation faster. I hope to protect you, Shinner, for a while longer. He knew that Lin Xian would surpass him one day, and that this time would not be too long. He had refined and improved his physique, and his improvement would be faster so that he would not be surpassed by Lin Xian so quickly that he just wanted to protect his son for a while longer. A few minutes later, Lin Xian left Tianqing Temple and went to deliver the physical fitness improvement card to his mother Lu Mingxin. Lin Tianhai quickly dealt with the family affairs on hand, and then decisively went into seclusion to begin refining the origin of his physical constitution. Lin Xian quickly gave 8 of the physical fitness improvement cards to Lu Mingxin and others, which again caused shock and amazement among Lu Mingxin and the other 8. Lu Mingxin and the others also immediately went into seclusion to refine their skills, hoping to improve their physical fitness as soon as possible, so as to achieve a faster breakthrough and increase their strength, so that they could better protect Lin Xian who had not yet grown up, and better protect the family.as for the last one too. Improve physical fitness, Lin Xian gave it to the ancestor, letting him decide who would refine it. In fact, it was mainly because Lin Xian found it troublesome and was too lazy to bother with it. Finally, the great ancestor decided to treat it as the mysterious reward of this family competition, and give it to the champion of this competition together with the first prize. Chapter 88. It turns out that they are from the same tribe. The day before the competition. This time, Lin Tianhai and the other 9 had all refined the physical fitness improvement cards provided by Lin Xian, and everyone's physical fitness had also undergone qualitative changes and improvements. Among them, the 3 ancestors Lin Tianhai, Lin Changxiao all transformed from king bodies to emperor bodies. His talent increased greatly, and he became an extremely rare peerless genius in the Nanming continent. After this transformation, not only did the 4 of them greatly increase their talents, but their cultivation also improved significantly. Among them, Lin Tianhai directly advanced from the 5th level of the Great Saint Realm to the 8th level of the Great Saint Realm, Lin Changxiao advanced to the 3rd level of the Quasi-Emperor Realm, Lin Changxue advanced to the 2nd level of the Quasi-Emperor Realm, and Lin Changfeng advanced to the 9th level of the Holy Emperor Realm. It seems that it won't be long before Lin Changfeng breaks through to the Quasi-Emperor and becomes the 3rd Quasi-Emperor of the Lin family. By then, not only will the strength of the Lin family increase again, but the Lin family may also be able to advance to the Quasi-Emperor clan. Of course, this still depends on whether the number of other Saint Emperor and Saint King realm members of the Lin family meets the system's requirements. Otherwise, Lin Xian's system will determine that the Lin family is still not a quasi-imperial family. However, the rules of the system are like this and there is no way to change them. But in the eyes of other forces in Zhengzhou, the Lin family is a true quasi-imperial family. As for Lin Xian's mother Lu Mingxin, as well as his grandparents, second uncle Lin Tianyu, and Lin Haoran, the 5 of them also transformed from treasure bodies to king bodies, and their talents and strengths also greatly increased. Among them, Lu Mingxin directly broke through from the 9th level of the Saint Realm to the 2nd level of the Great Saint Realm. Lin Tianyu reached the 5th level of the Great Saint Realm. Lin Xian's grandparents were originally elders at the peak of the Great Saint Realm, and this time they took the opportunity to directly step into the Saint King Realm, adding 2 more Saint King Realm 2nd level strongmen to the Lin family. As for Lin Haoran, due to the existence of the Human Emperor banner and the 10,000 Souls Sutra, he cannot be viewed with common sense. Although his original special physique, the Dark Treasure body, was only at the treasure body level, his cultivation speed was no worse than that of a genius with a king body, and was even faster. After this transformation, his Dark Treasure body transformed into the extremely dark king body. His own talent increased greatly. Coupled with the Human Emperor banner and the 10,000 Souls Sutra, his current cultivation speed is probably not as fast as that of the royal body monsters from the great emperor families and the heavenly emperor sects in the Nanming continent. It can be said that Lin Haoran is now one of the most enchanting geniuses in the Nanming continent, except for Lin Xian, young Master's Hall. It seems that it won't be long before my Lin family officially becomes a quasi-imperial clan. I wonder what kind of generous rewards there will be. Lin Xian looked at the promotion requirements on the system, which were almost completed. He felt excited and expectant at the same time. Lin family, Saint Clan Quasi-Emperor clan, promotion conditions: 1. Have 3 Quasi-Emperor realm cultivators, not completed, current number, 2. Have 10 Saint Emperor monks, not completed, current number, 6, 3. Have 50 Saint King monks, not completed, current number, 35, 4. Family luck reaches 500,000, not completed, current family luck, 450,000. The system had previously told Lin Xian that every time the family's rank was promoted, he would receive extremely generous rewards. This was also the main reason why he was looking forward to completing these conditions as soon as possible. If there is no reward, he may pay attention, but he will never pay too much attention and look forward to it. After all, if he had that much time, he might as well practice more and develop his family. While Lin Xian was paying attention to the family's rank advancement, 2 young men with extraordinary bearings also met outside the Lin family's territory. Huh? I didn't expect to meet my fellow Taoist again here. It's truly fate. I didn't expect to meet Brother Dao again so soon. As expected, fate, it's wonderful. When the 2 met again, they both said in unison. Suddenly, the 2 smiled at each other. Lin Yan, carrying a black ruler, took the lead in introducing himself. I am Lin Yan from the Lin family. I don't know, brother, what's your name? Lin Dong almost blurted out, old. I am Lin Dong from the Lin family. Nice to meet Brother Yan. Hearing this, Lin Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other party had the same surname as him. He just didn't know whether the other party was from the main family of his Lin family, or a branch family like his Yenqing Lin family, or another Lin family. After all, there are so many Lin families in the world, and there is more than just their Lin family. So, Lin Yan couldn't help but say, nice to meet you, Brother Dong. But I never expected that we would share the same last name. Excuse me, what is the relationship between Brother Dong and the Lin family, the Holy Clan here? After asking, Lin Yan looked at the other person expectantly. If the other party is from the same Lin family as him, that would be truly amazing. Lin Yan looked at the other party with curiosity, waiting for his response. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong, who was also surprised that Lin Yan had the same surname as him, slowly revealed that he was from a branch of the Lin family. I am from the branch of the same clan Lin family here. I wonder who Brother Yin is. As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, a look of astonishment appeared on Lin Yan's face. His pupils dilated slightly, and he looked at Lin Dong in disbelief, thinking to himself, how could such a coincidence happen in this world? The man in front of him, who had an outstanding temperament and a heroic appearance, was actually from the Lin family branch just like himself. You know, he just happened to meet Lin Dong in this vast crowd, and thought it was just a chance encounter, but who would have thought that it would involve such a deep connection? I really didn't expect that Brother Dong is actually from my Lin family. Lin Yan said in surprise. Someone from the Lin family. Lin Dong was slightly startled, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he asked, could it be that Brother Yin is one too? That's right. I'm from the Yinqing branch. Lin Yan laughed heartily. So that's how it is. My name is Lin Dong, and I'm from the Fuqing branch family. Lin Dong responded with a bow. The two smiled at each other and told each other their stories. As they were all members of the Lin family, they felt a natural affinity for each other. In addition, they already admired each other, so before long, the two became as familiar as old friends. Before they knew it, both of them felt that they had met too late. 10 minutes later, cousin, let's go. To be honest, I have been curious about the master's family for a long time. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Yan said softly with a smile on his face. Lin Yan and Lin Dong are both 17 years old, but because Lin Yan is 3 days older than Lin Dong, in order to avoid estrangement, Lin Yan directly calls the other party cousin brother. When Lin Dong heard Lin Yan's words, he smiled and nodded in response. Of course, Brother Yan, please. After saying that, Lin Dong also made a gesture of invitation. Brother, please. The two of them finally joined together and officially entered the Lin family. Although both of them came alone, after their identities were verified, they were warmly received by the Lin family reception staff and were not treated with any neglect because of the weak strength of their branch families. On the contrary, the people who received the Lin family were more enthusiastic. Chapter 89. I respect you as the young master. My two brothers, this is the main hall where you will live. I believe this journey is long. You two brothers can take a break or walk around the family. Tonight, the family has prepared a dinner to welcome all the members who have come from afar. Brothers, please come and join us if you have time. A member of the Lin family who was in charge of reception brought Lin Yan and the other two to the outside of a hall and said to them with a smile. Lin Yan and the others also quickly expressed their gratitude and said that they would attend the dinner on time. Thank you for bringing us here, brother. We will attend the dinner on time. Next time you are free, we will definitely treat you to a drink. Okay, next time I will definitely have a drink with my two cousins. My elder brother still has to entertain other members of the clan, so I won't disturb you too. Goodbye. The Lin family member said this with a smile, then bowed and left. In response, Lin Yan and the others also bowed and said, goodbye, brother. After the Lin family member left, Lin Yan suggested, brother, are you interested in visiting the main house together, nature? Then the two of them started strolling around the Lin family's house. The two of them walked through many places along the way, but because the Lin family's land was so large, it was unknown how long it would take for them to tour the entire Lin family just by walking, because they had just arrived and they believed that a powerful force like the main family must have many strict rules. The two of them did not dare to fly across the clan territory rashly to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and troubles, but even so, feeling the rich spiritual energy of the clan land that far exceeded what they had seen before, looking at the various places of cultivation, and the Lin family members whose auras were extremely powerful and unfathomable, the two were still amazed. In such an environment, how fast can one cultivate? It's hard to imagine. No wonder my Lin family has so many powerful people. There was a strong sense of surprise in Lin Yan's tone. Hearing this, Lin Dong also nodded in agreement. Who says it's not true, Brother Yan? Just from the members of the main family we have witnessed along the way, their strength is already astonishingly powerful. It's no exaggeration to say that the main family only needs to send out one elder to easily crush 99% of the forces in the Wan dynasty domain where we are. Compared to our main family, those dynasties and noble families in the 10,000 dynasties domain that were once beyond our reach now seem insignificant, as small and vulnerable as ants. However, the most crucial point is that the scene before them at this moment may only be the tip of the iceberg of the master's enormous strength. Who knows how many unknown and amazing powers are hidden in the invisible depths. At this moment, Lin Yan seemed to recall something. After a long pause, he spoke, brother, I actually heard some rumors on my way here. It's said that the head of our Lin family has given birth to a super powerful quasi-emperor. Before he finished speaking, Lin Dong couldn't help but gasp, his face full of disbelief. This, Brother Yan, is what you said true? Lin Dong widened his eyes and stared at Lin Yan, as if trying to find a hint of answer from the other's expression. Lin Yan and his companion wandered around the Lin family's land for a long time before finally returning to their arranged residence. As soon as Lin Yan returned to his residence and activated the formation, Dan Lao's soul shadow appeared in front of Lin Yan. That's right. After Lin Yan's efforts over this period of time, luck plus opportunity, Dan Lao, who had fallen into a deep sleep due to excessive consumption of the essence of his residual soul, woke up again not long ago. Teacher, you. Before Lin Yan could finish, Elder Dan suddenly appeared and said in horror, Little Yan, have you entered some gathering place of powerful beings? Or have you come to some top-tier power? Ever since he entered the Lin family, he discovered that there were constantly spiritual consciousnesses scanning through the ancient ring where he was kept, and those spiritual consciousnesses were extremely terrifying, even more terrifying than the other. Even though he was once a top-level master who had one foot in the saint realm, he still felt like an ant in front of those divine consciousnesses. He knew that the owners of these divine consciousnesses were all terrifyingly powerful beings above the saint realm. Even during his lifetime, he rarely saw such powerful people. Even if he saw them occasionally, he could only watch from afar with great respect and dared not make any move. The number of spiritual consciousnesses he sensed just now was no less than 100. What a terrifying number. This meant that there were at least 100 saint-level beings nearby. If it was a gathering of all the major forces, then it wouldn't be a big deal, but if it was a single force, then it would be terrifying. Teacher, the place we are now in is the clan territory of my Lin family. I am here to represent my Yanqing branch to participate in the Lin family's clan competition. Lin Yan knew that his teacher had just woken up, and he had not had time to tell the other party, so he patiently explained at this time. Lin Yan's voice had just fallen. What? Is this the main home of your Lin family, Xiao Yanzi? Didn't you say that your Yanqing Lin family is just a small force and has no other powerful background? Dan Lao exclaimed in surprise. In response, Lin Yan could only smile awkwardly and said, Teacher, actually, it was only after the Tianxian sect incident that I learned from my father that my Yanqing Lin family is one of the branches of the Zhengzhou Saint Lin family. You fell into a deep sleep at the time, and I was busy traveling these days, so I didn't have time to tell you, and as long as I can win the top 3 in this competition, my Yanqing Lin family will be able to return to the main family, and from then on I will become a member of the main family and enjoy the same treatment as the main family's silence. The atmosphere was stagnant for more than 10 seconds. At this moment, Dan Lao was digesting this shocking news with a look of shock on his face. Branch family. Main family, a superpower with at least 100 terrifying masters above the Saint Realm, the top 3 in the competition can return to their home, this is a bit too much information, etc., isn't this my chance? Xiao Yanzi's main family is so powerful and terrifying, and with the support of such a superpower, even if it is just a branch, as long as Xiao Yanzi is talented enough, he will definitely be valued by this superpower and gain countless benefits and opportunities. By then, as Xiao Yanzi's teacher, even if I haven't made any contributions, I have certainly made great efforts. By then, even if this superpower only needs to show a little bit of something, it will be enough for him to rebuild his body. Even going further is not impossible. After figuring it out, Dan Lao felt as if the whole world suddenly became brighter. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Yan eagerly and coughed lightly. Ahem, little Yanzi, let me discuss something with you? Lin Yan, with a confused look on his face, couldn't help but mutter, I wonder what the teacher wants. I will definitely do my best to help the teacher complete it. Elder Dan looked at Lin Yan with a determined look and said seriously, it's like this, from now on we'll talk about our own things, you call me master, and I respect you as young master. Chapter 90. The competition begins. Shocking statement. Lin Yan was so frightened that he froze in place, his mouth moved slightly, but no sound came out. He stared at Elder Dan in a daze, his eyes filled with curiosity, as if wondering why his teacher had suddenly played a joke on him. And such a horrifying joke at that? Lin Yan's mind raced, thinking of all sorts of possibilities and reasons, but in the end he still couldn't figure out what the teacher was trying to accomplish by doing this. But no matter how Lin Yan reacted, Dan Lao at this moment had a serious look on his face and a firm gaze, and he didn't look like he was joking at all. Teacher, if you feel threatened, just blink. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Lin Yan felt that the teacher might have been discovered and threatened by a mysterious powerful person. The teacher was once a master at the peak of the venerable realm. The person who could discover his presence must not be an ordinary cultivator, but most likely a terrifying Saint Realm powerhouse? Thinking of this, Lin Yan said anxiously again, Teacher, don't worry, my Lin family's main family has the powerful influence of the Saint Emperor Realm ancestor, so you don't have to worry about that mysterious existence, it's safe here. Looking at Lin Yan's expression, Elder Dan knew that the other party must have misunderstood, so he shook his head helplessly, Young master, I have not been threatened by any powerful person, I'm serious about what I say. From now on, we can talk about our own affairs. You can call me master and I will respect you as young master. Lin Yan, no, teacher, what's with that anticipation and passion in your eyes? But, teacher, Lin Yan wanted to persuade her again. After all, this was too absurd. How could there be such a thing? But before he could finish, Dan Lao interrupted him. Okay, it's decided. Young master, you are still young, you don't understand. If he let this incredible opportunity slip away, he would get up and slap himself twice in his dreams. It was soon evening, and Lin Yan and Lin Dong showed up on time at the dinner party prepared by the Lin family. The entire banquet brought together all the branch family members who came from afar, as well as a large number of members of the main family of the Lin family. Even the clan leader Lin Tianhai showed up at the scene and welcomed the many members of the branch families who came. However, he did not stay for long. Firstly, he still had to make final arrangements for the competition that would start tomorrow. Secondly, if he stayed here, it would make everyone feel uncomfortable. Therefore, after welcoming the many branch family members, he left the scene and handed it over to everyone. The last banquet lasted for several hours. Many young members of the branch families also have a deeper understanding of the main family. Of course, most of the younger generation are actually more interested in observing other opponents participating in this competition. After all, you should at least know the general situation of your opponent and have some understanding of your opponent in this competition. Lin Yan and the other two came alone, without any elders to escort them, and they were not from powerful branch families. Therefore, they seemed a little inconspicuous at the banquet, like a hidden dragon in the abyss, not being known or noticed by many people. On the contrary, the geniuses from the powerful branch families have attracted the attention of many young generations. Even the geniuses from the main families who participated in this competition paid great attention to them. For example, the 3 strongest branches of the Lin family of saints in charge, namely the Lingxi Holy Dynasty branch, the Tianhai region branch, and the Nanyang region branch. There are also 10 powerful branches with peak-level cultivators in the venerable realm. The younger generations coming out of these branches should not be underestimated and are also the focus of many people. Of course, the most eye-catching ones are the geniuses of the main family. They are definitely the biggest obstacle for all the members of the branch families participating in the competition. Therefore, those geniuses from the branch families who were confident that they could achieve good results in the competition all kept asking about the situation of the top geniuses from the main family who were participating in this competition. In the end, everyone only got 3 names: Lin Zai, Lin Beixian, Lin Yuan. These 3 are the strongest among all the main family geniuses participating in this competition, and they are also the 3 most likely to win the championship. These 3 people are also the strongest geniuses in the entire Lin family, except for the 2 perverts Lin Xian and Lin Haoren. All 3 of them possess a special physique that is 1 in a million, and it is a precious body. As for Lin Xian and Lin Haoren, they did not participate in this competition, simply because their strength has already far surpassed that of everyone else, and there is no need. After all, they don't need to prove themselves to the family through this. Their performance meant that they no longer needed to prove anything to any of their tribe members. They are now the ceiling of the younger generation of the Lin family, a peak that cannot be surpassed, and even cannot be reached by anyone for the time being. The next day, early morning, boom, 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 3 bells rang out throughout the Lin family's land, one after another, reaching the ears of all the Lin family members. At the same time, it also indicates that this Lin clan competition officially started. Here we go. The Lin family's once-in-a-decade clan competition is finally here. I wonder how exciting this competition will be. Let's go quickly and grab a good spot. It will be much more comfortable to watch the game this way. Just talk for a while longer, then just sit in the corner and watch. I'll be leaving first, Damn it, Lin Dazhuang, you have no moral integrity. You actually rushed off alone. Brother, you still need to practice. Sangyan Peak. It is also the venue for this Lin family competition. It was seen that the huge peak of Sangyan Peak, which was supposed to reach the sky, was cut in half, forming an extremely huge flat peak. On the top of the peak, there are a large number of small arenas, as well as a super large arena in the center, surrounded by a large number of viewing areas. And above the ring, 11 void thrones shining with golden holy light were floating there. These were prepared for the head of the Lin family and the 10 elders. On both sides of these 11 void thrones, there are many void thrones shining with silver light. These are prepared by the Lin family for the major forces that may come to watch the battle. After all, the Lin family's competition is not a secret, and the Lin family has never thought of hiding it, nor can they hide it. How could the gathering of so many branches not attract the attention of other forces? Therefore, it is better to show it openly. Anyway, those who pay attention to the Lin family are generally forces of the same level or even weaker than his Lin family. As for them, his Lin family is not afraid of them causing trouble or having any ideas. After the bell rang throughout the Lin family, countless members of the Lin family rushed to the scene, and soon that Sangyan Peak was filled with members of the Lin family. The originally deserted Sangyan Peak suddenly became extremely lively. The younger generation of the Lin family who were participating in this competition came here early to wait, feeling excited and nervous. Chapter 91 Lin Family Competition 1. Half an hour later, under the respectful gazes of countless Lin family members, 11 figures slowly appeared in the air.to everyone. There were no signs. At the same time, a large number of Lin family deacons and other elders suddenly appeared at various locations on the scene, each performing their duties. Welcome to the clan leader. Times 999 plus welcome all elders. Times 999 plus suddenly, a uniform and resounding welcome sounded through the sky. Countless members of the Lin family bowed in greeting. The momentum was so grand that it was even greater than the ceremony when an emperor met with him. Seeing this scene, the 10 elders all nodded in satisfaction. Looking at the clansmen below, a gratified smile appeared on their originally meticulous faces. As for Lin Tianhai in front, his expression did not change much. His deep eyes looked around, and finally a majestic voice came out of his mouth. Today is the Lin family's once-in-a-decade clan competition. It's the biggest event for the younger generation of the Lin family. I'm sure you all know the rules of this competition, so I won't elaborate further here. At the same time, this clan leader also hopes that each of you can give your best performance and use your strength to win the honor you deserve. In addition to the rewards that everyone already knows about, the family has added a new mysterious reward for the champion of this competition. It will be given to the champion of this competition together with the previous rewards. Now, this clan leader announces that this Lin clan competition officially begin. Bang, 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 as Lin Tianhai's sonorous voice fell, bursts of high-pitched, blood-boiling drum beats suddenly rang out, heralding the fierce start of this competition. At the same time, as if they had discussed it beforehand, those forces that came to watch the battle with various purposes also arrived one after another. Patriarch Lin, I hope you don't mind coming to Fengxian Palace uninvited. Patriarch Lin, the Lu family is disturbing you. I hope fellow Taoist Lin will not be offended by the presumption of coming to the Holy Palace. Luo family, representatives from dozens of forces came and expressed their desire to watch the battle. Among them are the 6 quasi-emperor level forces in the Tianlong Empire, except Lingyun Pavilion, namely Fengxian Palace, Lu family, Sheng Palace, Luo family, Tongtian Tower, and Biyun Palace. In short, 1 floor, 2 houses, 3 palaces. However, now that a quasi-emperor has appeared in the Lin family, the structure within the Tianlong Emperor's inner world has changed. The original 1 pavilion, 1 floor, 2 families, and 3 palaces has naturally become 1 pavilion, 1 floor, 3 families, and 3 palaces. In addition to these 6 quasi-emperor level forces, there are also dozens of saint-level forces. In the end, even the Tianlong Empire sent people over. Still an old acquaintance, Longquan, the Tianlong dynasty, has come with his descendants. Chief Lin, excuse me for disturbing you. Looking at the many forces that came, Lin Tianhai was not surprised at all, nor did he have any dissatisfaction. He just bowed to everyone as a return gesture for the other party's previous bow. It is an honor for all of you to come and watch the battle between the younger generations of my Lin family. This clan leader will naturally not spoil your fun. Please take a seat. Lin Tianhai said calmly, then he waved his hand, and 7 void thrones different from the other 2 sides appeared instantly. 6 of them appeared at the front of the seats on both sides, and were higher than the other void thrones, reaching the same height as Lin Tianhai's exclusive void throne, and the remaining 1 appeared next to Lin Tianhai's void throne, obviously prepared for Longquan of the Tianlong Empire. As for the 6 void thrones, they were undoubtedly prepared for the 6 quasi-emperor level forces. By doing this, Lin Tianhai gave them enough face, allowing them to be different from other forces and not lose their identity. On behalf of the Lin family, this clan leader welcomes everyone, please. Lin Tianhai made a gesture of invitation. He then sat down first, and the 10 elders followed suit and sat on the 10 thrones behind him. The 6 major forces and the people of the Tianlong dynasty were very satisfied with Lin Tianhai's attitude and treatment. The other party did not neglect them. Therefore, the leaders of the 6 major forces and the Tianlong Empire nodded and took their seats one by one. As for those from the saint-level forces, they consciously ran to the viewing area around below. Only those forces that possess powerful saint emperors can sit on the lowest void thrones. After everyone was seated, Lin Tianhai looked at Lin Tianyu beside him and nodded to him. Lin Tianyu also came to the top of the largest arena, and then he shouted loudly, and his voice spread throughout the entire Sangyan Peak. All young members of the tribe participating in this competition, please stand out. As Lin Tianyu finished speaking, a series of young, energetic, confident, and high-spirited figures turned into colorful rays of light, flew out and landed on the ring. In just a dozen seconds, tens of thousands of young people aged between 16 and 30 came to the arena, including Lin Yan and Lin Dong. So many terrifying and powerful people. The two of them looked at the terrifying figures sitting on the void throne, emitting unique sacred light, and their hearts were shocked. It was the first time they had seen so many terrifying and powerful people die in the past. The great Saint Realm Masters that were rarely seen in the Myriad Dynasty's domain for 1,000 years were now numbered in the hundreds. How could they not be shocked? While Lin Yan and the others were looking up at these peerless powerful beings, Lin Tianhai waved his hand, and suddenly tens of thousands of streams of light shot out and landed in the hands of all the Lin family members who participated in the competition. Is this a token? What's the use of this? According to the Patriarch, when he led the team to participate in the competition before, he didn't have this token at all. Could this competition be different from previous ones? Looking at the tokens in their hands, the young tribesmen who were participating in the competition suddenly became agitated. Even the geniuses from the powerful branch families were confused. I haven't heard the ancestor say that there will be any changes in this competition? Lin Jinyan looked at the token in his hand and muttered to himself. He comes from the Lingxi Holy Dynasty branch, which has powerful saints. He is the strongest genius of the Lingxi branch and the strongest genius of the Lingxi branch in the past 1,000 years. He possesses the Tiangang treasure body, and his talent is not inferior to the main family's top geniuses such as Lin Beixian. As one of the three most powerful branches of the Lin family, he, a member of the Lingxi branch, naturally knows the rules, procedures, and format of the family's 10-year clan competition very well. In previous competitions, the two players were almost always drawn in one-on-one matches, and then advanced step by step, with the last two standing competing for the final championship. There is no such thing as a token, however. This time the process was unusual. I'm afraid this competition will be conducted in a different way. Chapter 92 Lin Family Competition 2. Brothers of the Beixian clan, as the pride of our main family, have you ever heard that this competition will be held in various forms? Lin Jinyan, who was confused, came to Lin Beixian and asked with a bow. He felt that as the master's geniuses, Lin Beixian and the others must be more informed than them, and might know something about the situation. Lin Beixian, dressed in a long robe, holding a long sword, with a solemn expression, saw the person coming and spoke slowly with a lukewarm tone. Sorry, even if you say you are my cousin, I have never heard of it. Obviously, he also knew Lin Jinyan. After all, the other party has a great reputation in the Lin family. Although he is a branch of the family, they cannot underestimate him. Well, okay, thank you, brother. Hearing this, Lin Jinyan had no choice but to give up. Even the main family's geniuses like Lin Beixian don't know, so no matter how hard he tries to find the answer, it will be useless. He might as well wait for the family to announce it. Even top-level geniuses like Lin Beixian and Lin Jinyan didn't know about it, let alone ordinary geniuses like Lin Yan and Lin Dong who were not yet famous. Therefore, all the participating tribesmen immediately started discussing. Just as many participating tribesmen were speculating, Lin Tianyu's voice was heard again, instantly attracting everyone's attention. You should have received the token just now. This item will be useful in this competition. You will seal a strand of your spiritual power in it later. As for its function, you can explore it yourself when the time comes. Next, I will announce the project process and rules of this competition. I hope you will listen carefully. Lin Tianyu paused after speaking, then continued. This competition will be different from the previous ones. This competition is divided into three major categories: test, actual combat, and competition. The first item is the test, or audition. Here, your willpower and character will be tested. Those who fail to meet the standards will be eliminated and will not be able to compete in the next round. The second event is actual combat. Here, you will enter a small, ruined world filled with numerous demons and devil cultivators. Your mission is to slay them and earn points. This will last for 3 days. The top 100 scorers will qualify to participate in the final event, Scramble. The third event is the competition. The rules for this event are similar to previous competitions. The 100 participants who advanced from the second event will be randomly drawn into a one-on-one battle. The winner will advance to the next round until the champion of this competition is determined. At the same time, I am here to announce a family decision. From now on, the family will establish a new ranking list, the Holy Dragon ranking. Only those who place in the top 100 of the clan competition held every 10 years can be included in this list. Those who make the list will receive various generous benefits and strong training from the clan. The higher the ranking, the better the benefits. Those on the list can also challenge those with higher rankings. If they succeed, they will be promoted to the corresponding ranking and receive corresponding benefits. As for those who are not on the list, they still have a chance. As long as you can rank in the top 10 of the family's hidden dragon list, you will be eligible to challenge the Holy Dragon list. If you defeat someone on the list, you can directly replace that person. Lin Tianyu's voice spread to everyone present, making many members of the Lin family excited instantly. They didn't expect that there would be so many changes in this competition, even increasing from 1 item to 3 items. The establishment of the Holy Dragon list instantly made everyone excited and expectant. As for what you are looking forward to and curious about, of course, we are looking forward to seeing who will make it to the Holy Dragon list this time. I'm curious about what kind of rewards and benefits I'll get, and how these rewards and benefits compare to the rewards and benefits of various rankings in the family in the past. Is it better? Or about the same? What benefits will be provided? However, everyone felt that the rewards and benefits would definitely be better than those of various previous lists. After all, this was a list that only the top 100 in the clan competition held every 10 years could make the list, and its value was incomparable to other lists, so the rewards and benefits will naturally not be bad, but I just don't know what to expect. But now that the family hasn't said anything, they can't guess. Everyone could understand why the family didn't say anything now. After all, there were still many people from other forces here to watch the battle. It was impossible to tell these family secrets in front of them. The Holy Dragon ranking. I didn't expect the family to actually set up such a ranking. Besides, apart from those who pass the once-a-decade competition, only the top 10 on the Hidden Dragon ranking have the qualifications to challenge and have a chance to be on the list. I'm really looking forward to the fierce competition, ha ha ha. From today on, I will aim to be on the Holy Dragon ranking. Brother, stop messing around. Just relying on your divine sea realm cultivation? Ha ha. Oomph. Boss, don't disbelieve me. I'm only 15 years old this year. I can definitely participate in the next competition. How will you know if you don't try? What if I get in? Alas, there are only 100 places. I definitely won't be able to get in with my ability. If I work hard, I should be able to get into the top 100, right? Brother Yan, are you interested in this Holy Dragon list? Lin Dong looked at Ling Yan beside him and asked with a faint smile. My goal is to enter the top 3 and lead my Yanqing branch back to the main family. Since this list is linked to the competition rankings, I naturally cannot ignore it. Lin Yan said firmly his goal has not changed, and the addition of the hidden dragon list has no impact on him. Hearing this, Lin Dong's eyes lit up with determination. My goal is also to make the Lin family of Fuqing return to its former home. So, if I run into Brother Yan early in the competition, I won't show any mercy. Ha, that's right. I will do the same then, and I won't show any mercy. Both of them aim to be in the top 3 and thus lead their respective branches back to the main family. So even though they have a good relationship, they will never show mercy if they meet each other in the third event of the competition. This is also their greatest respect for each other. Geniuses all have their own pride. They will never allow the other party to deliberately show mercy to them. This is a humiliation to them. The same is true for Lin Yan and Lin Dong. They have their own pride, they can accept their own failure, but they cannot accept victory because the other party showed mercy. At the same time, Lin Tianyu has already introduced the general process and rules of this competition. Next comes the real start of the competition. Lin Tianyu's sonorous and powerful voice once again spread throughout the entire scene. Next we will proceed to the first item of this competition, a test. The test of willpower begins now. Chapter 93 Lin Family Competition 3. As Lin Tianyu finished speaking, the next moment, dozens of Lin family stewards appeared above all the contestants and surrounded them. After surrounding everyone, the dozen or so stewards of the Lin family stopped moving. Instead, they stood solemnly in the air like soldiers waiting for orders, waiting for the next instruction from the General Lin Tianyu. What is going on? Seeing this scene, many participating tribesmen were also confused, but Lin Tianyu soon told them what the purpose was. Next, we will begin the first part of the competition, the test of willpower. They will be your examiners in a moment. They will constantly pressure you with their intimidation. All you have to do is rely on your own strength to resist. The time limit is 1 minute. Anyone who relies on means other than their own strength to resist will be considered cheating and will be immediately disqualified. Also, anyone who is overwhelmed or faints mid-match will be directly eliminated and will not be able to compete in the subsequent competitions. Of course, if you can't hold on, you can choose to quit without any punishment. After hearing Lin Tianyu's words, some of the participating tribesmen were immediately disdainful. That's it? So simple? Then this is just a casual pass, ha. That's right, for a test like this, let alone 1 minute, even 10 minutes would be no problem. That's right. Shoo. Be careful not to be heard by the elders or you will be disqualified from the competition. Little did they know that with the cultivation level of Lin Tianyu and the others, the whispers of these tribesmen could not be hidden from Lin Tianyu and the others. Die in the eyes of Lin Tianyu and the others, it was actually no different from talking face to face. Lin Tianyu in the air raised the corner of his mouth, an inexplicable smile that was barely noticeable. Start. Lin Tianyu spoke lightly. The dozen or so Lin family stewards received the signal instantly, and the next moment, more than a dozen powerful pressures of the venerable realm burst out from their bodies with a bang, and directly pressed down on the tens of thousands of participating clansmen below. Although these deacons are only at the venerable realm and their cultivation is not too strong, it is enough for these young clansmen whose highest level is only at the cave heaven realm. Boom, the sudden and powerful pressure caught many participating tribesmen off guard, and many of them were immediately forced to their knees. Damn it, get up! Fortunately, they were not directly overwhelmed, otherwise they would have been eliminated directly. However, contestants like Lin Yan, who were always prepared, stumbled at the beginning but quickly stabilized themselves and were not too embarrassed. Obviously, the family was just trying to intimidate them. They couldn't possibly send the biggest one right from the start. Otherwise, if they were all eliminated, what would the competition even be for? They'd be laughed to death by the other factions. Looking at the frustrated tribesmen below, Lin Tianyu in the air smiled even more. You little bastards, even your master can't deal with you. The test continues. The Lin family has more than a dozen deacons, and each of them is responsible for only 1,000 participating clansmen. After all, the cultivation levels of the participating clansmen vary greatly. In order to be fair, the corresponding pressure intensity must naturally be different. This requires the deacons who serve as examiners to expend their minds and intentionally control the intensity of their pressure on each participating tribe member. This means that these deacons at the venerable realm are destined to be unable to handle too many participating tribe members at the same time. 1,000 contestants per person is already their limit. As for why not let a high-level saint-level person serve as the examiner? Wouldn't it be possible for one person to handle it? In response, the Lin family said they did not need it. Why bother with saint realm masters when a venerable realm cultivator can do it? If saint realm masters are asked to handle everything, then what is the point of keeping these venerable realm masters? If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to use those resources to cultivate powerful saints? The pressure is building. Someone suddenly shouted. At the same time, all the participating tribesmen felt the heavy pressure on them gradually increasing. The people who had been able to resist easily before suddenly felt a lot more pressure, and many of the participating tribesmen had sweat on their foreheads. However, for seated players such as Lin Jinyan and Lin Beixian, they still looked calm and composed at this time. It was obvious that they could still resist easily and were not under too much pressure, but the same thing happened to Lin Yan and Lin Dong, two unknown branch family members. As time passed by second, the pressure on everyone became heavier and heavier. The 29th second, one of the tribesmen could no longer hold on and was pinned to the ground, becoming the first to be eliminated. Lin Wu, eliminated. The deacon who was in charge of Lin Wu immediately removed the pressure on the other party and announced loudly, then he waved his hand and gently sent the man to the bottom of the ring. Several deacons who were responsible for treating the wounded hurried forward to check. After finding that there was nothing serious, they fed the man a healing pill and sent him to the viewing area. Lin Wu's elimination is just the beginning. Soon, some people couldn't hold on any longer and were eliminated, while others chose to give up. Lin Bei, eliminated. Lin Ing, eliminated. No, I can't hold on any longer. I choose to quit. I'm quitting too. This is too difficult. It's not as comfortable as usual. I quit. I'm done with this. Lin Shi, voluntarily withdraw and be disqualified from the competition. Lin Dong, voluntarily withdraw and be disqualified from the competition. Lin Tianyu, who was in the air, looked at the tribesmen below who had not reached their limit but chose to give up, and couldn't help but shook his head. These members of the clan are destined not to be vigorously cultivated by the family in the future. There is no need. What his Lin family needs is a truly strong person, not a vase that retreats and gives up when encountering difficulties. Compared with those who voluntarily withdrew, they would rather train those who persisted to the end. Were eliminated. Even though their talents and foundations are a little lacking, they possess qualities that these people do not have, namely, a firm and strong willpower. Moreover, the Lin family now possesses treasures such as the Spirit Washing Pool and the Hongmeng Divine Tree, so talent is not a problem at all. One of the reasons why this competition is different from previous ones is also related to them, and now that they have them, his Lin family will no longer be limited to the innate talents when training their clansmen. Now they not only value talents, but also attach great importance to the quality and character of their clansmen. If someone has good talent, excellent character, and personality, then it would be perfect, and he would definitely be the focus of family training. It doesn't matter if you have excellent qualities and character but poor innate talents. The family will still vigorously train you, improve your talents, and change your destiny. Chapter 94 Lin Family Competition 4. But the Lin family will not deliberately remind them of these things. What the Lin family wants is to see the truest version of them. This time, those tribesmen who gave up did not know that because of their small decision today, their future would be completely changed. The originally bright future became extremely ordinary and was submerged in the tide of time. They themselves will also create a huge distance between themselves and other members of the same generation, until they are out of reach. Fortunately, this group of tribesmen only accounts for a very small part of the tens of thousands of participating tribesmen, probably only a few hundred people. This ratio is already very good. Compared with other forces, the Lin family's ratio is considered low. This is also because the Lin family has been implementing various correct ideas and strict clan rules and regulations since the clan school. The 6 quasi-emperor level forces present had also undergone similar tests, but their proportion was at least twice that of the Lin family. TSK, the Lin family isn't that great. The head of the family really shouldn't have made us go all this way. A young man from the Lu family team who was watching the game complained with a look of disdain. Although its voice was not loud, it was particularly harsh at this moment, and immediately attracted the attention of several other major forces in the Lin family. In an instant, people from several other major forces all looked in the direction of the Lu family as if they were idiots, especially the leaders of several major forces, who looked at Lu Hai, the leader of the Lu family, with their eyes full of ridicule. Is this Lu Hai mentally retarded? How could he bring such an idiot? What kind of occasion is this? Wouldn't saying something like that offend the Lin family for no reason? Ha, it would be fine if you were secretly disdainful in your heart, but you actually dared to say it out loud. Now you have offended the Lin family for no reason. The other major forces instantly became gloating and acted as if they were enjoying the show. This time, as the leader of the Lu family, Lu Hai was almost pissed to death by that man. He cursed the other person in his heart, but he still scolded him directly. Shut up. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you will be punished by family rules. Then he quickly stood up and apologized to Lin Tianhai. Patriarch Lin, I am truly sorry. It is my fault for not teaching the younger generation well. This is a holy emperor weapon. Consider it my Lu family's apology. I hope that Patriarch Lin will be magnanimous and forgive him for his youth and incomprehension. After saying that, he scolded the person behind him. Hurry up and come over here to apologize to Chief Lin and ask for his forgiveness. Upon seeing this, the man knew he had said the wrong thing, and he quickly rolled over, begging for mercy. Senior, I'm wrong, I was too mean, please forgive me. I really know I was wrong. As he spoke, he slapped himself from time to time, as if he was afraid that Lin Tianhai would kill him on the spot. After all, this is the Lin family's territory, the Lin family's home ground. If the Lin family wants to kill him, it is not much more difficult than killing an ant. Lu Hai couldn't protect him at all, nor did he dare to protect him. Lin Tianhai frowned slightly, and a slightly cold voice slowly rang out. This clan leader can let this matter go, but I hope that Great Elder Lu will manage his people well. Next time, others may not be as easy to talk to as this clan leader. The strong warning is self-evident. Facing Lin Tianhai's criticism, Lu Hai had no way to refute and simply nodded in agreement. Thank you, Patriarch Lin, for your magnanimity. I will definitely discipline the younger generation, and this situation will not happen again. After all, they were the ones who made the mistake first, and he couldn't refute Lin Tianhai's warning. Otherwise, if we anger the other party and they keep them all in anger, we will be finished. I am the Lin family's territory. If Lin Tianhai wanted to kill them, with their strength, there would be no possibility of escape at all. The little incident in the air did not affect the progress of the competition below. This time, 50 seconds have passed, and the pressure now is more than 10 times stronger than at the beginning. The pressure now reached the theoretical limit of what each of them could endure, but everyone could feel the pressure slowly increasing. So far, more than 1,000 people have been defeated and eliminated, and hundreds of people have chosen to give up and have been disqualified from the competition. The participating tribesmen who are still persisting are all struggling to hold on. At a glance, everyone's clothes were soaked with sweat, and their bodies were shaking uncontrollably, as if they would collapse in the next second, be crushed to the ground, and be eliminated. However, they were unwilling to give up, still gritting their teeth and trying hard to persevere. Ugh, hold on. This is not the limit of me, Lin Jisheng. I can still hold on. I want to be on the Holy Dragon ranking. Not only did other members of the tribe begin to stagger and were about to reach their limits, but even seed players like Lin Beixian and Lin Jinyan were also struggling to hold on. However, they are all people with strong willpower. Even so, their eyes are still firm and their expressions remain unchanged. Even though their feet were embedded in the ground due to the heavy pressure and were shaking uncontrollably, beads of sweat the size of beans were dripping continuously, and veins were bulging on their foreheads, they remained calm and did not make any sound. Patriarch Lin, your Lin family is indeed a place of outstanding people and geniuses. These little guys are not only extremely talented, but their willpower is also extremely strong. They have a bright future. I am truly envious of you. Of my Fengxian Palace, I saw a beautiful mature woman in a red silk dress sitting on the empty throne of Fengxian Palace, complimenting Lin Tianhai. The beautiful woman was the leader of the Fengxian Palace this time. Her name was Yang Rong, the second elder of Fengxian Palace, but don't underestimate the other party because she is a woman. She is quite powerful and her cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Great Saint Realm. Judging from his cultivation level, he is not weaker than Lin Tianhai, but his strength, the two sides have never fought, but Lin Tianhai is confident that he will never lose. Elder Yang, you're joking. Your palace has countless geniuses, and there's even a top genius like the current saint, who's renowned in the Tianlong Empire. These little guys are nowhere near as good as your saint. Why would I envy you? If anyone is envious, it's this clan leader who envies your palace. Lin Tianhai responded with a smile. As for what the other party said, he naturally wouldn't take it to heart. It was just a compliment and shouldn't be taken seriously. Patriarch Lin, that's not right. What Elder Yang said is true. These little guys are really good. If they weren't nobles, I would have taken them in as my close disciples. What a pity. Yeah, Patriarch Lin, don't be so modest, Patriarch Lin, I've heard that the young master of this noble family is the Lin family's #1 genius, with hidden strength. But I haven't seen him today. I wonder if Patriarch Lin could let us have a look at him and witness the extraordinary demeanor of the Lin family's #1 genius? Oh, so you were waiting here. Do you want to find out Shanner's background and speculate on the future development potential of my Lin family? You're really good at calculating. The result of secretly coding at work. 2 chapters are presented here. Sigma greater than over equal to less than over equal to sigma. Chapter 95 Lin Family Competition 5. Listening to the praises from several people, Lin Tianhai sneered in his heart. However, his expression remained unchanged as he slowly spoke. My fellow Taoists, you are joking. How can my son be compared with the heirs of your forces? Of course they can't be compared, just because your descendants are not even worthy of carrying my son's shoes. My son Lin Xian has the potential to become an immortal. This is what Lin Tianhai thought in his heart. Lin Tianhai then continued, as for Elder Tongming's suggestion, I can only apologize. My son is currently in seclusion, a critical period of cultivation. As a father, I don't know when he will emerge. But fellow Taoists, rest assured, when my son comes out of seclusion in the future, I will definitely take him to visit you fellow Taoists and your forces in person. Lin Tianhai looked at the elder of Tongtian Tower who had previously proposed to meet Lin Xian, and started to argue with him. However, he did not lie to the other party. His son Lin Xian was indeed practicing at this time, and he had been busy dealing with and arranging various matters for the competition these 2 days. He really didn't have much time to pay attention to Lin Xian all the time, so he really didn't know what Lin Xian was doing now. Naturally, everyone didn't know Lin Tianhai's true thoughts. When they heard Lin Tianhai say that Lin Xian could not be compared with their descendants, they naturally thought that Lin Xian was not as good as the descendants of their power. They also never thought that a newly promoted descendant of the Quasi-Emperor clan could be compared with the top-level descendants carefully cultivated by their old Quasi-Emperor clan that had been passed down for millions of years. In their eyes, even though Lin Xian from the Lin family had some talent and strength, he still could not escape the fate of being suppressed when he met the heir of their family. Patriarch Lin, you're too modest. Our respective heirs are indeed quite good, but the noble's young masters are equally impressive. That's right. Just as the big guys above were pulling and testing each other, the test below has also entered the final countdown stage. With only 5 seconds left, there were only 10,000 contestants still struggling to hold on. The rest have been eliminated or voluntarily gave up and were disqualified from the competition. And in the last 5 seconds, even Lin Beixian and the others were pressed so hard that their bodies were hunched and their faces flushed, making them feel as if their bodies were as heavy as a mountain. As for the other contestants who were not as good as Lin Beixian and his friends, some of them were even half lying on the ground, and they might not be able to hold on and be eliminated at any time. The rule of the competition is that only those who are completely defeated will be eliminated, so this is the main reason why this part of the tribe has not been eliminated yet. However, although some of these tribesmen could be eliminated at any time, they also knew that they were only 1 step away from elimination, and they had already reached their limit. But now there are only 5 seconds left, and success is just around the corner. How can he be willing to give up? Therefore, even though their bones were creaking faintly, as if they were about to fall apart, even though their bodies were on the verge of collapse, even though their bodies were in excruciating pain, they still refused to give up, gritting their teeth and determined to hold on for those final 5 seconds. Lin Yan and Lin Dong were also gritting their teeth and persevering. They both used all their spiritual power to form a special shield outside their bodies. Lin Yan's was a flame shield covered with spiritual fire, while Lin Dong's was a shield composed of many different kinds of spiritual power. They relieved a lot of pressure on Lin Yan and Lin Dong, which allowed them to persevere until now. However, the performance of the two exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Lin Tianyu and Lin Tianhai in the air couldn't help but feel a little surprised, because their performance was actually better than that of seeded players like Lin Beixian. As for these two people, everyone seemed to realize that they knew nothing about them. In other words, these two people were not famous in the past, but two complete dark horse. Chapter 96, A Test of Character. Lin Tianhai was slightly surprised, then he sent a voice message to Lin Tianyu. Tianyu, which branch of the family are these two little guys from? His current performance is even more impressive than those little guys like Zai and Beixian. The information of the tribesmen participating in this competition was registered and checked by Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianhai was only responsible for control and arrangement, and his understanding of the participating tribesmen was not as good as Lin Tianyu. Therefore, he didn't know which branch Lin Yan and Lin Dong came from. After receiving the message from his elder brother, Lin Tianyu quickly recalled it in his mind. After a few breaths, Lin Tianyu finally recalled the information about Lin Yan and Lin Yan, and immediately sent a message back to his elder brother. Those two unexpected little guys are named Lin Yan and Lin Dong. The one wearing the black robe and carrying the long ruler is Lin Yan, and the other one who can use multiple different spiritual powers is Lin Dong. It's strange to say that they both come from branches of our Lin family in the Wan dynasty domain. Lin Yan comes from the Yanqing branch of the Kanglin dynasty, and Lin Dong comes from the Fuqing branch of the Tianyan dynasty. However, their respective branches haven't developed very well. Even to participate in this competition, they came alone, without any escort at all. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any danger on their way here, otherwise my Lin family would have tragically lost two geniuses. Lin Tianyu briefly told the information about Lin Yan and the other person, and even sighed at the end. After listening to Lin Tianyu's words, Lin Tianhai also had a preliminary understanding of Lin Dong and the others. When he learned that the two people were actually from the branch family in Wanzhou territory, he also remembered the situation of the branch family. There, although his Lin family has many branches, as the patriarch, he naturally knows about all of them. As for the branch where the two of them came from, it was originally just some ordinary clan members who had exhausted their talents and went to Wanzhou territory to establish a branch that IT has not been able to develop over the years. In the past few dozen or even hundreds of years, it has not even sent anyone to participate in the clan competition held every 10 years. If the family had not provided certain support on time, thus knowing that the two branches were still there, they would have suspected that the two branches had been destroyed. I see, Tianyu, after this competition is over, no matter what results Lin Yan and the others achieve, you should pay more attention to them. I have a feeling that their future may not be simple. Lin Tianyu transmitted the message. Lin Tianhai had only felt this feeling from Lin Haoran after he returned from the secret realm, and this time, the two little guys from the branch family named Lin Yan and Lin Dong actually gave him such a feeling, which made him unable to help but take them seriously. After all, the previous Lin Haoran has become a different person recently. Not only has his cultivation speed increased dramatically, but his combat power at the same level is also far beyond before. He was originally not much different from Lin Beishan, Lin Zai, and Lin Yuan, but now he has already left them far behind, whether in terms of cultivation or strength. In the recent sparring with Lin Beishan, Lin Zai, and Lin Yuan, even though their cultivation was suppressed to the same level, the three were still easily defeated by Lin Haoran in the end. Only when he met Lin Xian did he suffer repeated setbacks and be beaten at will by Lin Xian. Okay, big brother, after the competition is over, I will send someone to secretly protect them. I hope they won't let us down. Lin Tianyu's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Boom, with the sound of a huge bell, the first item, the test of willpower, officially ended. Time's up. Congratulations on making it to the end and successfully qualifying for the next round of trials. According to the competition rules, all contestants who pass the first round of tests will receive a reward of 10,000 family contribution points. Lin Tianyu announced immediately. As the test time came to an end, more than a dozen Lin family stewards instantly withdrew their pressure, bowed to Lin Tianyu, and left the scene. As the pressure disappeared, Lin Yan and other contestants below felt their bodies lighten instantly and collapsed to the ground. Some even lay on the ground without any image, breathing heavily. In the last few seconds, they really felt as if their bodies were about to fall apart, and the heavy pressure made them feel as if they were suffocating. Huff, 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 I did it. Ha 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 ha. It's finally over. If it were a second later, I wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. Many Lin family members who persevered to the end and passed the test were excited, but they forgot that this is only the first step. Sure enough, before everyone could rejoice for too long, Lin Tianyu continued to announce, the second test is a test of character. It will begin in half an hour, which means you have half an hour to recover, adjust, and prepare. After saying that, he slowly raised his hand, and everyone's attention was instantly drawn to his hand. I saw that he was holding a small and exquisite pagoda in his palm, and the tower was emitting a mysterious and faint light. Lin Tianyu said slowly, this tower is called the Heart Refining Tower. Later, all of you will enter this Heart Refining Tower to undergo the second test of your character. After he finished speaking, Lin Tianyu waved his arm and gently threw the small tower in his hand forward. The small tower, which was originally only the size of a palm, seemed to have gained some kind of magical power and flew rapidly in the air. At the same time, as the small tower continued to fall, its volume began to expand rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye in the blink of an eye. The small tower had become extremely huge, and eventually turned into a giant tower tens of meters. Hi. Boom, there was a loud boom sound, as if the whole earth was shaking. The giant tower landed steadily in front of the many participating tribesmen, stirring up a cloud of dust. After the dust settled, this magnificent tower stood before everyone like an insurmountable mountain, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. After completing this series of actions, Lin Tianyu kept silent and stood quietly, waiting for half an hour to pass and the test to officially begin. Is this the second test? Heart Refining Tower? What is its purpose? I don't know if I can pass this time. Upon seeing the tower, many participating tribesmen immediately started talking about it. Everyone has a different expression. Some are curious, some are worried. However, after looking at the giant tower for a while and still unable to figure out what it was, everyone sat cross-legged and began to rest. After all, they were not completely unharmed just now. Some of the participating tribesmen fought hard to avoid being eliminated, and many of them suffered varying degrees of physical injuries. If they don't rest well, how will they face the test in the near future? They don't want to stop here. Brother Yan, let's recover quickly so we can face the next test. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he began to recover his spiritual power. Seeing this, Lin Yan also began to recover his spiritual power. The two of them had just consumed a lot of spiritual energy, but their bodies were not injured, so they only needed to recover their spiritual energy. Half an hour passed in a flash. At this point, all participating tribesmen had fully recovered and were waiting for Lin Tianyu's instructions to begin the next test. Chapter 97 True and False. At some point, Lin Tianyu's voice sounded again. Everyone, enter the tower. After Lin Tianyu finished speaking, he waved his hand and a stream of spiritual power went towards the giant tower. The next moment, the portal of the giant tower appeared in front of nearly 10,000 participating tribesmen in the blink of an eye. Looking at the portal that suddenly appeared, the participating tribesmen did not enter immediately. It seems like no one wants to be in the spotlight. Of course, the truth is that those weaker contestants didn't know what was going on inside, so they wanted to see what happened to others first. As for those tribesmen who are quite confident in their own strength, they are not in a hurry at all. Since no one wants to be the first to go in, I'll explore the way for everyone first. At this moment, a hearty voice suddenly rang out among the crowd. Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction where the voice came from. Suddenly, a handsome young man in a purple robe appeared in front of everyone. That's Lin Zai. Everyone instantly recognized the boy's identity. It was Lin Zai, who was listed as the main team's seeded player to win the championship along with Lin Beixian and Lin Yuan. When everyone looked at Lin Zai, he had already arrived in front of the gate, and then he stepped in without any hesitation. In an instant, Lin Zai's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Soon, before everyone could observe more, another voice sounded. Lao Xian and Lao Yi have gone in, we can't fall behind. Seated player, Lin Yuan. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he rushed directly into the gate. In response to this, Lin Beixian said helplessly, it's really true that everyone is so fast, and they didn't even say wait for me. Lin Beixian also followed closely behind Lin Yuan and stepped into the heart refining tower. Brother Yan, I can't wait any longer, let's go. Well, Lin Yan and Lin Dong disappeared at the same time. Afterwards, Lin Jingyan and others also rushed up and entered the tower one by one. Seeing these seated players go in, the other participating tribesmen could no longer sit still and immediately swarmed in just half a minute. The arena, which originally had nearly 10,000 contestants, suddenly became deserted, with only a few hesitant contestants left. Seeing that these people were reluctant to enter, Lin Tianyu's serious voice came from the air again. If you can't enter the heart refining tower within 1 minute, you will be disqualified from the competition. 15 seconds left. Hearing Lin Tianyu's words, the hesitant tribesmen suddenly panicked and rushed forward. Their character is just to be more cautious, to hide, but they don't want to be eliminated. Lin Zai was the first to enter. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a rather luxurious room, and he was lying on a jade bed. What's going on? I'm participating in the family competition, why am I here? Lin Zai was a little confused, but he remembered that when he entered the giant tower, he couldn't see anything clearly, and his vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the current scene, illusion? But how can this be so real? Lin Zai thought to himself. Just when he was confused, there was a knock on the door, and at the same time a voice came. Lao Yi, come out quickly, it's time to go to the clan leader. The sudden voice interrupted Lin Zai's thoughts. He quickly stood up and opened the door. Lao Yuan? Aren't we participating in the competition? What's going on? Looking at Lin Yuan in front of the door, Lin Zai spoke immediately. Lin Yuan spread his hands and said, Lao Yi, are you stupid? Or have you lost your memory? It's been over a week since this competition. Remember, right after we entered the giant tower, we were attacked by a 9-tailed leopard cat from the 9th level of the Dharma realm? At the same time, Second Master announced this test, requiring us to work together to kill the 9-tailed leopard cat. Although we were numerous at the time, our cultivation levels were vastly different from its own. The highest was only at the 9th level of the cave heaven realm, like you and me. Even if we all joined forces, it still took a huge price to kill it, and many of our clansmen were seriously injured. But fortunately, when the family was in danger, you rescued the seriously injured members. At that time, you were also accidentally injured and fell into a coma. You have not woken up since then. This time, I just wanted to give it a try. I called out to you twice, and unexpectedly, you finally woke up. Lin Yuan paused, then said anxiously, Lao Yi, you guys haven't really lost your memory, have you? Do you have any other questions? We'll have the elders take a look at you shortly, old business. Lin Yuan was still talking, and Lin Zai frowned. Did I really lose my memory? But if this is an illusion, it feels so real. When Lin Yuan pulled him, he clearly felt that this was a real person. It's not like he hasn't tried training in illusions before. His Lin family has a training ground specifically for training through illusions, and he's tried it many times. However, while the contents of those illusions were extremely real, the people and things within them only gave people a sense of fakeness. However, there was no such fakeness here at all. Lao Yi, don't scare me. Let's go and let the patriarch take a look at you. Seeing that Lin Zai hadn't spoken, Lin Yuan suddenly panicked and wanted to pull him away. Lao Yuan, I'm fine. I might just be a little confused. Lin Zai didn't know what to do for a moment, so he could only go along with the other party and speak. If it was a normal illusion, when he became aware of the illusion, it should have been destroyed soon, but in this situation, even though he kept telling himself that this was an illusion, nothing changed. Everything was still so real, without the slightest fluctuation, so he could only temporarily treat it as real. Later, Lin Zai and Lin Yuan met with the clan leader Lin Tianhai. Chapter 98. The first person to come out. In the following days, Lin Zai's life was extremely peaceful. Apart from practicing, he completed tasks and fought and sparred with his tribesmen. It was no different from the past, plain and beautiful. Everything is so natural and harmonious. Gradually, the line of defense in his heart was quietly crumbling without him knowing when. As time goes by, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, he now seemed to have forgotten his initial suspicion and vigilance. Perhaps all the experiences in my mind back then were just a dream. Lin Zai recalled the vague dream in his mind, and his expression did not seem to care much. Father? That's not right. Wasn't I participating in the competition? Why did you come back suddenly? Lin Yan looked at the Lin Zhan in front of him with a face full of confusion. As soon as he entered the mind refining tower, he suddenly felt as if he was in endless darkness. When he regained his vision, he saw the current scene. He stood on a formation, while Lin Zhan and other members of the Yanqinglin family stood outside the formation, looking at him excitedly. Brother Yan, you are finally back. Young master, welcome back. Yener, it's good to be back. Lin Zhan said with a smile, the concern in his eyes seemed to overflow from the words. Are you really my father and the Yanqing people? Show your true form if you know what's good for you. Lin Yan stared ahead with a vigilant look on his face, his tone extremely sharp. Although their aura was indeed the same as his father's, that was precisely why he felt it was abnormal. You little brat, you've grown wings, haven't you? You even dare to scold your father. Lin Zhan immediately rushed up and beat Lin Yan up. Master, calm down, the young master was just joking with us, yes. Lin Yan subconsciously hesitated. Donger, you're back. Hurry, come over and help pack up. We're moving back to the main house today, ha. Lin Dong's father, Lin Mang, laughed without any image. Lin Dong, who suddenly appeared and was a little confused, nodded subconsciously in a slightly dull manner. Donger, thanks to you being favored by the master, they made an exception and allowed me to return to the Fuching branch early. Donger, you are worthy of being the lucky star of my Fuching branch. Shiliner, Lin Mang was talking excitedly. Suddenly, a giant finger fell from the sky, directly stabbed Lin Mang to death. Then, a young man's voice slowly came, Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. With the death of Lin Mang, Lin Dong found that the space around him began to collapse rapidly, and the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He was seen standing in a space that exuded a strange charm, and he was surrounded by people, who were the members of the Lin family who participated in this competition. However, at this moment, they all looked dazed, with lifeless eyes and no consciousness at all. Suddenly, an emotionless, cold voice rang out, Congratulations on passing this illusion test. You may leave the heart refining tower now. Be careful not to disturb others. It was the voice of the tower spirit. Hearing this, Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, then muttered to himself, Is it passed already? An illusion test. I thought it was some evil creature pretending to be an old man, but it turns out to be an illusion. Lin Dong looked back at Lin Yan, who was still trapped in the illusion, encouraged him in his heart, and began to walk towards the outside, leaving behind only a figure with extraordinary temperament. And this illusion is too simple. How could my father, that reckless man, possibly even know the word Qilin? Speaking of which, how do you write the word Qilin? I'll ask Brother Yan to teach me later. After all, Brother Yan said he attended the clan school for 9 years, so this shouldn't be a problem for him. Outside World Chief Lin, who do you think will be the first to emerge from this test? Long Quan looked at Lin Tianhai with interest. For cultivators from powerful forces like theirs, most of the time, apart from practicing, they are busy running around for their own forces, and their free time can be said to be very little. Now that he has been ordered to spy on the younger generation of the Lin family, he can finally take a break from his busy life. At this time, he was in the mood and wanted to chat with others like an ordinary monk. After hearing Long Xuan's words, the leaders of the 6 quasi-emperor level forces also joined the conversation. Elder Long Quan, as the head of the Lin family, Patriarch Lin will be happy no matter who comes out first. Besides, the young members of the Lin family are all very talented, so anyone could be the first to come out. Your words are a bit embarrassing for Patriarch Lin. Elder Yang from Fengxian Palace said with a smile, while inserting the topic. He also did not forget to praise the Lin family. Since the major forces arrived, Lin Tianhai has naturally been paying close attention to their reactions, and trying to guess their attitudes towards the Lin family. From his observations during this time, he guessed that among these major factions, only the Fengxian Palace had a relatively friendly attitude towards the Lin family, while the Quasi-Emperor Lu family's attitude towards the Lin family was not very good. Others such as the Quasi-Emperor Luo family, the Shang Palace, the Tongtian Tower, and the Biyun Palace had a lukewarm attitude towards the Lin family. As for the Tianlong Empire, Lin Tianhai didn't need to guess. Even the Longquan seemed to be very friendly with Lin Tianhai, chatting and laughing with him, and not actively making things difficult for him, and he didn't have the arrogance and overbearing attitude of a person from the upper class. But, through the other party's eyes and expressions, you can find that the arrogance and contempt for lower-level forces in the other party's bones are so obvious. From the beginning to the end, the other party never took the Lin family seriously, and when communicating with the Lin family, they always had an attitude of obeying the orders of the king. In their eyes, communicating with the Lin family was just a matter of the master observing his subordinates. As long as it is the will of his Tianlong dynasty, your Lin family must obey, otherwise, die. This is the attitude of the Tianlong dynasty. The Lin family was naturally unhappy with the other party's arrogant and obedient attitude, but due to the other party's strength, they could only endure it temporarily. As long as a great emperor appears in his Lin family, he can jump out of the cage of the Tianlong dynasty and no longer need to care about the other party's attitude. Since all of you fellow Taoists are so interested, I naturally want to join in and make a guess. I think that young friend Lin Beixian will be the first to come out. A voice suddenly rang out from the empty throne of the Holy Palace. It was elder son from the Holy Palace. I think that young friend Lin Jinyan has a better chance. This elder believes that young friend Lin Zai will be the first to come out. Friend Lin Yuan will definitely be first. Just as several people were guessing, a figure slowly appeared, instantly stunning everyone. Who is that? I remember his name seemed to be Lin Dong. I heard that he was from a small branch of the clan. Lin Dong. Chapter 99 Shock. The first one to come out was actually this little guy. His willpower and character are both excellent, but I don't know how strong he is. But no matter what his current strength is, he's still a good prospect. With proper training, he can at least become one of the future pillars of the family. That little fellow traveling with him isn't bad either. I think his name is Lin Yan, right? He could be trained vigorously. A smile appeared on Lin Tianhai's lips. He had already decided in his heart that no matter what the final results of Lin Dong and Lin Yan were in this competition, he would bring them back and train them carefully. Keeping them in the branch family and letting them roam freely would only be a waste of their talents. Lin Dong, who was the focus of everyone's attention, felt the fiery gazes from all directions as soon as he came to the outside world. Especially the gazes of the powerful men from the main family in the sky, and the investigations of the strong men from the powerful external forces were something he could not ignore at all. The powerful men of the master's family were fine. He did not sense any malice in their eyes. Instead, he felt concern and curiosity from their elders, but the gazes of those powerful beings, like the clan leader, who sat high atop the void throne, were mostly directed at him as if they wanted to cut him open and thoroughly investigate him from the inside out. This made him panic. After all, he was holding a big secret. If they saw through him, he would be in danger. Don't worry, little guy, with the family here, they won't dare to do anything rash. What's more, this is my Lin family's territory. If they want to attack my Lin family members, they must want to die. At this moment, a domineering voice suddenly entered Lin Dong's mind. Lin Dong was shocked. This sound transmission is, he quickly looked up at the person sitting on the throne in the void, emitting a terrifying aura. He was the head of the family, the patriarch, Lin Tianhai. In Lin Dong's eyes, he saw Lin Tianhai looking at him with a calm and kind expression. Their eyes are full of appreciation and concern of elders for their juniors. Obviously, Lin Tianhai had just noticed Lin Dong's abnormality and saw through his worries. Only then did he send a message directly to the other party to reassure Lin Dong. After hearing Lin Tianhai's words, Lin Dong nodded subconsciously, but what he was thinking was, I never Thought I would catch the patriarch's eye and even personally send a message to reassure me. He had heard that this clan leader was a powerful saint, but he didn't expect that this legendary clan leader would take the initiative to talk to him, an unknown junior, and didn't seem to be arrogant at all. Thank you, clan leader, for the reminder. Junior Lindong is deeply grateful. Lindong also expressed his gratitude respectfully and politely. Come on, little guy. This clan leader is looking forward to your next performance. Don't worry, patriarch. I won't let you down. At the same time, after repeated observation, the leaders of the 6 major forces discovered that Lindong seemed to be just an ordinary genius from head to toe, with no special existence. This made them wonder if they had seen it wrong? Could it be that I really made a mistake? Several people couldn't help but think secretly in their hearts, but with their cultivation level, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to see through a junior, even if it's not obvious at first glance. In this regard, the top leaders of the Lin family naturally noticed the subtle emotional fluctuations of several people, and couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. However, there was no change on his face. He remained calm and composed, and exchanged a few words with them from time to time. I wonder who will come out next? Someone suddenly said this instantly aroused everyone's curiosity, and they all stared at the exit of the giant tower, expecting who would be the second person to come out. Time passes by every second. 1 minute after Lindong came out, there was movement at the exit again. Although the noise was not big, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Who could it be? The next moment, a figure slowly walked out of the light gate, from blurry to clear, that is, before anyone could see the man's face clearly. Lindong, who came out first, said with a joking smile, Brother Yan, I passed first this time. I didn't expect my cousin to pass the test so quickly. I'm convinced. Lin Yan, carrying a black ruler, stepped out of the light gate and returned to the outside world again. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Facing Lindong's teasing, although he said so, his expression did not react at all, and he remained extremely calm. Unlike the two of them who were indifferent, the Lin family members who were watching the battle around were shocked again. Another member of the previously unknown branch family. It seems that there are quite a few dark horses hidden among the branch families. This competition is truly filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The more dark horses the better. This at least proves that the younger generation of my Lin family is on the rise. That's right, the more geniuses there are, the better. This way, my Lin family will become even more powerful in the future. Although the first two were from the branch family, the Lin family members did not think there was anything wrong. Instead, most of them were joking about it, holding the mentality that the more dark horses from the branch family, the better. At the same time, some members of the clan also teased Lin Zai and other main family geniuses. Hey, Zai, Beishan, and Lin Yuan, those guys used to be so proud of themselves in front of us, but now they've been severely outshone by their two cousins. That's right, they're still showing off in front of us every day. Now, besides the young master and that brat Howren, there are two more brothers in the clan who can deal with them. When I think about how they'll be humiliated later, there's only one word, awesome. At this moment, Lin Beishan, who was the third one to come out, was the first to hear their unbridled laughter and teasing. Suddenly, the joy that I had felt for having successfully passed the test disappeared without a trace. After glaring at the clan members with indignation, he walked up to Lin Yan and Lindong and said in a friendly manner, I am Lin Beishan, the master of the family. You two clan brothers really surprised me. As for my two brothers, I am not as good as you. Facing the greeting from the master family's top genius, Lin Yan and Lindong both bowed. Lin Yan/Lindong, greetings, clan brother. Then Lin Yan said modestly, we were just lucky enough to be one step ahead of my clan brother, it's nothing. And my brother's talent and strength are visible to everyone in the world. Lindong, who was standing by, also echoed, Brother Yan is right. Brother Beishan, please stop praising us. Afterwards, the three of them began to chat and talk. At the same time, members of the Lin family began to pass the test of the refining heart tower and began to come out one after another. Chapter 100, Obsessed? Demon Emperor. I saw that after Lin Beishan, Lin Yuan also walked out within half a minute after him, with a high-spirited look on his face. However, he was immediately teased by Lin Beishan. Lao Yuan, can you do this? You're so slow. Brother has been waiting for you for a while. Looking at Lin Beishan's smug look, Lin Yuan couldn't stand it. Fuck you. I can't do it. You didn't see me when I was strong. And you're talking as if you're any better than me. Aren't you still left behind by your two cousins? Humph. Are you saying I'm not good enough? If I can't do it, then you, Lin Beishan, can't do it either. Lao Yuan, you. Before Lin Beishan could refute, a laugh came from the light gate again. You two brothers are really in a good mood. It's Lin Jinyan. The Lin family members around them instantly recognized the owner of the voice. It was Lin Jinyan from the Lingxi branch. Soon, another figure walked out. It seems that I am still one step behind my brothers. I saw a girl in a green fairy dress sighing with some regret. The girl is the strongest genius of one of the three most powerful branches, the Tianhai branch, a famous name, Linshi. Linxi's sister is not slow either. Soon after Linshi, the strongest genius of the Nanyang branch, Lin Ruoshui, followed closely behind and stepped out of the refining heart tower. After that, members of the Lin family walked out of the Lianqing tower more and more frequently, sometimes even appearing in groups of 3 or 5. More and more people passed the test and walked out of the mine refining tower. However, everyone discovered that Lin Zai, one of the 3 most promising talents of the host family to win the championship, had never been seen. This caused many of the tribesmen who were optimistic about Lin Zai winning the championship to become agitated. What's going on? Why hasn't Zai come out yet? He's a genius on par with Lin Beishan and Lin Yuan. Logically, he shouldn't have remained silent until now. Yeah, even those brats who were usually beaten to submission by him have come out. With his talent, he should have come out much earlier than them. In this regard, Lin Beishan and Lin Yuan, who had the best relationship with Lin Zai, also became a little anxious. After all, as people who have experienced it firsthand, they know that this test has a time limit. Once the time is exceeded and they have not yet come out of the illusion test, they will be directly eliminated and lose the qualification to continue to participate in the subsequent competition. As for the time limit, it is limited to 1 hour. What is Lei doing? Why hasn't he come out yet? There are only 10 minutes left. Lin Yuan said anxiously. Although they are opponents this time, he still doesn't want Lin Zai to stop here. He hopes to have a fair fight with the opponent in the final battle. Wait a little longer, late I might be stuck on something, Lin Beixin comforted, but from his worried expression, anyone with a discerning eye could see what he was feeling deep down inside. Lin Yan and others on the side didn't have much contact with Lin Zai, so they didn't know what to say at this time, but they still cheered for each other silently in their hearts. They also wanted to have a fair fight with one of the three geniuses of the main family participating in the competition in the final battle. At the same time, inside the mysterious and ancient refining heart tower, Lin Zai stood quietly like a sculpture, his eyes empty and lifeless, as if he had lost all consciousness and perception, and his whole body was motionless as if his soul had been taken away. However, if you look closely, you will find that compared with his previous state, Lin Zai has undergone tremendous changes at this moment. I saw that his forehead was densely covered with beads of sweat the size of beans. These beads of sweat kept sliding down his cheeks and soaking his clothes. His brows were tightly furrowed, as if he was in great pain. His teeth were clenched so tightly that his cheeks bulged out. Even his body was shaking slightly involuntarily, although on the surface Lin Zai's facial expression was still lifeless. With a little attention one could easily detect that at this moment, an uncontrollable anger was surging from the depths of his heart and quickly spreading to his entire face. Not only that, as time went on, his expression became increasingly ferocious and distorted, gradually revealing a state of near madness and madness. What was even more shocking was that around Lin Zai, a faint black aura began to slowly emerge. These black auras swirled like smoke, faintly emitting a terrifying demonic aura that made people's hearts flutter. Not good. Brother, I'm afraid this kid Zai is going crazy. As one of the controllers of the refining heart tower, Lin Tianyu naturally discovered Lin Zai's abnormality at the first time and immediately transmitted a message to Lin Tianhai. Lin Tianhai, as the other controller of the refining heart tower, naturally discovered Lin Zai's abnormality at the first time. So after receiving Lin Tianyu's message, he didn't know what to do for a moment. After all, in this situation, even if they forcibly woke Lin Zai up, it would be of no avail. The inner demon has already grown. Even if it is awakened, the inner demon will still exist. If Lin Zai cannot get out of it on his own, the inner demon will only gradually devour him and eventually become completely possessed. Moreover, the demon cultivators who are possessed by the inner demons are the most terrifying, countless times more terrifying than those who become demons by relying on external objects, whether it is the speed of cultivation or the destructive power. It is far beyond the reach of other demon cultivators. Tens of millions of years ago, a peerless demon named Demon Emperor appeared in the Nanming continent. It was rumored that his cultivation strength had exceeded the upper limit of the Nanming continent and reached the level of immortals, bringing endless disasters to the Nanming continent. At that time, the war of unification initiated by the Demon Emperor affected all races in the Nanming continent. Countless cultivators and forces were destroyed, and even many races disappeared in the long river of history. Under the leadership of the peerless Demon Emperor, the path of evil reached an unprecedented peak. After the war began, countless demon cultivators began to slaughter all races crazily. Because the power of the Demon Emperor was too strong, no one could stop him. Therefore, even if all races united to fight against the path of evil, they were still beaten back. Just as the Demon Emperor was about to completely unify the entire continent, a peerless powerful man named Nanming Emperor appeared out of nowhere and fought with the Demon Emperor for a whole year. During this period, even the Nanming continent, which was originally connected as one, was broken into pieces and turned into the 5 continents of today. The battle between the Southern Ocean Emperor and the Demon Emperor finally ended with the Southern Ocean Emperor defeating the Demon Emperor. However, the Southern Ocean Emperor was unable to completely wipe out the Demon Emperor. In the end, he had no choice but to seal him in the Demon Abyss in Zhengzhou, with strong men sent by the human and demon races to guard him. The brutal battle lasted for 5 years before it was completely over, and no one knew where the Southern Ocean Emperor went. Finally, people learned that this peerless devil was actually just the young master of an insignificant family. After experiencing the disaster of genocide, he was possessed by the inner demons and then grew at an extremely fast rate to become the peerless devil emperor who was feared by the world from then on, whether it was the human race, the demon race, or other races. In addition to constantly destroying the forces of the demonic path, they also launched a large-scale hunt for those who were possessed by the demonic heart, just to prevent the next demon emperor from appearing. As4, how to distinguish which ones are possessed by inner demons, all I can say is that there is never a shortage of geniuses in the world. After hundreds of years of joint research and deduction by countless forces, a set of magical tools called the Demon Identification Disc was finally successfully created. Since then, it has become the nightmare of countless demon cultivators who have been possessed by demons in their hearts. Chapter 101 Lin Xian takes action. Alas. Tianyu, for now, all we can do is wait quietly. If the situation isn't right, we'll force him to wake up immediately. While we can't remove his inner demons, we can still help suppress and delay his transformation into a demon. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. Who knows, he might just come out on his own. As for the final outcome, it all depends on Zai's luck. Lin Tianhai didn't have any good solution for this and could only sigh helplessly. If there is really no other way, we can only wake him up forcibly and use some means to temporarily suppress his inner demons. This way, we can at least buy more time and then slowly find a solution. Hearing this, Lin Tianyu was not surprised. He just sighed and said, alas, if Zai is really about to be possessed by the devil, I will immediately activate the refining heart tower to wake him up. The rest depends on you, big brother. I just hope that this talented person from my Lin family won't end up like this. At the same time, in Lin Zai's fantasy world. At this moment, he was kneeling on the ground covered in blood, holding a lifeless cold corpse in his arms. His hair was disheveled, and he sometimes howled to the sky, sometimes laughed wildly, looking like a madman. Looking around him, he saw devastation everywhere. There were ruins of palaces and cold corpses everywhere. Flames shot up into the sky and blood flowed like a river. It was like a purgatory on earth. It turned out that Lin Zai had already spent 10 years in the illusion now. He had long forgotten his initial vigilance. In this extremely realistic world, as time slowly passed, he had already regarded this place as the real world. On this day, 10 years into his life in this world, he witnessed with his own eyes the tragic fate of his Lin family and the genocide. After witnessing countless clan members being mercilessly slaughtered and tragically killed in their clan territory. After witnessing the clan leaders and elders desperately resisting the powerful enemy, only to perish one by one, after witnessing the ancestors trying their utmost, even burning their blood and fighting to the death, but unable to defeat the enemy, and finally self-destructing to buy a glimmer of hope for the escaped clan members, and so on and so forth. Lin Zai, who had luckily managed to escape with his life, looked at the once magnificent clanland, now a hell on earth, and the corpses of those clansmen who died with their eyes wide open. The last bit of perseverance in Lin Zai's heart completely collapsed, and he went completely mad. Ha ha ha. Demon? What a high-sounding excuse. Since you all say that my Lin family is evil, then today I will become your most desperate demon from now on. The world cannot tolerate my Lin family. Then I will transform into a demon and slaughter everyone in the world. Ah ha ha ha. Endless demonic energy began to appear around him, containing darkness, bloodthirstiness, violence, and countless other negative emotions. This demonic energy was extremely pure and dense, far surpassing that of other demon cultivators, even crushing the great demons who were also possessed by inner demons. It can be foreseen that once he is truly possessed by the devil, he will probably become a peerless devil rarely seen in ancient and modern times, as the demonic energy on Lin Zai and the illusion grew stronger. A large amount of demonic energy also began to appear in Lin Zai's body in the refining heart tower. He is about to become truly possessed. No. We can't wait any longer. Lin Tianyu thought to himself and was about to take action immediately. At this moment, the evil spirit on Lin Zai suddenly disappeared, as if nothing had happened. What's going on? Could it be that Zai has defeated his inner demon? Seeing this, Lin Tianyu, who originally wanted to take action, withdrew his hand, but he was still confused. Soon after, in the refining heart tower, the originally sluggish Lin Zai began to move again. As soon as he regained his mobility, he said with gratitude, Lin Zai, thank you for your kindness in saving me. Ha? Xianer? Was it him who did it just now? Lin Tianyu and Lin Tianhai, who had seen the entire scene, were suddenly confused. Didn't Lin Xian not participate in the competition? How could he help Lin Zai, who was in the refining heart tower? Just now, Lin Xian, who was originally enjoying the beautiful maid's service, massage and feeding, suddenly received a system notification. Ding, warning. Lin family members, Lin Zai is about to be possessed by a demon. What? Lin Xian was startled and sat up immediately. His reaction frightened the maids, who all fell to their knees. Young master, is there anything we did that you are not satisfied with? Ahem, it's not your problem. Alright, you guys can leave first. I need to rest. Lin Xian coughed lightly with some embarrassment and said. Yes, young master. After sending the maid away, Lin Xian immediately opened the formation and then looked at the system to see what was going on. Tonzi, what's going on? Ding, reply to the host. The facts are as follows. Soon the system told Lin Xian what had happened. After understanding the whole story, Lin Xian frowned. He had no other options in this situation. Perhaps, Lin Xian immediately asked the system, Tonzi, is there any way to solve Lin Zai's current predicament? As expected by Lin Xian, the system quickly provided several solutions. Ding, yes, host. Current solutions include 1. Purifying Spirit Pill. This imperial-grade pill can clear the user's mind, eliminate inner demons, and repair the heart. It may even allow the user's mind to reach a higher level. Price, 300,000 clan luck points. 2. Heart Restoration Pill. This quasi-emperor level elixir can repair mental defects, but the effects are slow and time-consuming, taking up to 3 years. It also informs the host that inner demons are caused by mental defects. Once the mental defects disappear, the inner demons are also eliminated. Price, 170,000 clan luck points. 3. Soul Purification Talisman. A quasi-emperor level talisman that can clear inner demons, but cannot repair the state of mind, and may cause inner demons to reappear. Price, 180,000 clan luck points. Looking at the solutions given by the system, Lin Xian became a little confused. Which one should I choose? Of these 3 options, taking the Spirit Purification Pill was undoubtedly the best, but unfortunately, he was short of money. Although he had exactly 300,000 clan fortune points at the moment, he couldn't use them all. He had to keep some as a trump card to prevent other accidents. Therefore, his options can only be the latter 2 options. One takes a long time, the other has the possibility of recurrence. It can be said that each has its advantages and disadvantages. After some hesitation, he finally decided to choose the third option. Although there was a risk of recurrence, it would take 3 years compared to the second option, so he felt that the third option was better. After all, now is the time when the Lin family is developing rapidly, and this mental defect will definitely affect Lin Zai's cultivation. 3 years is too long. As for the third option, although there is a probability of recurrence, it is not certain. What if Lin Zai is lucky? If it really doesn't work and the disease really relapses, he should have a lot of clan luck points by then, so he can help solve it. Tonzi, I choose the third option. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Qingling talisman. Clan luck points minus 180,000. After making the decision, it was very simple. Lin Xian directly asked the system to help build a bridge of communication between him and Lin Zai, and then directly used the Qingling talisman on it. Chapter 102, Entering the Broken Little World. Young master? Haven't you already? In Lin Zai's fantasy world, Lin Zai, who had originally fallen into madness and was about to fall into darkness forever, suddenly found that the scene around him had changed. The original hell on earth has long since disappeared, replaced by a pure white mysterious space. In the space, there was only him, Lin Zai, and Lin Xian in front of him. Alas, brother Zai, it seems that your character still needs improvement, but with me here today, you can still be safe. Lin Xian looked at Lin Zai, who was full of demonic energy, and couldn't help but shook his head inside. Then he took out the Qingling talisman, activated it with his spiritual power, and stuck it directly on the other person's forehead. As the spirit-clearing talisman took effect, a mysterious energy instantly enveloped Lin Zai's entire body, making him feel a sense of clarity and clarity. Those bloodthirsty, violent, and dark negative emotions instantly began to dissipate. As the saying goes, products produced by the system must be high quality. After Lin Xian used the Qingling talisman on Lin Zai, it didn't take long for the evil spirit in Lin Zai to disappear without a trace, and he regained consciousness. No longer as crazy and mad as before. Everything has been restored to its original state. As for whether the inner demon will appear again in the future, it all depends on Lin Zai's luck, thank you, Young. After Lin Zai recovered, he realized how dangerous the situation he was in was, so he immediately wanted to thank Lin Yin. However, there was no sign of Lin Xian here. While he was clearing his inner demons, Lin Xian had quietly left, as if he had never appeared. Moreover, Lin Zai discovered that he had already left the illusion world and regained consciousness. Although he didn't know how the young master did it, Lin Zai immediately thanked the heir. Lin Zai, thank you for your kindness in giving me a new life. He felt that since Lin Xian could ignore everything and help him from a distance, he probably also sought his gratitude. Although he didn't thank them in person and lacked sincerity, he still had to do it. After all, the grace of saving his life was great. Not only that, after going out, he will go to Lin Xian and express his gratitude in person from now on, no matter if I have to climb mountains of swords or descend into seas of fire, or kill enemies and snatch beautiful women. As long as the young master says a word, he will definitely accomplish it for the young master even if it costs his life. Outside world, Lin Zai walked out slowly. Lao Yi, you finally made it out. If you don't come out now, you'll be eliminated. Laoi, you're too lame, so slow. Lin Beishan and Lin Yuan, the two bad friends of Lin Zai, finally felt relieved when they saw each other come out. Although he was secretly happy for the other person, he spoke harshly, but before the two of them could get closer and finish their conversation, Lin Zai walked out of the refining heart tower and immediately looked at Lin Tianyu. He bowed respectfully and said with a face full of shame, Second Master, I have been eliminated. I will withdraw from this competition later. He felt that he had failed his family's training and the expectations of those in his clan who had high hopes for him. Although only Lin Tianyu and Lin Tianhai knew about his situation at the scene, the others did not know that if it were not for Lin Xian, he would never have been able to walk out of the heart refining tower before the time was up. But his pride would never allow him to have any idea of trying to get away with it. However, Lin Zai's actions immediately attracted countless doubts and shocked voices from all around. Before Lin Tianyu could even speak, Lin Beishan and Lin Yuan were filled with disbelief. They ran up to him and anxiously asked, Lao Yi, what nonsense are you talking about? We were just joking with you, not really trying to make fun of you. Even if it takes a little longer, it won't mean anything. Old Shin is right. Old Ji, what are you doing? And didn't we agree to compete together in the final battle of the competition? Lin Zai smiled at the two of them, but shook his head and said, Lao Shen, Lao Yuan, I broke my promise this time. I can't compete with you in the final battle, but I'm really no longer qualified to participate in the next competition. After saying that, Lin Zai slowly walked out of the competition venue. Then Lin Tianyu's voice resounded throughout the entire venue. Due to special reasons, Lin Zai is no longer eligible to participate in the next event of the competition. Lin Zai, eliminated. What? Second Master actually agreed. What's going on? Who knows? But since the Second Master, the host of this competition, has spoken, something must have happened that we don't know about. This competition is full of surprises. Countless discussions were heard, making the originally peaceful scene suddenly become a little agitated. Suddenly, Lin Tianyu coughed lightly, and the originally lively scene instantly returned to calm. Then, everyone heard Lin Tianyu's announcement, ahem. Time's up. I now declare the test of character to be over. A total of 6,832 people passed the test, with 4,089 eliminated. The 6,832 who passed this test will be eligible to participate in the second major event of this competition, actual combat. Upon hearing this, the clansmen who had passed the test suddenly became excited. They were getting closer and closer to the final battle and to being on the Holy Dragon list. Besides Lin Beishan and Lin Yuan, they still seemed a little depressed about Lin Zai's matter. Now, I will announce the second item, the rules of actual combat. In this project, you will enter a small, ruined world with a large number of low-level demons and demonic cultivators. Your task is to kill these demons and demonic cultivators to gain points. The total time limit is 3 days. After 3 days, your points will be tallied by the clan. Those ranked in the top 1,000 will qualify for the final event of this competition, giving them a chance to compete for the championship and a spot on the Holy Dragon ranking. The points earned for killing at different levels are different. Please see this list for details. After Lin Tianyu finished speaking, he waved his hand and a golden list recording the kill points appeared in the air for everyone's reference. Killing a Divine Sea Realm First Level Demonic Beast, or a Divine Sea Realm First Level Demonic Cultivator, only gives 5 points, while killing a Divine Sea Realm 9th Level Demonic Cultivator gives 15 points, 9th level of the Cave Heaven Realm. 100 points. Those members of the Lin family who successfully advanced began to memorize the information on the list. After all, it was closely related to them and they naturally could not treat it casually. Half an hour later, boom. The familiar bell rang again. At the same time, Lin Tianyu's voice followed closely. The second event of this competition, actual combat, officially begins. Everyone, come in. Chapter 103, Crazy Points Game. As Lin Tianyu finished speaking, a space entrance slowly opened in the air. However, in an instant, the entrance to the space completely stabilized, and an aura of a world different from that of the Nanning continent came from it. Everyone could even vaguely see the tip of the iceberg of that world through the entrance. After seeing this scene, thousands of Lin family members were stunned for a moment, then they leaped up, turned into streams of light, and plunged directly into the air. It's begun. I wonder who will take first place this time. Golden Scale Realm. This was originally a small world attached to the Nanning continent. The practitioners in it could cultivate to the peak of the Dharma realm and then ascend to the Nanning continent. However, the originally intact world was unfortunately affected by the aftermath of a battle between unknown powerful saints. The originally intact small world suddenly became broken, and there was no possibility of ascension from then on. It was later discovered by the Lin family hundreds of years ago and taken over by them. It became one of the ways for the Lin family to obtain low-level resources and one of the training grounds for the Lin family members. The Golden Scale Realm was originally a small world of the Demon Clan, filled with demon beasts. However, in preparation for this competition, the Lin family began capturing a large number of low-level demon cultivators a few years ago and threw them into the Golden Scale Realm. After several years of evolution, the demon cultivators have now occupied a place in the Golden Scale Realm. Although they are not as powerful as the Demon Beast clan, they are not to be destroyed. At the same time, thousands of Lin family members who entered the Golden Scale Realm were randomly dispersed to various places in the Golden Scale Realm and began their 3-day hunting journey, but compared to the number of demonic beasts and demonic cultivators in the Golden Scale Realm, the thousands of Lin family members were indeed fewer. So was it hunting or being hunted? Everything is possible. However, the Lin family would not let their members die easily, so they naturally made guarantees for their safety. The token that Lin Tianyu gave to everyone before was one of the Lin family's guarantees. As long as a member of the Lin family crushed it, they could be directly teleported back to the Lin family, but it also meant that this person lost the qualification to continue to participate in the competition. The second is that when there are large-scale casualties among the Lin family, the elders of the Lin family will forcibly break open the world and rescue everyone. This is the last resort option. If only a small number of clan members were killed or injured, the Lin family would not do this, because without experiencing the trials of life and death, one will never be able to grow into a qualified strong man. The Golden Scale Realm is the territory of monsters. Is this a small world? The space between heaven and earth is so fragile. I'm in the 7th level of the Divine Sea Realm, and I feel like I can shatter space at any time. Lin Dong stood on a large lake, feeling the world around him, and couldn't help but side-eye in Zhengzhou. With his Divine Sea Realm cultivation level, let alone shattering the space, even making the space produce the slightest fluctuation would be impossible. In comparison, here he felt that as long as he exerted all his strength, he could shatter the space at any time, but he didn't know if it was his illusion. But soon a demon beast appeared, giving him the opportunity to experiment. Just as Lin Dong was lost in thought, a black snake several dozen feet long suddenly jumped out from the bottom of the originally calm lake. The black snake opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Lin Dong fiercely from under his feet, as if it wanted to swallow Lin Dong in one bite. Lin Dong, it's a black-scaled water snake. Mr. Diao's voice brought Lin Dong back to his senses. After Lin Dong came back to his senses, he instantly used his skills to narrowly avoid the attack of the black-scaled water snake. The black-scaled water snake of the 8th heaven of the Divine Sea Realm. After dodging the attack of the black-scaled water snake, Lin Dong frowned and muttered to himself, "Roar?" On the other hand, the black-scaled water snake, seeing that its sneak attack failed, roared angrily and instantly twisted its huge body again to attack Lin Dong. Seeing the black-scaled water snake attacking again, Lin Dong no longer held back. Damn it! A black loach actually dared to sneak attack you, Dong. It's looking for death. Great wilderness prisoner heaven finger. Suddenly, a huge spiritual finger covered with mysterious runes fell from the sky, and with strong murderous intent, it stabbed towards the black-scaled water snake. The power of this finger was extremely strong, even beyond the scope of the Divine Sea Realm. With the strength of the black-scaled water snake at the 8th level of the Divine Sea Realm, it was impossible to block it. The black-scaled water snake that was originally attacking Lin Dong angrily felt the fatal threat coming from above its head, and immediately dived into the lake in a panic, no longer caring about attacking Lin Dong. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong snorted coldly, "Want to run?" Too late, boom, puff, before the black-scaled water snake could escape to the depths of the lake, the giant finger pierced its head, and it was completely dead. A black-scaled water snake that had dominated this lake and lorded it over for hundreds of years, suddenly woke up from hunger and attacked Lin Dong, ending its sinful life. The moment he killed the black-scaled water snake, the number 12 suddenly appeared on the token on Lin Dong's waist. Lin Dong soon discovered this situation and immediately took the token in his hand. Looking at the number 12 that appeared, Lin Dong finally understood one of the uses of this token, which was to record the points of the participating tribesmen. Is this the function of the token the elders issued earlier? Soon, he got more information about the token from it. From the information, he learned that in addition to recording the points obtained by the contestants for killing monsters or demonic cultivators, this token also has a points ranking list, from which he can also see the points obtained by other participating tribesmen, as well as his own points ranking. In an emergency, you can crush the token and teleport out of this small world. But you will also lose the qualification to continue participating in the competition. Hey, Brother Yen has already earned 50 points? Looks like mine is almost there. Lin Dong saw Lin Yan, who was temporarily ranked first on the leaderboard with 50 points, and then looked at his own 12 points, ranking 36th, and Lin Dong suddenly became full of motivation that he is not someone who gives up easily, he wants to fight for the first place. Afterwards, Lin Dong left this place and embarked on a journey to find monsters and demonic cultivators, and began to earn points. In the following time, no monster survived wherever Lin Dong passed. Even if it was a passing monster, just because it looked at him for a second longer among the monsters, it would be thrown away by him with a finger and go to see its ancestors on the spot. In the area where Lin Dong was, his reputation quickly spread among the monsters, his reputation for evil. In a small forest, a group of little demons gathered together, discussing something intensely. Moo. Have you heard? Recently, a terrifying human appeared. He kills all monsters on sight, leaving no one behind. He's extremely cruel. Of course I've heard about it. That human is so terrifying. I heard that the Pig King next door, who was at the peak of the Divine Sea Realm, was killed by him and made into barbecue. That's right, in our area, this guy's name has spread like wildfire. Everyone calls him the monster killing machine. I hope we don't run into you, otherwise we might. Great wilderness prisoner heaven finger. Chapter 104 Current situation. As a faint voice was heard, a giant finger suddenly fell from the sky and landed towards the location of the group of little demons. The giant finger was extremely fast, and these little monsters had no time to escape and were directly stabbed by the giant finger. Boom! After a period of earthquakes, the place slowly returned to calm. Looking at this place again, the originally lush and green forest has become bare, leaving only a huge pit hundreds of meters wide and dozens of meters deep. This group of monsters is pretty good. They even know how to gather together so that I can gain points. Good job, keep it up. Next time, Lin Dong's figure slowly appeared in the air. Looking at his masterpiece below, he raised the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. The monster that was stabbed to death, is this your home? More than 100 points added, not bad. It's a pity that I'm still 20 points behind Brother Yen. Lin Dong looked at the ranking on the token and couldn't help but mutter. Lin Yan, 1066 points ranking. First Lin Beishan, 1050 points ranking. Second Lin Dong, 1046 points ranking. Third, at this time, half a day had passed since everyone entered the ruined little world. Everyone had entered a crazy scoring mode, so the ranking on the token was constantly changing, especially for those members of the tribe who were ranked in the middle. Their rankings have basically never been stable. You may be ranked like this in the last second, but in the next second you are overtaken by other members of the tribe and fall behind by dozens of places. Compared with the tribesmen in the middle ranking, the rankings among those at the top are relatively stable, although there are occasional changes. They are not frequent, however. The lack of frequent changes does not mean that the competition is not fierce. On the contrary, take the top 10 tribesmen currently for example. The gap between their points is not too big. Once they relax, they may soon be surpassed by those behind them. Speaking of which, Xiao Jiao, would you feel uncomfortable if I slaughtered the demon tribe like this? Lin Dong suddenly spoke to the sable on his shoulder. After all, Xiao Jiao is also a demon, and he doesn't know whether the other party will feel uncomfortable with his massacre. However, Xiao Jiao said calmly without any reaction, "Boy, you are still too young. Not to mention that the demon race is impossible to be united. There are countless demon tribes in the demon race. The death of a few ants is nothing but a waste. It will have no impact on the demon race at all. Moreover, my demon race has always advocated for the survival of the fittest and the rule of the jungle. Apart from our own tribe, no demon would care about the life and death of other demons. Even many powerful demons often prey on low-level demon beasts. So you don't have to feel uncomfortable with me, Master Diao." In Master Diao's eyes, these reptiles are not even worthy of being looked at seriously. After saying that, Xiao Diao did not forget to look at the corpses of those monsters with disdain. That look was like a noble demon king looking at an ant, indifferent, cold. After hearing what Xiao Diao said, Lin Dong didn't say anything, but just nodded casually. Afterwards, he left this place with the little mink and continued his hunting journey. While everyone was earning points and killing monsters and demon cultivators one after another, the appearance of the Lin family also attracted the attention of many monsters and demon cultivators. Soon, teams of monsters and demon cultivators began to hunt and capture members of the Lin family. With the emergence of these teams, the difficulty of obtaining points for the Lin family members suddenly increased greatly. Even though they were from a big family and had many means at their disposal, facing the large number of monsters and demon cultivators, many members of the Lin family had to retreat. You can only hide from them and hunt those lone monsters or demon cultivators. I in the area controlled by the demon cultivators in a palace somewhere in a larger gathering place of demon cultivators. "Have you caught the people who came in from that force?" a demon cultivator leader asked. Reporting to Lord Xuanma, "We have found one of them, but he has many tricks up his sleeve, and we have not been able to capture him for the time being." A demon cultivator knelt on one knee on the ground and reported with a trembling voice. Even his whole body was trembling, his eyes filled with fear, as if the person in front of him was a flood beast that would swallow him up at any time. "Waste. With so many people, if we can't catch even one, what's the use of you?" Bang! Upon hearing this, the leader named Xuanma became angry. Then he slapped the demon cultivator who reported the incident into a ball of blood mist, frightening the other demon cultivators in the hall to retreat and kneel on the ground, fearing that they would provoke the mysterious demon again and bring about a fatal disaster. On the other hand, Xian Mo's expression did not change at all when he was about to kill this demon cultivator. He then gave everyone present a death order with an extremely cold and tyrannical tone. "Humph. I don't care what method you use, you must bring that person to me today, otherwise, that's what happened to him." Everyone in the hall shuddered, and then hurriedly assured, "Don't worry, Master Xuanma, we will definitely bring this person here." Then he rolled and crawled away from this place as if he was escaping. Suddenly, Xian Mo was the only one left in the hall. At some point, Xian Mo suddenly muttered to himself that this human who suddenly appeared must be the force that brought me here. He must know a way to leave. I must get it. I don't want to stay in this barren and desolate place for even a moment. "Somewhere in the valley, kid, where are you running to? If you know what's good for you, just follow us and go see Lord Xuanma, so you don't have to suffer unnecessary pain." More than a dozen demon cultivators at the 8th and 9th levels of the Divine Sea Realm roared at the flying figure in front of them. "Damn it. I didn't want to cause any trouble and didn't intend to provoke you, but you don't think I'm really afraid of you." Lin Jingyan was also a little angry at this time. Originally, he had no intention of provoking these demon cultivators who had obviously formed a powerful force. He only wanted to hunt down those scattered demon cultivators and monsters. After all, this is easier and safer. But who knew that this stupid Xuanma seemed to want to kill him, and kept sending people to capture him, making it impossible for him to concentrate on earning points. He had been patient for a long time, but now he decided not to endure it anymore. "No matter what kind of magic you were, if you mess with me, you'll have to pay the price. Yuan Ling Tongshan Fist. Give me the death." Those demon cultivators who were chasing them were delighted when they saw that Lin Jingyan did not run away but rushed towards them instead. "Hee, boy, let this demon love you well, Deviling Claw. Devil's Sitting Lotus. Boom, pft. How is this possible?" Chapter 105. What is a demon cultivator? The easy victory that many demon cultivators had anticipated did not occur. Instead, under Lin Jingyan's full-scale bombardment, their people continued to fall one after another. After chasing Lin Jingyan for a long time, he just kept dodging. Many demon cultivators thought he was just a weak weakling. Who would have thought? Damn it, they couldn't even last 10 rounds. They were beaten to a bloody mess and were dying on the spot. Grass. "No, you say you're so awesome, why are you hiding your strength? This way, I wouldn't have chased you and lost my life in vain." Before the death of many demon cultivators, they were filled with regret and hatred. In his heart, he cursed Lin Jingyan, that old dog Shan Mo, and all their ancestors 1,000 times. Small studio. In the cycle of hell, a horrific and extremely bloody super mixed fight is about to begin. I saw a group of ferocious Lin family ancestors surrounding a dozen weak and helpless demon cultivator ghosts in 3 layers, and there seemed to be creepy GGG sounds coming from them. Lin family ancestor. "Hey, little thing, I heard that you have a lot of opinions about us old guys, demon cultivators. If we say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe it? Believe me. My last name is not Lin." Bang. More than a dozen demon cultivators were collectively slapped and spun around 108 times. Snap. 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 Please, spare my life. Don't hit my face. Super mixed fighting. Passerby. His too brutal. Passerby. These new guys are so brave that they even dare to mess with the bandits from the Lin family gang. Now they can't survive here anymore. Passerby see, hush. Keep your voice down. Don't let those bandits from the Lin clan gang hear you, huh? How dare you slander my Lin family gang and try to discredit its good reputation? Die. Woo woo woo. We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Dear kind-hearted people, please just treat us like shit and let us go. What? There's a future? Keep fighting. After Lin Jinyan dealt with them all, he did not forget to erase all traces of this place in his own breath to prevent this damn demon from disturbing him again. Xianimo old dog, you better not provoke me again, otherwise I will kill you even if I have to use all my trump cards. Lin Jinyan gritted his teeth and said secretly, then he left this place and continued to look for those scattered demon cultivators and monsters to obtain points. Unfortunately, the truth is, the more you don't want something to happen, the more likely it is to happen. Moreover, there are also some strange creatures among the demon cultivators. Just then, 2 or 3 hours later, just as Xianimo was becoming increasingly irritable, a demon cultivator who had some understanding of the way of heaven was brought before him, causing him to burst into laughter. Don't worry, my friend. As long as you can help me find that person, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Thank you, sir. A strange-looking man quickly expressed his gratitude. Then, under Xianmo's expectant gaze, the man took the piece of demon cultivator flesh that Xianmo had given him, which was stained with Lin Jinyan's aura, and began his deduction. Half an hour later, puff, the man who had his eyes closed suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. His aura plummeted and he looked extremely weak. Sir, I have fulfilled your mission. The man then transmitted the location he had deduced to Xuanma through his spiritual consciousness. Ha ha ha. Okay, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Xianmo laughed loudly, then he slowly approached the other person. The man thought Xuanma wanted to reward him and immediately became excited, but when Xuanma approached, the reward did not appear. Instead, he pinched his head with his right hand. Then an evil magic power and a devouring power emanated from Xuanma's right hand. The mysterious demon actually refined and absorbed it. The means are extremely cruel. It fully explains what a demon cultivator is. It's not unfair to you to become a part of this throne. Thief, ha ha ha. A creepy laugh came from Xuanma's mouth, scaring the surrounding demon cultivators so much that they broke out in cold sweats and retreated one after another, their eyes filled with fear. A long time Xianmo stopped laughing, turned around and looked at the demon cultivators behind him, and asked, how many people are left in the gang now? My lord, there are still 30 of us, including you and me. The rest of the gang has been sent out to carry out your mission. Hearing this, Xianmo frowned, slightly dissatisfied, but ultimately did not say anything more. Forget it, as long as I'm here, it doesn't matter whether I want those trash or not. All of you, follow me to the man's hiding place 300 miles to the east and bring him to justice. Yes, sir. Then, under Xianmo's leadership, 5 demon cultivators at the peak of the Divine Sea Realm followed closely behind, chasing after Lin Jinyan's current position. At this moment, Lin Jinyan, who was still battling a demon beast, had no idea that a crisis was about to come. At the same time, Lin Yan, who was in the area controlled by monsters, was also besieged by the monster team. This wave of monster siege was the 16th wave he had encountered. The previous 15 sieges were all crushed by him. And all the monsters that besieged him were killed by him. While crushing the siege, these monsters also brought him a large amount of points, which is the main reason why he has always been ranked first in the points ranking. Flame skill, explosive flame ruler. While Lin Yan was changing his body to avoid the attacks of the monsters, he found the weakness of a bull monster at the peak of the Divine Sea Realm and immediately swung out with his black ruler. A brilliant flame shot out instantly, cutting through the sky and going straight for the bull monster's head. Puff, the bull demon at the peak of the Divine Sea Realm was caught off guard and had no time to dodge. He was directly hit by the ruler flame, and his body was separated on the spot and fell to the ground. Roar. Seeing their companions being killed, the other dozen or so monsters roared and attacked even more fiercely, overwhelming Lin Ya, and it was as if he wanted to blow Lin Yan into pieces. Unfortunately, Lin Yan possessed a noble level of body movement skills, and had cultivated them to a proficient level. His speed was comparable to that of a 9th level cultivator in the Cave Heaven realm, and he easily dodged their attacks, facing this group of monsters whose highest level is only the 2nd level of the Cave Heaven realm, and which are not known for their speed. Lin Yan's speed is definitely a great weapon. Of course, with his strength, he would be able to face these monsters head on, but the consumption would be greater. Let's do the same as before and deal with those 3 Cave Heaven realm monsters first. Lin Yan looked at the 3 Cave Heaven realm monsters in the front among the monsters attacking him, and made a secret decision in his heart. Facing the siege of this group of monsters, Lin Yan was only a little concerned about the 3 Cave Heaven realm monsters, and he did not take the other monsters seriously. After all, with his cultivation level of the 2nd level of the Cave Heaven realm, he can basically ignore the attacks of these monsters from the Divine Sea realm. Even if he stands there and lets these monsters attack him, he can remain invincible. Afterwards, Lin Yan clearly decided to stop attacking other monsters and instead focus on attacking the 3 Cave Heaven realm monsters. He would dodge the attacks of other monsters if he could, and would just take them head on if he couldn't without other monsters to share Lin Yan's attacks with them. The 3 Cave Heaven realm monsters were suddenly under great pressure and were beaten back step by step. Soon he was beaten to little health by Lin Yan, and then he was slapped to death by Lin Yan with a look of unwillingness on his face. Then Lin Yan looked at the other Divine Sea realm monsters with a slight sneer on his face. Oomph, you've had enough of fighting, so take a few of my moves. Raging, bang. 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 Faced with Lin Yan's attack, the monsters were completely unable to resist and were killed by Lin Yan in an instant. 16th wave, done. Chapter 106. This is going to be dark all the way. After killing this wave of monsters, Lin Yan's score rose again to 3,206 points. He firmly occupied the top spot in the points ranking, directly surpassing the 2nd place Lin Dong by more than 200 points. Lin Yan's score changes, since he took the top spot, have been the focus of all participating tribesmen. Therefore, many tribesmen immediately discovered that his points had risen again. On the outskirts of a small demon beast tribe, Lin Dong, who was originally observing the situation, suddenly couldn't hold back when he saw Lin Yan's huge lead in points. Fuck. Why is Brother Yan suddenly so fierce again? No, we can't wait any longer. No matter what happens to these giant unicorn rhinos, we'll just kill them first. Imprison the world with one finger. Without saying anything, Lin Dong poked it with his finger. As the saying goes, the finger comes before the person. Kid, we haven't finished observing this situation yet. What if there's a hidden Dharma realm one-horned giant rhinoceros? The little Ming shouted hurriedly from behind. Unfortunately, Lin Dong didn't listen at all, and acted like he didn't care and would just beat him first and talk later. Even 10 oxen can't pull it back. In the north of the Golden Scale realm is the territory of the Snow Ape tribe. In a small snow ape tribe, a girl with a good figure, exuding a pure and elegant temperament, with beautiful looks and wearing a green fairy dress, is fighting fiercely with dozens of snow apes of different realms. There are a large number of snow ape corpses around below, ranging from the lowest level of the body refining realm to the peak of the sea of divine realm. This bloody scene seems so out of place with that pure and elegant girl. The girl, alone with the cultivation level of the first level of the cave heaven realm, dared to challenge a small snow ape tribe with 2 cave heaven realm snow apes directly. She also killed so many snow apes and has not even shown any signs of defeat. It is true that women are as good as men. What a heroine. Ha! It's opened this far again? Ah, this Lin Yan clan brother is really amazing. No matter how hard we try, we can't surpass him. Now he has gained so many points. He's truly one of the biggest dark horses this time. Lin Shi accidentally noticed the changes on the token and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In her heart, Lin Yan and Lin Dong were undoubtedly the 2 biggest dark horses in this competition. She had heard of people like Lin Jingyan who were also from the branch family, but she had never heard of Lin Yan and Lin Dong before today. Now she was a little curious about them. Not only the 2 of them, but also the other contestants ranked in the top 20 in points could not help but speed up their hunting. These top geniuses all have their own pride, and no one is willing to fall behind others, let alone admit defeat easily. Of course, not all Lin family members who entered the Golden Scale realm had smooth sailing in hunting down demonic beasts and demonic cultivators. This required considerable strength, as well as some luck. Up to now, hundreds of Lin family members who entered the Golden Scale realm have been forced to crush their tokens by monsters or demonic cultivators. Many were even severely injured and had no time to crush the tokens and escape, and nearly lost their lives. In the end, it was the elder of the Lin family who was always paying attention to the situation of everyone and rescued them, so they were able to escape the disaster. Similar situations have not ended yet, and are still happening all over the Golden Scale realm. Hee. Slurp, such a cute little human girl. This is a good deal for this demon. Ha 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 humph. Human little devil, this demon will give you one more chance. Hand over the method of leaving this place, otherwise it will not be as simple as cutting off your hands and feet. Running again? Damn human bug, you actually dared to sever this demon's root of inheritance. If I don't torture you to death and then devour you alive, I will never be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. Shenemo, old dog, are you still being so arrogant? Your grandma. You've always been causing trouble for me, and now you're barking at me like a dog? Weren't you quite the barker just now? Do you really think being at the 5th level of the cave heaven realm is that awesome? In front of a waterfall, Lin Jingyan stepped on Xuanma's face with one foot, and kept expressing his inner anger. On the other hand, Shenemo was like a dead dog, being trampled on the ground by Lin Jingyan. His body was covered with scars, and even his front teeth were knocked out. It's horrible. He had no strength to resist at this moment, and couldn't even retort to Lin Jingyan. He opened his mouth, but only mouthfuls of blood spurted out of it. He could only stare at Lin Jingyan with eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Lin Jingyan stepped on Shenmo's face and cursed for a long time, until Shenmo could no longer bear the humiliation and uttered an incoherent sentence with all his strength. The mud is so thick, otherwise. I don't think it's wise to put mud in the pot. What? You said you'd let me scold you for a long time, torture you for 3 days, and then kill you. Oh my, look, isn't this too awkward? I won't have to tell you, I will satisfy you, don't worry, old devil. Ah. Little bastard, this demon curses you to die a miserable death. Aha. Screaming like a pig being slaughtered, somewhere in the Golden Scale realm, a demon from the 6th level of the cave heaven realm? How dare you come and cause trouble for me by yourself? Aren't you afraid of dying here? Lin Beishan looked at the old devil who was blocking his way and said with contempt. Humph. A little kid from the 3rd level of the cave heaven realm, yet he's so arrogant. I know you belong to the force that captured us, so you must have a way to escape. If you know what's good for you, hand it over obediently. Perhaps I can spare your life for the sake of that powerful force. Otherwise, I will make sure you, this arrogant little kid, know how powerful demon cultivators are. The old devil relied on the fact that his cultivation was 3 realms higher than Lin Beishan's and didn't take him seriously at all. He looked like he could easily suppress Lin Beishan. So what if you have it? You, old devil, have to have the strength and the life to get it. Humph. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine. Give this little thing to the old devil and die. Devil's roaring fist. South of the Golden Scale realm, sir, come in quickly, I'll let you eat my bottom. My noodles are different from those in other noodle shops. They will be very beneficial to your cultivation. A noodle shop appeared in front of Lin Yuan. A beautiful woman with a graceful figure and lingering charm was standing at the door, beckoning him to come in. And facing the beautiful woman's repeated seduction and temptation, Lin Yuan suddenly exploded and shouted, "Which, don't even think about disturbing my Dao heart." Bang, Lin Yuan suddenly exploded and slapped the other party to death, and then the whole scene shattered, the illusion is broken and reality returns. I saw a charming succubus holding a long sword, stabbing towards Lin Yuan fiercely. At this time, the attack distance between Lin Yuan and her was less than 1 meter. The succubus was about to kill this person, but at this moment Lin Yuan broke through her illusion. After his sword missed, she was so scared that she quickly turned around and ran away. Although the succubus is good at illusion, her own strength is usually not outstanding, and is even inferior to that of ordinary cultivators at the same level. Facing a genius cultivator like Lin Yuan, she is even worse. So after the illusion was broken and she failed to kill the other party, she decisively chose to escape without any hesitation, because she knew that if she was caught up by this person, she would be the one to die. Humph. Still want to run? Too late. Witch, die. Sky-shattering palm. How could Lin Yuan let her escape? He immediately unleashed a supreme-level martial art. The succubus didn't run far before being slapped into a ball of blood missed by the giant palm. Humph. This is the price you pay for disturbing my Taoist heart. Chapter 107, First. The third item, the competition, is about to begin. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, many participating tribesmen have already stayed in the Golden Scale realm for 3 days. The second item, actual combat, is also about to end. After 3 days, more and more members of the clan were forced to crush the token or were rescued by the elders of the Lin family and thus eliminated. At this time, there were only less than 3,000 participating tribesmen still in the Golden Scale realm, more than half. were eliminated, it can be seen that if you don't have some strength, let alone a high ranking, it will be difficult to even stay in the golden scale realm for 3 days. After all, there were only more than 6,000 members of the Lin family who entered, while the number of demon cultivators and monsters was many times greater than that of the Lin family members. It can be said that we are surrounded by wolves. Boom. A familiar bell rang again, instantly drawing the thoughts of many spectators back to the scene from the projection of the golden scale realm. At the same time, Lin Tianyu's entire body erupted in holy energy. He formed hand seals and spoke in a resounding, powerful voice. This round of the project ends here. Everyone enter the light gate and return to the outside world. At the same time, the voice of Lin Tianyu rang in the ears of the remaining 2,000-odd Lin family members participating in the competition in the golden scale realm. Immediately afterwards, a gate of light suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, everyone stopped what they were doing without hesitation and stepped into the light gate. Outside world. Suddenly, a group of young men from the Lin family appeared on the stage, instantly attracting the attention of the entire audience. There. Coming out. Many people couldn't help but shout. Everyone, hand in your tokens. The clan will calculate your points and rankings. The top 1,000 will be eligible to participate in the final event of this competition, the competition. Those ranked after the 1,000th place will be eliminated directly. Lin Tianyu announced immediately. Upon hearing this, everyone followed the rules and handed the tokens to the Lin family's deacon in charge of statistics. Hey, who do you think will be the first place this time? If you ask me, it must be Lin Beixian. After all, he is a renowned genius of our Lin family. Apart from the young master and that bastard Lin Haoren, even Lin Yuan and Lin Zai can't surpass him. That's not necessarily true. Lin Yuan is no less capable than him. I think Lin Jinyan is also a possibility. Then it must be Sister Lin Shi. Why do I have a feeling that the first place won't be any of them? No matter where you are, there is always a lack of busybodies. Look, while the Lin family steward was still counting, the Lin family members who were watching the battle around had already started to speculate. The Lin family steward counted very quickly and didn't keep everyone waiting for long. Everyone saw one of the deacons come to Lin Tianyu and hand him a jade slip. After Lin Tianyu received the jade slip, he carefully examined it, then waved his hand and announced, the top 10 this time are, first place, Lin Yan, 8,564 points. Second place, Lin Dong, 8,352 points. Third place, Lin Beixian, 8,009 points. Fourth place, Lin Yuan, 7,807 points. Lin Jinyan, Lin Shi, 10th place, Lin Yunui, 4,500 points. For other rankings, please see this list. Lin Tianyu motioned for everyone to look at the golden list beside him, which showed the rankings and points of all the participants in this project. I told you my hunch was right. Lin Beixian and the others really aren't the first in this competition. The people watching the competition were concerned about who won first place, while the participating tribesmen were concerned about whether they were within the top 1,000. About this concerns whether they can enter the final stage of the competition. So, except for the top 10, the remaining more than 2,000 members of the tribe began to look for their names on the list. 305th. I made the cut. Hey, I'm 250. My 520. Puff 1001. Who is ranked 1000? After the competition, I, Lin San, will challenge you in a one-on-one duel. Soon, those contestants who failed to make it into the top 1,000 left the arena dejectedly and silently, leaving only the top 1,000 waiting for the next instructions. Congratulations on advancing to the final stage of this competition. You will have 1 day to rest and join us tomorrow morning on time. For the other contestants who didn't advance, you will all receive corresponding rewards based on your performance and results. The rewards will be distributed to everyone after the competition is over. I also hope you won't be discouraged and practice hard. No one can predict what the future holds. Lin Tianyu first congratulated the 1,000 tribesmen for successfully entering the last project, then he encouraged and expressed his expectations to those tribesmen who were eliminated. The next day, early morning, boom, the loud bell rang throughout the Lin family, as if foreshadowing that an exciting game was about to begin. Same location, same arena. The difference is that this time there are only 1,000 people left, making the huge arena seem extremely empty. Those uninvited forces also did not leave, but stayed at the Lin family for another night. They showed up especially early today, as if they did not want to miss any opportunity to investigate the younger generation of the Lin family. Lin Yan and other contestants arrived at the scene early and waited quietly. After a night of rest, the people who were exhausted after 3 days of fighting were now full of energy, vigor, enthusiasm, and eager to try. Brother Yan, today is the ring battle. I hope we don't meet in advance and decide the winner in the final battle. But I won't show mercy then. Lin Dong looked at Lin Yan and smiled. At the same time, a strong desire to fight slowly rose from his body. I hope it's just as my cousin said. I won't show any mercy then. Lin Yan smiled. There was also a pure fighting spirit in his body, emanating from his body. The two's initial goal was to aim for the championship, and a battle between them was destined to happen. The two of them chatted in low voices as if they were alone, as if they were not afraid at all that people around them would hear their arrogant words. However, after the previous tests and actual combat, everyone present at this moment knew these two as the biggest dark horses of this competition. How could I underestimate them? I also don't think their championship talk is false. They definitely have the confidence and strength. Iba is the champion. Even Lin Beixian and others did not think that Lin Yan and the others were bragging. Instead, they paid special attention to them, but they are not bad either. They also have ideas and confidence about the championship. Chapter 108 Championship Battle. Not long after, Lin Tianhai and other senior members of the Lin family, as well as people from the 6 quasi-emperor level forces, all arrived. A group of Lin family leaders and elders from the 6 quasi-emperor level forces stood high in the sky, emitting brilliant holy light and majestic momentum. Look so dignified. Greetings to the clan leader and elders. Hello, seniors. When everyone saw the newcomer, they all bowed. Lin Tianhai and others nodded slightly in response, then waved their hands, indicating that everyone should not be so polite. Immediately afterwards, Lin Tianhai and other senior members of the Lin family, as well as the elders of the 6 quasi-emperor level forces, took their seats after some polite exchanges, waiting for the competition to officially begin. Seeing that everyone was present, Lin Tianhai said to Lin Tianyu beside him, Tianyu, now that everyone is here, let's get started. Yes, big brother. Lin Tianyu nodded and flew out after speaking. Seeing Lin Tianyu flying out, everyone's attention shifted to him. Today will be the final event of our Lin family's competition, the competition. It's the ring battle. The rules are the same as before. We'll draw lots for a 1v1 battle. You should all be familiar with the details, so I won't elaborate further here. Start drawing lots. After Lin Tianyu finished speaking, Lin Yan and 1,000 other contestants lined up and began to draw lots in the drawing area. Number 8. I wonder who I'll face. I hope I don't have such bad luck that I'll face those seeded players right from the start. Heaven and earth, please pray. Please don't run into perverts like Lin Yuan. Number 68. It shouldn't be, huh? Brother Quan Kuan, don't worry, what's coming will eventually come. I just saw Lin Yuan and he happened to be number 68. Poof. Vomiting blood.jpg, fuck, my mentality exploded. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, brother, you still have Heisey with you. He met that super dark horse, Lin Dong. He's guaranteed to be beaten into a pig's head. Gloating, Lin Hei, damn. Is this your home, brother Yen? What's your number? Lin Dong approached and asked 86. How about you, cousin? That's good. We didn't face each other in the first round. I'm number 195. Hearing this, Lin Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to meet the opponent in the first round. It's not that he couldn't win, but leaving it to the end would be better for both parties. After all, they all have their own destiny to separate, so naturally they don't want to confront each other from the very beginning. Soon all the participating tribesmen had finished drawing lots. The top 100 in this competition, in addition to receiving generous rewards, will also be successfully listed on the Holy Dragon ranking. I now declare that this competition has officially begun. Contestants who draw the first 50 numbers, please step onto the stage. Lin Tianyu announced. Number 1, Lin Yushu, I wonder which tribe member you would have the honor to compete with. Ha, brother Yushu, my name is Lin too, and I just happen to have the honor of fighting with you. Number 2, soon, the contestants who were drawn in the first 50 numbers all stood on their respective stages to meet their opponents. The 50 Lin family stewards were in place instantly, standing above each arena, acting as referees and key personnel to protect everyone. Soon, with the sounds of the battle starting, the 100 members of the Lin family on the ring began to move. For their own honor and the generous rewards of the competition, no matter which tribe they were participating in. They tried their best to defeat their opponents, advance to the next round, and gain higher honors. Hey, ha! Bang! Everyone put all their efforts into it, firing at full power. Powerful and colorful attacks, like gorgeous fireworks, continued to bloom across the entire peak. There are close combats with fists hitting the flesh. There are also fierce collisions of various magical weapons and treasures. And there are also fierce exchanges of martial arts and supernatural powers. One exciting battle after another was presented to everyone, making everyone's blood boil. Even Lin Tianhai and the strong men from various forces could not help but nod frequently. Although these young men seemed to be no more powerful than ants in their eyes, they could not help but recall that when they were young, they were also like this, full of vigor and ambition, and showing their talents. None of the first 50 contestants were particularly strong, so the overall situation looked tense and no winner was decided in a short period of time. Basically, the battle lasts until both sides are exhausted, and then someone wins by relying on a subtle advantage. After 25 qualifiers were decided, the second batch of 100 tribesmen also appeared on the stage, including Lin Yuan and Lin Yan, the two most popular contestants in the competition. Among them, Lin Yuan was fighting against an ordinary-looking boy named Lin Xuankuan who was in the 8th level of the Divine Sea Realm. The moment Lin Yuan stepped onto the stage, his opponent helplessly admitted defeat. I give up. Ring number 68, Lin Yuan, wins. The deacon who acted as the referee shouted immediately Lin Yuan was about to take action, but seeing this, he could only withdraw his attack silently. Then he slowly walked down the stage with an unchanged expression. Oh ouch. Kunkin, what are you doing? Are you okay? Ha ha ha. Kunkin, you can't do this. You're such a coward. Ha, seeing Lin Xuankuan admit defeat directly, the Lin family members who were watching the fight around sighed and laughed at him. Just to watch the fun, the huge size and ridicules from the surroundings made Lin Xuankuan's face flush red. After a long time, he finally said, humph. I call it a wise man who knows the current situation. You guys don't understand shit. In response to him, the crowd laughed even more unbridled. Haha, no, I'm a little dizzy from laughing. Haha, while everyone was laughing happily here, Lin Yan also ended his battle on the other side. I give up. Number 86, Lin Yan, wins. Alas. Brother Lin Yan's strength is indeed formidable. Even though I tried my best, I was unable to harm him in the slightest. Brother, you're joking. It was just a fluke. In this way, Lin Yan and Lin Yuan easily entered the next stage, numbers 100 to 150, get on the stage. Soon the third group also came on stage one after another to compete. After a period of time, another 25 finalists were selected to the fourth batch. The fifth batch, groups of contestants came on stage one after another, fighting with their opponents just to compete for a place in the next stage. However, compared to ordinary tribesmen, who have to go through a fierce battle to barely advance, popular seeded players like Lin Yan, Lin Dong, etc., have it much easier. The few who encountered them surrendered directly and decisively, while most of them fought for a few moves, and when they found that there was no possibility of winning, they also surrendered one after another, allowing Lin Yan, Lin Dong, and others to advance to the next round easily without having to do anything. The second round was from 500 to 250, and in this draw, there was no encounter between seeded players. Therefore, Lin Yan, Lin Dong, Lin Beixian, one by one easily advanced to the next round. Then, the third round, the fourth round. Chapter 109 Semifinals. Next up is the first round of 16 to 8, Arena number 1, Lin Yan versus Lin Yu. Both parties, please come to the ring. The voice of the Lin family steward spread throughout the venue, drawing everyone's attention to stage number 1. The next match will be a real fight between dragons and tigers, and the spectators are looking forward to it. After all, anyone who can reach this point must be strong, and the battle between them will definitely be exciting. What's more, this match is between one of the biggest dark horses, Lin Yan, and the main family's prodigy, Lin Yu, which makes the anticipation extremely high. Everyone wants to see whether Lin Yan will continue to create miracles and defeat Lin Yu, or whether the famous Lin Yu will use his absolute strength to stop the dark horse Lin Yan and make him fail in the top 16. Brother Lin Yan, nice to meet you. I didn't expect to meet you here. My cousin really amazed everyone. On the stage, Lin Yu did not rush to attack, but chatted with Lin Yan for a few words. It's just luck. It's worth Lin Yan's trip to be able to fight with my clan brother here. Lin Yan said modestly. In response, Lin Yu just smiled slightly, without saying anything else, and said directly, brother, please. Seeing this, Lin Yan nodded, and did not show any courtesy to the other party, but took decisive action. Yellow spring finger. Rumble, a giant finger carrying the breath of the underworld suddenly fell from the sky and rushed towards Lin Yu. Lin Yan raised his hand and launched an attack that was comparable to a full-strength attack from the 5th level of the Cave Heaven realm. Feeling the huge threat brought by the giant finger, Lin Yu did not dare to be careless at all, and displayed his cultivation level of the 2nd level of the Cave Heaven realm without reservation. Rumble, after a while of earthquakes, Lin Yu appeared again. Brother, continue. Although Lin Yu said it was easy, his trembling right hand showed that he was not at all relaxed in order to resist Lin Yan's attack. This time, Lin Yu chose to take the initiative to attack. I saw him pushing his storm spirit to the extreme. The entire arena was instantly enveloped by a violent storm. Some members of the Lin family, whose strength was far inferior to the two, could not even see the situation on the ring clearly. The next moment, the two of them started fighting. The figures of both sides were as fast as lightning, and huge collision sounds broke out between attack and defense. Boom, bang. At the same time, on the other 7 arenas, there were also 7 pairs of figures colliding and fighting fiercely. The 8 battles surpassed all previous ones, and the many Lin family members who were watching the battles cheered excitedly. Finally, after a fierce battle, the top 8 were born. Ring number 1, the winner is Lin Yan. Ring number 2, winner is Lin Shi. Lin Yan, Lin Dong, Lin Beixian, Lin Shi, Lin Yuan, Lin Jinyan, Lin Ruoshui, and Lin Hai are the top 8 in this competition. The next top 3 and the greatest honor of this competition, the championship, will also be born among these people. Alas, it's a pity for that kid Lin Zai. With his strength, if nothing unexpected happens, he's definitely more than enough to make it into the top 8. Yeah, what a pity. Looking at the only 8 people left, many members of the Lin family couldn't help but feel sorry for Lin Zai in their eyes. Lin Zai is definitely also a strong contender for the championship, but now that the facts are before their eyes, they have no choice but to shake their heads in regret. After the top 8 were announced, Lin Tianyu announced, "You will have half an hour to rest and recuperate. After half an hour, the draw will begin for the top 4 battle." "Yes, thank you for the reminder, Elder." Lin Yan and the other 8 said respectfully. Then he took the time to recover. Lin Yan was seen sitting cross-legged in meditation, taking out a bottle of soul-restoring pills in his hand to restore the spiritual power consumed in the previous battle. The same goes for others. They also need to recover as soon as possible and be in their best condition to face the next 1 or 2 most crucial games. Half an hour later, the 8 to 4 competition begins now. Please come to the stage. Ring number 1, Lin Beixian versus Lin Hai. Ring number 2, Lin Yan versus Lin Shi. Ring number 3, Lin Dong versus Lin Yuan. Ring number 4, Lin Jinyan versus Lin Ruoshui. Just now, Lin Yan and others finished drawing lots and found out their opponents. Therefore, following Lin Tianyu's announcement, several people jumped onto the stage without much talk. At the command of the referee Deacon, several people suddenly jumped up and fought fiercely. Bang! The battle between these few people was even more intense than the previous battles. It was at this point that many members of the Lin family who did not know the strength of these few people realized that in the previous battles, these people had not tried their best at all, as if they were just warming up. The eliminated contestants, looking at the powerful strength of these few people, shook their heads and sighed. The huge gap in strength between them and the other party made them feel powerless. After 4 battles and a period of time, the winner was finally decided in arena number 1. Ring number 1, the winner is Lin Beixian. Brother Lin Hai, thank you for letting me do this. Lin Beixian finally bowed and said. Lin Hai, who was still a little stunned, came to his senses after hearing this. He smiled bitterly and said, "I originally thought I could defeat my cousin this time, but now it seems that the gap between us is still quite large." Not long after, Lin Yan and Lin Jinyan defeated Lin Shi and Lin Ruoshui 1 by 1 and successfully advanced to the semifinals. However, Lin Yan and Lin Yuan were still fighting fiercely, and the winner had not yet been decided. After hundreds of rounds, Lin Yan directly used his trump card and condensed a huge 4-colored fire lotus with an extremely powerful posture. The power of the fire lotus was so terrifying that it directly broke Lin Yuan's strongest attack, and blasted Lin Yuan to the point that he lost the strength to fight again. Ring number 2, the winner is Lin Yan. Congratulations to the 4 of you for making it to the semifinals. You will have half an hour to rest before the semifinals begin. As the referee Deacon finished speaking, Lin Tianyu announced, half an hour later. Ring number 1, Lin Yan versus Lin Jinyan. Ring number 2, Lin Dong versus Lin Beixian. Everyone please come to the ring. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan and others jumped onto the stage almost at the same time and stood facing each other. Start. As the 2 referees finished their words, 4 powerful auras instantly filled the 2 arenas and then continued to spread in all directions. Arena number 1. Brother Lin Yan, please appreciate this move. The great handprint of heaven and earth. Boom, a large gray handprint came towards Lin Yan at an extremely fast speed, like a gray meteor. Lin Yan accepted this move from my clan brother. Fire God Poem. Chapter 110 Final. Seeing this, Lin Yan spoke with a fighting spirit on his face that he had no intention of dodging, but chose to fight with the opponent. I saw that the giant palm covered with flames also turned into a flaming meteor and rushed towards the other party at an extremely fast speed. Boom, the 2 attacks collided with each other, and then there was a loud bang, a huge roar erupted, and waves of aftermath were emitted. Fortunately, the arena was protected by a formation, which blocked all the aftermath. Although the formation of the arena is not very high, only the 6th level top grade, it is enough to make the peak level Dharma realm cultivators unable to do anything in a short period of time. For a group of teenagers whose highest level is no more than the Cave Heaven realm, it is enough for them to fight in it without worrying about affecting other arenas or being affected by others. The 2 men's probing attacks eventually cancelled each other out, and neither of them gained the upper hand. The 2 were not at all surprised by this. How can someone who can reach this point be a weak person? Nor can he be someone who can be easily defeated. Come again. Lin Jinyan shouted loudly and his figure disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already above Lin Yan. Along with him appeared countless golden light needles, which were shot out as soon as they appeared. Although the light needles are small, they are extremely powerful. Each one is enough to kill any ordinary cultivator below the 6th level of the Cave Heaven realm. There were hundreds and thousands of such light needles at this moment, and ordinary cultivators would probably be stunned like a honeycomb. But Lin Yan is not an ordinary person. His fighting spirit increased instead of decreasing. Countless flames suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. The terrifyingly high temperature of the flames caused the temperature between heaven and earth to suddenly rise. Lin Jinyan, who was facing the blazing flames, could clearly feel the horror and danger of these flames. The burning sensation on the skin made this feeling penetrate deep into his heart, and his expression became more solemn. Lin Yan was like the lord of all fires, commanding all the flames in this space to launch a fierce attack on Lin Jinyan. Swoosh, 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 bear, bear. Bear. While Lin Yan was fighting fiercely, on the other side of the arena, 2 figures also collided with each other at an extremely fast speed, and then separated, one after another. Powerful martial arts and magical powers collided with each other, and exploded. The intensity was no less than that of Lin Yan and the others. 2 fingers shatter mountains and rivers. Bang. After Lin Dong and Lin Beixian collided and were both knocked back, they counterattacked with another move at an extremely fast speed. After Lin Beixian stabilized his body, he also threw a punch with his backhand. Sky-breaking fist. The two men attacked almost at the same time, and their moves were extremely fast. Without any delay, their combat awareness is comparable. Boom, a loud noise was heard again. The two were knocked back again, but they quickly stabilized themselves and started a new round of fighting. In the blink of an eye, they fought for hundreds of rounds. At this time, the people watching the battle were already extremely excited. The battle between the four people was so exciting that they couldn't help but bring themselves into it, and their blood boiled. It's no wonder they've made it this far. All four of them have the potential to win the championship. It just depends on who has the last laugh. Looking at the situation, I'm afraid it's unlikely they'll be able to decide the outcome quickly. Time passed. Lin Yan and the others had been fighting for an hour. The situation, which had been unclear at first, gradually became clearer, and the balance of victory began to tilt. It was seen that since some time ago, Lin Jingyan, who had been able to fight back and forth with Lin Yan, had gradually fallen into a disadvantage. Facing Lin Yan's fierce offensive, he was becoming increasingly unable to defend himself. A moment, brother, this is my final trump card. If I can't defeat you with this, then I lose. Lin Jingyan, who was originally breathing heavily, suddenly stood up straight, his voice serious and firm, revealing a feeling of giving it a try. Eight-armed strong lord. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard behind Lin Jingyan. A huge eight-armed Vidra suddenly appeared, and its terrifying aura forced Lin Yan to retreat half a step. Okay. I'll stick with you till the end. Lin Yan also said in a low voice. Then countless spiritual fires began to converge towards his black ruler. An extremely powerful aura began to spread from the black ruler. Go. Lin Jingyan shouted. Suddenly, the eight-armed Vidra moved, and its eight giant arms swung a huge battle axe and chopped it towards Lin Yan fiercely. Extreme flame break. Seeing this, Lin Yan instantly flashed above the eight-armed Vidra, and the black ruler covered with spiritual fire instantly chopped down heavily. Bang! A deafening roar spread throughout the entire scene. Who won? Everyone looked at that space with anticipation. Give it to me, break it. Lin Yan's youthful voice sounded. Everyone saw that the eight-armed Vidra was actually split into two by the black ruler, and then continued to chop towards Lin Jingyan. But just when the black ruler was about to hit Lin Jingyan, Lin Yan restrained his strength. I lost, brother, you won. Lin Jingyan stared at the black ruler that was only 10 centimeters away from him, stunned and dazed, then muttered. He looked a little depressed, but he soon let it go. Losing is nothing, I just need to work harder. And win again, brother, thank you for letting me do this. Seeing this, Lin Yan also retracted the black ruler and bowed. The winner is Lin Yan. After referee Deacon made the announcement, the two men left the ring. Not long after, on the other side of the arena, Lin Dong and Lin Beixian also decided the winner. The winner is Lin Dong. The referee Deacon looked at Lin Beixian, who was knocked off the ring, and announced, Lin Dong finally relied on his powerful strength to successfully defeat Lin Beixian, the long-renowned prodigy of the main family, and successfully advanced to the finals. Congratulations on defeating your opponents and entering the final championship battle. The final will begin in an hour. Lin Tianyu looked at these two shiny black, super dark horses, and the satisfaction and admiration in his eyes could not be hidden. Yes, elder. The two men looked at each other and saw the fighting spirit in each other's eyes, and then bowed to Lin Tianyu. An hour later, the final battle of this competition will be between Lin Yan and Lin Dong. Whoever defeats their opponent will be the champion of this competition. Now, please both of you step onto this ultimate stage reserved for the championship final. The showdown begins now. Lin Tianyu announced. After Lin Tianyu finished his announcement, two figures rushed out instantly and landed in the middle, the largest and most majestic ultimate arena exclusively for the decisive battle between monks. An arena that symbolizes honor and hope. Chapter 111. Champion, on the stage. Brother Yan, I finally met you in this final battle. Lin Dong's tone seemed calm, but it wasn't. The only thing is that the heart that has always longed to meet each other has never changed. A decisive battle, it couldn't be better. Me too. Lin Yan smiled. The fighting spirit in his eyes grew stronger. Brother Yan, there's no need for us to test the waters. Let's just go all out. Okay. As you say. The two of them made this agreement and did not intend to test each other, and chose to go all out directly. Then Lin Dong took the lead and moved. As he came up, he displayed a terrifying magical power. Swallow the sky and devour the earth. A strange, small black ball, filled with devouring power, suddenly appeared in the air and flew towards Lin Yan. Wherever it passed, everything was devoured, even spiritual energy and dust. This is the magical power he created by combining with a mysterious stone talisman. Although it was just created not long ago and is still a little immature, its power is not weak at all. The strange attack, combined with the terrifying devouring power, is something that few cultivators of the same realm can withstand safely. In previous competitions, this move of his had always been effective. Apart from Lin Yuan and Lin Beixian, no one else had been able to take it. Moreover, even Lin Yuan and Lin Beixian suffered a lot when facing this move, and they were extremely wary of Lin Dong's move. When he saw the opponent, he launched a strange and powerful attack, and Lin Yan was not willing to be outdone. He was seen to have an extremely powerful aura, and the movements of his hands kept changing. Flame double dragon destruction, roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar was heard, and two lifelike fire dragons, like real dragons, instantly flew out from both sides of Lin Yan, carrying extreme temperature and momentum that could melt everything, and pounced towards the black ball. This is also a magical power created by Lin Yan by combining spiritual fire. Even though there are still many areas that need to be improved, its power is still quite good. When he played against Lin Shi in the quarterfinals of the competition, Lin Shi was defeated by this move of his. It can be seen that his move should not be underestimated. After the fire dragon flew out, the black ball also rushed up. The moment the two met, they started to fight. One side wants to devour the other side completely, and the other side also wants to devour and crush it. No one gives in to anyone else. The fire dragon kept attacking the black ball, and the black ball was getting weaker and weaker under the attack, and its power was no longer as strong as before. But at the same time, the black ball was also constantly devouring the fire dragon's energy, making the fire dragon's body more and more fragile. And neither side could do anything to the other. Their energy was exhausted, and they dissipated into the air. All this seems to take a long time, but in fact it only takes a few seconds. After the attack, Lin Yan and the other man fought fiercely again. This time, the two men chose to attack directly at close range with punches. Two people, one holding a black ruler and the other holding an ancient halberd. Their figures kept moving back and forth, causing the entire arena to shake. After fighting for dozens of rounds, the two men were no longer restricted to close combat, but fought freely, relying entirely on their performance. If the previous part could be said to be about the two geniuses wanting to compete in all aspects, then from now on, they would just fight to defeat each other and win the championship. They only had one thought at this moment, to defeat the other party. As long as the opponent shows a flaw or is in a losing position, they will seize the opportunity and try their best to expand their advantage. Clan leader Lin, congratulations. Two more top-tier geniuses have emerged. Although they are still relatively unknown in Zhengzhou, it is conceivable that they will become very famous in the future. The Lu family elder looked at Lin Yan and the other person below and congratulated them with a forced smile, but his congratulations didn't seem sincere at all. There was even a barely perceptible hint of murderous intent flashing in the depths of his eyes, but he concealed it very well and did not reveal it, nor did he let Lin Tianhai and the others beside him notice it. Humph. Genius? My Lu family has one, so that's enough. Ha, Elder Lu Chan, you're overpraising me. Although these two little guys from my Lin family are good, how can they compare to a top-tier genius like the noble young master, who has a long-standing reputation? Lin Tianhai responded modestly and politely that he has a very good grasp of the ways of the world, but on the other hand, when Lu Chen heard others praising him as the young master of the Lu family, he was so proud that his tail almost flew up to the sky, and he kept saying, no, my young master is only a little bit better than them. It looks extremely inconsistent. Lin Tianhai sneered in his heart at this, but his expression remained calm. Clan leader Lin. Afterwards, several other people also started chatting with Lin Tianhai from time to time, and the topics of conversation were basically about Lin Yan and Lin Dong in front of them. In the young master's hall, two sons of destiny. It seems my Lin family has good luck. He. Lin Shen looked at the scene of Lin Yan fighting Lin Dong on the screen in front of him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and murmured naturally. He had already clearly checked the situation of Lin Yan and the other person through the system. Although these two people came from branch families, they were definitely the chosen ones with great luck. Even without external interference in the future, they would sooner or later become world famous and become the most powerful people in the world, and now with his intervention, the two will surely grow up faster and earlier, adding two top masters to his Lin family. I just happened to get some good stuff recently, and there are some that are suitable for the two of us. I'll tell Dad to put it in the competition rewards and give it to them. After Lin Xian made his decision, he once again watched the duel between the two with great interest, but in his eyes, their fight now was just like a fight between children. He couldn't help but think that this might be how the elders and his father felt when they saw him fighting with others. Damn. I feel a little unhappy for some reason. What's going on? Lin Yan and Lin Dong fought for a full hour, but the winner was still undecided and neither side was even at a disadvantage, which surprised everyone. They hadn't expected this to happen. Could it be that the two of them really couldn't tell who was better? A tie. The two people who had experienced it also felt helpless. They also wanted to defeat each other, but unfortunately, although they had used all their strengths, they still could not defeat the other side completely. It was extremely painful for the two of them. Only those who have experienced this situation personally can truly understand how painful and uncomfortable it is. Brother Yan, there's no point in continuing to fight like this. Why don't we decide the outcome with one move? Lin Dong suggested helplessly. He knew that neither he nor Lin Yan would admit defeat, and there was no point in continuing the fight. They should each use their strongest attack to decide the outcome with one move. As you wish. Then the two of them launched their strongest attacks, ready to decide the outcome. Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Palm. Buddha's Wrath Lotus. The next moment, both of them shouted at the same time. Then Lin Dong slapped his hand hard, and Lin Yan threw the four-colored fire lotus in his hand out fiercely. Two attacks that surpassed the cave heaven realm collided with each other with a bang. After a brief standoff, there was a loud explosion. Bang! The violent impact caused the formation of the arena to shake violently, as if it would shatter in the next second. Fortunately, the formation was able to block it in the end. The arena gradually calmed down and there was no movement. Who will win? Everyone stared at that place with excitement and anticipation until the smoke and dust cleared. Two slightly embarrassed figures appeared in front of everyone. It was Lin Yan and Lin Dong, but at this time their robes were torn. Although they were not seriously injured, their spiritual power was exhausted and they had no strength to fight again. Tie. This is actually a draw. Everyone was also confused, but the facts are before our eyes, and no one can say anything. I wonder how the family will judge. Will there be another match later? Or what? Soon, after discussing with Lin Tianhai and the elders, Lin Tianyu also gave a verdict. In this battle, Lin Yan versus Lin Dong, it's a draw. Since the two are tied this time, after consultation between this elder, the other elders, and the clan leaders, it has been decided that Lin Yan and Lin Dong will tie for first place in this competition. Lin Yan and Lin Dong are both champions of this competition. They both receive the same rewards and honors.